Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 297 to Chapter 315. Zhu Tiandao had gone to complain. The others began to collect the corpses and clean up the battlefield. Suyu was constantly guarded by the sun and moon to prevent any more enemies from attacking Suyu. At the side, Xianxia looked at Suyu eagerly. He was more worried about Suyu's safety than anyone else. Where's the 1 million merit points he promised me? If something were to happen to Suyu, then he would lose his life. Suyu wanted to laugh, but did not participate in collecting the corpses. He said, "Dean, do you think the manor head will get anything from complaining to Double Saint's manners?" "He will definitely get something." Xianxia suppressed his urge to ask for his 1 million merit points back. Smiling, he said, "Our manor head might not be the strongest among the other manor heads, but when it comes to pestering endlessly, arguing with reason, he does have some skill. Double Saint's manners and the two Holy Lands have not done much these days. They often make mistakes. It's fine if no one makes a fuss, but now that the manor head has gone to make a fuss, Great Han King and Silkworm Destruction King will probably show up. As for how to deal with it depends on the manor head." So you felt it was a pity. "I really want to go take a look." "Don't." Xianxia smiled. "It's better if you don't go. It'll be troublesome. Someone will definitely say that Great Han King or Silkworm Destruction King came out and asked you. Will you tell them? If you don't, the Invincible might not care, but it'll be a slap in the face. If you do, you won't be happy. This is the manor head's intention. If he doesn't take you, will the two Invincible come to Ming Manor to ask you?" Xianxia chuckled. "The manor head naturally has his own reasons for doing this. It'll be much easier if you're not there." Suyu nodded. That was true. Especially Silkworm Destruction King. He had inherited his time combat technique. If he asked about his heavenly cycle orifice, would he tell him? It would be bad if he didn't, but it would be bad if he did. In any case, he did not plan to say it for the time being. The 360 celestial aperture wasn't something that could be popularized. Only monstrous geniuses and large amounts of resources could achieve it. Only the descendants of the Invincible realm would have a chance, but ordinary clans wouldn't stand a chance. Since there was no way to popularize it, what was the point of saying so much? Lowering his own advantage might just create a few opponents for him. Seeing his regret, Xianxia looked left and right and transmitted his voice, "Brat, do you still have money? If you have the money, I can find a few old friends to help you set up intermansion transmission. As long as you pay, there are very few things that the Ming Constabulary can't do." Suyu was speechless. How did the Ming Constabulary become the same as Xia province? Greedy for money, was he, the dean, now eyeing him? He made a lot of money, but most of it was spent on Xianxia. Of course, an equivalent exchange. Suyu was actually very interested in his portal, so he didn't rush to say anything else. Instead, he smiled and said, "Dean, your portal costs 1 million merit points to build?" Cough, cough, Xianxia coughed dryly and said, "No, but the difference isn't big. Moreover, I have the crystallization of my hundreds of years of wisdom. I'm not exaggerating when I say 1 million. You also saw that a Sun-Moon realm expert was trapped by me and seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so easily." Suyu nodded slightly. "That's true. Dean, I saw that when the portal exploded, there was still a small part left. Since I spent the money, the remaining small part is mine. You can pay me back later." Xianxia looked at him coldly. "You saw it? Alright, you saw it, but you still want to take away my portal? I'm only left with some scraps." Suyu didn't look at him. He was indeed very interested. Really, it was a great killing tool. If the Mountain Sea realm accidentally entered that thing, he would die without a doubt. A Sun-Moon realm expert was actually trapped by a portal. Speaking of which, the Research Institute's gate actually had a similar effect. However, the Research Institute's gate was built on the foundation of the entire Research Institute. In fact, it was somewhat related to the spatial cutting room. There was no way to bring him out of here. Xianxia could actually directly bring it out and carry it with him. That was very impressive, Xianxia said faintly. "You don't have spatial shunwen, so you can't control it. It's too wasteful." Suyu smiled. Dean, I don't mind. I'm asking you if you don't like it. Xianxia looked helpless. After a while, he said that I can still use it after some repairs. How about I find someone to set up a long-distance video transmission device for you for free? What do you think? He was resentful. He had to spend a lot of money. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have said this. Great, now he had to pay for it. Suyu smiled. That's fine too. Sorry for troubling you, Dean. Xianxia sighed helplessly. There's no hurry. The prefecture master and the others will arrive at night at the very least. It's still early. The Twin Saints' residence was quite far from the Ming prefecture. However, with a group of experts hurrying along, their speed was fast. The steel guards were also riding demonic beasts, so their speed wasn't slow. The steel guards were equipped with one-horned golden bulls. They were top-notch when it came to charging and breaking through enemy lines. Suyu wasn't curious about this. He was more curious about the golden dragon. He couldn't help but ask, what's up with the golden dragon that pulls the prefecture master's carriage? You mean that? Xianxia smiled. It was a little dragon in the past. The prefecture master later subdued it and brought it back from the All Heavens battlefield. It's not bad, but it hasn't reached the Sun-Moon realm. It's at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. Usually, it doesn't have much to do, so it's responsible for pulling the carriage for the prefecture master. It's only used once every few decades. The prefecture master only uses the carriage when he's patrolling the All Heavens battlefield or dealing with official business. Suyu nodded again. This was much more ostentatious than Dendrolamus. Dendrolamus was nearby at this moment. It had sent Suyu here. At this moment, it seemed to hear Suyu's words and turned to look at him. It could roughly guess that Suyu despised it. It felt depressed. What's so great about a golden dragon? It's just a dragon. It's not that much stronger than me. My Dendrolamus clan isn't weak either. Who are you looking down on? Suyu ignored it. He chatted with Xianxia while absorbing some of the Shinwen's charm to strengthen his Shinwen clan. At this moment, the onlookers also dispersed one after another. After a while, the battlefield was almost cleaned up. Niao Baidao walked over and said with a smile, "We've done a big job this time." The higher-ups of the Divine Dragon Cult, Demon Scorpion Cult, Blood Fire Cult, Heavenly Eye Cult, Flying Tiger Cult. Almost all of them were wiped out in one fell swoop. The experts of 3 or 4 large manors in the vicinity were almost wiped out this time. Suyu said in a deep voice, "Prefecture Master, did anyone from the Six-Winged Divine Cult come?" No. Niao Baidao knew what he was thinking. He comforted him, "It's good that they didn't come. That means they don't have enough strength and can't send anyone over. If they're really strong enough, who wouldn't want to come and have a share of the spoils? Since they didn't come, it means they don't have the strength to send experts over." After saying that, Niao Baidao transmitted his voice, "Let's not talk about this. You still have some heaven origin energy there, right? Lend me a batch. We'll hurry up and replicate the phenomenon. If this matter of yours spreads, it will be a little troublesome. Although we might not be able to hide it from others, it's still a good thing that we can hide it from others." Suyu transmitted his voice, "Prefecture Master wants to replicate the phenomenon?" "Yes." Niao Baidao transmitted his voice, "It was too late just now. Otherwise, I would have replicated it on the spot just now and let those suns and moons see it. It's not too late now. Lend me some heaven origin energy first. I'll speed up the imitation and see if I can send it to the prefecture master. It's best if I can show it to the Twin Saints Manors. After all, those people from the Twin Saints Manors didn't see it with their own eyes. These people think highly of themselves and may not really believe that you can draw out the ancient human sovereign's laws. Make a fake and fool them." Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. That's a good idea. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they might not take it seriously. Previously, he had about 150 portions of Heaven Origin Fruit's Heaven Origin energy. He had consumed about 30 portions, but the first phenomenon had wasted about 10 portions. After calculating it, he still had about 110 portions left. The Heaven and Earth phenomenon actually didn't have much Heaven Origin energy. It just looked spectacular. There were only about 20 portions. The ancient human sovereign seemed to be a stingy person. Of course, it might be because too much time had passed and a lot of the heaven origin energy had been consumed. After all, with the passage of time, no one knew where the rewards of the laws were stored. Naturally, some of it had been consumed. About 20 portions wasn't much. So you didn't say much. Soon, he took out a small ball that contained about 30 portions. He handed it to Niu Baidao. Niu Baidao didn't say much and quickly handed it to a sun's and moon's elder. That elder took the items and left quickly. It seemed like he was going to hurry up with the imitation. Suyu followed Niu Baidao and continued to transmit his voice. Manor head, are there still people that haven't been killed? There are still some that have been killed by the mountains and seas. There are still some that Ling Yun and Sor haven't killed. I'm not sure if they're spies from the various manors or Wanzhu's men. Including the 15 mountains and seas that were killed, not all of them were Wanzhu's men. Of course, if they're killed now, then so be it. Even if someone from the various manors was killed by mistake, they won't say anything at this time. Wanzhu is hiding. There are 5 Sun Moon tier elites, and your men are also hiding. What are you planning to do? Even if mountains and seas from the various manors were killed by mistake, they wouldn't say anything at this time. Then if we capture them later, leave a few for me. Sure. Niu Baidao didn't care too much about this. He smiled and said, are you really going to sneak in? Not necessarily. Leave a few Ling Yuns alive so that I can broaden my horizons. Suyu smiled and said, I'm still lacking in actual combat experience. Manor head, don't kill them all later. If I have the time, I'll go and practice with them. I'll see how strong Ling Yun is. It didn't matter if he didn't have enough actual combat experience. It was enough to kill a few people. Now that he had entered the soaring sky realm, Suyu also wanted to test just how strong he was right now. At this point, he asked, Manor head, did any of the sun and moon tiers stay in Shenwen? In fact, he had still suffered a great loss this time. The loss wasn't in other areas, but in the 1 million merit points. At that time, even if he hadn't said anything, Xianxia would probably have exploded it. However, money was a mere possession. It was also a good thing that Xianxia had willingly exploded it. In fact, the encirclement and suppression of the sun and moon tier this time was actually for the sake of Suyu. It wasn't Suyu's style to make people suffer heavy losses. The merit points that Xiahou Yi had given him previously left Suyu with 1.06 million. Even if he gave some to Xianxia, Suyu still had 60,000 merit points. That was enough. Moreover, if he really wanted to spend money, he still had a lot of money that he hadn't collected yet. The advanced version of the orifice closing technique, the primordial spirit Shinwen technique, and the following primordial spirit enlightening technique were all chickens that laid golden eggs. As long as Suyu didn't burn money like crazy, he wouldn't be short of money. Yes, but there's no way to strip it now. Let's wait for the manor head to return. Niu Baidao smiled and said, 5 sun and moon tiers. The first to be killed was the new leader of the blood fire cult, and the fellow that old buddy Hu Qi refined. They were both civilization masters. The remaining 3 were fighters. These 2 should have some Shinwen left. The sun and moon Shinwen could be used as an arcane realm. However, these 2 might not have drawn many Shinwen. Even if they did, other than the main Shinwen, the other Shinwen might not have advanced to the sun and moon tier. So you didn't say much. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice, Principal, these are all traitors of the human race. Can I extract a few drops of essence blood and check their memory fragments to see if they have any secrets? You can extract memories? Niu Baidao was a little surprised. This technique wasn't something that anyone could master. Yes. Niu Baidao thought about it and nodded. Sure, I'll extract it and send it to you later. However, Suyu, remember, you can study it and extract memories, but you can't use the essence blood of the human race to cultivate. Definitely not. If you use the essence blood of the human race to cultivate, you'll be a demon. A demon. Also, this is only for Wanzhu. You can't use it on others. Otherwise, if I find out, no matter how talented you are, you'll lose your humanity. The main constabulary doesn't need you. Suyu nodded. Bai Feng had also told him about this on the first day he entered the laboratory. He was very serious about it. That won't happen. That's good. I don't want you to stand on the opposite side of the human race one day. There may be some vermin in the human race now, but it doesn't mean that they're all bad people. Whether it's the Great Qin Constabulary, Xia Province, or even Dazhou Prefecture, which you might be hostile to, there are actually countless people fighting for the human race. Niao Baidao transmitted his voice. Everyone's standpoint might be different. Some people are very stubborn, but they're not necessarily bad people. You might know that there's a group of people who think that a war can't break out now because it's disadvantageous to the human race. Those who seek peace and delay are not necessarily bad people. In fact, the Ming Constabulary is also one of these people. The principal's stance is to delay first. Suyu, do you think the principal is a bad person? Niao Baidao sighed. Sometimes, there are many things to consider. It's not just a moment of gratification and revenge, or fighting with Wanzhou. Even if you have to risk your life, it has to be worth it. You can't beat everyone at once. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, I understand what you mean, Principal. I'm not that extreme. Many people had advised him, Hong Tan, Wan Tianxing, Niao Baidao, including Chen Yong, Lu Wenyan, and the others. Don't beat everyone at once. They might not be your friends, but they might not be your enemies either. Don't turn them into your enemies. As for why they thought so, it was probably because they felt that Suyu was too young. Suyu didn't say much. These people were actually right. Those who didn't oppose you were your enemies. You weren't merit points, and everyone loved you. It was normal for people to have different standpoints and beliefs. He wasn't that extreme, but he had to think of a way to deal with some people. For example, that invincible realm expert just now. As for Zhu Tiandao, it would probably be very difficult to find him through this. If it were that easy, he would have dealt with him long ago. 7 pieces of Xinwen, Suyu muttered in his heart. 7 pieces was not a small number. They were all sun and moon Xinwen. Even for invincible realm experts, it wasn't that easy to outline the sun and moon Xinwen. These 7 pieces of Xinwen might not have been exposed before. Otherwise, someone should be able to recognize them. Also, was it the same person last time and this time? In the Sea of Will, Suyu was also communicating with the little furball. You've eaten some pieces of Xinwen. Can you tell the taste of the other party? I can, but I still have to enter the Sea of Will to eat it. Suyu's eyes flickered. You've entered the other party's Sea of Will. Can you tell? Yes. The little furball replied lazily. Since it was so fragrant, he should be able to tell, right? Suyu turned his head and thought helplessly. It was of little value. If it was so easy to check the other party's Sea of Will, there wouldn't be so many problems. Which invincible realm expert would let you check their Sea of Will? It was impossible. Not to mention invincible realm experts, even if someone wanted to check his Sea of Will, he wouldn't agree to it. At the same time as Suyu and the others returned to the academy, the Iron Cavalry cleared the way from the mansion of Ming to the mansion of Double Saints. In the carriage, including Zhu Tiandao, there were 7 sun and moon. Golden dragons pulling the carriage. When passing by a mansion, it would attract the attention of countless people. This was a trip of a big shot of the mansion of Ming. In the carriage, Zhu Tiandao was drinking tea and leaning on the seat. There was a lot of space. He took a sip of tea and said with a smile, everyone, don't frown. I'm not sending you to your deaths. I'm just complaining. Why do you have such an expression? Chief Zhu, someone said helplessly, we're all smart people, so I'll be straightforward. It's not the first time we've found out that there's such an invincible realm expert around. Everyone pretends to be confused. The key is that there's no evidence. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for anyone. We can talk about Wanzhou, but if we talk about this guy, it's really difficult. Zhu Tiandao smiled. That's true. No one knows who this person is. There are dozens of invincible realm experts among the human race, and all of them have made great contributions to the human race. Who should we investigate? Who would want to be investigated? We haven't even caught him in the act. It won't be good for anyone if things get ugly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he understood. Zhu Tiandao smiled. But, this guy is indeed a big threat. No one will deny it, right? Today he ambushes Yi Badian, tomorrow he ambushes Su Yu, the day after that it might be Huang Teng, and the day after that it might be Qin Feng. Or it might even be some geniuses who have a chance of proving their Dao, such as Xiao Long Wu or Zhou Polong. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Are we just going to let it go like this?" Zhu Tiandao smiled and sighed. No one wants to have a grudge against the invincible realm experts of the human race. Everyone is in danger, and it's really troublesome. If the invincible realm experts have internal strife, who will bear the responsibility? But, it's useless when you're blind. After this guy killed Yi Badian that year, if he had behaved himself, he would have only done this once in his life. As time passes, everyone will forget about it. But recently, he's made a series of moves. Zhu Tiandao said coldly, "At this point, are you all still going to be blind?" Head steward who sighed and said, "The other party made a move into Xia province last time, and it hasn't even been half a year, too frequent, this was not a good thing." Great Song Mansion's Ryu hesitated and said, "Previously, he made a move against Lu Wenyin, and this time, he made a move against Su Yu. Is it for the 5th generation Shenwen and Zhou Tian acupoints? Or is it purely to kill more geniuses of the Shenwen faction? If the 5th generation divine rune was really framed by someone, then that person must have been targeting the divine rune lineage." Zhu Tiandao said calmly, "Do you think that by targeting more Shenwen faction, everyone will be fine?" "That's not what I mean." Song Clan's Ryu shook her head and said, "What I mean is that this person frequently makes a move against the Shenwen faction, even at a great cost. Recently, he's even somewhat reckless and hysterical. If we really want to find this person, we might have to rely on the Shenwen faction." Zhu Tiandao did not say anything. This was true. The others also did not say anything. Fishing out an invincible realm expert was not that simple. Moreover, if they really did fish him out, who would kill him? The few of them also had a headache. This was not something they could participate in. Ryu did not have the strength, nor the qualifications to participate. In the end, it still depended on the invincible realm. The carriage continued forward. Soon, the primal chi became much denser, and they were about to enter the double sacred mansion. There were people in the double sacred mansion, and there were many of them. There were many invincible realm clans here. Inside the carriage, Zhu Tiandao straightened his clothes and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly tore some of his clothes. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the sun and moon immortals, he painfully cut some small wounds on his body, then, he stained his clothes with some blood. Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Prefecture Master Zhu." While the few of them were stunned, Zhu Tiandao said calmly, 5, no, 9 Ryu clan ambushed the Ming mansion, and it was almost destroyed. This is the truth, right? You guys, later on, you will have to testify. It's 9 Ryu clan, right? It's you, they stammered. You're the prefecture master, strictly speaking, you're in existence on the same level as the invincible realm experts. Don't you want any face at all, not to mention that you're not injured, even if you're really injured, at this moment, you should pay attention to your face and identity. Zhu Tiandao could not be bothered to pay attention to them. The next moment, the golden dragon in front of him waved his hand, and a misty gray substance appeared on its body, as if it had just crawled out of the mud. As for the steel cavalry in front of them, a rain of blood fell after a while, staining their armor red. Zhu Tiandao thought for a moment and fiddled with it a little, and the carriage began to break. At this moment, the Ryu clan could already see outside. The carriage was leaking. At this moment, the flag of the Ming mansion was set ablaze, and half of it was burned. What a defeated army! It was like an army that had just lost a battle and was fleeing. The Ryu clan's bare one's teeth grinned. This was going to play the victim to death, really no face at all. Prefecture Master Zhu. Zhu Tiandao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about it, everyone. In the battle just now, the Ming mansion fought fiercely and suffered heavy losses. As the prefecture master, I don't need to care about face anymore. If it's embarrassing, then so be it. The human realm is already in such a mess, what else do I need to care about?" He looked at the few of them and said with a smile, "Everyone, say what should be said, and say what shouldn't be said. It's useless even if you say it, right? Just speak according to the facts you saw." With that, Zhu Tiandao got up and walked out of the carriage. A moment later, in the distance, a chubby middle-aged man flew over and quickly said, "Father." As he said that, he looked at the convoy, somewhat speechless. What was father doing? Didn't he say that he was fine? It was as if he had just been defeated in the All-Heavens battlefield and was beaten back to the human realm. "Did you bring the rising dragon drum?" "Yes." The chubby man quickly took out a huge drum from his storage ring. The Ryu clan's sons were dumbfounded again. "Wasn't this thing at the entrance of the Seeking Land? Why is it in your hands? You even brought it here, something bad is going to happen." Just as they were thinking, Zhu Tiandao reached out and took the drum, and in the next moment, the sound of the drum shook the twin sacred residences. Dong, one sound, dong, two sounds, one sound, requesting to see the invincible expert. Two sounds, there was grievance to be aired. Three sounds, there was a crisis that could only be handled by the invincible. Four sounds, the crisis of the great residence, affecting billions of people. Five sounds, the crisis of the All-Heavens battlefield, and all the invincible experts in seclusion were going to fight. Six sounds, the crisis of the entire human realm, alert. Seven sounds, the invincible experts fell. Eight sounds, the human realm prepared for battle, decisive battle. Nine sounds, the human realm was broken, escape, struggle, save life, leave behind the flame of inheritance. Dong, three sounds, at this moment, in the distance, two great palaces floating in the air. At this moment, the invincible auras appeared. Three sounds, the invincible experts were coming to deal with it. Not giving up. Dong, four sounds. The Ming residence was in danger. In the next moment, two invincible auras covered the area. Zhu Tiandao was bathed in blood. At this moment, four sounds were heard. Countless people in the twin sacred residences looked up, their hearts trembling. Four sounds, which prefecture was in danger? Someone saw the broken army in the air. The Ming residence, that was the carriage of the Ming residence's master. As for Zhu Tiandao, his expression was calm, but his voice was incomparably loud. The Ming residence is in danger. 9 suns and moons, 15 mountains and seas, attacking the Ming residence. The Tiandu prefecture is in danger. The Ming residence is in danger. Wanzhou is wreaking havoc. My father has gone to the All-Heavens battlefield and is unable to return. I've come to ask for help. The Great Ming Constabulary has been established for more than 300 years. For more than 300 years, we have never asked for help from the twin sacred mansions. Today, Zhu Tiandao has let down the Great Ming monarch and the billions of citizens of the Great Ming Constabulary. I beg the twin sacred mansions to seek justice for the Great Ming Constabulary. The mortal realm is in danger. Wanzhou has invaded the mortal realm. The world is in chaos. Mournful roars, amplified by the rising dragon drum and the 9 layers sun and moon, shook the entire Twin Saints Manor and spread throughout the entire Twin Saints Manor. Countless people were shocked. The Ming residence is in danger. Manor Master Zhu Tiandao had come to ask for help. In the past 300 years, the only mansion master who had come to ask for help was the former mansion of Great Qi. That was because the king of Great Qi had fallen. The great bright prince was still alive, although they were not in the Ming residence. Had the Ming residence already encountered such a crisis? 9 suns and moons attacked. The world was shaken. In the void, Zhu Tiandao's voice was bitter, but his expression was calm. In the distance, the gates of the 2 holy lands opened. Open the hall. A calm voice rang out, and the 2 great halls that stood at the peak of the mortal realm opened at the same time. Numerous Sun Moon tier and Mountain Sea tier elites emerged from their residences, seclusion grounds, and various other places to rush toward the main hall. The Holy Land had opened its hall, discussing important matters of the mortal realm. At the peak of War God Mountain, King Silkworm Destruction frowned. He walked out of War God Mountain and walked toward the War God Temple. In the depths of the Seeking Realm, the great Han King sighed and walked toward the Seeking Palace with his hands behind his back. The Ming residence was asking for help. The Ming residence was in danger of being destroyed. F***CKU, Zhu Tiandao, could you stop talking nonsense? Even if your Ming residence really had 9 suns and moons attacking, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. and you still had the mood to ask for help. If you wanted to complain, then complain. If you wanted to cause trouble, then cause trouble. Why did you have to sound the rising dragon drum 4 times? This matter had probably quickly spread to the All Heavens battlefield. Perhaps other invincible ones would soon return. Among the 36 mansions, the Ming residence, which wasn't ranked at the bottom, had suffered a disaster. How could the front lines be at ease? The 2 invincible ones in charge of overseeing things were going to be humiliated this time, and the invincible clans that were in charge of the world probably wouldn't have a good time this time. Because the 9 suns and moons were real, Zhu Tiandao didn't dare lie about this. In the mortal realm, 9 suns and moons attacking a great residence was unforgivable. The 2 holy lands had to take responsibility this time. Zhu Tiandao smiled, and casually tossed the rising dragon drum to his son. Send it back. Don't lose it. If you lose it, you can't afford to pay for it. His eldest son laughed foolishly, took the drum, and quickly flew towards the Seeker's realm. At this moment, at the entrance of the Seeking realm, the injured Mountain C-tier elites were helpless. Crazy, snatch the rising dragon drum, but now, there was no time to investigate all this. Invincible ones had come out of seclusion, and both of them had come out. They had opened the Double Saint Palace. Today, if things didn't go well, heads would roll. Some of the Sun Moon Mountain C-tier elites that were rushing toward the 2 Saint Palaces were deeply worried. Who the hell would go and provoke these people from the Ming residence? That bastard from the Zhu clan had already come to the Double Saint Palace to cause trouble. The 2 holy lands stood in the air. At this moment, both holy lands were open. Inside the War God Temple, King Silkworm Annihilation sat on his throne, not saying a word. He waved his hand, and space flickered and ripples spread out. In the blink of an eye, the War God Temple and the Seeker-Seeking realm seemed to be nearing each other. Inside the Seeker Hall, the Great Han King didn't speak either. Both sides stood at different sides and didn't communicate with each other. From the outside, the War God Hall was still at War God Mountain, and the Quest Hall was still at the Quest Realm. This was invincibility. It involved the domain of time and space. At the same time, Zhu Tiandao got out of the car outside the Seeker Tower. He looked up and saw 99 steps leading to the Sage Palace. On both sides of the stairs, there were many reliefs. Several Sun Moon tier elites walked up the steps. Light flickered as they verified their identities. Zhu Tiandao calmly walked up the stairs. The other suns and moons followed suit. In the Seeker's Great Hall, the mountains, seas, sun, and moon stood on both sides, with the Great Han King sitting high above. On both sides, there were 8 slightly shorter seats, which were the seats of the 8 great clans that controlled the Seeker realm. At this moment, the patriarchs of the 8 great families had arrived. His expression was grave. The person who had just arrived was not a small character that could be easily dealt with. He was a Manor Lord, and his father was an Seeking Realm giant. If not for the fact that the Zhu family had so few members, one of the 8 great clans would definitely be from the Zhu family. Zhu Tiandao stepped on the stone steps at a moderate speed. After walking for a while, the main hall came into view. Entry level. Zhu Tiandao said in a clear voice, the mansion master of the Great Ming Mansion, Zhu Tiandao, has an audience with the King of Han. No need for formalities. The Han King looked quite weak and was not very tall, but he gave off a dignified air, making it difficult to look at him directly. Then, the King of Han said indifferently, sound the rising dragon drum 4 times in a row. Will the Ming residence's crisis be resolved? I'm not sure. Zhu Tiandao took a step forward and said, I killed 5 sun moons, destroyed 4 invincible clones, and killed 15 people from the mountain and sea realm. However, I'm not sure if there are any powerful experts lying in ambush, or if they're still eyeing us. Invincible doppelganger? The king went silent for a moment before he said slowly, do you have proof? Sun Moon doppelganger. Zhu Tiandao smiled faintly and said, 4 in a row, all from the same person. If he isn't invincible, then he must be Yi Beishan's reincarnation. His clone possesses the strength of the 7 layers of the sun and moon. 4 in a row, the great Han King taught me that he isn't invincible. Could it be the brothers Zhou Polong and Zhou Padian? As soon as he said that, an old man on the thrones of the 8 great clans said indifferently, Clan Master Zhu, watch your words. Zhu Tiandao's eyes burst with divine light as he shouted, "Shut up! I'm the master of the Great Ming Constabulary. It's not your place to speak when communicating with the Great Han King." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "Men, take down his throne. How dare you? How dare you sit in front of me?" Outside the door, the expressions of a group of guards changed. The Great Han King was silent for a moment. "Men, bestow a seat upon Manor Master Zhu." In the blink of an eye, two strong men brought over a massive throne, only slightly lower than the Great Han King, but half a head taller than the patriarchs of the 8 great families. Zhu Tiandao did not stand on ceremony. He directly sat on the throne and said with a smile, "The Great Han King must be joking. Some people don't know how to appreciate favors and don't know the rules." When the 36 constabularies were established, there was an agreement to rule the mortal realm together. What 8 great families, 9 great families, those who work and do odd jobs want to bully their masters now? Humph. With a cold sneer, Zhu Tiandao ignored the expressions of the 8 great families' patriarchs and looked coldly at the person who had just spoken. "Zhou Padian is in front of me, and I say that he's trash and he doesn't dare to speak any nonsense. How dare you tell me to watch my words? Who gave you the confidence to say that?" Zhu Tiandao's eyes were piercing. "Not convinced? If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you in front of the Great Han King today. Do you believe me or not?" No one on the 8 thrones made a sound. Even the second son of the great Zhou king, a member of the Zhou family, didn't say a word at this moment, his head lowered. Zhu Tiandao laughed disdainfully. The Great Han King didn't get involved. After Zhu Tiandao vented his anger and found fault with him, he said indifferently, "All right, don't argue with others. Let's get down to business." Zhu Tiandao also laughed. "The Great Han King is wise. It's not that I'm arguing with them. It's a bunch of despicable people who wanted to bully me, and I couldn't hold back. I've always had a good temper. I've been in charge of the Great Ming Constabulary for 77 years, and I've never broken the rules. The Great Ming Constabulary also doesn't fight or snatch, but now, I'm being bullied because I'm kind." Zhu Tiandao snorted coldly. 9 sun moons attacking, what are they trying to do? Destroy the Great Ming Constabulary while my father isn't here? Is it Wanzhou, or is it some people who don't want to see me doing well stirring up trouble in the dark? The Great Ming Constabulary is governed by the Seeking Realm. What are the Seeking Realm doing with so many sun moons attacking? Every year, the great prefectures provide countless funds to support the 2 sacred lands. 30% of the spoils from the battlefield belong to the Seeking Realm, and the 36 prefectures get 70%. They spend a lot of money every year saying that they want to destroy Wanzhou, but what about now? Zhu Tiandao said coldly, "Today, there are 9 sun and moon sovereigns. A few days ago, they killed Jin Yuhui and the blood-fire demon race. A few days ago, Xiao Longwu also killed 1 sun and moon sovereign and 3 clones. In less than half a year, the Great Xia and the Great Ming Constabulary have been attacked by 15 sun moon tier cultivators." Zhu Tiandao said coldly, 15 sun moons. Half a year. Today, I want to ask you, the Seeking Realm and the War God Temple control the world. How many sun moons does this Wanzhou have in the mortal realm? I want an answer. Otherwise, the Great Ming Constabulary will no longer join the alliance of the human race, 15 sun moon. At this moment, the expressions of some old men who had just come out of seclusion changed. Someone walked out of the main hall and said in shock, "Is what Prefecture Master Zhu said true?" Zhu Tiandao said calmly, "The whole world knows. Only a group of people like you who don't care about the world were deceived by others and treated as blind." The old man wasn't angry. He raised his head and looked at the Great Han King, then at the Silkworm Destruction King, and suddenly coughed. Violent coughing, 15 sun moon tier cultivators, half a year. The old man pointed at the Great Han King, panting a little. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "Old Wang, don't die from anger. This is just the beginning. Right now, several sun moon tier cultivators of the 6-winged divine sect are chasing after Yi Beishan's grand disciple, Chen Yong. Everyone in the mortal realm knows that they can't kill this guy from the 6-winged divine sect. Lan Tian has been hiding in Xia province for decades, and no one knows. Several Wanzhou sun moons are active in the 3 seas. The primordial sect master is still stirring up trouble everywhere. A large number of Wanzhou people are still attacking and killing people. Oh, right. Just 10 months ago, 5 elites of the 7th and 8th tier of the Sun Moon tier ambushed Xiaolong Wu, and all of them died, Zhu Tiandao said calmly. The mortal realm is finished. In less than a year, killing 20 Sun Moon tier cultivators of Wanzhou isn't enough. There are still a large number of Sun Moons active. How many Sun Moon tier cultivators does the mortal realm have? Even if 20 Sun Moon tier cultivators of 36 prefectures died, they are probably finished. But, there are still many more Wanzhou people. Zhu Tiandao sneered and said, Elder Wang, do you think I should come and ask for help? I'm afraid. Today, I killed 9, and tomorrow, 90 Sun Moon tier cultivators will come to take revenge on my Ming prefecture. Is the Ming prefecture completely finished? Silence. In the main hall, the old man shouted in a low voice, Great Han Wang, is what Zhu Tiandao said true? In less than a year, 20 Sun Moon tier cultivators were killed, and there were still a large number of Sun Moon tier cultivators active. It was horrifying. Was he still in the mortal realm? He had been in seclusion for many years, and only came out today when the rising dragon drum sounded 4 times in a row. Previously, he could see that Zhu Tiandao was deliberately bluffing, but now that he heard the truth, he was instantly shocked. In the mortal realm, dozens of Sun Moon tier cultivators had died in less than a year. Could it be that this Wanzhou had already grown to such an extent? Furthermore, that invincible doppelganger terrified him even more. Not only him, but the expressions of some experts who had been in seclusion for more than a year also changed. Was 1 year very long? No, very short. So many major events had happened in 1 year. It was too terrifying. Had the mortal realm changed? The great Han Wang was silent for a while, then said lightly, It's true. The old man coughed violently. You bastards. The old man was furious. Why? Can't it be restricted anymore? If it can't be restricted and there are many people in seclusion, why don't you summon us out? How could we allow Wanzhou to behave atrociously? The old man was furious and coughed again. He didn't have much lifespan left, but he was a top expert who had opened the mansion together and fought against the Wan invasion together. Now, with the passage of time and injuries, he had been in seclusion for many years. Only now did he know that so many major events had happened in the mortal realm. The great Han Wang said calmly, the situation hasn't deteriorated to this point. As for the Ming mansion and Xia province, he looked at Zhu Tiandao. Tiandao, what are your demands and thoughts? Zhu Tiandao said calmly, it's simple. Wanzhou has caused so much trouble that it can't be justified if he doesn't kill 10 Sun Moon tier cultivators. They have many Sun Moon tiers, so it won't hurt if they don't kill some. If the Ming mansion can kill 9, then killing 10 in the Seeker realm isn't difficult. In addition, the Seeker realm investigated the world to target Wanzhou, but they allowed Wanzhou's disciples to kill their way into the Ming mansion. The 8 great clans are in charge, making a great joke of themselves. Switch to the 8 clans, and these 8 clans can retreat. In addition, investigate whether the 8 great clans colluded with Wanzhou to deliberately weaken the strength of the Ming mansion and Xia province. The 8 patriarchs were furious. One of them said in a low voice, Manor Head Zhu, we admit that we are at fault and responsible. Colluding with Wanzhou, that's too much. That's slander. Zhu Tiandao said coldly, my Ming mansion hasn't been destroyed, so I'm here to talk nonsense with you. Let your family be attacked by 9 Sun Moon tiers. You didn't destroy them, so you come to blame me. I also said that I was at fault and I'm sorry, but your deaths have nothing to do with me. If I were one of the Seeker realm cultivators, would you agree? Manor Head Zhu, someone said helplessly, the Seeker realm has never stopped suppressing Wanzhou. This time, it's really an accident. Accident? Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, fine, you said it. It's an accident. Next time your Zhang family's ancestral land is attacked and 9 Sun Moon tiers are gone, don't complain and don't say that we did our duty. The few patriarchs were speechless. They were helpless and had nothing to say. The more they said, the more troublesome it would be. Zhu Tiandao continued, since you don't want to say it, listen to me. Apart from the previous request, it's ridiculous to send people to destroy the 6-winged divine sect. An invincible realm cultivator, and the human powerhouses were attacked by Wanzhou, unable to get reinforcements. How ridiculous! The six-winged divine sect must be destroyed. Otherwise, how can the dignity of the human realm exist? It's simply a joke. Zhu Tiandao snorted. The Yuan family and Xia province are all useless. That useless Yuan Qingdong even volunteered to kill people. Where is he now? He might even be a traitor. Capture him and investigate him. It's not easy to investigate an invincible realm cultivator, but a mere Sun Moon tier first layer? Manor Master Zhu. The Yuan family patriarch frowned. It's not appropriate for the Manor Master to say whether my son is a traitor or not. Zhu Tiandao said indifferently, then let me ask you, where is Yuan Qingdong? Did you save him? Did you kill the six-winged divine sect's Sun Moon tier? If not, then it's a dereliction of duty. What's the use of a useless person like him? Ignoring this person, he continued, does the great Han King have a different opinion about destroying the six-winged divine sect? The great Han King calmly said, it should be destroyed. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, good. Also, leave the matter of destroying the six-winged divine sect to the 8 great families. The six-winged divine sect now has 2 Sun Moon tiers and 6 Mountain Sea tiers. If the 8 great families can't even deal with the six-winged divine sect, does it mean that the 8 great families don't need to exist anymore? The great Han King was silent for a while before saying again, the 8 great families are responsible for destroying the six-winged divine sect. Within 3 months, I want to see the heads of the six-winged divine sect's Mountain Sea tier. Zhu Tiandao smiled and continued, my Ming constabulary has suffered heavy losses this time and needs more strength to fill the gap. I want to recruit 100,000 seeker warriors to guard the Ming constabulary. Cough, 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 coughs rang out in the hall. Mother Vasterisk Kerr, you really dare to say that? The Seeker realm had 300,000 Seeker warriors, all of whom were trained by Seeker realm powerhouses. They were all very strong, starting from Soar. These 300,000 Seeker warriors were also an important force in destroying Wanzhou. They did not participate in the frontline battles, and their main task was to guard the rear. This guy, what a big tone. He wanted to recruit 100,000 Seeker warriors in one go. The Ming constabulary's Iron Cavalry, with Soar as a soldier, only had 5,000 people. Xia province could be considered one of the 3 strongest prefectures. The strongest, Long Wuwei, claimed to have 10,000 people, but in reality, it didn't have that many. Of course, in Xia province's Long Wuwei, the Bright Guard, Wanshur as a soldier, Soar as a 10-man commander, and the Dark Guard with Soar as a soldier. Although the Seeker realm Seeker warriors were also Soar warriors, their strength was not as good as those elite legions. Their potential was also limited, and many of them were built up with medicines. But the 300,000 Seeker warriors were shocking enough. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, the Ming constabulary was attacked by 9 sun moons. I want to recruit 100,000 people to guard the Ming constabulary to prevent revenge. Isn't that what I should do? The Seeker realm doesn't work, and 300,000 Seeker warriors cost a lot of resources. Are you playing with ants here? As soon as he said that, someone said angrily, get those heaven-swallowing ants away as soon as possible. Zhu Tiandao frowned and said, what are you saying? Last time, it was the heaven-swallowing ants who attacked. Don't take advantage of me, I gave you face but you don't want it. 100,000 Seeker warriors to guard the Ming constabulary is a must. If it doesn't work, I don't want them if you kill the 9 sun moons. As he said that, he looked at the Han King and said with a smile, Han King, is my request too much? If the Ming constabulary is attacked by 9 sun moons and you are not in the mortal realm, do you think it's too much for Brother Lu to ask for reinforcements and tens of thousands of Seeker warriors? If it doesn't work, let my father come back to guard the Ming constabulary. I don't need those Seeker warriors. The Han King glanced at him and said indifferently, more than 100,000, 80,000. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, that's not much, right, 30,000. The Han King couldn't be bothered to bargain with him. After this, bring 30,000 Seeker warriors back to guard the Ming constabulary and feed them yourself. No problem. Zhu Tiandao smiled. Below, a Sun Moon tier elite said in a deep voice, Han King, you can't do this. Today, the Ming constabulary came to ask for seeker warriors, and tomorrow, the other constabularies will follow suit. The Han King said calmly, it's fine. Whichever constabulary kills 9 sun moons can take 30,000 seeker warriors. As soon as these words came out, Chief Steward Hu asked cautiously, Your Royal Highness, our Dragon Martial Institute's principal has killed 5 sun moon paragons and 4 more sun moon paragons. Is it possible to conscript 30,000 men? Silence. The Han King was also stunned. Is that so? Chief Steward Hu said carefully, this is true. Everyone should know, and most of them are in the 7th or 8th heaven of the sun moon tier. The Han King was silent. On the other side, the Silkworm Destruction King snickered. The Han King suddenly said, that's the War God Temple's business, and has nothing to do with us. The War God Temple also has seeker warriors. Enlist them from the War God Temple. He was almost confused. Aren't you King from the War God Temple? Why are you looking for me? On the other side, the Silkworm Destruction King also paused slightly. Yes, Xia province is under the jurisdiction of the War God Temple. Chief Steward Hu didn't speak anymore. He turned to look at the War God Temple. Even the Han King expressed, what about you? The Silkworm Destruction King smiled, and said casually, true, if your Xia province can afford it, enlist 50,000 seeker warriors. Xia province has a lot of killing, and if the Great Qin Constabulary needs them, they can also enlist 50,000 seeker warriors. Chief Steward Hu was slightly shocked. *CK, I forgot about this, 50,000 Sore warriors, could they afford it? Countless resources would be consumed every month. The Ming Constabulary didn't consume much, so they could afford it, but they might not. A Sore warrior didn't do anything for a month, so it was impossible to rely on them to draw out their own vitality for cultivation. Drawing out all the vitality liquid in Xia province was more or less the same. They would have to use 1 drop every 3 days, which meant 10 drops a month. No matter how cheap it was, 1 merit point per drop, this should be the lowest price, right? At least 500,000 merit points a month. This was for cultivation, and it was only for the foundation. When the army was mobilized, it couldn't possibly only be used for basic cultivation. Adding it all up, even if they saved up a month, it would still be 1 million merit points, more than 10 million a year. Chief Steward Hu's face changed. I was wrong, I shouldn't have spoken blindly, should I? If I bring it back, you will hack me to death, right? In truth, the Xia province didn't lack experts that much. He'd just heard Zhu Tiandao say this, and just happened to think of it. He felt that it was a great bargain, so he casually mentioned it, and now, it was over. On the throne, Zhu Tiandao also glanced at him curiously. Can your Xia province afford it? You want it too, my ass. The Ming constables aren't strong, but they're rich. You guys are really rich. I can't be bothered with him. Zhu Tiandao ignored him and continued, 30,000 strong men will do. Since the great Han King has said so, I won't ask for too much. After saying that, he continued, eliminate Wanzhou and protect the Ming constables. These 2 have been done, so I don't have too many requests. Finally, let's talk about the important point. Is that invincible human, or an outsider, or, who? Zhu Tiandao said playfully, I can't kill him, I can't bear to kill him, I can't kill him, I don't care about any of this. The key is, will the 2 Holy Lands continue to attack after giving me a definite answer? Is it fun for an invincible to attack this and that every day? If this goes on, my father will do the same next time, and you have no proof. The Dasha of Goguryeo will do the same, and you have no proof. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Zhu Tiandao glanced at the masters of the 8 families and said with a smile, I don't ask for much. It doesn't matter if you can't kill him. The next time this invincible attacks, what do you say? Silkworm Destruction King, Great Han King, both of you are invincible realm experts in the human race. I want to know what you think. This was the key, an invincible realm expert often appeared and attacked others. Who wouldn't worry? At this moment, the main hall was extremely quiet. The people of the 2 holy temples didn't say anything. After a long time, someone said, are you sure it's the invincible realm? Zhu Tiandao leaned back in the chair and said lazily, I'm not sure. He only broke 7 sun and moon Shenwen. Maybe he's at Yubation's level. There are fewer people at this level than Invincible Realm experts. Just check. The main hall was quiet again. The Great Han King lightly knocked on the chair. After a while, he said calmly, one after another, he's really crazy. Whether he's at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm or the Eternal realm, he's a Cancer. I'll discuss with the Great Qin King, the Great Zhou King, the Daxia of Goguryeo, the Great Light King. If there's a next time, we'll thoroughly investigate the Eternal realm. Whoever stops us will be responsible. After he finished speaking, the Han King paused for a moment before he continued, what do you think about this? Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, the Great Han King is fair. What he said naturally makes sense. I'm afraid, it won't be easy to deal with it. Forget it. Since the Great Han King said so, what else can I do? If that guy appears again, then we'll all go to hell together. If you don't let me live well, I'll move my Zhu family to a small world and let my father guard that small world. I'll live the life of a local tyrant. As for the mortal realm, I'll leave it to everyone. The Great Han King smiled faintly and said, the Great Light King knows you said that, probably. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Tiandao sighed and said, it's not me who said it. My father said it himself. It can't be helped. He's out, and I'm worried. These invincibles dare to come to my doorstep. What should I do? I'm not Xiao Longwu. Xiao Longwu wants to prove his Dao, but I don't. Zhu Tiandao said indifferently, if I want to prove my Dao, I'll find a small world to prove my Dao. At worst, I'll just die of old age in a small world. Who's afraid of who? Isn't it good to be a local tyrant? With my father's strength, he can only defend a small world. Without 8 or 10 invincibles, they can't do anything to my father. Even if the invincibles in the mortal realm attack, if they don't kill 1 or 2 of them, they'll be letting down his great reputation. The Great Han King laughed lightly and said, don't talk nonsense. Behind him, the Silkworm Destruction King also said angrily, shut up, Zhu Tiandao. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhu Tiandao chuckled and said, it's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. But that's it. If another invincible dares to attack, then it won't be a joke. At that time, everyone will have fun. I hope everyone has fun. Silence. Everyone saw him laughing happily, but they couldn't laugh. Zhu Tiandao said lightly, it can't be helped. How can I care about others when I'm hurt? Do you really think everyone is a saint? If they don't hit you, you won't suffer. Why are you so thick-skinned to persuade people to be kind and magnanimous? It's not your family's children that I'm killing, right? If that invincible kills the Yuan family's children today, the Zhou family's children tomorrow, the Zhang family's children the day after. I advise you to be magnanimous and not bother about it. Think about the big picture. Will you do it? If you do, starting from tomorrow, people from your families will die every day. Do you believe me? Zhu Tiandao said faintly, isn't it easy for an invincible to assassinate a few sun and moons? My father can do it too. My father can't, but it's not a problem for me to assassinate 1 or 2 sun and moons. I advise you to be magnanimous and think about the big picture. Don't be angry. Do you agree? If you agree, I won't bother about what happened today. I'll turn around and leave. How about that? Silence. The Great Han King was silent for a while again. We understand what you said. You're right. This person has already affected the whole big picture. If we continue to make a ruckus, people will be divided, and it'll be hard to save them. I don't know who this person is. If there's a next time, I'll insist on a thorough investigation. If I can't find anything, someone will stop me. The Great Han Mansion will make the same choice as you. Are you satisfied? Zhu Tiandao smiled brightly. Then there's no problem. This son of AB** TCH is always up to no good. Once is enough. It's your luck that we didn't find you. Again? Do you think we're all fools? Do you think you can King kill people just because you want to? Why don't you look at the situation and behave atrociously in the territory of the Great Ming Mansion? You really deserve a beating. He cursed a few times and looked at the patriarchs of the 8 great families. He curled his lips and said, if you want to kill, you should kill those useless people. No one will care if you kill them. Why do you have to kill elites like us? Aren't you looking for trouble? Could it be the father of the useless people? Cough, cough. An old man from the 8 great families said helplessly, Mansion Master Zhu, it's meaningless to point at the mulberry tree and curse the locust tree. If you really knew who it was, it's impossible not to deal with it. It's too secretive, and you know how troublesome it is. As for this time, the Seeker Tier and the War God Temple didn't react in time, so we'll take responsibility for it. However, some words shouldn't be said. If we continue, it won't benefit anyone, and it'll only benefit others, right? That's reasonable. Lao Zhao knows how to talk. Zhu Tiandao chuckled. That's right. It's such a simple matter. If there's a mistake, just take responsibility. Why do you have to be so thick-skinned? Give me a precise answer. How long will the 8 great clans take to deal with the 6-winged divine sect? The great Han King said 3 months. Before the old man finished, Zhu Tiandao said calmly, then you're too useless. The great Han King gave you 3 months as a favor, and you guys really want to deal with it in 3 months? The old man from the Zhao clan was silent for a while and then sighed. 1 month. Each of the 8 great clans will send a Sun-Moon tier elite. 8 Sun-Moon tier elites will patrol the world. Within 1 month, find the enemy's nest and kill their higher-ups. If they can't do it, the 8 great clans will give the world an explanation. That's more like it. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, Feng Qi and Chen Yang's lives must be preserved. I'll have Old Ho patrol with them, so don't try to play dirty with me. Some guys, don't look at me, I'm talking to you, Yuan Old Ghost. If you want to mess with Xianxia, go do it. As for Qin Yong and Feng Qi, I don't care what they have to do with Xianxia. The point is, they're the martial uncles of my Ming Constabulary's money tree, so I have to take care of them. If they die and my money tree runs away, the 8 great clans will compensate me 30 million merit points each and I'll let this matter rest. Saying so, not giving the other side a chance to speak, Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, it's settled then. 30 million each, that's fine. 200 or 300 million merit points, you can do whatever you want. The great Han King and Silkworm Destruction King did not say anything. At this time, someone stood up and said in a deep voice, since we're talking about this, then we should talk about Suyu. I already know about this matter. Suyu's 8 heavenly cycle acupoints formed his body, ushering in the changes of the ancient human emperor's rules, ha ha ha. Zhu Tiandao suddenly rocked back and forth with laughter, unable to restrain himself. Damn, you fools, you're all the same as Wanzhou. Everyone was stunned. Zhu Tiandao rocked back and forth with laughter. You don't think that's true, do you? He clutched his chest and laughed happily. Do you really think that those Sun and Moon clans of Wanzhou were so easily ambushed by us? Right inside the Tiandu prefecture? So stupid that they all ran over there? What 8 heavenly cycle acupoints, human emperor sending blessings, are you people, stupid? Zhu Tiandao laughed loudly. In the next moment, he shouted, men. Soon, a Mountain Sea Realm expert entered. Let me demonstrate to everyone what it means to catch a fool. Find a brother and send him some blessings. Yes, sir. The Iron Cavalry expert did not say much. Soon, he brought a Soar Realm expert inside. You. Now, body forging. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, let's show these fools whether the Ming Constabulary's skills are amazing or not. The man did not say anything and quickly began body forging. Soar could body forging many times. At this moment, he used the body forging technique. After a while, the wind and clouds surged. In the blink of an eye, several clouds floated in from outside. In the next moment, the clouds changed. Body forging every day, blessing every day, large words hung in the air. Heavenly origin energy erupted. In the next moment, the large words formed by the clouds landed on the man's body. The Iron Cavalry Guard Soar's face lit up with joy. He quickly devoured the heavenly origin energy, and in the blink of an eye, his body shone with golden light. The others were already dumbfounded, even Steward Hu and the others who had come with him had their eyes wide open. F*ck, it's fake, the Great Han King and the Silkworm Destruction King were also slightly stunned. They had actually received the news as well. But now, it was fake, created by themselves. This was a joke to everyone in the world. The Great Han King looked at Zhu Tiandao thoughtfully. After a long time, he said indifferently, "Your Zhu family has quite a lot of heavenly origin energy." "How generous." Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "You can't catch the wolf without risking the child. It's just a bit of heavenly origin energy. Isn't it worth it to use 9 sun and moon gods?" Ha ha ha. Zhu Tiandao laughed brightly. "In the end, I thought that after killing those people, someone would see through it. Who knew? In these 2 holy lands, there are still fools who dare to come forward and ask. I just want to say, don't cultivate until your brain is gone. If we weren't prepared, why would we let Suyu publicly forge his body? I thought that smart people would see through it, but in the end, I'm dying of laughter." He laughed again. Many people had strange expressions. **ck your grandpa, who knew it was fake. The commotion was huge. Moreover, they didn't see it live, but according to the intelligence, the commotion was frighteningly huge. Oh my, human emperor blessing, heavenly cycle forging, 5-colored heavenly punishment. In the end, it was fake. **ck. Where did the Ming constabulary get this heavenly origin energy? Could it be that the heavenly origin fruits these years were useless?" The person who spoke earlier also had an ugly expression. He was humiliated, but he was humiliated speechless. It was fake. **ck. In the future, he had to see it with his own eyes. This was too much of a scam. Where did the bastards from the Ming constabulary get so many tricks? Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "Everyone, don't leak it." Ahem, actually, if I do it next time, I probably won't be able to catch Wanzu's sun and moon gods. Actually, I was planning to make a few more heavenly origin energy. I've already thought about it. The next time I show it, trampling on Ling Yun, human emperor congratulating. Or, mountains and seas unite, myriad realms pay homage. He laughed and said, "I don't know if I can trick them again next time." It was extremely quiet in the main hall. **ck. First you said that the Ming constabulary was almost destroyed, and then you said that you fished it up yourself. You really **king played everyone for fools. How infuriating." Then Suyu's heavenly cycle acupoints. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "That's true. He opened 360. I think 350 orifices. I didn't ask for the specifics, but whatever. It might not be a good thing to open so many orifices. As for the location of the orifices, you can just buy it with money. It's not a big deal. Which genius wants to open more than 300 orifices? It's not like no one can help them. We won't stop them from opening their orifices." He made it sound simple and easy. Small matter, what everyone cared about was the change in the rules. Now it was proven that it was all fake. Who cared how many orifices were opened? If they were capable, they could open them themselves. Meanwhile, Steward Hu and the others were doubting life at this moment. **ck. It was fake. They still hadn't come back to their senses. A group of people had been fooled, but, at that time, that faint sense of oppression was really frightening. It was very real. Why was it fake? Had the Ming constabulary's counterfeiting skills reached such a level? The few of them were extremely depressed. Big Han King was also speechless. Silkworm Destruction King said angrily, "If it's fake, then so be it. That Suyu made it once was enough. There aren't many heaven essence fruits to begin with. Can't you just make some fake heaven essence chi for the demonstration? To waste so much heaven essence chi for the sore. You're not a son." After saying that, he scolded, "In the past, your big brother didn't have heaven essence fruits and could only use the essence of gods and demons to make Kaiyuan. He died a miserable death. Now, you unfilial disciple, wasting heaven essence fruits is a heinous crime." Zhu Tiandao was speechless. He could only say, "Suyu said he had a chance of finding the primordial spirit aperture. I was thinking that if he found it, he wouldn't need heaven essence fruits to build his foundation in the future. It's fine to waste some." Everyone was exhausted. Silkworm Destruction King shouted, "Then has he found the primordial spirit aperture?" "Not yet." "Since he hasn't, you believe him?" "Of course." Zhu Tiandao explained, "He's very powerful. Orifice closure technique, origin Shinwen technique, soul devouring technique, purifying energy technique, and the primordial spirit awakening technique that he's going to promote are all top-notch techniques. They're all treasures. He said there's hope in the next few years. How can I not believe him? It's because I believe him that I wasted the heaven essence fruits. Isn't he powerful? Suyu, Big Han King pondered, I've seen the origin Shinwen technique and the dual Wu orifice closure technique. They're very good techniques. Zhu Tiandao smiled. Big Han King thinks they're good, right? In the end, there's nothing to show for it. Sigh, it's so sad. Even the trash thousand literati scripture in the past was able to obtain 2 opportunities to forge one's body, and the inventor was directly promoted to a senior researcher. Now, let's not talk about it. The seeking realm is already like this. Suyu is just a small character, there's no need to care too much about him. Big Han King glanced at him, then at the 8 great families. One of the 8 great families' patriarchs said, the secret art is still in the promotion stage. We haven't seen any results yet. We're already discussing the rewards. On the other side, Silkworm Destruction King suddenly laughed, don't be so troublesome. Suyu, right? The War God Temple will reward him with 1 opportunity to forge his body and another opportunity to study at the War God Temple. Oh right, open the War God Pavilion to him. In addition, he can study at War God College for 10 years. Zhu Tiandao's face darkened, screw you, are you trying to pick peaches? Stop dreaming, I was just saying that, but I quickly said, thank you, Silkworm Destruction King. If Suyu can't come, I hope that someone else can take his place. Some researchers don't care about this, but they hope that their family can enjoy it. Let's see if Suyu's father needs it. It was just that simple, he wouldn't come in person, who knew if he would be able to go back after coming, why not I sent his father to the War God Temple, that was quite amazing. Wansha realm with 36 apertures opened was actually not bad. Please don't look down on it, Zhu Tiandao was delighted, my idea was good. If Suyu found out, he would have to thank me. Sending his father to the War God Temple, that was safe, right? It was the safest place in the world, who would come to the War God Temple to kill people? If the invincible realm really exploded and attacked their nest, that would be terrible, Silkworm Destruction King was speechless. Damn you, old Zhu's kid, the older he got, the less cute he was so cute when he was young, he was so fat. I used to pinch sparrows when I was young, but now it's not fun at all. Inside the hall, Zhu Tiandao easily settled everything. Being firm without desire, I'm not begging you, so what can you do to me? At this moment, the Han King seemed to have thought of something and slowly said, does that Suyu control a ruin? Zhu Tiandao frowned. Even the invincible realm has their eyes on it. In the next moment, the Han King chuckled and said, Tiandao, don't think too much about it. I'm just reminding you that he's a little too arrogant. Now, the myriad worlds might know that he has an invincible realm ruin. Don't let him come into contact with Xiao Long Wu, steward whose expression changed slightly when he heard that. Zhu Tiandao nodded thoughtfully, that's true. The Han King sighed, actually, even if he doesn't come into contact with him, the more famous he is, the more troublesome it will be. If the ruin can be used to verify the Tao, then many people's arrangements will be destroyed. He looked around and said indifferently, I know that many people are waiting for Xiao Long Wu. Wait for him to go to the All Heavens battlefield, wait for him to kill the invincible realm. However, don't cause any more trouble. There's no need to go through all this trouble. As for Suyu, he looked at the crowd again and said indifferently, even if we really kill him, it won't be of much use. If he has already told the location of the ruin to someone, such as Xiao Long Wu or Zhu Tiandao, what's the point of killing him? What can we stop? Some people's expressions changed. Others were in disbelief. The old man who spoke earlier said directly, Han King, you're saying that someone wants to kill Suyu and not give him the chance to transfer the ruin to someone else so that someone can verify the Tao. He did not know Suyu. However, after listening to it a few times, he understood a little. A peerless genius of the human race who seemed to have inherited the invincible realm ruin. Now, someone wanted to kill him. As for the goal, it was simple. They didn't want to give Xiao Long Wu the chance to verify the Tao in secret. Everyone needed Xiao Long Wu to verify the Tao in the All Heavens battlefield, the great Han King said calmly, perhaps. Juan probably has the same goal. That's why there are more and more actions against Suyu. This young man. I can't judge whether he's right or wrong. He publicizes his cultivation methods and kills his enemies, which is beneficial to the human clan. However, he keeps publicizing cultivation methods and revealing that he has the relic in his hands. This has caused many people to be wary. After the great Han King finished speaking, he paused and said, one won't give up on killing him, and we can't do much. In the human realm, we'll do our best to protect him, or let him come to the Seeker realm. I'll protect him. Just as Zhu Tiandao was about to speak, the Han King said indifferently, Tiandao, there are some things that you should understand. If he doesn't come to the Seeker realm, it wouldn't be good for us to keep an eye on him. Everyone has their own things to do. We can't let the Eternal protect a young man. Zhu Tiandao nodded, thought about it, and said, Great Han King is right. However, in my Ming constabulary, safety is guaranteed. As for the relic, Zhu Tiandao thought about it and said, actually, Xiao Longwu took it away long ago. Why don't we publicize it? If everyone wants to kill him, they can just kill Xiao Longwu. That killer embryo isn't afraid anyway. Chief Steward who rolled his eyes, F***ck, be a human, you have the nerve to say that. Zhu Tiandao didn't care. To put it bluntly, if Xiao Longwu didn't come out of the human realm, who could kill him? Once he came out of the human realm, everyone would want to kill him. What was the difference? That killer embryo probably didn't care about this. He even hoped that an invincible realm expert would come and kill him in secret. Maybe he could even bait an invincible realm expert out to kill him. At this point, Zhu Tiandao said, even if I don't tell Xiao Longwu now, when I go back, I'll ask Suyu to tell Xiao Longwu where the relic is. I've already told you. If you want to stop Xiao Longwu from proving his Dao, then go and find trouble with Xiao Longwu. As soon as he said that, someone said faintly, Master Zhu, it's fine that you made a slip of the tongue. It's not that we want to stop Master Xia, but Master Wan, time and time again, do you want to set us against Master Xia? Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, I don't mean that. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean that, it has nothing to do with me. At this point, he smiled again and said, Xiao Longwu is a killer embryo and has a bad temper. I think the failure rate of proving his Dao is as high as 90%. Now, there's still a 10% chance. Let's not waste time. If we really push him too far. Do you really think he has to prove his Dao? If we push him too far, he might as well not prove his Dao. All of a sudden, all of our plans will be for naught, right? He chuckled and said, some people are still counting on this opportunity to get some benefits for themselves. If you guys push him too far now, or if he runs to a small realm to prove his Dao, then it's all over. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, Qin Zhen, the Zhou family brothers, the Yuan family's big brother, the Lu family's big brother, many people are waiting. This is probably the only chance. Don't make trouble, it'll be ugly. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to control myself, not to mention that Xiao Longwu, that killer embryo. Everyone, please control your own people. Some people also want to understand, don't pay for other people's mistakes. If you really push that killer embryo to the limit, everyone, just wait and see. Silence. The King of Han glanced at Zhu Tiandao, smiled, and said, then that's it. As for Xiajia, he looked at Chief Steward Hu and said with a faint smile, Little Hu, do you have anything to say? Chief Steward Hu smiled and said, no, Master and Hoyi have nothing to say. Everything is for the sake of the big picture. The King of Han was silent. On the other side, the Silkworm Destruction King also didn't say anything. Silence was the scary part. People like Zhu Tiandao, who argued for what was right and didn't stop talking, still hoped to mingle in the human realm. Some people, even if he didn't say anything, holding it in now did not mean he would always hold it in. In the end, it could lead to big trouble. Xiajia had nothing to say, even Da Xia of Goguryeo had nothing to say recently in the All Heavens battlefield. Xiao Longwu's Dao confirming, had become Xiajia's obsession. Whether it succeeded or failed, it could lead to big trouble. The King of Han also had a headache. In fact, if Chief Steward Hu had spoken, he could have ordered the Yuan family's Yuan Qingdong to leave Xia province at this moment, but he didn't. Xianxia had no objection. The more he had no objection, the more troublesome it would be. Seeing this, Zhu Tiandao no longer said anything. It has nothing to do with me, I don't care. On Xiaojia's side, this attitude was a bit chilling. Killer embryo Xiao Long Wu, this time there was no objection. Were you afraid? On the side of the 8 great families, the patriarchs were also silent. The king of Han did not mention this matter again. He sighed inwardly and quickly said, if that's the case, the crisis of Ming constables can be considered resolved, right? Tiandao, do you have anything else to say? Zhu Tiandao nodded. One last thing, it's not a big deal, it's a private matter. There are some Invincible Realm manuscripts in the Seeker State, can you give a few to Suyu? He laughed and said, it's a small matter, ordinary manuscripts will do. The Ming constables have provided the rewards of the Seeker State, including the opportunity to cast the body, to Suyu, so there's no need to trouble you guys. Each of the 8 great families, 1 Invincible Realm manuscript, and another 30 to 50 copies. These things are not valuable, Invincible Realm experts can just write casually. Silence, you're so shameless, the king of Han was silent for a moment. Among the 8 great families, one of the patriarchs said in a deep voice, Invincible Realm manuscripts are not to be spread. Invincible Realm manuscripts contain some Invincible Realm insights. These things were generally not to be spread. Zhu Tiandao thought about it and nodded. All right. The origin Shunwen technique is much stronger than the universal text scripture. The universal text scripture can be exchanged for 2 chances to cast the body, the origin Shunwen technique can be exchanged for at least 4 times, right? For the next 4 years, the Ming constables will have 1 person cast the body every year. Oh right, the Ming constables themselves will also exchange 50 years for 1 chance, 5 times is fine. For the next 5 years, the people from the Ming constables will have to cast the body. Is this okay? Zhu Tiandao yawned and said, then it's settled. Don't tell me that the origin Shunwen technique is not as good as the universal text scripture. If you say that, then it's meaningless, you're treating all the civilizers in the world as fools. The next 5 years will all belong to the Zhu family. The patriarch of the Yuan family frowned slightly and said, does the Ming constables have 5 people who need to cast the body? This was the treatment of top geniuses, Zhu Tiandao nodded. I already have 2 grandchildren who need it. There are too many geniuses in the Ming constables, not to mention 5, even 500 won't be enough. He smiled and said, they're all top-notch geniuses. Don't worry, once they succeed in casting the body, they can even fight against 5 Huang Ting and Qin Feng. As for not being able to fight against them, then so be it. Everyone was speechless. The king of Han smiled. I can give you a copy of my manuscript. As for the others, he looked at the patriarchs of the 8 great clans. Should he give the Zhu family the chance to cast the body for 5 years consecutively, or should he give them the manuscript? The choice was up to him. Zhu Tiandao was also leisurely and unhurried. Give whatever you want, either one is fine. The patriarch of the Yuan family was still somewhat dissatisfied and said again, we can give other rewards, including the heavenly origin fruit. Oh, the heavenly origin fruit. Give 100 of them? Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, that's fine too, otherwise, it's useless. You guys saw it, I just casually cast it just now and used up more than 10 heavenly origin fruits. We don't lack these. To be honest, the Ming constables have a lot of these things. My father secretly cut down a heavenly origin tree from the immortal realm a few years ago, don't you guys know? Get lost, who are you trying to fool? Zhu Tiandao impatiently said, don't delay. If you delay any longer, the primordial Shunwen secret art won't be passed down and the other great matters will double the price. This is all the work of the 8 great clans. If there is no reward for creating a secret art, why are you promoting it? Do you really think you care about that little bit of money? He was a little impatient. On the other side, Silkworm Destruction King smiled and said, Tiandao, why don't you license the primordial Shunwen secret art to the War God Temple? I guarantee you will receive enough benefits. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, forget it, if the primordial spirit Kaiyuan secret art is out and the results are good, I hope Silkworm Destruction King can supervise the War God Temple a little, but the returning aperture merging technique won't be given any benefits. Silkworm Destruction King didn't care and said casually, "Didn't I just give it to you?" "Fine, too lazy to talk about this anymore," Zhu Tiandao no longer asked, getting up and walking down from his throne. "Then it's settled. Starting this year, I'll arrange for people to seal off the Heavenly Origin territory. In any case, the Heavenly Origin fruit is only picked last year, so sealing it off for 5 years shouldn't be a problem." At this moment, one of the 8 great clans' patriarchs sighed and said, "That's fine, each family will get 1 copy, plus Senior Wang's copy. 9 invincible manuscripts will be provided to Suyu. Let's round it up." Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "The 8 great clans will pay for it and the public treasury will pay for 1 copy, rounding up to 10 is no big deal. We're a group of big shots, there's no need for us to make such a big fuss over such a trivial matter." "No big deal, were invincible manuscripts worthless?" Too lazy to argue with him, the patriarch silently agreed and didn't say anything. 10 invincible manuscripts, this was the reward for the primordial Shenwen secret art. If they didn't want it, naturally no one would give it to them, but if they did, they had to give it to them. Especially at a time like this, the Great Han King and the Silkworm Destroying King were watching, as were the people from the War God Temple. In truth, the 8 great clans were also sullen. When something happened to the Ming Constabulary, Zhu Tiandao had complained. Ming Constabulary was under the jurisdiction of the Seeker-Seeking Realm, so naturally they were the unlucky ones. When something happened in Xia province, Xianxia didn't come to the War God Temple to complain. In the end, it was all their fault. Zhu Tiandao, despicable person, shameless, Zhu Tiandao didn't care at all, smiling as he said, "Then take out your manuscripts now. I'll take them back so you don't have to send them over. The matter has been resolved perfectly, and everyone is fine. As I said, it's just a trivial matter, there's no need to go through all this trouble." Who had gone through all this trouble? Everyone was speechless. Today, everything had been said by you alone. The patriarchs no longer said anything, each taking out a manuscript and flying it towards Zhu Tiandao. In the hall, some of the mountains and seas were envious. As for the Great Han King, he smiled and casually tossed over a manuscript. Zhu Tiandao patted his forehead, as if thinking of something, turning his head and smiling, "Sir Silkworm Destroying King, so you can also be considered half a student of yours. Can you write a copy of Time for me to take back?" Silkworm Destroying King was slightly startled. Was it really him? At this moment, in the main hall, the sun, moon, mountain, and sea lords were all a little surprised. Time, the Great Han King, was also a little surprised, looking towards Silkworm Destroying King. "Chief disciple?" Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Half a student is still a student." Of course, if Silkworm Destroying King isn't interested in recognizing this disciple, that Suyu also has an arrogant personality, he may not be willing. Cough cough, "Sorry, I misspoke, please don't take it to heart, Silkworm Destroying King." Silkworm Destroying King smiled and said playfully, "Little fatty." The hall fell silent for a moment, Zhu Tiandao's face twitching. Silkworm Destroying King lightly coughed, a slip of the tongue. This was a formal meeting, not a private one. As a prefecture lord, it was not appropriate to address him like this, but it was fine in private. Silkworm Destroying King also knew that he had misspoken, so he instantly dropped this topic and said with a smile, "So you inherited Time, this is interesting. Forget it, then I will gift him a book of comprehension, it is also a supplement for me these years. I hope that he does not bring disgrace to this cultivation technique of mine." As he said this, he threw out a book. Zhu Tiandao caught it, no longer caring about the little fatty matter. "If it was not for the fact that my strength is inferior to yours, believe it or not, I will immediately say that you were pulled out from some place." Silkworm Destroying King vaguely sensed something, and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Zhu Tiandao felt a little guilty, and did not look at him again. It was time to run, everything that should be done had been done, what was the point of staying here if not running? The harvest this time was not small. In the end, he even took the opportunity to raise the tiger flag. Suyu, Silkworm Destroying King's disciple, and Great Light Lord were also protecting him. Suddenly there were 2 invincible experts, everyone had to consider carefully. As for whether Silkworm Destroying King would acknowledge it or not, that was his business. How do you know that he would not acknowledge it? The harvest was great, he was going to take his leave. Just as he was about to leave, Great Han King said indifferently, "The things have been given, and the promise has been made. The ant infestation in Twin Saints Manor should also stop. Let's all stop, come to the rear to rest for a few days, not to care about this bullshit. The front is not as peaceful as you think. The ancestors of the primordial god race and origin demon race are showing signs of coming out of seclusion. Do you want to make the human realm not harmonious before you are satisfied? Hearing this, Silkworm-destroying King also said indifferently, this is true, it is not just them, the eternals of the other races are also getting restless. Civilizationists, calm down a bit, we are easy to talk to, there is someone who is not easy to talk to, if you really provoke the great Qin King back. Everyone, we care about the feelings of some old friends, it is not good for us to say anything, it is not good for us to do anything, that person, think carefully, on the battlefield, it is not the first time you have slapped your own sun and moon to death. We are good people, we have some concerns. But there is someone who is not, don't mess around, if you really provoke the great Qin King back from the battlefield, who cares if you are a descendant of invincible experts, if you are killed, then so be it. His return is a shocking matter. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Zhu Tiandao also grinned, but just as he was smiling, Silkworm-destroying King said indifferently, if he really comes back and sees that the two sacred manors are full of ants, he will not be easy to talk to. Silence. Zhu Tiandao felt awkward. He was also a little afraid of the great Qin King, but in reality, there were not many people who were not afraid. The great Qin King could not unify the world and suppress all invincible experts, but it was enough to suppress them. If you provoked him, your family's invincible experts might not dare to stand up for you. Understood, our Ming Manors will deal with the ants as soon as possible. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, it will be done very soon. Things have been discussed, and there are still some troubles at the Ming Manors to deal with. The losses this time were too heavy. I have to go back and take charge of the Ming Manor's reconstruction. Sirs, colleagues, this Zhu will take his leave. Throwing down these words, he turned and left. I won't play with you anymore. After he quickly left, Silkworm-destroying King smiled and said, this guy. Little Song, how are the Ming Manor's losses? The sun and moon of the great Song Manors, the one who had come with Zhu Tiandao, was preparing to leave at this moment. Hearing this, he instantly felt a little awkward. You don't know, I thought someone had already sent a message, however, he did not dare to ignore Invincible's question. He said awkwardly, that, loss, is quite big, quite big? It's, the one where a transportation gate was broken, and then, 9 people died, sun and moon? Silkworm-destroying King was slightly stunned. The ones who died were the sun and moon? No, cough cough, it's, the ordinary people. The strongest one, has reached Wanshi. The entire Great Hall was frighteningly quiet. The experts on both sides were frighteningly quiet at this moment. 9 people had died, the Ming Manors were about to be destroyed, he was going back to rebuild the Ming Manors. At this moment, outside, Zhu Tiandao roared, 30,000 strong men, it's all of you. Follow me back to the Ming Manors and protect them. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up. In the Great Hall, someone could not help but say in a low voice, are we really going to send these 30,000 strong men to the Ming Manors? F***ck, 9 people had died. You said the Ming Manors were in grave danger, and on the verge of destruction. Although they knew that Zhu Tiandao was talking nonsense, they had killed 9 sun and moon experts and more than 10 mountain and sea experts, so it was normal that a few of them had died. The Song clan's sun and moon experts had said that 9 people had died, and they had assumed that they were powerful experts. But now, they were all ordinary people, and the strongest was Wanshi. Silence. King Han rose to his feet, walked off the dais, and said coolly, disperse. Also, I hope that some people will listen to me. After all, I'm not a sovereign in the Seeker realm, and there are some things that I don't want to meddle in. But, if you keep causing trouble while I'm in secluded meditation, don't blame me for not remembering old friendships when I come out. With that, he flickered into motion and vanished. As for Silkworm-destroying King, he chuckled and said, what a mess. I can't be bothered with you. Lil Hu, take 50,000 strong men back to Dixia province. Don't forget, the War God Temple's resources have been a bit tight recently. After saying this, he disappeared in an instant. The War God Temple also disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chief Steward, whose expression changed again. Should I take them? Just as he was thinking, Silkworm Destroying King's voice rang out again. Not everyone can use strong men. Since the great Han King said that they can only be obtained by killing 9 sun and moon experts, then that's how it is. Don't mess around in private. He had completely left. As for Chief Steward Hu, his face was purple. 50,000 strong men. That's more than 10 million merit points a year. I think I'm finished. Now, Xia province wants to reduce the number of wars, 50,000 strong men. Don't tell me they're all going to fight Wanzhou, otherwise, they'll just be idlers. But if they go fight Wanzhou, what will Long Wuwei and the others do? Chief Steward Hu frowned. My mouth is cheap. When I go back, I'm afraid I'll have to spend a lot of money. Outside, Zhu Tiandao didn't care about that. He instantly gathered 30,000 strong men. These strong men were all in the soaring sky realm. Of course, among the 30,000 people, there were a few in the soaring cloud realm, as well as 3 who had just entered the mountain and sea realm. Although they weren't weak, they weren't particularly strong. The main thing was that their potential was really limited. Most of them were cultivated with special medicinal herbs, pills, and special methods. Zhu Tiandao didn't care about that. 30,000 people were all in the Soar realm. Even if they were very weak, if they really fought, it wouldn't be a problem for them to defeat those elite troops in the Wanxia realm. Spending money to raise people was not a problem. Let's go back to the mansion. Zhu Tiandao shouted. The golden dragon soared into the sky. He looked back and saw that the 2 main halls had separated. Wudi had already left. He smiled. Suddenly, he raised his middle finger at some people who had just walked out of the main hall. His lips moved. If you F** King cause trouble in my Ming mansion again, I'll torture you to death. The expressions of those experts who had just walked out changed slightly. Zhu Tiandao laughed loudly. Send my regards to old he. His broken leg is fine. The next time he comes to the Ming mansion, I'll hold a welcoming dinner for him. The Ming Civilization Academy is still lacking a deputy principal. Anyone can come. We'll welcome them at any time. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, the golden dragon Soar left. I'm so happy today. I'm so happy today. The sun and moon 9 heavens. How lonely it is to be invincible. Poor Xiao Long Wu. He insisted on proving the Tao of invincibility. If it were me, I'd kill him until he pissed his pants. Zhu Tiandao's laughter, singing, and smug voice could be heard continuously. I won't prove the Tao of invincibility. No one can bully me. If you bully me, I'll get rid of you first. In the main hall, an old man smiled and lamented. When did being invincible become an asset when one can't prove the Tao of invincibility? Sigh. How sad and lamentable. At this moment, outside the main hall, at the foot of the 99th step, a middle-aged fat man was building a house. When he saw people looking at him, he looked up. Bare One's teeth smiled foolishly. My father said to build a house here. If there's anything, I'll hit the rising dragon drum. Everyone, please take care of me in the future. I'm going to plant some vegetables and fruits on this small field. If everyone likes it, you can come and eat together. Outside the Seeker's Gate, under the Seeker's Hall, at the entrance of the Holy Land. The Zhu family had to guard the rising dragon drum here and farm. Someone couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What a disgrace. At the foot of the steps, Zhu Tiandao's eldest son, Bare One's teeth, smiled foolishly and said, my grandfather used to be a farmer. He's not a gentleman either. I'll scold him on your behalf. When he comes back, I'll scold him for being a disgrace. This kind of person, how can he be the bright king? It's a disgrace, F***ck, everyone cursed inwardly. What a troublemaker, old Zhu's family wasn't anything good. Zhu Tiandao's eldest son didn't give up. He smiled foolishly and said, right, my father said that I might be stationed in the Seeker's Gate in the future. If I do, my bloodline will have to take root here. Everyone, discuss which land to give to me. Also, see what kind of position I can take. If I can't, I can also be in charge of guarding the rising dragon drum. Also, the 8 great clans should become the 9 great clans. If my Zhu family comes, at least we'll have a seat. The middle-aged fatty continued, there are 270,000 strong men in the Seeker's Gate. If I become one of the leaders of the 9 great clans, I can mobilize 30,000 people. You have to make arrangements for me later. Oh, right, the leader of the Seeker's Gate will get an extra heaven origin fruit every year. You have to give this to me. My bloodline is too pitiful. My father didn't give me much starting capital, 30,000 strong men have nothing to do. Arrange for me to open up wastelands and farm. Food is the most important thing to the people. Farming can also make a fortune. The middle-aged fatty smiled brightly as if he was calculating how much could be harvested with 30,000 people farming. On the steps, Sun and Moon frowned slightly and said, Zhu Guangshan, are you serious or joking? The fatty looked up and said with a smile, I'm not joking. Of course I'm serious. The Zhu family has to participate. We have to participate. We have to fight for power and profit. My father also said that I'm a shit stirrer. In the future, when you hold meetings and make decisions, you have to call me. If you don't call me, I'll beat the rising dragon drum. All decisions, all decisions, all decisions, I have to know. If you don't tell me, I'll beat the rising dragon drum too. My father also said that some people don't want face when we give them face. They think that our Zhu family is easy to bully. We have to slap their faces every day. My father also said that people who are kind will be bullied, and horses who are kind will be ridden. My father also said that the Zhu family is not a gentle family. At the critical moment, they will draw their swords and kill their grandpa. Don't be afraid. If we win, we will eat meat. If we lose, my grandfather will take us away. My father also said that whether it's the 8 great clans or the 9 great clans, who cares? As long as our Zhu family is full, that's enough. If we don't, we will turn on them. My dad also said that we can't be too shameless. Shameless people don't end up well. We have to be shameless. Shameless people are bastards, they're useless. Shameless people can't attain the Tao, they can beat up whoever they want. My father also said that it's good that my uncle died. If he doesn't die and reaches the Tao, the Zhu family will have to pretend to be weak. My father, in all directions, the experts were dumbfounded. The Ming Constabulary. Troublemaker. Which bastard went to provoke the Ming Constabulary? They have strength, status, and shamelessness. You dare to provoke them? You must be crazy. At the bottom of the steps, Zhu Guangshan hummed a tune and continued to build the house. He was leisurely singing. Beside the rising dragon drum, the faces of the mountains and seas guarding the house were stiff. In the future, are you really going to stay here? In the future, are we really going to be neighbors? I don't want to do this guard job anymore. The few of them were sad and indignant. They couldn't do it anymore. It would be infuriating. On the steps, the patriarchs of the 8 great clans all left silently. They didn't plan to provoke the Zhu family. The last time old he took office, it was just a casual test. Who knew that he would poke a hornet's nest? This time, they couldn't get rid of this dog skin plaster even if they wanted to. They had a splitting headache, however, there was no way they could refuse. Their Zhu family was going to get involved. The eldest son's bloodline was going to take root here. In the future, it would really be troublesome. Ming House. Civilization Academy. Surf Pavilion Tea House. When Zhu Tiandao left, Suyu and the others had also finished watching the show, and they all looked like they had not had enough. Many people, at this moment, the scene of Zhu Tiandao leaving and returning appeared before everyone's eyes. Hu Xianxia waved his hand and turned off the screen, smiling. I'm done. Now we'll wait for the chief to come back. This thing consumes a lot of energy, and there won't be much to see on the way. What a waste. Suyu nodded slightly and said regretfully, why can't we see what the invincible ones look like? Projection is energy capture, mapping, and transmitting back. The invincible ones can't capture it. Hu Xianxia explained and laughed. Just be content. The 2 invincible ones must have discovered that we were spying on them and ignored us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen anything. Beside him, Niu Baidao also smiled. Of course they did. They ignored us, and the chief won a great victory this time. The 2 invincible ones also have the intention to set things right, but their attitude is not obvious enough. So you did not care too much about what he said. He smiled. It's okay. The chief has agreed to almost everything. I can see that other than being a little vague when it comes to dealing with the invincible ones, everything else is fine. With the help of the invincible ones, the Han King said he would investigate thoroughly next time, not this time. This was probably the only condition of Zhu Tiandao's that was not fulfilled as promised. After several attempts, the Han King and the others still could not make up their minds. They had to leave it for the next time. Niao Baidao nodded slightly. It's normal. The Han King is just the Han King. He can't represent others, and he can't give you any promises. Even if he's dissatisfied, unless he can convince most of the invincible ones, he can't do anything. After saying that, he continued, at least from a righteous point of view, it's developing in a good direction. You heard what the great Han King said before. He defined it as a malignant tumor, and it's no longer an ambiguous personal grudge. This is the nature of the great Han King. At this moment, he's in charge of the Seeker realm, so his words can also represent the definition given by the Seeker realm. He looked at Suyu and smiled. This is actually a very good trend. You have to know, before this, even if someone guessed the existence of this person, they didn't say it, and it was difficult to define what this person was. Traitor? Human traitor? Personal grudge? Suyu nodded slightly. You mean, that guy is now officially recognized as a malignant tumor? Niao Baidao smiled. This is the general trend, Niao Baidao smiled and said, this is the general trend. Originally, even if that person was discovered, there might be people who would try to smooth things over and take sides. But now, that person has been defined as a malignant tumor. If he is discovered now and evidence is found, the King of Han and the others will make a move. Some of the originally neutral parties will also be inclined to eliminate the malignant tumor. This is the suppression of the general trend. I understand. Baidao said. The general trend is the general trend. Principal, I understand what you mean. Previously, the other party was invincible, and he was targeting us, who were not invincible. In the eyes of an invincible, we are not as valuable as the other party. But now, it's a good thing that the King of Han and the others are leaning towards him. Niao Baidao smiled and said, it's good that you understand. Getting rid of an invincible king is not something that can be done in a day. This is actually a great success. Otherwise, if you really found the evidence and wanted to deal with an invincible king, the general's friends might stand up for you, show up, and be partial. But when the general is pushed to the opposite side of the human race and is seen as a tumor and a traitor by everyone, that is a victory. Suyu understood and nodded. Niao Baidao had told him this before. Using the general trend to suppress people and finally make those who oppose you become enemies in the eyes of the public. Obviously, he had succeeded in the first step. On the main constabulary's side, Zhu Tiandao's appearance and Suyu's implementation of many cultivation methods caused the King of Han to be a little biased. That was why he said those words at the beginning. Suyu didn't expect these invincible kings to do anything, but if one day he really found out the identity of the general and wanted to kill him, these invincible kings wouldn't come out to stop him. This was the key. Of course, he didn't need to kill the invincible kings. On the Xiaojia's side, Da Xiao of Goguryeo had promised to help. On the Zhu family's side, he would look back to see what the Bright Prince meant. If both of them took action, unless the general was at the level of the King of Great Zhou, the other invincible kings wouldn't be able to do anything when the two second-in-command of the two Holy Lands joined hands. Not thinking about it anymore, Suyu was in a good mood. Zhu Tiandao was really a troublemaker, a good fighter who argued for what was right. He didn't see the situation on Zhu Guangshan's side, but it was enough. He had seen the situation in the main hall. It was already beyond his expectations, Suyu was in a good mood and looked forward to it. He asked, Mansion Head, will the 8 great clans take action to deal with the 6-winged Holy Church? Since they agreed, they will naturally take action. Niao Baidao said quickly, 1 month may not be enough, but there will definitely be results within 3 months. Of course, if the other party really runs away or hides, the 8 great clans may not be able to catch him. There's nothing we can do about it. If a Sun Moon Saint hides, the human realm is too big, it will be very difficult to find him. Suyu was helpless. His martial uncle was missing, he couldn't even contact him recently. Forget it, I can only hope that Chief Ho and the others can find him. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He calculated in his heart. For now, everything was fine. After killing a group of Sun Moon Mountain Sea Saints, Wanzu would probably start to retreat, not daring to find trouble with him anymore. As for Xianxinwen's faction, Suyu vaguely felt that it might be the support of the 8 great clans or a few other families. This time, after Zhu Tiandao's disturbance, they would more or less restrain themselves. The pressure inside the human realm would dissipate, at least for now. Outside, as long as they didn't go to the All Heavens battlefield, it should be fine. He thought of the great Han King's words again and asked again, Mansion Head, the invincible realm's ruins can allow people to silently prove their Tao to be invincible? Yes. Suyu thoughtfully said, after confirming the Tao, the ruins will be destroyed? More or less. Niao Baidao smiled and said, confirming the Tao will absorb a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, the invincible realm's ruins won't be able to withstand it and will eventually explode. Even if it doesn't explode completely, some of the spirit arrays will be destroyed, making it impossible for people to prove their Tao. Suyu understood, so the great Han King said that one will keep an eye on me and told me to stay away from Palace Head Xia because he's worried that I'll give the ruins to Palace Head Xia and let him secretly prove his Tao? The few of them looked at him strangely. Did he really have historical remains? What about the ruins? Of course, it was widely acknowledged that Suyu had the ruins. If he didn't, no matter how talented Suyu was, it would be difficult for him to develop so many powerful secret arts so quickly. Suyu didn't say anything. I don't have it. Palace Head Xia probably won't go to the ruins to prove his Tao. Suyu didn't say much and only said this. Even if there were ruins, Xiao Longwu might not go there to prove his Tao. Would Xiao Longwu, who had such a murderous nature, be willing to secretly prove his Tao? Maybe he just wanted to lure the invincible realm over and do something good. Of course, in Suyu's opinion, it wasn't a bad idea to prove his Tao in secret. Unfortunately, he really didn't have the ruins. Proving the Tao in ruins, proving the Tao in the heavens, proving the Tao in a small realm, Suyu asked curiously, is there a big difference between proving the Tao in different places? Very. Niao Baidao was really omniscient. He smiled and said, under normal circumstances, proving the Tao in a small realm, the Tao in this realm, and the Tao in the heavens. If you prove the Tao in a small realm, because of the rules of heaven and earth, the rules don't give you much when you advance. Moreover, you will be bound to that small realm. For example, if the small realm is destroyed, you will be heavily injured or even fall in cultivation. As for proving the Tao in this realm, for example in the human realm, your combat strength in the human realm is actually stronger than in other realms. If you prove the Tao in the heavens, there are no restrictions, and your development prospects are better. After saying this, he continued, in the human realm, almost all the palace heads have proved the Tao in this realm. Some who advanced later on proved the Tao in the heavens, and a few, actually proved the Tao in a small realm. Niao Baidao shook his head and said, proving the Tao in a small realm is actually the worst and most troublesome. Once the small realm is breached, you will be in big trouble. There are invincible realms that you can't enter. Even if you enter, you can't prove the Tao because they won't give it to you. Without invincible realms, it means that the realm is not strong and can be easily breached. Once it is breached, you will be in big trouble. Suyu nodded, that is to say, at the very least, you have to prove the Tao in the human realm. Since the palace heads all proved the Tao in the human realm, once the human realm is destroyed, that is almost impossible. Niao Baidao smiled. The mortal realm is vast and stable. Even if it is breached by the 10,000 races one day, the possibility of them destroying the mortal realm is not high. Of course, anything is possible. That's why some of the lords of the prefecture almost never mention migration. However, some of the invincible ones who proved their Tao later did mention whether they would migrate if they were under too much pressure. Suyu understood. There were many unexpected gains. Invincible cultivators, so there was such a big difference. Proving the Tao in a small realm was much easier, but also much more troublesome. It was very easy to die. If the realm was breached, you would be finished. Niao Baidao didn't talk about invincible cultivators anymore, and said with a smile, "Cultivate in peace." After such a mess this time, Wanzu won't dare to sneak into the Ming constables anymore. After killing so many people, if he dares to come again, he will really be crazy. Wanzu lost many Sun Moon tier cultivators. Palace head, why do I feel like they have more Sun Moon tier cultivators than our Ming constables? How many Sun Moon tier cultivators did the Ming constables have? So you didn't know the specifics, and he only knew about 7 or 8. Over the past year, many of the Myriad races sect had died, right? Just from the Blood Fire sect alone, 3 of them had died, Niao Baidao said with a smile, not that many. You just think it's many. Palace head is exaggerating a little. For example, those Tiani divine race members who besieged Palace head Xia last time all sneaked in temporarily. Last time, when Palace head killed that Blood Fire demon, he also sneaked in not long ago. The number of Sun Moon tier cultivators who really killed human traitors are few. So you calculated, and it seemed to be true. Xiao Longwu killed 2 Sun Moon tier cultivators who were human traitors, one from the Tiani divine race, and the other from the Blood Fire sect. As for Zhu Tiandao, he had only killed 5 of them this time. As for Jin Yuwei, he actually didn't count. 7, in this year, he killed 7 human traitors at the Sun Moon tier. That was not a small number, Niao Baidao continued. The Myriad races sect has existed for over 300 years. Added with the great support of the Myriad races, there are a few who have advanced to the Sun Moon tier. However, it's not to the extent of saying that there are many. We've done a rough count before, and there might be 1 in each mansion. In the entire Myriad races sect, there are about 30 or so in the Sun Moon tier. Compared to the human prefectures, their strength is far inferior. Not to mention others, the Ming constables have more than 10 Sun Moon tier cultivators, and there are many in the other prefectures, the 2 Holy Lands, and the 3 Seas also have many Sun Moon tier cultivators. In addition, there are many Sun Moon tier cultivators in the human tier in the All Heavens battlefield. At this point, he continued, however, in these 50 years, not many Sun Moon tiers have been born. On the surface, there are only 7. No, 8 including Jin Yuwei. No, there are also Wan Tianxing, Ji Hong, Hong Tan, Zhou Mingren, and a few others who may advance. In total, there are more than 10. Niao Baidao smiled and said, in these 50 years, there are actually not many Sun Moon tiers, and there are already more than 10. Think about it, the human tier has been accumulating for more than 300 years, and more Sun Moon tiers were born 300 years ago. That was the golden age, and almost all of us old guys entered the Sun Moon tier at that time. Therefore, there are many Sun Moon tiers in the human race, but many of them were injured at that time, and now they are in seclusion. More than 300 years ago, the person in front of him was a real antique. Suyu was instantly interested. Prefectural head, did you fight with Wan County in the human tier? Then how did you advance to the human tier? Niao Baidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, at that time, the All Heavens passage had just opened, and in the beginning, there was no systematic cultivation method in the human tier. However, some people obtained some inheritances and established their own sects in the deep mountains and forests. Generally speaking, there were cultivators at that time, but they were all very weak. When the All Heavens passage opened, alas, damn it, I was 1 step too late. He said regretfully, at that time, the All Heavens passage had just opened, and the gods and demons had not come yet. When the relics appeared, people in the human tier fought for them. There was a relic near me, but it was snatched away by the great bright prince. That guy was just a laborer, but he ran fast. What a pity. The first batch of relic opened were all very powerful. Those guys entered, and the relic closed and disappeared. Then, people like us could only find some weak relics or some scattered inheritances that were opened because of the All Heavens passage. After a few years, the Wan entered the human tier. Niao Baidao shook his head and said, in the beginning, these fellows were sanctimonious, acting as if we were visitors from the heavens. They were here to make friends, to wander around the human realm, to make friends with humans, and to inquire about the location of some relics. At that time, although the humans were a little wary and vigilant, they were sage-like, acting as if they were really trying to make friends. They even taught some ordinary people how to cultivate, including some of the divine writings we know today. Tell me, after a few years, did people let their guard down? However, it didn't take long for those guys to show their true colors. They secretly killed the geniuses of the human tier and plundered the newly discovered relics. When the matter was exposed, those guys stopped pretending and began to kill and seize some relics and treasures. Niu Baidao said with a sigh, "At that time, we also began to resist, but we were constantly defeated. Battles and killings occurred everywhere. However, the reason why the human tier could survive was that the Wan were not united. In order to fight for the relics, the Wan were also fighting, which gave us a chance to breathe." Niu Baidao laughed and said, "The human tier recovered its vitality and connected to the all heavens. We also obtained some inheritances, so our cultivation speed increased." Not long after, the sun, moon, mountain, and sea appeared and began to fight with the Wan. In the end, the invincible ones came. Niu Baidao shook his head and said, "When the invincible ones came, the human tier became like ants, and they were killed. At that time, corpses were everywhere, and geniuses were killed one after another. Fortunately, it didn't take long before invincible ones came out of the relics and joined the battle. The great Qin King and the others were all experts of that era. Suddenly, many invincible ones appeared, and they fought for dozens of years. The human tier was empty, and countless people were killed. Later, the great Qin King and the others broke out of the human tier and attacked some invincible races, slaughtering the smaller races, and forcing some invincible ones to retreat. After that, the few strong races did not leave. Later, the great Qin King and the great Zhou King gave up the defense of the human tier, and 9 invincible ones sneaked into the divine world, causing great chaos in the divine world. Niu Baidao laughed and said, "Think about it, 9 unrestricted invincible ones broke into the divine world, and killed indiscriminately. How great was the impact?" The god race was also covered with corpses, and the experts of the god race in the human tier had to retreat. In the end, they chose to retreat and compromise. It was just a few words, but it made Suyu's heart surge. The human race even fought into the divine world in the past? Of course. Niu Baidao laughed and said, "I've been there. I also entered the sun-moon tier back then, and went there once. We just had to kill. In that era, there was only killing to stop killing. The great Qin King and the others all knew that if they continued fighting in the human tier, the human race would probably be annihilated. They forcefully relied on killing each other to force the invincible ones to retreat. At that time, it was a competition of who killed more, who killed faster. Kill until the other party felt heartache, kill until the other party collapsed, and whoever couldn't hold on would be the loser." Suyu nodded. This was also the only choice back then. If they really kept fighting in the human tier, even if the human tier wasn't destroyed, the ordinary people would probably all be killed. Then now? Niu Baidao shook his head and said, "Now, all the great realms are heavily guarded at the entrance of the realm, so it's not good to barge in. Moreover, the god race and demon race weren't on good terms back then, and there was endless internal strife. It's different now. Killing everywhere like back then won't work. As for the god race and demon race, these years, they also slowed down their pace of attack. Don't you feel that there are fewer battles? Well, you don't understand. More than 300 years ago, there were wars every day. Even after peace was reached, there were still endless killings on the battlefield. During that period, invincible experts often fought, but now it's rare." As he said, he smiled and said, "Actually, it's mainly because we killed the smaller races. Actually, we killed quite a number of elites from the smaller races. Some invincible ones even fell, and we forcefully killed those smaller races into submission. After that, the god race and demon race didn't have any external help, and the invincible ones weren't so unified. Only then did the human race stand firm." Suyu was a little excited. "Back then, we broke through quite a number of small realms." "Yes, just the number of small realms destroyed was 7 or 8. Niu Baidao laughed and said, "At that time, the small realms exploded, and the heavens shook." Speaking of this, he continued, "In fact, the peace in the end had something to do with the celestial race. Those invincible ones of the celestial race later stood up to be the peacemakers, and advised everyone to live in peace and stop killing. The strength of the celestial race wasn't weak. In terms of the number of invincible ones, they were no less than the god race and demon race. If they sided with the human race, there was no way to fight. Suyu was surprised. Or did the celestial race solve the war? On the other side, Xianxia heard this and interrupted, don't think of the celestial race as good people. The situation of the celestial race at that time was that the patriarch was in seclusion and couldn't come out. The god race and demon race joined forces and were stronger than them. They couldn't get any guarantee for their interests in the human realm. The god race seized some relics and entered before them. They didn't get any benefits later, and they didn't want the god race and demon race to become stronger, so they became the peacemakers. For this, the human race paid a big price. Niao Baidao didn't deny it and said with a smile, they did pay a price. In fact, some relics were opened and later given to the celestial race. Some geniuses of the celestial race got a lot of benefits from the relics. Later, 2 or 3 invincible realm experts were born, Niao Baidao sighed and said, but people were living under the eaves. At that time, the human realm was in urgent need of stable development. Too many people died. Those invincible realm experts finally accepted the help of the celestial race and paid the price. That's why there was more than 300 years of peace. Xianxia interrupted again, the celestial race is not a good thing. After they ate up everything, they wanted more. Later, a group of people from the celestial race communicated with the human race. As a result, they killed a lot of people and robbed them. At first, everyone tolerated it. After all, we were inferior. Later, the great Qin king and the others were not pushovers. When the situation was stabilized, the god race and demon race retreated. They used a relic to explode and killed thousands of people from the celestial race, ahem. Niao Baidao coughed and interrupted, what are you talking about? That was a natural explosion of the relic. They blew themselves up. What does it have to do with us? Old Hu, don't talk nonsense. We are actually allies with the celestial race now. Xianxia curled his lips. Alright, whatever you say. Suyu could not help but laugh. So there were many twists and turns. The celestial race and the human race were not mentioned much. They mainly talked about the god race and the demon race. Now, it seemed that the celestial race might not be an enemy. No wonder Xianxia told him that killing fairies. It was not the first time. He had a simple understanding of the situation of the powerful races. The god race and demon race were enemies. The celestial race was not to be provoked at the current stage, but they were not allies either. So you didn't ask any more questions. He couldn't get involved in these matters right now. His top priority was to cultivate body forging. This time, Zhu Tiandao had bought him a lot of time and a relatively peaceful environment. He couldn't let it go to waste. Just as he thought of this, Niao Baidao also thought of something and asked, can you advance to Lingyun as a civilization master? Suyu shook his head, my willpower is not high enough. I'm only at the 2nd stage. Also, even if I can advance and enter Lingyun, I have no advantage. I need to at least outline some Shenwen and strengthen some Shenwen. At this stage, I have very few 3rd stage Shenwen. Also, my divine aperture has not expanded. It is not as strong as some 9th stage sword divine apertures. Suyu smiled, it will take at least half a year to complete the stabilization of the source stage. It is not too late to enter Lingyun then. It was that easy, Xianxia and the other sighed. This kid, after a year, he would probably be the real Lingyun Jing. Xianxia suddenly said, you are 19 now. Silence, very silence. Niao Baidao then remembered that this guy was only 19. In that case, he would be Ling Yunjing at around 20 years old. Suyu smiled, I am standing on the shoulders of my predecessors. It is nothing. They were too lazy to say anything else. Soon, Niao Baidao stood up and said, if you need help with body forging, you can look for us. We can't help with other things. Why did you graduate from SOAR? Because once they were in the air, there wasn't much they could do to help. Also, now that you have officially entered SOAR, the title of senior researcher will probably be issued soon. You can accept students. There are no restrictions for senior researchers to accept students, but generally, you can't accept too many. The school will subsidize the students you accept. Xianxia faintly said, he needs subsidies? What a joke, the rich and overbearing lord still needs you to subsidize him, who would care about that trifling matter. Suyu smiled and did not mind. He quickly said, I will see. I have just entered SOAR and have a lot of things to do. I don't have the energy and time. I might have to do some research in the near future. Could I trouble Principal Niao to help me contact my teacher, by phone? I hope he can come back. He still hoped that by phone would come back. Suyu was really not familiar with the Shenwen division method. He needed to fill in Shenwen. Perhaps he could do it himself, but at the current stage, he could not fill in Shanghai. Another thing was that at the end of the year, Xingyu Mansion would be selecting people. He heard that the opportunity was good. He hoped that by phone could come back and make it. His teacher's strength had recovered. Even if he recovered to the 8th or 9th level of SOAR, Suyu would feel pity. In terms of realms, he might be able to reach Ling Yun in a few months, not to mention combat strength. How pitiful, if his teacher came back, it would be difficult for Shenwen to help. As for body forging, he could still provide a large amount of heaven's elemental energy. At least he could improve his physical body. Niao Baidao knew about the Shenwen division method. His eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay, I will communicate with Dixia province and the All Heavens battlefield. I will try my best to let Baifeng return. Return, of course, to Ming constables. Baifeng, this fellow, killing enemies on the battlefield is too wasteful. After everyone left, Suyu stood up and smiled. He felt even happier. Zhu family. Zhu Tiandao, no matter what, it didn't matter whether they had a motive or not. At the very least, at this stage, the Zhu family had provided him with an excellent opportunity and also protected his safety. In the Ming constabulary, he had enough time and opportunity to do some things. Comfortable, he did not need to worry about anything. It felt good. Teacher can come back, that's even better. Suyu murmured. Come back, come to Ming constables, and strengthen Shenwen. It was actually much simpler than in Dixia province. There was no need to keep an eye on Dixia province. At the same time, All Heavens battlefield, Vanguard camp. Baifeng was cursing and swearing. It was so troublesome recently, he could not do experiments, could not defeat enemies, and was difficult in Shenwen. He did not have enough resources, and had to work from 9 to 5. It was so annoying. Sigh. My days are like this. The next time I go back, that brat Suyu won't have already reached SOAR, right? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt, and Master, had he reached the Sun Moon tier, he had not heard from Master for a long time. Senior brother was the same. Since he sent a letter last time, there was no news from him. He did not know what was going on. Forget it, don't think about it. Suyu, that brat, is probably in dire straits now. Being able to pardon our crimes is probably his limit. Who knows how pitiful he is now? He silently sympathized. This brat had a bad temper, and it was possible that he was suffering every day. News of the Ming constables quickly spread. In one day, 5 sun and moon sovereigns died. The Ming constables, who had been idle for many years, suddenly made a comeback, which shocked the other manors. When had the Ming constables become so tough? The higher-ups of the various manors were more concerned about how the Ming constables had discovered the existence of these people. What secret did the Ming constables have that they could capture all of them in one fell swoop? Moreover, Zhu Tiandao causing a ruckus in the seeking realm made the other manors envious. With a powerful father, the Ming constables were rich even if they didn't prove their Dao. This was capital. Without money, the Ming constables wouldn't dare to mess around. If they were too poor and really offended the 8 great clans, it would be very troublesome if they blocked some of their financial needs. Apart from the Zhu clan, there was also Suyu. Was that strange phenomenon real or fake? Could there really be a reward for forging the heavenly cycle body? What was that heavenly punishment? Also, was Suyu's primordial spirit awakening technique really as powerful as the rumors said? Could anyone cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique? There were too many questions and curiosity, and the gazes of the man-tier cultivators focused on the Ming constables. Of course, Wanzhou was the same. However, at this moment, in Wanzhou's eyes, the Ming constables were even more dangerous than Dixia province. Dixia province was often annihilated, but there were also some people in Dixia province who hadn't been exposed for many years. The Ming constables, on the other hand, were all exposed at once. The Sun Moon mountains and seas were completely wiped out, and many of Ling Yun and Sor were also killed. The remaining spies couldn't be contacted at this moment. It was unknown whether they were sealed or didn't dare to send a voice transmission to reply. In short, the Ming constables at this moment gave people a very mysterious feeling. In addition, the appearance of some veteran Sun Moon sovereigns made people realize that the Ming constables weren't so weak. There were still some old people alive and not dead. The old woman, surnamed Hu Qi, advanced to the Sun Moon tier 300 years ago, but she was already very old. It was said that she had died, but in the end, she was still alive. This time, she even refined a Sun Moon tier cultivator. This also shocked the outside world. Just how many of the old Ming constables were still alive? Hu Qi was an expert, but his strength could only be said to be ordinary. More importantly, the other party was an Earth-tier blacksmith. Who knew what kind of powerful weapons he had forged over the years? Although it was lively, at this time, no one dared to come to the Great Ming residence to inquire about anything. As for Suyu, he rested for a night. The next day, he saw Zhu Tiandao, who had left yesterday. There wasn't much of a commotion when he returned. He wasn't that arrogant. Zhu Tiandao, who had returned, kept a low profile. He knocked on the door of the Essence Soul Research Institute, and his expression was not very good. The moment he saw Suyu, he said in a low voice, "You have many tricks up your sleeves. Come with me and take a look at the situation." Master Hu Lao seems to be reaching the end of his lifespan. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao was not as glib as before. His eyes were slightly red as he endured the pain. Suyu was also slightly taken aback. "Who? Senior Hu Qi?" "Yes." Zhu Tiandao's bare one's teeth grinned. "I thought that she would be fine. Although she was a little exhausted previously, I thought that she would be able to hold on for a period of time since she was already a Sun Moon. But now, he was very sad. That was his teacher. In the past, he had taught him for a long period of time. He learned a lot of things. Shenwen teachers, blacksmiths, alchemists, divine talisman masters, divine array masters. He had come into contact with many professions. But now, he could not help his teacher extend his life. He wanted to see if Suyu had any means. Suyu had inherited something that might have a way to extend his teacher's life. Suyu's expression also changed slightly. Lifespan limit, this. This was something that he had never encountered before. The experts that he knew were almost all young. The oldest should be Niu Baidao, in Dixia province. He had only heard that Lu Hong's teacher was close to the end of his lifespan. The others were all very young. Yesterday, that senior who had been in high spirits, forging a Sun Moon to Wenbing in front of everyone. Today, her lifespan was reaching its end? Prefecture Lord. I might not be able to help much. Ai. Zhu Tiandao sighed. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's go see teacher. Teacher is really about to pass away. He looked at Suyu and did not speak. Perhaps, some of Shenwen's legacy could be passed on to Suyu. Many of the Shenwen lineages had completed many legacies in the past. He did not know if it would work. Bringing Suyu over was also Hu Qi's idea. If she really passed away, and Shenwen was unable to form a mystic realm, then he would try to pass on the legacy. Brightheart Island. Brightheart Great Hall. At this moment, the atmosphere was oppressive. In the center of the Great Hall, the old woman's face was pale, and her body emanated a faint aura of death. There was a smile on her face, and a furnace stood in front of her. Around her, many old people sat cross-legged. No one made a sound, and they were all silent. Hu Xianxia, Niu Baidao, Deputy Prefecture Lord Wang, the few old people, were all silent. People of the same generation, Sun Moon tier cultivators had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Logically, they could live for 1,000 years. Hu Qi and the others were only about 500 years old. However, on the path of cultivation, especially for these old elites, almost all of them had made mistakes during their years of cultivation. They often experimented with different cultivation techniques and tried different alchemical pills. The Sea of Will and his physical body were both damaged, and could not live to the theoretical limit. Hu Qi was a blacksmith, and forged countless weapons. Frequently forging Wenbing would also cause fire poison to invade and consume her lifespan. In these few decades, she had been forging super-sensory jade to cover the whole city. She had expended a lot of effort. "Why do you all look so sad?" Hu Qi said with a smile. "I asked you to help with work, not to attend a funeral. This guy can't forge weapons in a few days. If he succeeds, he'll probably be at least Earth tier." Hu Qi's face was a little yellow, and she said with a smile, "Old Niu, get to work." Niu Baidao was a little annoyed, and ignored her. As he drank, he muttered, "I shouldn't have invited you all back then. All of you die very quickly. I'm in good spirits, and feel like I can live for another 300 or 500 years, but you're all going to die. Old Wang is still alive, isn't he? I've been waiting for him to die for many years. Then his Shenwen will definitely form an arcana realm, and a high-level one at that." Beside him, Deputy Prefecture Lord Wang also smiled bitterly. "You old guy, if you die, you'll probably form several arcana realms. Why don't you die?" "I haven't eaten enough, and I haven't drunk enough," the old people chattered, and Hu Xianxia also said, "I'm only at the Mountain Sea realm. I'm not dead, and the Sun Moon realm is going to die. These days, it's useless to be strong." He was also an old man who had established the prefecture. As soon as he said this, the others laughed and scolded him. Hu Qi also laughed. "You're afraid of death, and good at running. Your physical body has never been injured in all these years. You're a Mountain Sea civilization master, and your physical body is probably at the Sun Moon realm. Don't talk nonsense." Hu Xianxia refused to admit it. Seeing everyone looking at him, he said helplessly, "I really haven't. I have a physical body at the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, and I haven't even closed one chakra. It's too difficult." "I'm not lying to you." The others burst into laughter. As they spoke, Zhu Tiandao entered the door with Suyu. The sorrow in his eyes disappeared, and with a smile, he said, "Master Hu Lao, how's it going? Are you done?" "Soon." Hu Qi glanced at him, and then quickly looked at Suyu. With a smile, she said, "I heard that you're also a weaponsmith?" Suyu looked embarrassed. "No, I just have some basic knowledge about weaponsmithing. I learned some basic content from Mr. Zhao Li at the Great Xia Civilization University, and I know some forging processes. However, I've never tried forging Wenbing myself. You should give it a try." Hu Qi said with a smile. Zhao Li is very talented in weaponsmithing. In the past, he was a bit too competitive, and insisted on forging the strongest Earth-tier Wenbing in advance. Forging Wenbing was fine, but he insisted on fusing his master, Shenwen, into it. That damaged his foundation. Otherwise, he would have entered the Mountain Sea realm and become an Earth-tier Wenbing master. With that, he smiled and said, "His father was very strong, but it's a pity that he didn't become a heaven-tier weaponsmith in the end." "What a pity." With that, he looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "Today, I'm going to forge Earth-tier Wenbing. You can observe and learn. Earth-tier Wenbing, you should know a bit about it." Suyu nodded. Casting gold-patterned weapons. Above 73 gold-patterned weapons is the Earth level. Back then, when Teacher Zhao forged weapons, he could have forged 73 gold-patterned weapons. It was just that he was a bit greedy and wanted to forge the foundation of a heaven-level weapon, resulting in a failure. Hu Qi nodded and said with a smile, he did have the ability. He was confident in forging Earth-tier weapons. Back then, we also thought that he would succeed. However, he failed. It was beyond our expectations. His expectations were too high. With that, he smiled and said, "Suyu, do you know how different the different grades of Wenbing are?" Suyu nodded. Stronger, more suitable for the body, and easier to bring out the characteristics of Shenwen, not comprehensive enough. Hu Qi said with a smile, "Did you see the 100 Dao Pavilion? Did you see the power of the 100 Dao Pavilion? It contains energy, and when it strikes, it can destroy the sun and moon. At this stage, even if there's no one controlling Wenbing, it's still extremely powerful. This is the pinnacle of Wenbing. In my entire life, I also want to forge a Wenbing like this. Unfortunately, I can't do it." Cough cough, Hu Qi coughed, and quickly said, "In today's world, if you want to talk about the strongest weapon forging, it would be the heavenly forging king of the invincible realm. Strictly speaking, it might be Zhao Tianbing, maybe he's still a little lacking, but it's true that he's extremely strong in forging weapons. You came into contact with Zhao Li in Xia province. It's actually a very good opportunity, what a pity." She looked at Su Yu and smiled, "You're actually very suitable for forging weapons. Really, it's not that I want you to forge weapons, it's that you're suitable for this bowl of rice. Your willpower is deep, pure, and dense. The Sea of Will is strong, and you should also know the God-expanding method, created by Zhao Li. His God-expanding hammer is actually a good item for forging weapons." As Hu Qi spoke, she paused for a moment and looked at the others. "I want to teach Su Yu some weapon forging techniques. Everyone, how about giving us some time?" As soon as he said this, Zhu Tiandao bare one's teeth laughed. "Master Hu Lao, what's the hurry? In the future, Su Yu won't run away. Su Yu, right?" Su Yu hurriedly nodded. Hu Qi laughed. "People will grow old and die, there's no need for you to be like this, take it easy. I've lived for 500 years, in the past, the human realm was empty, at that time, countless friends and relatives died, some of my childhood friends died at the age of 10 or 20, and I've lived to this day, what else can't I get over?" Niao Baidao said faintly, 400 years ago, one fought his way in. At that time, you were already an old man. Even if your best friend really died, she would still be over 100 years old. Hu Qi, just be emotional, don't lie. Silence. 400 years ago, one just entered the human realm, fought for a few decades, and then started the era of big government. Hu Qi was 500 years old, and when the war broke out, she was actually not young. Hu Qi looked at him blankly, and after a while, she coughed. I'm about to die, and you still want to provoke me?" Niao Baidao laughed dryly. "Let's be more sincere. Don't think about those messy things, you won't die. I still have a prolongation fruit, I'll send it to you later, no need." "No." Hu Qi looked dissatisfied. Niao Baidao laughed. "Eat it, it's nothing, I can't use it anyway, I won't give it to old Wang even if he wants it, I'll just wait for him to die, but you can't, I'm still waiting for you to win Bing Heaven Forging Tier." "I know, even if I eat it, I won't live for long, it's a waste." As Hu Qi spoke, Su Yu cautiously said, "Senior Hu, seniors, according to reason, once you reach the Sun Moon tier, you won't die so easily, even if we humans are inferior to gods and demons, it shouldn't be a problem for us to live for 1,000 years, right?" "Why, senior?" Hu Qi smiled. "The physical body has decayed, the Sea of Will has also been injured, qi and blood declining." Su Yu hurriedly said, "Then what about reforging the physical body?" Now, with the fused aperture technique, the primordial spirit opening technique, reforging the physical body, eating the earth origin fruit, maybe you can soon cultivate to the mountain sea tier, or even the sun moon tier. At that time, with the physical body of the sun moon tier, it shouldn't be difficult to live for 1,000 years, right? Children will be children. Hu Qi smiled. No matter how fast reforging the physical body is, entering the sun moon tier will still take decades or centuries, right? I can't afford to wait. Others can try, but when civilization masters are young, they don't pay attention to the physical body, and the decline of the physical body will still have a great impact. Fighters are the same, the Sea of Will is exhausted, and the physical body is constantly fighting, also declining. In fact, fighters die more, of old age. Then what if some more divine apertures are opened? Su Yu hurriedly said, if more divine apertures are opened, will the Sea of Will expand, and show vitality? Our sun-moon tier has long been fused apertures. Hu Qi smiled, opening more apertures is too difficult. Moreover, opening apertures may also speed up the process of your Sea of Will's collapse, and you may not be able to endure it. Su Yu hurriedly said, that cultivation technique to extend life. Cultivation technique to extend life. Yes, 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise, the revolving tortoise race has a very long lifespan, and maybe it has something to do with their cultivation technique, the cultivation technique to extend life. Human origin apertures and divine apertures all have special effects, and there must be some origin apertures and divine apertures that, after combining, can extend life and stimulate vitality. Su Yu quickly said, there must be. Senior Hu, I am an expert in this field. You can endure for a while, I will think of a way, there must be. Suyu seriously said, in the All-Heaven Wan, humans have the shortest lifespan. In some races, Sun-Moon tier can live for 10,000 years, but humans can only live for a mere 1,000 years. Even if it doesn't extend life, some healing cultivation techniques will also work, dispelling illness, bringing the dead back to life, those can also work. Suyu quickly said, previously, I didn't do research in this field, but if I want to, it will be very fast, a few months, at most a few months, and I will definitely have results. Senior, please persist for a while. Senior is an Earth-tier blacksmith, and can contribute more to the human race, to the Ming constabulary, and to yourself. If you die just like that, it will be a loss to the entire human race. Once he said this, Zhu Tiandao hurriedly said, yes, teacher, that's it. That's why I brought Suyu here. Nothing is set in stone. Is there no cultivation technique to extend life? There must be. Your existence is of utmost importance to the Ming constabulary. So you can go ahead and research it. I'll provide all the manpower and resources. Even if it's not for yourself, you should at least consider Principal Wang and the others. They're getting on in years, and they're going to die soon. Why don't you give them a demonstration and see if it works? On the side, Deputy Palace Chief Wang and the other elders were all mentally exhausted. Who did we offend? Why do I feel like all of them want me to die? I can't stay in the Ming constabulary anymore. I feel like once I die, the Xinwen will be snatched away. Hu Qi was about to speak when Zhu Tiandao hurriedly said, Teacher, you can still hold on, right? Give Su Yu some time and he can even come up with the basic incantation and the fused orifice technique. What's there to worry about? He has opened 360 orifices, and he can immediately try out any cultivation technique. Suyu hurriedly nodded. Logically, he did not want these elders to die. This was a group of experts who had fought against one in the past, and fought for the light of the human race. Strictly speaking, Hu Qi's suppression of sun and moon was also for Suyu's sake. Zhu Tiandao came to find him, and Hu Qi wanted to impart some knowledge of blacksmithing to him. He had to appreciate it. Was there a cultivation technique to extend life? Suyu did not know, but he could try. There must be some races that had lived for a long time, and had cultivation techniques or talents in this area. The god and demon races did not have it, but other races might not. He could try, Niu Baidao also said, try. You are not the only one. You are not the only one who will die. There are many. Even the Ming constabulary has a few, not to mention the entire human realm. When Xiaozhu went to the seeking realm, you saw it too. Over there, Wang Chonghuan spoke weakly and was on the verge of death. He wasn't much better than you. Those old fellows can't hold on much longer either. Just hold on a little longer and see. If Suyu really manages to pull it out, it'll be like a shot in the arm for you and those old fellows. Wang Chonghuan was the old man who had stood up to question the king of Han when Zhu Tiandao went to the seeking realm. There were many elders like this from the founding constabulary era. They had all suffered serious injuries in the past, and now, they were all close to the end of their lifespans. Hu Qi was a little shaken by their words. She was already prepared to die, but at this moment, she looked at Suyu with some uncertainty. Suyu quickly said, Senior Hu, believe me, I can do it. During this period of time, don't be busy with other things. Don't waste your effort and lifespan. Even if you create a powerful earth rank when being at the last moment, so what? People can create 10 or even 100 when they are alive. They can even create a heaven rank when being. Isn't that better than now? At this point, Suyu Bare One's teeth smiled and said, also. I have some ideas. According to the senior's words, there are many seniors who are about to pass away. Seniors, you all know my current situation. It's very troublesome. I need more people to support me, to stand on my side, to stand up for me, to stand up for me, to back me up. So, if I really come up with a way to prolong my life, I want to see if I can rope in some seniors. These seniors are generally not weak, and I'm afraid there are a lot of them. Suyu said with a smile, and I think these people are very reliable. Most of them have been in seclusion for many years, mainly to heal their wounds. They have nothing to do with the change in Shenwen 50 years ago. Moreover, they are a group of experts who fought with the invincible realm in the past. Old friend, if one person can't do it, then 3 or 5 people can affect the invincible realm. Then I'll be awesome, and I won't be afraid of any trouble in the future. And all this needs an example. So you said with a smile, Senior Hu, you are the most suitable. If I cure you, will those people not believe me? Those who are sentimental will definitely remember the kindness of saving their lives. Those who are not sentimental will be embarrassed to target me, right? In the future, they may need to rely on me to save their lives, don't you think? Hu Qi was slightly stunned and looked at him. After a while, the old man smiled. Now that you say it, it seems that I really can't die. I have to wait for you to come up with a way to save my life and prolong my life. So you nodded immediately and said with a smile, you are the best advertisement. When the time comes, you can help me publicize it. That will be amazing. You were originally about to die, but now you are full of energy and can still advance. If you advance to a heaven stage blacksmith or the invincible realm, the effect of the advertisement will be heaven-defying. The others kept nodding. Mansion Master Wang also laughed and said, if you can really create such a cultivation method, I will personally go to the Seeking Realm and find a few old bastards for you to support you. Back then, they were also good at killing, and most of them had their own skills. For example, Wang Chonghuan, who appeared this time, can be considered to be from my family. This old fellow is not weak, and he is good at crafting talismans. No one can compare to him in the art of divine talismans. Back then, he used 188 Mountain Sea divine talismans to trap and kill a Sun Moon 4th tier expert. Niao Baidao also smiled and said, I know many people. Some of these old fellows are not very strong, but they have many tricks up their sleeves. There is an old man in the Great Song residence who is good at refining pills, poison pills, and has only refined poison pills in his life. He is a Sun Moon 3rd tier expert, but he once poisoned a Sun Moon 7th tier expert to death. However, he is now surrounded by poison, and his life is worse than death. The Sea of Will is about to wither from the poison. If you save him, that fellow will support you. If anyone touches you, you can poison their entire family. After saying this, he laughed and said, the King of Great Song still owes him a favor. Over the years, he personally extended his life several times. If you can deal with him, you might be able to deal with the King of Great Song. Even if you can't deal with the King of Great Song, getting him to beg the King of Great Song for help once should not be a problem. The old men spoke one after another. Soon, Hu Qi also joined in the discussion. The previously lifeless hall immediately came to life. Soon, they started discussing the direction. I feel that there should be 2 types of lifespan prolonging techniques. Some people's physical bodies deteriorate, while others will wither. Their injuries are different. Actually, everyone's lifespan has not reached its limit, and they still have vitality. The main problem is that these old injuries suppress everything. The lifespan prolonging technique has to focus on healing injuries. Getting rid of those injuries might allow everyone to stimulate their vitality to recover. It would be best if we could create a cultivation technique that stabilizes the Sea of Will. It is not that many people's injuries cannot be dealt with, but that the Sea of Will is too fragile and cannot be dealt with forcefully. For example, we can get a peerless cultivator to forcefully get rid of the injuries. However, it is very easy for the peerless cultivator to cause your Sea of Will to crumble, and you will die even faster. The soul-expanding art won't do. It's too tough. This cultivation technique might work for you youngsters, but for us old fellows, the Sea of Will is so fragile that it is on the verge of crumbling. With a few strikes of the hammer, we will be smashed to death. Everyone spoke one after another. Soon, they fell into discussion and debate. Even Hu Qi, who was on the verge of dying, had forgotten that he was about to die. He argued with the old men, insisting that there was no problem with his train of thought. Zhu Tiandao secretly dragged Suyu out. Outside the door, Bear One's teeth smiled and transmitted his voice. Try your best. I was afraid that Master Hu Lao wouldn't be able to persevere on his own. Now it seems that there is still some motivation. It won't be a problem to persevere for a little longer. As for the lifespan prolonging technique, he sighed. I'll do my best. It is not that. No one in the human race wants to research and develop it. However, some of the cultivation techniques that were created in the past few years are not only useless, but they also make people die faster. Kid, don't come up with these cultivation techniques. The problem is very complicated. The main reason is that these old people are actually very fragile. Once they cultivate inappropriately, it is easy for their injuries to worsen rapidly, leading to premature death. He smiled bitterly. There are many old people like this in the Ming constabulary. Not only the Civilization Academy, but there are also some in the War Academy. Their injuries are too severe, and they can't persevere in battle. They are retiring in the War Academy. There are some in all the major prefectures. In the past, when the divine runic lineage inherited the divine runes, many people seemed to see the light at the end of the tunnel. In truth, they were all waiting to inherit their legacies. But in the end, after so many years, Lu Wenyan and the others have all been crippled. Even though they appeared a few days ago, they still weren't able to bring any hope to everyone. I hope that you can bring some light to everyone. Without saying more about this, he quickly said, let's not talk about this. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. I will provide you with everything you need. In addition, if you need manpower, I just happened to bring back 30,000 strongmen. If you need help, you can lead a team to help with the chores. Strongmen, Suyu hesitated. Prefecture Master, these strongmen are all in the Soar realm. They are not weak. Why do I feel that you don't value them too much? These people have all reached the Soar realm because of drugs or other methods that have stimulated their potential. In terms of strength, they are actually not bad. It's just that their foundations have been damaged, and there is no future for them. For an army like the Heavenly Law Army, everyone's strength is weak, but there are often surprises. Some people can advance to the Mountain Sea realm, or even the Sun and Moon realms. There is almost no hope for the strongmen. Zhu Tiandao explained. Soon, he smiled and said, of course, when these people fight, they still have a way. Otherwise, the Seeker realm and the War God Temple wouldn't have created a strongman army. These people all cultivate the same kind of cultivation technique. At a critical moment, when the formation is activated, 30,000 strongmen can be seen as 3 Sun and Moon realms. Of course, killing the Sun and Moon realms is difficult, but surrounding and restraining them is not a problem. It's just that the losses will not be small. Suyu nodded and quickly said, I understand. If there is a need, I will look for the prefecture master. This isn't the most important thing right now. It's a matter of extending my lifespan. I will go back and study it. If there is anything I need, I will look for the prefecture master. Huchi couldn't hold on for too long. Moreover, what Suyu said about finding a backer wasn't without reason. If he could really save a group of old people, he would have a strong foundation in the mortal realm. Previously, these old people didn't have much authority, not because they didn't have enough merits, strength, or experience, but because they didn't have enough time. They spent 99 out of 100 years in seclusion to heal. Even if they were given authority, they wouldn't be able to use it. When they really recovered and came out of seclusion, those people in charge of the mortal realm would have to step aside. He didn't need everyone to be grateful to Suyu. If some of them remembered, Suyu would be much more comfortable. It would be difficult for those in the mortal realm to do anything to him. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to ask for more benefits from old Zhu. He was almost out of money again. If he gave 100 merit points to Xianxia, he would soon become a pauper. He still needed a large amount of blood essence. He needed to extract heaven's origin energy to quickly temper his body and advance. Old Zhu was rich. With the cultivation techniques, he had earned a lot. Because of Huqi's matter, Suyu's research institute also began to divide the work. There were many tasks: the final perfection of the primordial spirit enlightening technique, the body forging technique, and the essence energy 9 transformations technique. The derivation of the soul unity art, the derivation of the life prolonging technique, in addition, the derivation of some basic cultivation techniques using the fused orifice technique. It was best to modify a set of cultivation techniques based on the original foundation. Wen Zhong and the others all received tasks. At this moment, the Research Institute truly began to get busy. As for Wu Lan, Suyu also gave her a bunch of tasks to collect information. Wu Lan was also very busy. The Primordial Spirit Research Institute began to move on the right track, while Suyu was busy deriving the life-prolonging technique. Xia Province. Xiajia. Xiaoyi had just scolded Chief Hu and was about to eat something when Xiao Longwu's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. "Why are you out again?" Xiaoyi said helplessly, "You run around every day. Who would believe that you're in seclusion? If you're not in seclusion and don't care about things, then wouldn't your previous seclusion be a joke? I asked you to go into seclusion because I wanted you to be less in the limelight, so that one wouldn't keep an eye on you. Are you stupid?" Xiao Longwu laughed lightly, not taking it seriously. He sat down and said, "Second uncle, if he wants to keep an eye on me, then let him. Don't take it too seriously. At this stage, you and Grandpa should stop struggling." Xiaoyi was helpless. "We still want to struggle a little." Xiao Longwu did not care what he thought and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about this. Second uncle, I want to go out for a while. I probably won't be back for a while. I'm afraid it will take half a year to a year. Here in Xia Province, please take care of it." "Where to?" "Don't ask. I have something to do." Xiao Longwu said with a smile, "Second uncle, I'll leave it to you. Also, keep an eye on Hu Yu. His improvement is too slow." Xiaoyi wanted to say something but stopped. Xiao Longwu said no more and disappeared again. Xiaoyi was helpless. After he left, he sighed. "It was very dangerous to go out at this time, didn't you know?" He leaned back in his chair and stared blankly for a while. After a while, another person came and said with a smile, "Has Longwu left? What are you doing here?" Xiaoyi looked at Wan Tianqing and said gloomily, "Aren't you in seclusion?" "I felt that he had left, so I came to see." Xiaoyi glanced at him and cursed after a while, "F***ck, you've been watching our house? Otherwise, how would you know that Longwu had left?" Wan Tianqing smiled brightly. "Don't misunderstand. I sensed that he had left. Master and disciple are connected. No matter what, he is still my disciple." "Nonsense." Xiaoyi could not be bothered to say more. He said impatiently, "You came for this?" "No." Wan Tianqing said faintly, "The next year is coming. I plan to recruit more Wan students. Last year, something happened. Suyu, that little guy. Sigh, he could have left, but he had to kill a few Wan students. Forget it. This year, I want to recruit more Wan students." "How many?" "At least 300. Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "Fortunately, it's not too many. Next, I plan to bring our students to the various realms to interact with the students of other academies, get to know each other, and exchange pointers." Xiaoyi frowned, "What else?" Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "There is one more thing. Hong Tan is about to come out of seclusion. I sensed it. When he comes out, I will let him reopen the Shenwen Institute. In addition, I plan to leak some information about the division method. Hong Tan will be the scapegoat." Xiaoyi frowned and looked at him. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mess with me. If you do this, Xia Province will soon become the center of turmoil again." Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "That is true. I am just adding fuel to the fire. The Ming Constabulary still wants to steal the limelight. Can you accept that? How can that weak constabulary compare to Xia Province? Xiaoyi, be more open-minded. In my opinion, Xia Province should become the core of all worlds, the focus of all worlds." After Suyu left, Xia Province became quiet. "Yuan Qingdong, that trash, didn't do anything. I am very disappointed." Xiaoyi kept a straight face. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Is there anything else?" "Of course." Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "When Lu Wenyan ascends to the Sun-Moon realm, call him back. I need him for something. Don't play with fire too much, then there is no need for Hou to worry about it." Wan Tianqing smiled faintly and said, "This is interesting, isn't it? I think Hou will like it." "Like my ass." Xiaoyi cursed. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Up to you." I can't be bothered. But there is one thing I have to say. Don't harm Xianxia province too much. That won't happen. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, let's go, shower. Work hard and enter the Sun-Moon realm as soon as possible. Your speed is a little slow. After saying that, he laughed and disappeared. Xiahou Yi cursed in a low voice, shower my ass, Wan Tianxing, this bastard, has been full of demonic energy recently. After Suyu left, this guy felt like he had let go of himself. After Suyu left, Yu Hong and the others attacked Suyu, breaking his last shackle. And now, the demon in his heart was released. What a headache, Xiahou Yi sighed. This Xianxia province, every single one of them was worrisome. Longwu was like this, Wan Tianxing was like this. That Hong Tan coming out of seclusion might also be an unforeseen event. In this day and age, it was impossible to just sit around and wait for death. Make a fuss, make a fuss. The focus of the world is always on Xianxia province. He chuckled. Rise in glory, and fall in glory? The Ming Constabulary. In the training room, Suyu kept forging his body. His heavenly qi was constantly being consumed, and his body was shining with golden light. He was not studying the 10 manuscripts of the Invincible Realm. These few days were not the time to study them. Studying Shenwen sometimes took too much time. After cultivating for a while, Suyu exhaled, got up, and walked out of the training room. He went upstairs. On the 3rd floor, Wu Lan's eyes were a little dark. She yawned, which was not elegant at all. She did not care and said weakly, I've sorted them out. They have a long lifespan, strong recovery, and their flesh and blood have healing effects. There are 74 kinds of creatures in total. I've discussed with Brother Wen and the others and found these. Take a look for yourself. As she spoke, she yawned again. In addition, some races are good at Shenwen. Shenwen also has special healing effects. It's not easy to collect them. If you need them, I'll go and check again. Well, thanks for your hard work. Suyu smiled. Go and rest for a while. We'll take care of the rest. Okay. Wu Lan said, then yawned again. Well, my grandaunt sent me a message, saying that your father has been evacuated from the front line and is in the rear base camp, where the King of Qin is stationed. She told you not to worry about your father or Director Chen. Everything will be fine. In addition, there have been some small disturbances in Xianxia province recently. She told you not to think about going back. After saying that, she mumbled, she told me not to go back either. Suyu was slightly stunned. Small disturbances, Wanzhou had been killed for many days. Xianxia province was not afraid of Wanzhou. Could it be that Shan Shenwen was stirring up trouble again? It couldn't be, Yuan Qingdong hadn't shown up much recently. What was going on? Strictly speaking, during this period of time, the Great Xia Prefecture was still considered peaceful. Where did the turmoil come from? Although confused, Suyu nodded. After Wu Lan left, he thought for a while and took out the voice transmission amulet. Brother Zhang, is there anything different in Xianxia province recently? Xianxia province. Civilization Academy. As Zhang Hao walked around the academy, he felt a little lifeless. The academy had been a little lifeless lately. Wan Tianxing was no longer in charge, and many of the older generation Galao was in seclusion. Their resources had been reduced, and a portion of the teachers had gone to the All Heavens battlefield. Many genius students had also gone out to carry out missions. After receiving Suyu's telepathic message, Zhang Hao quickly replied, there are many differences. The academy is a little lifeless, and it feels like there isn't much vitality in it. I'll be going out on a mission soon. Oh, right. My grandfather said that Xianxia province might make greater concessions next semester to pave the way for the academy head to prove his Tao. Compromise? Suyu was stunned for a moment and quickly transmitted his voice, what concessions? I don't know the specifics, but there is some news that Xiahou Yi sent people to contact Wan, including some God-fiend races. He wants to sign some ceasefire agreements and make concessions to seek their support. He even wants to open up the academy to God-fiend descendants and let them study there. He is even willing to give up a portion of the Starry Universe mansion spots. This is crazy. Zhang Hao was worried and quickly said, we can't confirm the authenticity of this news. There is no conclusion yet. If they really do this, Dixia province will be viewed as an enemy by some large mansions. My grandfather means that the internal department can't fully help the academy head to prove his Tao. Right now, Xianxia means to seek outside help. Suyu's expression changed. Seek outside help, he must be crazy. Was Xiaoyi crazy? Was he trying to prove his Tao for Longwu, cede territory, and even break the backbone of Dixia province? Although he had escaped from Dixia province, it was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Dixia province. It was his hometown, and he was most proud of the fact that the blade of Dixia province never softened. Kill in the battlefield of heavens, kill in Wanzhou. Other than being lenient to Shan Shenwen and his people, the blade of Dixia province never softened, but today, Zhang Hao told him that Dixia province might have to put down this blade. After putting down this blade, what else would be left? What was the point of Dixia province persisting for hundreds of years? Brother Zhang, is what you said true? I'm not sure. My grandfather only heard it from Steward Hu and didn't dare to ask in detail. Xiaoyi might really be anxious. I heard that Prefecture Chief Xia can't suppress it anymore and will soon need to prove his Tao. Now, there aren't many people in the Invincible Realm who support Prefecture Chief Xia to prove his Tao. Zhang Hao had also heard his grandfather's words and was deeply worried. Brother Su, you are now a famous person in the Great Ming residence. Can you contact the Great Ming residence and fight for a chance of survival for the residence master? Perhaps there are people in the Great Xia residence who have wronged you, but, the residence master. I don't know what to say. I only know that if the residence master dies, I'm afraid the Great Xia residence will never be able to recover in the future. So you didn't say anything. Soon, he transmitted again, I will fight for this. Pay more attention and find out more. If there are any changes, contact me at any time. Okay. By the way, recently, there is a secret realm in the academy where the sun and the moon often shine. I heard that it might be Hong Galao or President Zhou coming out of seclusion. When they come out, it might be the sun and the moon. Grandmaster is coming out of seclusion? Suyu was surprised and then felt helpless. He was finally coming out of seclusion. From the time he entered the academy to the time he left, Han Tan had only come back once. He stayed for less than a month and then quickly went into seclusion. Now that he had come out of seclusion, Zhang Hao wondered what he would think. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Brother Zhang. By the way, how is the cultivation of the primordial spirit enlightening technique going? I've opened 48 apertures. It cost me a lot of money. Don't tempt me with such good stuff next time, Zhang Hao was smiling. In order to compensate the members of the fraternity, some of Suyu's cultivation techniques had been made public to them in advance. Now, he had also switched to the primordial spirit enlightening technique and had opened more than 40 apertures. As for the divine apertures, he had opened more than 30. The Zhang family also spared no effort in supporting him, hoping that he could quickly open 72 apertures and enter the Soar realm. Then, he would quickly step into the Lingyun realm. That's good. If there's a chance, I'll give you something good. So you didn't say much and quickly cut off the voice transmission. In his heart, however, he was wondering what the Dixia province was trying to do behind this move. The Dixia province was going to bow its head to Wan, ceding territory and paying reparations was a bit exaggerated, but Xiao Hoyi was now saying that he wanted to stop fighting with Wan. He even wanted to make some concessions and pay some price to get the Wan to relax about Xiao Longwu proving his Tao. Was it possible? Suyu felt that it was impossible. Xiaojia. For Xiao Longwu proving his Tao, did he really have to do this? Suyu felt a little uncomfortable. Did Xiao Longwu agree? If he knew and acquiesced, would he still be the Xiao Longwu that people admired? Xiaojia, Suyu muttered silently. This kind of Xiaojia was not the Xiaojia he expected. He could understand Xiaojia's difficulties, including Xiaojia's tolerance towards Shan Shenwen's faction, but they were all humans. And now, against the great enemy of the human race, even the powerful races of the god race and demon race had to retreat. The knife that was Dixia province had put down its knife. The sharp knife in the all heavens battlefield was the great Qin mansion. Was it worth it to prove his Tao for Xiao Longwu? Suyu didn't know. He only knew that this kind of Xiaojia, this kind of Dixia province, might not be the Xiaojia he admired anymore. He walked down the stairs and walked towards the city lord's mansion. He had to find Zhu Tiandao and ask for some things he needed, including the blood essence he needed. At the same time, he wanted to ask if Zhu Tiandao had heard the news from Xianxia. With the current Ming mansion, Suyu's safety was guaranteed when he went out. The three great demons of the mountain and sea realm had been guarding him in secret. The Ming mansion had just lost a group of people, and they didn't have that many days to live. They kept coming to seek death. City Lord's mansion. When Suyu saw Zhu Tiandao, he handed over the materials that Wu Lan had prepared and said, "City Lord, I need at least 3 drops of blood essence from each race. It would be best if it's Sor Ling Yunjing. If there isn't any, a weaker one is fine too." Zhu Tiandao opened the booklet and glanced at it. He nodded slightly and said, "They are all races that can prolong and heal one's lifespan. I will get this done as soon as possible. However, there are a few races that have very little blood essence, and they are neutral races. I will arrange for people to collect them." "Many thanks, City Lord." Suyu thanked him and said, "City Lord, I heard that Dixia province is preparing to recruit some God race students next semester?" Zhu Tiandao laughed. "You even know about this?" "I just received the news. Xiajia's second only leaked some information. It's not just the God race, but also Wan Tiansheng. They want to make some concessions, temporarily withdraw some troops, and turn the battlefield into a defensive one. Of course, this is not all. I heard that Xiajia intends to give up some of the small realms that he conquered in order to reduce outside interference." Suyu frowned. "Does Xiajia really want to do this?" "I can't say for sure." Zhu Tiandao shook his head. "But if Xiajia does this, many people will be dissatisfied. Xiao Longwu will be criticized for proving his Dao. Of course, if Xiajia insists, the chances of success are not low. Unless all the invincible forces express their support for Xiao Longwu proving his Dao and go all out, if Xiajia insists, everyone will have to acquiesce. They're inviting a wolf into the house, and that's acquiescing?" Suyu was dissatisfied. Zhu Tiandao laughed. "Not really. Envoys are not killed when 2 armies fight. These students can be seen as envoys. Of course, the prefectures will definitely impose some restrictions. They won't let the other side's powerhouses enter." Zhu Tiandao continued, "However, if the Xiao family does this, they should be careful that there will be problems within their own borders. You know the people of the Great Xiao Mansion, they hate all other races. Now, even their greatest enemy, the gods and demons, can enter their borders. I think that if the Great Xiao Mansion does this, something will happen sooner or later." Suyu nodded and gritted his teeth. "I'm from Dixia province. I know the situation. Dixia province takes pride in joining the army, taking pride in killing the enemy, and conquering the heavens. Death is not scary, but desertion is shameful. Xiajia is doing this to become a deserter. Xiajia's prestige will suffer a disastrous decline." Zhu Tiandao sighed. "A disastrous decline. Perhaps only then can the God race be convinced. If you, Xiajia, are still as majestic as ever and fight wherever you point, they won't dare to affirm Xiao Longwu's Dao. But if it's a disastrous decline, perhaps, they will dare. Xiajia has become a benchmark for those who seek peace and even those who surrender. Look, even the iron-blooded Xiajia has compromised. The God race is here to help us, and we can live in peace. That's the scariest thing." Sigh, Suyu frowned. "That Wudi has expressed his support for Xiajia. Is that not okay?" "It's not about expressing his support," Zhu Tiandao shook his head. "It's about now. It's obvious that many people want to use Xiao Longwu as a target. Let me ask you, with 2 members of the Zhou family affirming their Dao, will the great Zhou king protect his descendants or Xiao Longwu? With Qin Zhen of the Qin family affirming his Dao, will the great Qin king protect Qin Zhen or Xiao Longwu? With the descendants of the great Han king affirming their Dao, how will he choose? Human nature is sometimes selfish. This is understandable. With Xiao Longwu alone, in exchange for several people affirming their Dao, and they are your descendants, what will you choose? I can't say that everyone is cold-blooded, but no matter from which angle you look at it, no one can give up on their descendants to ensure Xiao Longwu's success. Then why don't we affirm our Tao together? Before Suyu could finish, Zhu Tiandao said speechlessly, this is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If it were me, I would have a slim chance of survival if I were to affirm my Tao normally. If I followed Xiao Long Wu, I would have a 50% chance of survival. Tell me, when should I affirm my Tao? Suyu felt pity for him for no reason. He felt sad for Xiao Long Wu. Could he blame those? Wudi, ask yourself, between protecting Xiao Long Wu or protecting your descendants, what would Suyu do, if his father also affirmed his Tao, and he had the strength to protect one person, who would he protect? Of course, his father, even if he worshipped Xiao Long Wu, but this did not prevent him from making such a choice. Similarly, other Wudi would make the same choice. Being Wudi was not ruthless. Relatives were relatives, but outsiders were outsiders. Suyu thought for a moment and asked, since everyone is counting on Manor Head Xia to be the target, then what is the Shan Shenwen faction and Dazhou prefecture doing in Xia province? Aren't you afraid of Manor Head Xia resigning? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zhu Tiandao smiled, which one do you want to hear? The truth. Zhu Tiandao said faintly, since Xia Jia can make a concession, why can't the Zhou family? It's normal to seek some benefits at the cost of Shan Shenwen suppressing Shenwen faction. Why did the 8 great families acquiesce? Do you really think the 8 great families are fools? Are the gods and demons afraid of Shenwen faction? Are they blind and can't see it? Do you really believe it? But, if the gods and demons promise to suppress Shenwen faction and give your clan a few more invincible realm experts, what will you choose? Suyu's heart trembled. Zhu Tiandao said coldly, as the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. A few more people from Shenwen faction? At the cost of suppressing Lu Wenyan and the others, a few more invincible realm experts, what will you choose? Suyu was speechless for a long time. He thought he saw through everything. Today, it proved that he didn't see through anything. The system of single divine text suppressing the system of multiple divine text meant that perhaps there was a deeper transaction. Yes, a deal. Zhu Tiandao walked down the high platform, walked up to Suyu, looked at him, and stared at him. Suyu, I said what I said today, but I won't admit it when I get out of this door. Let me ask you, at the cost of suppressing Lu Wenyan, Hong Tan, and the others, in the end, the human clan will have 5 more invincible realm experts. Do you think it's a good deal? Don't think about it from the perspective of Shenwen faction, but think about the human realm as a whole. Do you think it's a good deal? Suyu's mouth was dry, and he didn't say anything. Don't you know that Shenwen faction is very important? I know. But some people think that after we have a few more invincible realm experts, we will fall out with them and support Shenwen faction. Do you think it's worth it? Are the people of the Yuan family and the Zhou family traitors? In my opinion, they are not. They have their own plans and their own calculations. They think that Lu Wenyan and the others are too weak, so they should be suppressed. No one killed them, so they are suppressed. At the cost of suppressing a few geniuses, in exchange for a few real invincible realm experts, is it worth it? In fact, there is only one person in the dark who killed Lu Wenyan. Maybe there is a personal grudge. The other invincible realm experts just chose to watch from the sidelines. He stared at Suyu. Suyu, you are Shenwen faction, so you hate it. But if you are not, do you think it's appropriate to exchange a few more invincible realm experts for a few more invincible realm experts in the human clan? Like me, I breathed a sigh of relief when 9 civilians died. Do you think it's good for you, Suyu, to be safe? But in my eyes, your value is far greater than those 9 civilians, so I think you can't die, but they can. Tell me, am I, Zhu Tiandao, cold-blooded and realistic, or have I betrayed the people of the Ming Constabulary? Suyu's throat was dry and choked. After a while, he said, you mean, in fact, everyone knows, but everyone tacitly agrees that the suppression of Shan Shenwen faction is not a simple factional dispute, nor is it because they are worried that our strength will lead to war, but they are seeking to prove their Tao. Sort of. Zhu Tiandao said calmly, the king of Han and the others are not blind. My father is not blind either, but why didn't he say anything before? Lu Wenyan has been dormant in southern Yuan for decades, and Hong Tan's faction was almost suppressed to the point of extinction. Why didn't anyone stand up and say anything? because the value of Shinwen faction is not enough. That is the reality. Even if someone like the 5th generation killed one invincible realm expert, can he kill 5 invincible realm experts? Suyu gritted his teeth and said, I understand. This time I understand. Everyone is tacitly agreeing to this result. The only one who is really fighting is Xianxia, isn't it? But now, Xianxia can't stand it anymore and wants to compromise, right? Zhu Tiandao nodded. Maybe. Zhu Tiandao said calmly, there are some things and words that I could not have said, but after thinking about it, I think it's better to say it. I want you to understand that some things are more complicated than you think. With so many divine runes disappearing from humanity as the price, in exchange for a few more invincible martial artists to prove their Tao and a few fewer invincible martial artists to die in the future, no matter how you look at it, it is worth it. As for the Xiao family, they refuse to compromise and insist on doing so, because the Divine Runic Department was founded by the Xiao family. The Xiao family isn't willing to accept this, and they also aren't willing to allow the Divine Runic Departments to disappear. Thus, they have been in a stalemate for dozens of years, fighting until today. The Xiao family, in order for Xiao Lanwu to prove his Tao, they might make concessions. As for whether or not the Divine Runic Departments will be the price, I do not know. But, if the Xiao family really does make concessions, then your master ancestor will likely be abandoned. He said calmly, not only your grandmaster, but your teacher, Lu Wenyan, may also be recalled to Xia province soon. Because in the battlefield of heavens, with the great Qin king there, Xiaojia can't use Lu Wenyan to get some support. But when he returns to Xia province, Xiaojia can just watch from the sidelines. Suyu's mind was in a mess. After a while, he said, Master, if my teacher and grandmaster come to Ming Mansion. Zhu Tiandao was silent for a while. I can let Hong Tan come, but not Lu Wenyan. He inherited something from the 5th generation Yibatian and is a thorn in Wan's side. If Lu Wenyan comes, Ming Mansion will soon be in chaos. And Lu Wenyan may not come. His teacher is Yibatian, and he will not leave Xia province. I understand. Suyu smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the Shinwen faction is so important. It's the source of chaos. So, everyone's goal is to make the Shinwen faction disappear. Zhu Tiandao sighed and nodded. We can vaguely guess how important the Shinwen faction is. It might be related to the suppression of the human realm. But Yibation's failure, the vigilance of the gods and demons, and the strange movements of the immortals all tell us that we can't act rashly. Moreover, the many divine runic departments haven't been exterminated yet. I don't think that every divine runic department is a threat. It should be something that Yibatian left behind that makes others feel pressured. That's why the change happened many years ago. Zhu Tiandao thought for a while and said, Yibatian should have found some secrets to truly advance to the invincible realm, the secrets of the invincible civilization master. And all of this might be reflected in his Shinwen faction. Suyu was lost in thought. According to Bai Feng, it was because there was a lack of talent Shinwen, and the Shinwen combat skills were the embryonic form of talent Shinwen. The Shinwen combat skills, together with the Shinwen of the human clan, and the outline of the Shinwen of the human clan, might be able to break that barrier, form the talent Shinwen, and enter the invincible realm. Was Bai Feng's speculation correct? Could the Shinwen combat skills really form the talent Shinwen faction? Bai Feng only told a few people about this. Now, only 5 people in the human realm knew, including Suyu, Bai Feng, Lu Wenyan, Hong Tan, and Chen Yong. The others only knew the decomposition method at most. Or they knew that the divine demon Shinwen had a repulsive force. In addition, the information of the 5th generation was taken away. Did the hidden invincible realm find something from the information of the 5th generation? The other party wanted to kill Lu Wenyan and him. Both times, he killed his people. Was it because he was worried that Lu Wenyan and him had found some secrets? Uncle Chen was also being chased by the people of the Six-Winged Sect. Was it also the hidden invincible realm, silencing them? They were all confused. Was it a promise from the divine demon to pay the price of several invincible realm experts? Chief, you said that 50 years ago, the Immortal Clan made a move, and the Immortal Clan also participated? Zhu Tiandao was silent for a while and said, I'm not sure, but some of the invincible realm experts who attacked the road were mysterious and couldn't be identified. Which clan do you think the invincible realm experts that suddenly appeared in the universe are from? The Divine Demon clan doesn't hide, and the small clans like to hide, but the invincible realm experts of the small clans may not have the strength. So, where do you think the invincible realm experts come from? The Immortal clan. Suyu gritted his teeth. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "It's hard to say. Anyway, I guess it's the Immortal clan. So, it's not just the Divine Demon clan that's suppressing them. The Immortal clan has the same thoughts, but they are allies on the surface, so it's not good for them to show themselves." Humph. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, "This kind of people are even more hateful." Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "We're just using each other. It's not betrayal. If we have the chance, we'll hit them when they're down." Speaking of this, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this. I won't admit to these words when I walk out of this door. If you really want justice, wait until you become invincible realm experts. Also, don't show too much of your talent as a civilizer. You're mainly showing some of your techniques as a warrior. It's actually quite good. The Divine Demon clan isn't afraid of your warrior path becoming invincible, they're afraid of the civilizer path. If you can really activate the suppression of the human race, it won't be a matter of 1 or 2 invincible realm experts. In the human realm, 1 invincible realm expert can be used as 10 invincible realm experts. One can imagine how terrifying the impact is. If the human race has 50 invincible realm experts, they can be used as 500 invincible realm experts. Don't you think it's terrifying? Also, the invincible realm experts may have secretly trained some Shenwen civilizers. You are in the light, and there may be some people in the dark who hide their names or simply cultivate in some small world. So, don't think that there are really only so many Shenwen civilizers in the world. Suyu said sullenly, "I don't care about the number or the faction. I only care about a few people, not the entire faction." Zhu Tiandao and these people still didn't know him well enough. If they really cared about the faction, there were also many students and teachers from the Shenwen school in the Ming Mansion. Why didn't he have much contact with them? What he cared about was not this at all. Soon, Suyu exhaled. "I know, I'll forget it when I go back." So, at this stage, the division method can't be popularized at all, right? Yes. Zhu Tiandao nodded. Indeed, it couldn't be popularized. After that, he said with a smile, "It's not a big problem to secretly teach a few people, but it can't be popularized on a large scale." Got it. Suyu said no more and soon left the place. After he left, Zhu Tiandao shook his head and looked north, where Dixia province was. Did Xiaojia compromise? Would Lu Wenyan be recalled? Would Han Tan be betrayed? Was it a trick of self-injury? Or did Xiaojia really abandon the Shenwen school? Was this done by Xia Shaoer? Or was Wan Tianqing secretly manipulating everything? What's his purpose? Xiao Longwu proves the way? Xiao Longwu is almost becoming the ancestor of your black pot. You can blame everything on him for proving the way. You're really good. Anyway, you don't need to worry about the itch when there are so many lice, right? Zhu Tiandao couldn't help laughing. That was true. Xiao Longwu didn't lack a few black pots. Xia Shaoer didn't lack one either. On the other hand, Wan Tianqing was still a weakling, a coward, and a prefecture chief who had suffered a blow. Just as Suyu was immersed in studying the longevity extension technique, there was a storm in Dixia province. Recruit more Wan students next semester. The frontline demon suppression army, retreat 3,000 kilometers. Dixia province was instantly shaken. The news from the higher-ups made some people of Dixia province furious. They still had to continue recruiting Wan students, and there were even divine demon students. As for the celestial students, they didn't have much hatred for them, so they couldn't be bothered to say anything. But didn't they know that the divine demon students were great enemies? What was the big deal about the army retreating 3,000 kilometers? Down with Xia Shaoer. Return to Xia province to us. Prefecture Chief Long Wu has come out of seclusion to restore discipline. Such cries resounded throughout the great Xia prefecture again and again. Xia Shaoer was messing around again. It was all because of Xia Shaoer. It was all because of this bastard. He was messing around and didn't know how to do it at all, and in Dixia province. Xia Jia. Xiaoyi listened to the cries of the outside world as he ate without saying a word. He didn't enjoy his meal very much. In the past, he was the scapegoat for small matters and didn't cause too much trouble. But now, he was really being cursed by everyone. His reputation was ruined: sinner, traitor, human traitor, the destroyer of Xia province, the parasite of Xianxia. His infamy would last for all eternity. The outside world had given him many nicknames. Xiaoyi continued to eat. In front of him, Xiaochan and Xiaohui looked worried. Xiaochan was also suppressing her anger as she said angrily, "Grandpa, why are we recruiting divine demon students? Also, why did the frontline troops retreat?" In the past, they said that the funds weren't enough, but now, the resources of the major academies have been reduced. The fused orifice technique has also earned a lot of merit points. Isn't it enough for the military expenses? Xiaochan was infuriated. "Grandpa, everyone outside is scolding you now." "I know, I'm not deaf." Xiaohui said lightly, "Alright, finish eating and go to school." "What's the fuss about?" "Grandpa," Xiaochan was furious. In a fit of anger, she got up and left. She was suppressing her anger. After she left, Xiaohui sighed, "Second grandpa. Does my father know about this?" "He doesn't know." Xiaohui said lightly, "What's the use of him knowing? He knows how to chop, 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 my ass. Can he kill invincible? The most important thing is that your father proves invincible. The rest is not important. Xiaojia has produced 2 invincible experts. When that time comes, I will hide behind the scenes, and your father will come out. He can naturally rebuild the country." Xiaohui said bitterly, "Second grandpa, I know that you definitely don't have the intention to be a traitor. But if this goes on, your reputation will be completely ruined. Now, the evaluation of you in Xia province is completely ruined. It's not like before, when people only teased you for being greedy for money at most. This reputation was completely ruined. Can reputation be used to make a living?" Xiaohui was indifferent. Xiaohui felt inexplicably sad. Reputation could not be used to make a living. But as a person of Xiajia, as a Xiaohui of Xia province, he was despised and even scolded by some old friends in Xia province. Was second grandpa not sad? "My father really can't prove his Tao. Second grandpa, give up. Unfilial son, get lost." Xiaohui was furious and shouted, "Get lost. If you really have the ability, you can protect your father. That is more powerful than anything else. If you don't have the ability, you only know how to cry at funerals. Get lost." Xiaohui was furious. This was the first time he was angry at his grandnephew. Xiaohui's face was filled with helplessness. He stood up and bowed slightly. "Second grandpa, perhaps I'm wrong, but I feel that, even if the Xia family dies standing, we can't live on our knees. 300 years of hard work can't be ruined because of my father." Xiaohui was in a daze. After a long time, he shouted, "Get lost." Xiaohui sighed and turned to leave. As soon as he left, Xiaohui straightened his back and slightly hunched. He muttered, "What do I know? Who the F***ck will live on his knees?" As he said this, he looked at Xia Civilization University. He muttered a few times, but no one heard him. "I, Xia Shower, have done my best. Now, if I go out, people will probably spit on me. The people of Xia province are so reckless. Sigh, this life can't go on anymore." Leaning on the chair and swinging it, Xiaohui suddenly laughed. "On the day I die, how will everyone evaluate me?" I suddenly felt a little expectant. I really hope that someone will write an epitaph for me. Xia Shower, second son of Xia of Goguryeo. He was talented and romantic since he was young. He was chased by tens of thousands. He was an elegant young master. In his middle age, he was obsessed with the business world. He was extremely black-hearted. People called him Black-Hearted Xiaohui. In his old age, he led a wolf into his house and colluded with gods and demons. Later, he turned over a new leaf and died on the battlefield. Creak, creak, the old wooden chair swayed. Marquis Xia yawned, stretched his back, and smiled. "Forget it. Reputation is not worth much. Little Long Wu, don't die. Your second uncle has lived longer than you. When you were young, your second uncle doted on you. Don't mess around. The Ming Constabulary. Back in the laboratory, Suyu continued to experiment with some techniques. The blood essence provided by Zhu Tiandao hadn't arrived yet, so he couldn't experiment with other techniques. After experimenting with some of the techniques available, Suyu continued with the body forging process. He had already completed the third body forging process. Having completed the third body forging process, Suyu could clearly feel that his fleshly body was much stronger. His qi and blood were abundant, and his nascent apertures had expanded. There was still quite a bit of heaven's origin energy left from the blood essence he had obtained from Xia Huyu. After cultivating for a while, he started to feel a bit annoyed. Suyu got up and walked out of the cultivation room. The 6-story research institute was only the surface. There was also a basement. Of course, Xianxia did not use it at all. It was originally prepared to be used to imprison demon beasts. However, Xianxia did not study anything related to blood essence, so this basement had been left unused. But now, it was Suyu's turn. Entering the basement, the Waterman and the Shadow were secretly cultivating, as were the 3 greater demons of the mountain and sea realm. When they saw Suyu enter, the greater demons quickly showed themselves. At this time, they were a bit more respectful and fearful of Suyu. Many had died because of Suyu, and the greater demons knew how important he was, so they didn't dare to be negligent. Suyu nodded slightly and said, "Did they say anything?" "Nothing." Suyu didn't ask any more questions. The basement was very bright. Xianxia was a perfectionist. Even if the basement was a cage, it was still very beautiful. There were many small rooms, and the environment was not bad. After walking for a while, a transparent door appeared. There were some people imprisoned inside. These were the spies Suyu had asked Zhu Tiandao for. They had all been secretly captured. At this moment, when they saw Suyu standing outside the transparent door, they began to shout. However, the transparent door had the effect of silencing sound, so Suyu couldn't hear what they were shouting. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the greater demons said they didn't hear anything. It would be strange if they could. With a wave of his hand, the door of a room trembled. Inside the room, the captured person's voice rang out, "Suyu? Why did you capture me? Do you want to disregard human life? Did I offend you?" This person shouted loudly. At this moment, he also felt that the silencing array had lost its effectiveness. He immediately shouted, "Suyu, what are you trying to do?" Suyu looked at him and said indifferently, "You've already captured him. Do you still want to try your luck? What do you want?" This person shouted angrily, "I will definitely complain. Suyu, I will go to the Civilization Academy, to the Ming Constabulary, and even to the 2 sacred lands to complain. I am a 9th stage Soar Realm expert, and you captured me for no reason, so you couldn't be bothered with him." Chuckling, he waved his hand again, causing all of the rooms to become transparent. In each room, the walls became transparent. At this moment, the people in the other rooms also saw Suyu. They all roared angrily, but no sound came out. But looking at their expressions, they were obviously very angry. Some were begging for mercy, and some were hysterical. Suyu didn't care. He looked at the person in front of him and said slowly, "Tell me which sect you serve, what the mission is, how to contact them, how is the sect's strength, and where is the stronghold." "What nonsense are you talking about?" This person said angrily, "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't tell me you think that I'm from the Myriad race's sect." Suyu laughed, "You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Coincidentally, I'm a little angry now. A few days ago, my mood was still okay, but these 2 days, I'm a little down. He looked at this person and said with a smile, "How about this, spar with me? You're at the 9th level of Soar, and I'm only at the 1st level of Soar. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, there's no need to say anything." In the cage, the person's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why should I spar with you?" So you didn't say anything and directly stepped into the cage. The person's expression changed again and again. At this moment, the two were less than 2 meters apart. So you raised his head and looked at him. "This is your last chance. If you win, I'll leave. If you lose, tell me everything immediately, or die." If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. This person was extremely vigilant and didn't dare to act rashly. In his heart, he was weighing whether he had the strength to fight against Suyu. The 9th level of Soar against the 1st level of Soar, but Suyu had enlightened a lot of apertures. While he was still thinking, Suyu's figure flashed, and he punched out. The sound of an explosion rang out, that person's expression changed, and with a low roar, his apertures opened. A fighter with 72 apertures closed, and 8 apertures combined. At this moment, his physical body was also at the 9th level. When he went all out, his physical body's explosive power exceeded 300 apertures. However, before the two of them came into contact, Suyu's fist force exploded. With a loud bang, the bones cracked, and blood spurted out. With a bang, this 9th level of Soar directly exploded into pieces, and the entire cage instantly turned blood red. Suyu was wearing a white robe. At this moment, his willpower shook slightly, and the blood that splattered over was blocked by his clothes and slid down. Suyu shook his head slightly, too weak. After saying that, he looked at the other cages and said calmly, "You can hear what I'm saying. It's the same. Either you tell me, or you spar with me. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, it's probably the same outcome." In all the cells, those people's expressions changed. 9th level of Soar, 72 apertures wasn't considered too mediocre. One must know that in Dexia province, many students in Longwu Institute had only opened 72 apertures, including students like Chen Hao, who wasn't considered bad in Longwu, had only opened 72 apertures. Of course, their physical body would usually be at the 18th level. This person's physical body was at the 9th level, which was a little weak. But no matter how weak it was still a 9th level of Soar. His reaction speed and speed weren't too slow. But at this moment, he was blasted apart by Suyu's fist through the air. His death was too easy. As for Suyu, he wasn't surprised at all. If this trash 9th level of Soar could be on par with him, then wouldn't all the time, resources, and opportunities he had spent cultivating for nothing, even if he didn't enter Soar, he could still kill him easily. Ignoring the dead guy, Suyu strode into the second room. This was the room of a Lingyan 1st level expert. Soar casting body, Lingyan's 9 transformations of vitality. Suyu wasn't sure how much one's vitality could increase. Everyone's strength would increase differently when their vitality changed. Some could increase their strength exponentially, while others could only increase their strength slightly. It was related to cultivation techniques, and also related to the absorption of vitality or other things during the transformation of vitality. The most elite divine demons were at the 9th level of Soar, with a strength of 10,000 apertures and above. If they could increase their strength exponentially every time, it would be terrifying. Of course, such a Soar, Lingyan was extremely rare, and the resources consumed were also astronomical. Suyu stepped into the room and looked at the Lingyan middle-aged man. He looked gentle, and the other party was also looking at Suyu. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "Researcher Su, what do you want to know? Ask and I'll tell. We're just trying to make a living. Everyone has their own difficulties. Not everyone who joined Wanzhou is a traitor. Sometimes, life forces us to do so." Suyu laughed. "Why don't you try to capture me or kill me?" The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Lord Su is talented. You've opened all your acupoints and successfully cached your body. You didn't even use your willpower or Shenwen's combat techniques. How can I be your match? I've only opened 72 acupoints, and my physical body has been cast 18. I've just stepped into Lingyun, and the increase in my vitality is only average. It's only the strength of 1,000 apertures. The strength of 1,000 apertures, it wasn't considered weak. A newly joined Lingyun with the strength of 1,000 apertures was actually not bad. He wasn't mediocre. However, compared to Suyu, the middle-aged man knew his limits. He was far from being as strong as Suyu. He would definitely be beaten to death by Suyu. He vaguely realized that Suyu had come here today to kill. Suyu laughed and ignored him, directly stepping into another room. As soon as he left, the middle-aged man's forehead beaded with sweat, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He was a Lingyun, but he had just been frightened by a person who had just ascended into the sky. This guy was too scary. The mean constabulary, or rather, almost everyone was attracted by his research talent. Everyone knew that he was strong, but they had no idea how strong he was. They didn't know how many apertures Suyu had closed, or if he had advanced with 40 apertures. If not, his strength was completely different. But if that was the case, then Suyu was too scary. Just as he was thinking this, a loud explosion rang out in the next room. He turned his head and was shocked. Which family was this person from? He was too daring. Did he really think that he could escape after capturing Suyu? 3 steps to the cloud. The middle-aged man judged. He wasn't a weakling. He seemed to have opened 108 apertures and 12 apertures. He had advanced from the true Xianxia realm. The key was 3 steps to the cloud, 3 changes of vitality. The other party's 9 changes of vitality wasn't weak. Each change increased his strength by at least 30%. Close to 3,000 apertures, and Suyu's physical strength didn't seem to be as strong as the other party. Yes, the current Suyu was only at the 3rd forging of his physical body. His explosive strength was close to 2,400 apertures. He was much weaker than the other party. This kind of Ling Yun could be considered a true little genius level Ling Yun. The 9 changes of vitality was still a little weak. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. 108 apertures opened, 12 apertures closed, 18 physical body. This was the basic configuration of some genius students in the Warrior Academy. It was also the basic configuration of the entire human race's little geniuses. Inside the cage, Suyu didn't use the power of Shenwen, but cultivation techniques. Time and heaven-splitting blade cultivation techniques. The rumbling sounds were endless. In the small room, Suyu had many methods. His cultivation techniques were powerful, and there were countless special cultivation techniques. The soul-devouring art and energy-swallowing art erupted, eroding the other party's willpower and devouring the other party's vitality. His cultivation techniques were constantly changing, to his heart's content. At this moment, Suyu completely regarded himself as a warrior. The room wasn't big. The two fought in close combat. The Ling Yun expert roared and slashed at Suyu's head with his hand like a knife. Suyu moved and his time battle technique erupted, breaking mountains and seas, suppressing the sun and moon, fighting invincible. Time flew. The Ling Yun expert only felt that Suyu was getting further and further away from him. He had clearly gone all out, but there was still a layer between him and Suyu. He couldn't hit Suyu. He was slightly afraid and hurriedly said, "Lord, I'll say." Just as he finished speaking, his vision blurred. With a bang, Suyu stepped down. Bang, his head exploded. It's too late. Suyu panted slightly and landed on the ground. He laughed and shook his boots, causing some dirt to fall off. Your strength isn't bad. It was a pertinent evaluation. It was really not bad to be able to unleash close to 3,000 aperture energy. Placed in an elite army, it was not considered weak in the same realm. It was just that the killing intent was a little weak and did not give Suyu that sense of danger. True experts in the army might not be stronger than him, but once they started fighting, their killing intent would shake the heavens. If the enemy was afraid before the battle even started, they would be weakened by 30% before the battle even started. If this guy encountered some of the first-tier Ling Yun experts in the army, even if they had the same cultivation method and battle technique, he would most likely lose. Of course, his opponent would probably be seriously injured. 9 transformations is also a big transformation. Suyu smiled. I feel that the transformation of a civilizator is not as big as that of a fighter. A civilizator is only truly powerful in the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea realm is the divine aperture unity, and then the divine aperture unity. The mountain and sea realm is greatly improved. Suyu muttered to himself. At this moment, in the other rooms, the faces of the cultivators were pale and their hearts were filled with fear. Suyu had killed a 9th-tier Soar expert and a 3 steps to the cloud the moment he arrived. His killing intent was too great. At this time, they weren't the only ones. Outside the cage, the several great demons were also silent. The shadow figure flickered and easily killed the 3 steps to the cloud. Of course, the shadow was confident that he was much more powerful and difficult to deal with than the 3 steps to the cloud. However, Suyu didn't even use Shenwen. He relied on his physical body and heaven-class cultivation method to kill the 3 steps to the cloud. This was extremely terrifying. Zhu Shan transmitted his voice, "This guy seems to be here to kill. Is he being bullied? I feel that the Ming constabulary treats him well. Who dares to bully him?" The water person transmitted his voice, "Fortunately, we caught some of Wanzhu's fellows." Very fortunate, otherwise, if Suyu wanted to vent his anger, wouldn't he find them? That would be so troublesome. They were beaten half to death and didn't dare to fight back. How could they reason with him? After killing 2 people in a row, most of the depression in Suyu's heart dissipated. He smiled and didn't go to the other rooms. He returned to the previous room and sat down in the well-decorated cage. He said with a smile, "Friend, let's talk first. Killing is not the goal, and I'm not a homicidal maniac. It's just that some people don't know how to appreciate kindness. I have no choice but to teach them a lesson." "Your lesson is to kill them? All right," the middle-aged man complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He quickly said, "Lord Su, my name is Sun Fei. I'm Lingyan Level 1 warrior. I graduated from the Great Ming Constabulary's Anti-Wind Combat Office, and I served in the Anti-Wind Combat Office for 9 years. After that, I joined the Heavenly Dao Legion and fought against Wan Nation on the Heavenly Battlefield. Then, the 100 soldiers that I commanded were eliminated, and everyone else died. I was severely injured and on the verge of death, and I was captured by the Earth-Fire demons. Later, I couldn't stand the torture and temptation, and I joined the Earth-Fire demon sect." According to Sun Fei, he was released after he joined the Earth-Fire demon sect. However, because he was defeated and injured, he was punished in the military, so he chose to retire and return to the Ming Constabulary. When he retired, he was already at the late-stage Soar realm. In the Ming Constabulary, he was given an easy job and didn't have many tasks. His task was to monitor the Ming Constabulary. Later, he was promoted to Ling Yun, and he was selected by the higher-ups of the Ming Constabulary. They were going to promote him to an important position in the Tiandu Prefecture. However, he was exposed this time. Because he went out of the city, he was targeted. The Heavenly Dao Legion suddenly captured him, searched his residence, and found some things. Then, they sent them to Suyu. Suyu nodded slightly after hearing that. He smiled and said, "According to what you said, you didn't kill anyone in these years, and you didn't provide any important information. Therefore, you are innocent, right?" Sun Fei didn't say anything. Suyu said lightly, "It is a little different from the information I got. According to the Lord, none of the people who were sent to me were innocent, and they deserved to die. Are you playing tricks on me?" After a moment of silence, Sun Fei said, "I'm not innocent. I once leaked some important information to the Earth-Fire Demon sect, and an important weapon's weakness was discovered. When the war broke out, the weakness of the weapon was exploited, and the Heavenly Dao Legion lost to 1,000 soldiers." Suyu said coldly, "This is much more serious than killing a few people. No wonder Zhu Constabulary is a soft-hearted person. The Ming Constabulary can imprison, sentence, and even redeem themselves with merits in Xia province if Wanzhu is killed. But you were directly sent to me, and it means that you can be killed directly." "I know. I only hope that Lord Su only kills the main culprit and doesn't implicate my family." Sun Fei sighed and said, "I can't turn back anymore, but my family really doesn't know. In our line of work, we know that sooner or later we'll be done for. Unless our families turn traitor, we usually don't involve our families. So, I guarantee that what I've said is true. My family didn't participate in this. My lord has a say in front of the manor head, so please, show mercy." So you couldn't be bothered with him. He continued, "This is the Lord's business, and the Lord usually won't be so ruthless." "Does the Earth-Fire demonic sect have a stronghold in the Ming Constabulary?" "No, the Earth-Fire demonic sect is mainly active in the Great Song Constabulary. There are only some spies in places like the Ming Constabulary. Among the Shanhai who was killed, there was a Shanhai from the Earth-Fire demonic sect. He was the deputy sect master, and I know him. I was once directly under his leadership." He quickly said, "After he was killed, the spies under his control all went into hibernation, so I actually haven't been exposed yet. Once someone takes over, I will soon be used. Lord, I can redeem myself with merits." I don't ask for my own survival, I only ask that Lord plead for mercy for my Sun clan. So you ignored him and thought for a moment. You've entered Ling Yunjing, so your position in the Earth-Fire demonic sect shouldn't be too low. Can you contact Sun Moon tier elites? No, only Shanhai can, Sun Fei explained. Sun Fei explained, the Myriad tribe sect has a stricter hierarchy. Under normal circumstances, they are divided into levels. Those in the soaring cloud realm are controlled by the mountain sea realm, and those in the mountain sea realm can only contact the sun and the moon. Even if they do, they might not know each other's identities. The higher the level, the more hidden they are. Some people actually have legal identities, and some are even overlord-level masters. Then what can you do? You seem like a piece of trash. Sun Fei hurriedly said, Lord, my identity hasn't been exposed. The Earth-Fire demonic sect will contact me sooner or later. If they use me, they can at least capture a mountain sea tier elite. Suyu smiled. That's all? Sun Fei was frightened, and he hurriedly said, No, there's more, Lord. I lived in the Earth-Fire demonic sect's war zone for a while, and I know some of the defenses. Suyu waved his hand and said with a smile, It has been many years. Don't treat me like a fool. What can I show to traitors like you? There is no point in trying to fool me with this. Sun Fei got anxious, and he quickly said, I also know that there is a Wanzhou stronghold outside of Tiandu Prefecture. It is Wanzhou's trading point, and it isn't just a faction. It is a trading point and a mission point for everyone. There is still one? Suyu laughed and said, So many masters of the Ming constabulary were killed this time. I'm afraid that the trading point is gone. Sun Fei hurriedly said, It might be gone, but it might still exist, or it might be rebuilt. Lord, we need to communicate with Wanzhou. Otherwise, when we go to Soar and Ling Yun, we won't be able to increase our strength due to the lack of resources. Let's wait and see. Suyu thought for a moment and said, As for you, I'll observe the situation. Even if I use you as bait, I might not be able to fish up the mountain sea realm. Since you haven't appeared for a few days, you might have already been exposed. No, Lord. I have been living in seclusion, and I just joined Ling Yun, so it is normal for me to go into seclusion for a few days. Suyu laughed and said, All right, I got it. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the room. When he walked out, he looked at the waterman and the others and said with a smile, Everyone else, you guys record the situation. I won't say anything. One-eyed, you guys do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you die. Don't eat people. As for the rest, do as you wish. One-eyed laughed faintly. Giant Mountain said in a muffled voice, Is it okay to smash them into meat patties? Do as you wish. The prisoners in the rooms were instantly terrified. 3 mountain sea realm demons were going to deal with them. These demons were cold-blooded and merciless. Suyu was a human, so it was easier to deal with. In fact, it was hard to say. However, relatively speaking, he was easier to deal with than the demons. Many people were like this, tyrannical at home. No matter how strong the humans were, he felt that he could bully them. But the one, even though they were small and weak, were demons. Some people felt that they were strong and did not dare to provoke them. Suyu had killed 2 people, and everyone was afraid. But the demons had not killed anyone, and these people were already terrified, Suyu could not be bothered with them and walked out. After getting rid of the 2 dregs, he felt much more cheerful. At the same time, he experienced his warrior Dao strength. It was alright, but he did not have much body forging. If he really met Ling Yun, who was at tier 4, with 108 opened apertures and 18 body forging, he would not be a match for him with warrior Dao alone. These people were not too monstrous. The real monstrous ones had 144 opened apertures, 36 body forging, and a top-notch 9 transformations of vitality. Not to mention Ling Yun, even those in the late Soar stage would find it difficult to match them. I have a long way to go. Walking out of the basement, he felt a little better, but he still felt that he was too weak. It was already very fast, but he still felt that it was too slow. The Earthfire Demon Cult. Let's see if I can catch some big fish. After venting his anger, Suyu soon received good news. Zhu Tiandao had sent people over, and they delivered a lot of blood essence that Suyu needed. Including revolving turtle blood essence, Soar Realm blood essence. He did not know where it came from. Over at Ming Constable's side, there seemed to be only one revolving turtle of mountains and seas. The revolving turtle race was also rare in the heavenly battlefield. In Dexiao province, Suyu had searched many times but could not find it. Over at Ming Constable's side, there was actually a Soar Realm blood essence reserve. Suyu was also very satisfied. Zhu Tiandao was very efficient and supported him greatly. Soon, dozens of blood essences were sent over. It was time to give it a try. In the secret chamber, Suyu devoured the blood essence again and tried out the cultivation techniques one by one. Every time he tried a skill, he would record it. Now, he had mastered too many cultivation techniques. Many of them were extremely top-notch cultivation techniques, including the innate skills of the primordial god race and the origin demon race. Divine transformation and demon advent were extremely powerful. Suyu tried it once and felt that it was even stronger than the heaven-splitting blade. 152 essence apertures included 8 of Kaiyuan's 9 apertures. According to Bai Feng's explanation, this was the pinnacle. The pinnacle of martial arts techniques should be those with 153 apertures opened. It included all of Kaiyuan's 9 apertures. However, humans had tried this many times, and they all ended in failure. Once one's Baihui aperture was included, it would often cause one's body to explode. Suyu did not think about it. He was not in the mood to create a 360 aperture combat technique. If he really mastered all 360 apertures, there would be no need for combat techniques. Cultivation techniques would be natural combat techniques. The current Suyu was not too familiar with this and did not have a deep grasp of it. The Fire Dragon art is actually an attack-type cultivation technique. It's not a longevity type. That means my race is born with longevity. There's nothing I can do about it. Suyu was helpless. He activated the cultivation technique again and again, experimenting. The listed races all had longevity. However, some races were truly born with longevity. There was nothing he could do about it. Soon, Suyu tried the essence blood of the revolving turtle race. Revolving turtle, Soar level 7 race skills, turtle breathing art, activate essence blood, diving, activate essence blood, turtle shell forging, activate essence blood, basic essence art, turtle essence art basic forging body technique, turtle shell heavenly forging art, activate essence blood. Suyu frowned and continued to try using the essence blood. Turtle breathing art. He tried it. The ability to conceal one's breath was not weak. However, those one level higher should be able to discover it. Of course, if one submerged into the water to conceal one's breath, coupled with the breath-holding art, those 2 levels higher might not be able to discover it. This is good stuff. My willpower is sore. If I submerge into the water to conceal my breath, the mountains and seas might not be able to discover me. The turtle essence art does have the effect of stimulating one's vitality. However, it feels too weak. Suyu shook his head. No way, he was a little disappointed. However, it was still okay. He did not have much hope. The revolving turtle race was also trash. He could keep the breath-holding art. As for the others, he could forget about them. He tried a few more techniques. Some were indeed effective, but the effects were not very good. Suyu sank into deep thought and walked out of the secret room. At this moment, Wen Zhong walked over. He knew that Suyu must have tested some essence blood or something else. He said directly, Junior Su, if you have no idea, there is actually a race that might have the method to extend one's lifespan. What? Celestial race. Wen Zhong said in a deep voice, Celestial race, a race with long lifespans. They are the most similar to the human race. In the past, when the celestial race entered the human realm, they even said that the celestial race was a transformation of the human race. They had endless lifespans. If one entered the celestial race, one would not have to worry about one's lifespan. Although Wanzhou does not have a sect established by the celestial race, we have always suspected that there is one in the dark. However, it is not too obvious and very secretive. After all, the celestial race has a long lifespan. This is a fact. Celestial race, Suyu's eyes flashed. I know, I can contact the Great Qin residents. The Great Qin residents' Xianxia said that he wanted to kill the celestial race. Perhaps, he could get it from his side. At most, he could pass the primordial spirit awakening technique to the Great Qin residents. The price would be lower, but it was not important. Celestial race, Suyu murmured again. Hearing Wen Zhong's words, Suyu also felt that the celestial race might have a method to extend one's lifespan. Zhu Tiandao could not get the essence blood of the celestial race. Right, the human race and the celestial race did not have a huge war. Of course, there were some battles in a small area. They were very secretive and killed each other. Normally, they would not leave any traces. Thinking of this, Suyu felt slightly excited. I can try. Celestial blood essence, this was something Suyu hadn't tried before. Soon, Suyu contacted Zhu Tiandao, hoping to obtain some celestial blood essence. If the Ming Mansion didn't have it, he could discuss with the Great Qin Mansion to see if they could get some. At the same time, it was already March. In this period of time, the Seeker Realm and the War God Temple both made some moves. 8 Sun Moon tier elites from the 8 great clans moved out and began to sweep through some of Wanzhou's strongholds, including searching for the 6-winged divine church. The War God Temple also began to investigate some areas. Strong men began to sweep through the wilderness, and a large number of Wanzhou's disciples were killed. Wanzhou also began to shrink. They no longer showed themselves, and no longer caused any big commotion. In March, the world was peaceful. The only place that wasn't peaceful was Dexia province. In March, Dexia province, the sun and moon changed colors. Sun Moon tier elites were about to appear, quite a commotion. When Jin Yuwei broke through to the Sun Moon tier, the commotion wasn't big. In fact, Jin Yuwei hadn't broken through completely that day. And in Dexia province, there were Sun Moon tiers that were about to break through completely. They were also the rare few in recent decades that had broken through to the Sun Moon tier. Great Xia Civilization University. Mystery Realm Area. In midair, 2 crescent moons hung, one large and one small. This wasn't one Sun Moon tier breaking through, but 2 Sun Moon tier elites were about to appear. If nothing unexpected happened, Hong Tan and Zhou Mingren were about to break through. For decades, no one in Great Xia Civilization University had advanced to the Sun Moon tier. Today, the decline was finally swept away. 2 peak stage Mountain Sea elites were about to step into the Sun Moon tier. However, the students and teachers weren't in a good mood. Of the 2 Sun Moon tiers, one was Hong Tan of the Shenwen faction. From the Shenwen faction, Suyu fled, Qinyong disappeared, and Wu Jia was in seclusion. Now, the faction only existed in name. One of them was Zhou Mingren from Shan Shenwen's faction. His student Zhou Pingxing was killed, and several Galao from Shan Shenwen's faction were also killed. 3 families were wiped out. If it was any other day, the advancement of the Sun and Moon Immortals would be a joyous occasion. Today, the atmosphere in the academy was slightly oppressive. Neither of them knew what had happened recently. What would happen if they found out? Would the 2 Sun and Moon sovereigns, who had just ascended to the Heavenly Dipper realm, start fighting right after they came out of seclusion, at the same time, in the arcane zone of the academy? One by one, Galao gathered. Several Sun Moon tier elites had also come. Chief Steward Hu, Ji Hong, as well as Yuan Qingdong, who had just returned not too long ago. In addition, the commander of the Dexia province had also personally rushed over. There were 4 Sun Moon tier elites keeping watch. A moment later, Wu Yuehua's mother, Old Lady Wu, also rushed over. Not long after, someone invited the 2nd generation Mount out of seclusion. 6 Sun Moon tier elites had descended into the mystery realm. 2 crescent moons shone in the sky. The sun and moon contending for splendor. Chief Steward Hu sighed. It's not easy for these 2 to break through the sun and moon tier. They're both very strong. To be able to break through the sun and moon tier in this era, they really weren't weak. The sun and moon tier 50 years ago was much easier to break through. Now, it was much more difficult. Even Jin Yuwei had only completed his advancement after fusing 8 Shenwens into a combined Shenwen. In the past, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Jin Yuwei had encountered Zhu Tiandao, who was in the 9th tier of the Sun and Moon tier, which was why he seemed so vulnerable. Otherwise, Jin Yuwei's strength was quite strong. Chief Steward Hu sighed, but the others didn't say anything. They were very strong, however, it might not be a good thing that they advanced at almost the same time. Hong Long Long, from all directions a large amount of origin chi was drawn away, and quickly gathered here. The second-generation mount that had taken human form coughed lightly, and said, "Please enter the Kaiyuan Chi Mystery Realm." Niao Lao, who was overseeing the Origin Chi Mystery Realm, didn't say much at this moment. With a wave of his hand, a mirror flew into the sky. In the next moment, a large amount of Origin Chi emerged from the mirror, instantly turning into Origin Chi liquid, turning into Origin Chi rain, and gathering toward a mystic realm. The old man knocked on the walking stick in his hand again, coughed, and said, "Please open the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm." The powerhouse overseeing the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm also instantly burned a large amount of heavenly river sand, threw out a funnel, and a large amount of pure willpower gathered in the distance. The old man glanced at the other sun and moon monarchs, coughed, and said, "Everyone, help me seal off the surroundings to prevent anyone from causing trouble." The sun and moon monarchs didn't say much and entered the void one after another. There were sun and moon monarchs in all directions. The old man said again, "The Academy's Wancher 9th tier, Temperament Nourishment Peak students, gather, open the mystic realm, borrow the brilliance of the sun and moon monarchs, Kaiyuan aperture, or spirit aperture, 2 sun and moon monarchs advance, your good fortune." In the next moment, teachers and students arrived one after another. They were all students at the Temperament Nourishment or Wancher Peak. At this moment, these students were also extremely excited. The few Galao glanced at the old man, a little worried. Galao secretly sent a voice transmission, "Elder Long, these students are here. If the 2 of them come out of seclusion later and fight, it's fine." The old man shook his head slightly, not minding it. Hearing him say so, the others didn't say anything else. This second-generation mount was at the Sun and Moon 7th tier. He was also from the Dragon clan, one of the strong clans. His strength was not weaker than the ordinary 8th or 9th tier. Since he insisted, the others couldn't say anything else. This old man also had enough strength to suppress everything. The Great Xia Civilization University was able to maintain its current status under the circumstances that Wan Tianxing didn't show the strength of the Sun and Moon monarchs, and it had a lot to do with this old man. Now that Wan Tianxing was in seclusion and didn't come out, Yuan Qingdong was in charge of the academy. However, the influence of the competition between the Sun and Moon monarchs was getting bigger and bigger. Now, the second-generation mount would also come out and do some things to suppress some of the chaos. Everyone suppressed the uneasiness in their hearts and didn't say anything else. Moreover, Chief Steward who was also here. No one knew how strong Chief Steward who was. In any case, he wasn't weak. Last time, he had burst out with the strength of the Sun and Moon 5th tier, but it was hard to say whether it was the Sun and Moon 5th tier. General Zhao, who was known as the Peak of the Mountain and Sea Realm, was already at the Sun and Moon 5th tier. How strong was this old who had long broken through to the Sun and Moon realm? With these 2 people here, even if Hong Tan and Zhou Mingren got into a conflict, they would be able to stop it. As everyone waited, the vital chi and willpower became stronger and stronger. Both the Essence Energy Mystic Realm and the Sea of Knowledge Mystic Realm were providing a lot of resources. This was also the Academy's reserve. It was specially prepared for these people to break through the Sun and Moon monarchs. For many years, no one had broken through the Sun and Moon monarchs, so these resources had never been used. At this time, the Sun and Moon monarchs were competing with each other. Even the sun in the sky couldn't outshine the light of the 2 half-moons. At this moment, a sword and a shield floated in the air. "Hong Tan is about to advance," someone said. This was Hong Tan's Shenwen combat technique. At this moment, the sword and shield formed by Shenwen were rapidly strengthening. Shenwen was advancing. Boom, thunder rumbled on the flat ground as vital chi fell like rain. Everyone in all directions could feel the might. It was a huge commotion, it spread out continuously. Soon, everyone in a radius of more than 5 kilometers could hear the thunder and feel the power that was about to break out of the cocoon. At this moment, in the sky, the half-moon that belonged to Hong Tan suddenly shattered. It wasn't a failure, but a large amount of vital chi liquid and willpower leaked out from the half-moon. This was a gift from heaven and earth to the Sun and Moon monarchs. It helped the Sun and Moon monarchs advance. At this point, the advancement was almost at the end. In the past, Jin Yuwei didn't advance because he wasn't prepared and hadn't officially stepped into this domain. The sword and shield in the sky gradually strengthened. At the next moment, a thunderous rumble resounded in all directions. The trees began to grow rapidly, and the sun shone brightly like spring after the rain. There was a fragrance in the air, and the students in the periphery also gained some enlightenment at this moment. Willpower and vital chi surged towards them. The residue of the sun and moon monarchs break through. However, even the residue was great nourishment for them. Many people's bodies made crackling sounds, their essence orifices opened. Their divine orifices opened. At this moment, a huge sun rose in the sky. Stone pillars appeared in all directions and waves surged into the sky. That was Zhou Mingren's Shenwen. Zhou Mingren's main Shenwen was the sun character for Shenwen. The sun shone brightly. Rumble, the rumbling sounded again. Zhou Mingren was also about to advance. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Hong Tan's eyes flickered with the brilliance of the sun and moon. He glanced at the commotion not far away and smiled disapprovingly. It was normal for Zhou Mingren to break through. Zhou Mingren was a veteran at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, and had mastered 8 Shenwen stars. His strength was slightly stronger than Jin Yuwei's. After so many years, he had finally broken through. Hong Tan ignored him. At this moment, his body flickered with brilliance, and his aura was unstable. However, it was extremely shocking. He had finally broken through the sun and moon monarchs. On the 1st of November, Lu Wenyan and the others left. Not long after they left, Hong Tan officially went into secluded meditation. By now, 4 months had passed. In 4 months, he had broken through the sun and moon monarchs. That was fast. In the air, Hong Tan didn't pay attention to the others. He looked around. He looked around, and then looked around again. He looked at it once, and then again. He was slightly taken aback. Where was Qinyong, Suyu, Wu Jia? None of his disciples or grand disciples had come when he broke through to the sun and moon monarchs. Where was he? He used his will to search in the direction of the library. Underground, on the 2nd generation mount, the old man coughed and said with a chuckle, "Congratulations, Hong Tan." "Thank you, Elder Long." Hong Tan also said politely. He had seen this old man before, but he wasn't very familiar with him. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with this old man. He quickly used his will to search in that direction. Underground, the Galao disciples all had strange expressions on their faces, but they didn't say anything. After a while, Hong Tan's mind wandered. There was no one in the library. No, it wasn't that there was no one. There was someone, but it wasn't his disciple. Qinyong wasn't in the institute. What about Suyu? He quickly looked down at the geniuses below. There was no Suyu, so he continued to search in the distance. There was no Suyu. Soon, he found Wu Jia in a villa in the Cultivation Park. Wu Jia was in seclusion. He pursed his lips, and with a murderous aura, he was constantly polishing himself, enlightening himself, and outlining Shenwen. Wu Jia was still here. He used his will to explore again, into the Wentan Research Center. He broke through his defensive array and entered. At this moment, he was in a daze and staggered. What's wrong? The Wentan Research Center was now in ruins. The basement was empty, and there was nothing left. The reference room was almost empty. Dust was everywhere, as if no one had lived here for several months. Didn't Suyu live here? Didn't Qinyong come to clean it? Hong Tan had a strange look in his eyes. He couldn't care less about Zhou Mingren who had just appeared next to him. When he landed, he looked at the surrounding Galao disciples and the Sun Moon disciples who had just gathered. With some uneasiness and uncertainty, he said dryly, "Wu Yuehua, where are my disciple and grand disciple? Why didn't they come to pick me up? I broke through the Sun Moon realm." He had advanced to the Sun Moon realm. Where did they go? Suyu was still a student, and Qinyong never went out. Why wasn't he around? It was possible that Wu Jia had gone out, but why would these two go out at this time? Wu Yuehua glanced at him, and his tone was somewhat gloomy. Qinyong went out, and Suyu left Xia province. Leave? Hong Tan was still in a daze. Wu Yuehua said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of him. He went to the Ming constabulary, and his life there is good. At least it's better than here." Qinyong. Qin Yong went out to save Feng Qi, but he's gone missing now. We can't find him for now, but all the major constabularies have sent out 10 Sun Moon disciples to search for him. Hong Tan was in a daze. Suyu had left, not in the ordinary sense, but to the Ming constabulary. He could imagine it. Otherwise, there was no need for Suyu to seek refuge in the Ming constabulary. Qin Yong was missing, he was a little absent-minded. Before he went into seclusion, he had personally sent his second disciple to the vanguard battalion. His first and second disciples' students were gone when he came out of seclusion a few months later. His only grand disciple was in seclusion at this moment. Such a lively girl was hiding in a secret chamber, as if she hadn't come out for a long time. There was no smile on her face, only anger and irrepressible killing intent. What happened? What the hell happened? On the other side, Zhou Mingren was also frowning. So many people were missing, where were they? His heart skipped a beat when he heard Wu Yuehua's words. Where were the people on his side? Yu Hong, Sun Xiang, and the others were gone. Among his disciples, only Hu Wenxing was here. Fang Galao, who was in the All Heavens battlefield, had returned. Where were the others? More than 1 or 2 people were missing. Vaguely, he realized something. He looked at Hu Wenxing and said in a low voice, "Where's your brother Zhou?" "Master," Hu Wenxing lowered his head. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Dead." "Where's Galao and the others?" "Dead. Dead, all of them were dead." It was like a dream. Hong Tan also heard this. He tilted his head, glanced at Zhou Mingren, then looked at Wu Yuehua, and grinned. There was a conflict? Otherwise, how could those people die? Wu Yuehua nodded. Someone attacked Suyu. Suyu asked for help. Master Zhu Tiandao killed a group of traitors. After that, Suyu entered Daming Constabulary and joined Daming Institute, never to return. Understood. Hong Tan's bare one's teeth smiled. Not bad treatment. Zhu Tiandao personally killed a group of strong enemies for that grand disciple. Very good. This kid was indeed ruthless. He had long seen it. What about little Yong? Feng Qi hid in Six-Winged Divine Sect. His identity was exposed and he was chased. Qin Yong went to rescue him. Hong Tan nodded. Feng Qi. I know this kid is still alive. Not bad. Little Yong went to rescue him and disappeared? Yes. Hong Tan said dryly. Then now, there's only me and Xianxia in Great Xia Civilization University? The Xinwen faction seemed to have really dispersed. No one said a word. Yes, it's you guys. Hong Tan laughed dryly. I don't know if my senior brother knows or not. If he knows, I can't explain myself. Every time I go into seclusion, something will happen to me. There are fewer and fewer people, fewer and fewer. He seemed very embarrassed. Now, there's only me and Xianxia left. I can't explain. Elder Long, the second-generation Mount, sighed and said, Hong Tan, the Great Xia Prefecture has already stepped forward to punish some people and kill some people. Even Jin Yuhui is dead. Since you have already entered the Sun Moon realm, then from now on, recruit more students and guide more students. Hong Tan laughed dryly. Elder Long, I'm old. I don't have the energy to care about these things. In the past, Bai Feng did the housework. When I ran out of resources, I looked for little Yong. Now, both of them have run away. I'm so old and lonely. As he spoke, he smiled and looked at the others, a little sad. What are you doing? There are only a few people left. My senior brother and the others have left. I even sent my disciple to the battlefield. What are you guys doing? I haven't done anything in the past few decades. I really don't have money to go to the battlefield. I'm going to kill some demons and earn some money. Am I not low-key enough? If you want to find my senior brother, go find him. Why do you keep looking for us? I didn't say anything when the fusion department of Xinwen was banned. I didn't say anything when the faculty of theology was ostracized. I didn't say anything when my disciple was forced to go to the vanguard battalion. I didn't say anything when my senior brother's family was killed. Am I not low-key enough? He smiled bitterly. I'm very low-key. When Jiejia's parents were killed, little Yong came to me crying, asking me to stand up for them. I told him to endure it. We don't know who did it, and we can't kill them. Forget it. Elder Long, you've been in seclusion these years and don't know the situation. Ask old Qi, am I low-key enough? Qi Galao didn't answer. Hong Tan smiled bitterly and said, I'm already so low-key. My faction has nothing to do with my senior brother. If you want to find my senior brother, then go find him. Why do you have to force us to do something? He looked at the crowd, then at the others. Finally, he looked at Yuan Qingdong and smiled. This is Mr. Yuan of the Seeker Realm? Yuan Qingdong nodded slightly and didn't speak. Wu Yuehua said coldly, this is our vice principal, the person in charge of the Faculty of Theology. He was also the one who leaked Feng Qi's identity. Yuan Qingdong frowned slightly and said, these are all misunderstandings. I've explained it, and I've stood up to apologize. I'm even willing to compensate for the huge losses. Wu Galao, at this point, there's no need to sow discord. Wu Yuehua snorted coldly and ignored him. Yuan Qingdong frowned slightly and said, I haven't congratulated Hong Galao and President Zhou. The two of you ascended to the Sun and Moon realm today is a blessing for the Great Xia Civilization University and the human race. It's also fate that you've ascended to the Sun and Moon realm at the same time. 2 Sun and Moon realm cultivators were born on the same day. This was fate. Hong Tan smiled and nodded slightly. He asked, where's Wanfu Prefect? He's in seclusion. Wu Yuehua said calmly, he's in seclusion. Also, he's now the acting principal, not the official one. He's in seclusion, so all matters in the school are now handled by Principal Yuan. Seclusion? Hong Tan smiled and tilted his head to look at Zhou Mingren. He said with a smile, Elder Zhou, many people died in your family. It's really tragic. I don't think anyone died on my side. I'm quite lucky, right? Zhou Mingren ignored him. At this moment, people were constantly sending him voice transmissions, introducing some of the recent events. Hong Tan took a light breath and said with a smile, forget it. I didn't suffer any losses. It's just that, people are missing. It's fine. They'll be found sooner or later. It's fine. Keep a low profile. At this moment, Ji Hong said calmly, don't keep a low profile. What's there to keep a low profile about? Principal Yuan, announce what Hong Galao is going to do next. Yuan Qingdong frowned slightly. After a while, he said in a low voice, the Great Xia Civilization University is going to rebuild the Shenwen Integration Faculty. Hong Tan and Galao will be the dean. This is Su Yu's request. He wants to revitalize the Shenwen faction. Therefore, there are such requests in all the major prefectures. Su Yu? Hong Tan laughed. He has such capabilities. Not bad at all. Rebuild the Faculty of Theology. That's fine too. I'll be the dean? I can. Yuan Qingdong was silent for a while, then said, the disappearance of the Shenwen combat technique steels is the source of the Shenwen faction. I hope Hong Galao can find them. This is not my request or order. This is the rule. Without the Shenwen combat technique steels, the school can't be established. In addition, according to rumors, Hong Galao has mastered a technique that can allow the Shenwen division above the Soar realm to reorganize Shenwen and rebuild the Shenwen combat technique steels. The Academy hopes that Hong Galao can report and disseminate this technique, reorganize Shenwen? Hong Tan was stunned. He looked at him and smiled. What do you mean? No. Yuan Qingdong frowned slightly. Hong Galao has misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. This was indeed not his intention, however, at this moment, he was also curious. Was this for real? Reorganize the Shenwen combat technique steels, even at the Soar realm, was this nonsense, or was it true? If it was true. He did not dare to imagine how big the consequences would be. Hong Tan took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Xiaoxingge. Soon, he looked back in the direction of Dexia province and smiled. What's the matter, these old bastards? Won't they be satisfied until they kill me? I've been so low-key. Look, my grand disciple ran away, my disciple disappeared, and I didn't even say a word. Why must they force me? What's the matter? these old bastards, why must they force me to fall out with them? Thoughts flashed in his mind. The disassembly method. I haven't told many people, right? Baifeng knows, Suyu knows, Qinyong knows, and Xiaoxiao and Wan Tianxing can probably guess a little. Jihong can probably guess a little too. Other than that, there's nothing else, right? Now they want me to teach your grandpa. What are these people trying to do? Don't they know that this will be very troublesome? If it's very troublesome, all the bastards in the world will run to my side, wanting to find out the truth. Wanzhou, enemies, those who want to suppress me. He was slightly stunned. All the bastards and bad people in the world will run to my side. They will come to Xia province, to my side, to investigate me, to monitor me. All the bad people in the world will come? He was distracted. This thought flashed through his mind again and again. All the bad people in the world will come. How many? There must be a lot of them, so many that those who want me dead, those who want the Shenwen faction to not rise again, will come. Be it to investigate the situation or to find out the truth, there will definitely be a lot of people coming. What is he trying to do? Turn to Xia province, Great Xia Civilization University into a bandit's den. Hong Tan glanced at Yuan Qingdong and smiled. Househead Yuan, don't just listen to the wind. There's no such thing, there's no such thing. Yuan Qingdong said calmly, some people say that Baifeng once used the Shenwen combat technique to split. Really? Hong Tan smiled and said, you must have seen wrongly, right? Yuan Qingdong was silent. After a while, he said, Hong Galao, I have no intention of opposing Galao. However, if there is, this is a big deal, not a small one. This is also the foundation for Hong Galao to establish the faculty of theology. Is there such a technique or not? He was a little nervous, and the other Galao was also a little nervous. Is there really such a technique? Is it really possible? Is it really possible to outline the Shenwen combat technique? Hong Tan's thoughts flashed quickly. After a while, he said dryly, actually, it's not mature at all. At present, it's only effective on some sword geniuses. As soon as these words came out, even if he said it was only effective on Sor, the next moment, the surroundings were quiet and shocked. The sound of heartbeats could be heard clearly at this moment. There really is. His throat dry, Yuan Qingdong said stiffly, Hong Galao, you mean, you have mastered this technique? Not really, Hong Tan smiled and said, if you say I have mastered it, then you're overestimating me. I've only tested it on my disciple once, and only my disciple, Baifeng, has completed it once. As for the specific recombination, I haven't tested it before. At present, it can only have a certain effect on Sor. I still need more experimental data and more cases to prove all this. The core technique is with Hong Galao? Swan Bushan doesn't have any core technique. This is just a simple test. Hong Tan smiled and said, if it's useful on Shanghai Sun Moon, then it's considered a core technique. Now, it's just SOSO. No, Yuan Qingdong was shocked and said in fear, Sor, there are too many humans with Sor. Many people have drawn many Shenwen in the Sor realm. Many people are in a rush to cultivate Sor and haven't had time to draw a large number of Shenwen in Sor. Their Sor willpower isn't enough to support so many Shenwen. Sor is possible, although it was just one level higher, the result was completely different. If one were to say that among the previous 10,000 people, one person was suitable to cultivate Shenwen, and if one reached Sor, then out of 10,000 people, 101,000 people would be able to do it. Such a ratio could be popularized among civilization masters. He didn't expect Hong Tan to really know how to do it. This is real. This is actually real. Hong Tan saw the shock in his eyes, and also the shock and greed in the eyes of others. He smiled. This is what you want to see. How daring, too audacious. Before you're prepared, you actually took the initiative to reveal this. Are you crazy? It's good that you're crazy. No one dares to believe that you would be crazy enough to joke about this. In that case, you don't want to think about it, want to flip the table? Hong Tan's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, this technique isn't too powerful. There are many flaws in it, and there are also many flaws. I still need a lot of time to perfect it. I was just casually discussing it with a few old friends. Which bastard spread it? He was a little speechless and said gloomily, who spread it? Wu Yuehua said unhappily, that bastard Xia Yuan said it. He said that Bai Feng might be able to split Shenwen's battle technique. After splitting it, he might be able to supplement it again. Xia Yuan? Hong Tan was slightly stunned. Wu Yuehua stared at him again and frowned. You idiot. I just said it casually, and you actually got tricked. This time it's big trouble. This bastard, do you know that admitting it is big trouble? She was just thinking that this bastard should not be so stupid and just deny it. Who knew? F*CK, idiot, he actually admitted it, he took the initiative to admit it. Wu Yuehua's lungs were about to explode from anger. Did he become stupid after being in seclusion? Hong Tan seemed to have realized something and quickly said, it's just a small technique. Really, it's not perfected at all. Bai Feng is originally from the Shenwen faction, and he has Shenwen's battle technique. This thing is built on the foundation of Shenwen's battle technique, and it's not something that can be supplemented later. Really, don't misunderstand. Everyone was suspicious. Yuan Qingdong was also suspicious. He said in a low voice, Hong Galao, if this technique really exists, it will expand and strengthen the Shenwen faction, and even cause great changes to the entire civilization. Is it real or fake? It's not perfected yet. Hong Tan said seriously, it's real, but I have this idea. I feel that if I have 3 to 5 years, I can definitely perfect it. Previously, you all know that Bai Feng almost died because of this, and he already had this Shenwen battle technique. If he didn't, and rashly combined it, it would be a dead end. In 3 to 5 years, I feel that the side effects should be eliminated, and some sort can be tested. When that time comes, this can be considered a mature technique. It's not considered mature yet. He shook his head and sighed. Besides, Bai Feng isn't here, Suyu has run away, and Qin Yong has disappeared. I'm not interested in developing these things now. Let's seal the technique, and talk about it when there's time. Yuan Qingdong's eyes flickered. Then Hong Galao is not willing to build more faculty of theology? Build, of course he would. If he didn't, how would he attract people? Wan Tianxing, Xia Shao you guys want to play, right? Fine, I'll play with you. Play big. Hong Tan gritted his teeth in his heart. Since you guys don't want to continue, I won't let you. If you want to play, I'll play with you. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I lack sufficient funds. The Shenwen Faculty of Theology already consumes resources, and in addition to the research and development, it needs at least 1 million merit points. Besides, even if I were to recruit students, I wouldn't accept just anyone. They would at least pay 10,000 merit points as tuition fees, so that they can be self-sufficient. Moreover, to put it bluntly, I'm afraid that others will repeat the same mistakes and become the next Qin Yong or Bai Feng or Suyu. If they want to join the Shenwen Faculty of Theology again, they won't be able to do it without backing. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on, and will run away in 3 to 5 days. I won't protect and shelter them one by one. It's too troublesome. I don't have the mood or effort to do it now. The other's eyes flickered. Yuan Qingdong said in a low voice, I think if Hong Galao can really develop this technique, many people will be willing to support Galao. Troublesome. Hong Tan smiled. Then, he glanced at Yuan Qingdong and said calmly, let's talk about it later, househead Yuan. Moreover, some things might not be a good thing if they spread out. Pretend that you didn't mention it today, and I didn't say anything. Don't look for trouble for yourself. After saying that, he sighed and walked away. My 2 disciples are gone, and Qin Yong is also missing. Without Qin Yong around, I don't have the mood to do these things. I don't even know who will benefit from them. Sigh. With a sigh, Hong Tan left with his back hunched. Behind him, the powerhouses were silent. Even Zhou Mingren was frowning at this moment. The Shenwen Faculty of Theology was dismantled and reorganized. This news shocked him. The technique had not been perfected, and it could be perfected in 3 to 5 years. Was it true or false? They understood the meaning behind Hong Tan's words. He was only in the mood to talk about these things now that Qin Yong was back. Was this guy deliberately bluffing people to save his disciples, or did he see this technique as the capital for the revival of the Shenwen faculty? Walking in front, Hong Tan's eyes gradually turned cold. You want to play? Just you wait. I'm afraid that you won't be able to clean up the mess in the end. If that happens, I'm afraid there will be corpses everywhere. Fine. At this point, he had nothing to worry about. Baifeng is too weak. It's best to send him away. Chen Yong, that kid can't get away. It's good that Suyu is gone. As for Wu Jia, it's best not to get this girl involved. I'll find an opportunity to send her away. Xiao Longwu is still here. Some people might not have the guts to come. You can't catch a big fish. Are you satisfied with killing some small shrimps? He still had a trace of suspicion. Xiao Longwu was the stabilizing force. With him in Dixia province, some people might not dare to come. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard someone say in a low voice, "Did you hear? Our prefecture master secretly went out to kill people." Someone saw the heaven-splitting saber in the wilderness. With one slash, he killed an unlucky Wanzhou mountain sea. Prefecture master ran out? I heard it from someone. I don't know if it's true or not. Isn't our prefecture master going into seclusion to prove his Tao? That's probably false. There are many people who can use the heaven-splitting saber. Nonsense. The only ones who can kill a mountain sea with one slash are Xiaojia's direct descendants. How could there be so many people? Xiao Shaoer is still in the prefecture, and Xia of Goguryeo has long since gone to the All-Heavens battlefield. Who else could kill a mountain sea realm cultivator with one slash? Hong Tan was slightly taken aback. What the hell? They're all prepared. Xiao Longwu had run out. Was this an accident, or, on purpose? Without Xiao Longwu and Xia of Goguryeo overseeing things, the current Dixia province was like a big, defenseless fish to many people. Dixia province was strong, but without those few people, there was no one who could stabilize the country. That was interesting, Hong Tan laughed. They were really daring. Xia Jia and Wan Tianxing had already gone crazy. Then let's go crazy together. The Ming residence. In the research institute, Suyu also received the news. As he ate, he said in surprise, "My grandmaster has come out of seclusion?" Wen Zhong, Jin Xing, and the others were also there. Wen Zhong nodded, and said, "That's what the academy chief said. When we went out this morning, the academy chief said that Hong Galao and Zhou Mingren have both come out of seclusion, and they've advanced to the Sun Moon tier at about the same time. Dixia province is still very rich and powerful, and there are suddenly 2 more Sun Moon tier elites. Hong Tan is not very old." As he spoke, he felt a little envious. There were many elders in the great Ming residence, but they were not strong. In Dixia province, the elderly died quickly, but it had to be said that the young were powerful. Yes, Hong Tan was a young man. Wan Tianxing was also considered a young man. In any case, people who were around 100 years old were considered young. Jin Xing smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. One dares to fight and kill, while the other does research in the rear. If the strength of research is stronger than those who fight on the battlefield, then there's no justice in this world." You can't say that. It depends on talent, luck, and opportunities. As the old men argued, Suyu broke into laughter and quickly said, "Senior brothers, let's not talk about this anymore. Has there been any progress on the spirit convergence aperture technique?" No. The few of them were dejected and did not say a word. Very soon, when Zhong regained his composure and smiled. "Don't be anxious. Don't talk about us. It's time for you to pay a visit to the Bai family. You haven't discovered your Yuanshan aperture yet. I don't think it's because you don't have enough apertures. You've definitely opened more apertures than Bai Tianhao. If Bai Tianhao can discover it, why can't you?" Suyu nodded thoughtfully. That was true. He wanted to visit the Bai family several times, but he always had something to do. It was time to visit the Bai family. He had enlightened many apertures, but he still hadn't found the primordial spirit aperture. What was the problem? Since he had yet to obtain the immortal blood essence, he did not have much to do for the next few days. Shall we go to the Bai family to have a look? The Bai family? Bai Junsheng. It's not appropriate to go there rashly. Should I go talk to Bai Junsheng? Thinking of this, Suyu picked at his food and said as he ate, "That's true. Then I'll pay a visit in the afternoon." Is an afternoon visit in line with the Ming residence's etiquette? Cultivators don't care about these things. Wen Zhong smiled and said, "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need, I can go by myself." Suyu rejected the offer with a smile. After some thought, he asked, I'm not too familiar with the Bai family's situation. Would it be rude of me to suddenly view elder ancestor Bai's collection? Xianxia chuckled and said, that's easy. The Bai family is a warrior family, and Bai Junxing is the only son of the Bai family's eldest son. Now that his fleshly body has entered the Soul realm, you don't lack some fiend god blood essence. Just give some to the Bai family, and it shouldn't be difficult for them to take out Bai Tianhao's information. Bai Junxing entered Soul and needed to forge his body. Up until now, it probably hadn't even been cast once. As for the Bai clan, the clan leader was Bai Feng's grandfather. He was in secluded meditation at the Mountain Sea realm, and hadn't emerged for many years. Boss Bai and Bai Feng's father, second brother Bai, were both Ling Yun, making it very difficult for them to obtain powerful god-devil blood essence. If Suyu gave them some fiend god blood essence, it shouldn't be a problem. On Suyu's side, he had given the remaining blood essence of the primordial god race and the origin demon race to Xia Huyu, but the Great Qin Mansion had given him a lot of other fiend god blood essence, so he could give it to Bai Junxing. When he thought of this, Suyu felt at ease. As for Hong Tan coming out of seclusion, Suyu wasn't too worried. After all, it was the Sun and Moon system, and it was the Sun and Moon system of the Shinwen system. What was the point of worrying about Hong Tan? It wasn't that his grandmaster couldn't bear it. He was a person who could bear it. As for the vague news of the splitting method, Suyu didn't want to ask or talk about it. This matter was too unusual. They had agreed not to spread this rashly, but now everyone knew about it. This was very unusual. Of course, the outside world didn't know much about this. They only knew that Hong Tan had mastered top-secret technology, which was enough to set off a revolution in civilization. And now, the focus of the mortal realm was indeed on that side. This was also a good thing. There was less attention on Suyu's side. Grandmaster, you can handle it yourself. If you can't handle it, you can go into seclusion again. Suyu smiled as he thought this. Now, his only worry was Qin Yong. A total of 10 Sun Moon tier elites were dispatched to find him, but there was still no news. He didn't know what Qin Yong was doing. Logically, the commotion wasn't small. If Qin Yong came into contact with others, he should have received the news. Even if it was for revenge, at this time, he could borrow power to kill. Suyu was ready to visit the Bai clan in the afternoon. Now that his grandmaster had come out of seclusion, he would see how his grandmaster would handle the matter of Qin Yong. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Just as Suyu was thinking about Qin Yong, at the same time, Great Barren Mountain, eastern region of the mortal realm. Near the eastern rising sky sea. There were 3 major seas in the mortal realm, the eastern rising sky sea, the western falling sky sea, the southern boundless sea, and the northern all-heaven palace. They were all dangerous places in the mortal realm. At this moment, in a cave in the Great Barren Mountain, Qin Yong leaned against the wall, barbecuing a demonic beast. Beside him, Feng Qi's face was pale, and his chest was stained with blood. He leaned on the other side and said with a smile, Qin Yong, your cooking is getting better and better. When you can't fight anymore, you can open a restaurant. Qin Yong smiled and didn't say anything. After barbecuing the demonic beast, he tore a piece of leg meat and threw it to him. He ate silently. After eating for a while, he said softly, can you still hold on? I won't die. That's good. Qin Yong smiled and quickly said, after this meal, we'll go to the rising sky sea. Feng Qi nodded and didn't ask more. Qin Yong laughed. You're still the same as before, not even letting out a fart. After so many years, you still haven't changed. I'm used to it. Feng Qi also smiled. Then tell me, why are we going to the rising sky sea? To kill people. Qin Yong said calmly, to kill a few enemies. Feng Qi nodded again and still didn't ask. Qin Yong had no choice but to take the initiative to ask, do you know who to kill? I don't know. Then you nodded? My life was saved by you. You can kill whoever you want to kill. Qin Yong laughed and said slowly, since I'm out this time, I don't plan to go back so soon. It's rare for me to come out, and there's no one watching me now. It's a rare opportunity. Do you remember the hat? I do. That guy was a little bald. He was not used to not wearing a hat. Later, you expelled him from the Shenwen faction, right? Yes. Qin Yong said calmly, back then, I expelled them because I hoped that the Shenwen faction could keep some seeds. In the end, even though I expelled them, some people didn't let them go. The hat went to the Rising Sky Sea to collect some things and died here. Later, I sent someone to investigate. It wasn't an accident, but a trap. Not only the hat, but most of the people I expelled also died. Not many survived. Then, he chuckled and said, it's not just them. Junior Marshal brother and I didn't go out too much. In addition, Master always kept an eye on us. That's why we barely survived. The number of Shenwen faction's experts who died these years is not small. Fengqi nodded. I can see that. Too many Shenwen faction's experts have died these years. If you don't pay attention, you won't know. But if you do, you'll see that too many of them have died. Yes, we were targeted in the All Heavens battlefield. One killed our people, so there was nothing we could do about it. But in the mortal realm, we also lost many of our people. I secretly checked the information. The Rising Sky Sea had the most casualties. The hat also died here. He ate a mouthful of meat and said slowly, I suspect that this might be that guy's lair. That guy in the dark? Yes. Nodding slightly, Qin Yong said calmly, so, I also want to take revenge this time. I want to kill some people and see if I can force that guy out. Even if I can't force him out, I want to alert him and let him know that we might have discovered his identity. Then, he will jump out again. He has already come out several times. Now, he is like a cornered dog that will do something desperate. He must be very worried about exposing his identity and forcing him to show himself. Fengqi chewed on the meat and thought for a moment. You won't kill the wrong people, will you? No, without evidence, I won't kill people indiscriminately. Qin Yong said with a smile, after killing, I'll hide in the Rising Sky Sea for a while. Force that guy to show up. If he doesn't show up, I'll continue to kill. Over the years, I've done something and got some information. It's very likely that they are all his people. If they are not his people, they are not good people either. I'll kill them one by one. Fengqi nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, the Rising Sky Sea is near the mansion of Great Qi. The king of Great Qi died in battle 160 years ago. Now the king of Great Qi's son, Qi Xian, is in charge of the mansion of Great Qi. There is no invincible realm expert here, nor is there any invincible realm expert in the Rising Sky Sea. So, which invincible realm expert do you think is it? Is it the mansion of Great Jin in the east? The king of Great Jin? Qin Yong said, I don't know. But if I know, why do I need to test? Even if we really force that invincible realm expert to show up, we can't do anything to him. It's fine if he's exposed. Since he's exposed, we'll keep an eye on him. Sooner or later, we'll find a way to kill him. The biggest problem now is that he hasn't been exposed. As he spoke, Qin Yong said, let's not care about this. If he doesn't dare to come out, then it's best. We'll take the opportunity to kill his minions. These people are also executioners. Their hands are stained with the blood of our Shenwen faction. Little Hat and the others can't die in vain. I have to avenge them. Fengqi didn't say anything more. The two of them ate in silence. After eating, Qin Yong cleaned up the scene and said with a smile, let's go. We'll take the dogs behind us for a walk. It's best to take them to the Rising Sky Sea. It's best if they fight each other. But I suspect that the Six-Winged Holy Sect may be in cahoots with those guys. It depends on whether their masters have told each other or not. It couldn't be better if they didn't tell each other and fight each other. If they told each other, it would be better. It would clarify his speculation. The two sides were in cahoots. Soon, Qin Yong and Fengqi left the place. This time, Qin Yong came out to kill people. It wasn't that he didn't have any information. On the contrary, he knew that many people were looking for him. His martial nephew even arranged for Sun and Moon to find him. He was very touched, but he didn't want to go back. He had endured in the academy for too many years. This was a rare opportunity, and he finally escaped from the academy. Since he was out, he wouldn't go back until blood flowed like a river. He would use this opportunity to kill a group of people that he wanted to kill in the past, but didn't have the chance to. Out of the cave, Xianxia quickly changed his appearance, and in the blink of an eye, he sneaked into the ground. On the ground, Fengqi continued to act as bait, walking cautiously. However, the shadow was slightly different. His shadow was a little thicker. Hong Tan had captured the shadow for many years, and the shadow had once said that his talent was about to deteriorate because too much of his blood essence had been extracted. And that period was the period when Xianxia had studied under Hong Tan for the longest time. Fengqi was injured, and the two of them used this cooperation to kill many strong enemies along the way. Fengqi quickly escaped, extremely careful. Not long after they left, several figures flickered. Mountain Sea Tier, there was also a Sun Moon Tier cultivator. They all wore black masks, and there was no other distinguishing features. The leader of the group wore a silver mask. After observing for a while, he said in a low voice, "They just left, there's still some residual heat." As he said this, he looked out of the cave. "If we go east, we'll reach the ascending heaven sea." Behind him, someone also said in a low voice, "Sect leader, do we still chase?" In the past few days, strongholds have been besieged, and the Seeking Realm has sent 8 Sun Moon Tier cultivators to search for us. The foundation of the divine sect has been damaged. They are all cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if they die. There are so many of them. The human realm has no shortage of people. It also has no shortage of people who want to live forever and have strength. After saying this, he said coldly, "Xianxia and Fengqi must die. These 2 bastards killed many of our elites. If we don't kill them, I won't be able to live." Behind him, the Mountain Sea Tier cultivators didn't say anything. On the way, several Mountain Sea Tier cultivators had died. Now that they were almost at the ascending heaven sea, they actually didn't want to chase. Moreover, the 8 great families were searching for them, so they were in a very dangerous situation. Seeing the silence of the Mountain Sea Tier cultivators, the Sun Moon Tier cultivator knew what they were thinking, and said indifferently, "This is also the will of the 6-winged god tribe. Xianxia must die. Kill Xianxia, kill Suyu, or kill Hong Tan. Which one do you choose?" They were speechless. "Kill Suyu. Forget it." He was under the protection of the Ming Constabulary, and a group of Sun Moon Tier cultivators had died a few days ago. Kill Hong Tan, who had advanced to the Sun Moon Tier and was still in Dexia province, so how could they kill him? No matter how they thought about it, killing Xianxia was the easiest choice. They didn't speak anymore, but they were depressed. Why did they have to kill Xianxia at this time? They didn't know what the sect leader was thinking. As for the 6-winged god tribe, who cared? They weren't in the mortal realm anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Joining the 6-winged celestial race was for the sake of immortality and for the sake of strengthening oneself, not to throw away one's life. The sect leader of the 6-winged god tribe knew what they were thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't think that we're sending you to die. If we succeed this time, all of you will have a chance to enter the deification pool of the 6-winged god realm. Maybe you can complete the unification of your acupoints in a few days and advance to the Sun Moon Tier. I'm afraid I won't be alive to enjoy it." Someone whispered, "If we want to enter the Sun and Moon realm, we have to stay alive." "Enough." The sect leader of the 6-winged god sect said in a low voice, "Don't say that. The vice-sect leader has already led people to lure those Sun Moon Tier cultivators away. Now, we are safe. It's more dangerous over there." They didn't say anything, although they were reluctant. But at this point, there was nothing they could do. "Let's go." As he spoke, the Sun Moon Tier cultivator identified the direction, and soon chased after Fengqi. They didn't chase for long when a loud boom resounded. A Mountain Sea Tier cultivator vomited blood and was sent flying. The others quickly scattered. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the Sun Moon Tier cultivator went forward to investigate. He sneered, "Continue to chase. Xianxia and the others have used countless divine talismans along the way. I don't believe he has many left." The Mountain Sea Tier cultivator vomited blood, but under the mask, he looked unlucky. Fortunately, they were prepared. The first time, he had been unlucky. A Mountain Sea Realm cultivator had been blown to death. That Qinyong fellow, who knew how many things he had collected over the years? Wasn't the multiverse divine runic lineage completely broke? Where did he get these divine talismans? They didn't say anything more, and they quickly chased after them. Since there was a trap, it meant that they were going in the right direction. Ming Constabulary, Weapon Forging School. This was the first time Suyu learned that Bai Junxing was a student of the weapon forging school. He thought that he was also from the Beast Tamer school, but after asking, he learned that he was from the weapon forging school. In a huge weapon forging workshop, Suyu found Bai Junxing, who was hammering a weapon. Some of the students and teachers around him were surprised to see Suyu. However, it was enough to just look at him. They weren't too familiar with him, so no one went up to greet him. Bai Junxing also saw Suyu. At this moment, he was hammering a crooked hook-shaped weapon. He smiled and said, "Suyu, are you looking for me?" Forging weapons? Yes, how is it? Impressive, right? Bai Junxing laughed and said, "Look at the weapons I'm forging. They're at the elementary level of the yellow tier. The advanced ones have 7 golden patterns. Even among the elementary level of the yellow tier, they're top-notch Wenbing. My willpower is the most nourishing. When I reach the soar level, I'll definitely be able to forge mid-level or even high-level yellow tier Wenbing. When I reach the 7th level of soar, I'll forge top-notch yellow tier Wenbing. When I reach the Ling Yunjing, I'll forge black tier Wenbing. When I reach the mountain sea tier, I'll be able to forge earth tier Wenbing. When I reach the sun moon tier, I'll be a heavenly armament master." Suyu was speechless. Seeing this, Bai Junxing laughed and said, "What, you don't believe me? I'm quite talented in forging weapons. If you don't believe me, you can ask others." At this moment, there was a sturdy young man beside him, who laughed and said, "It's all right, not too much of an exaggeration. You can forge yellow tier Wenbing with a nourishing nature, but you're a bit worse than me. Haha, I can forge 8 golden patterns of Wenbing." Everyone here was a weapon forging master. Of course, there were strong and weak ones. Under Soar, those who could forge entry-level Wenbing were already considered geniuses. In Xianxia province, there weren't many people in the weapon forging faculty, and there weren't many who could forge Wenbing with a nourishing nature. Bai Junxing said that his forging was not bad, and it wasn't an exaggeration. The 8 great steeds of heaven capital were more or less capable. This guy's physical body was Soar, and he could forge weapons with a nourishing nature. He was worthy of the title of the 8 great steeds. Suyu laughed and said, "It's all right, not bad." "It's all right?" Bai Junxing became anxious. "Suyu, if it's all right, then I'm not willing to hear it. My forging skills are top-notch even in Xianxia province. There probably aren't any students in your Xianxia province who can compare to me. The weapon forging faculty in Xianxia province has declined a long time ago, and there aren't many who are truly capable." Suyu frowned slightly and glanced at him. There are still some strong people in the weapon forging faculty in Xianxia province. He knew that Bai Junxing might not know the situation, but he was still somewhat unwilling. He said in a deep voice, "Teacher Zhao Li from the weapon forging faculty in Xianxia province is a top-notch weapon forging master. His forging skills are top-notch." Bai Junxing said angrily, "I know that Teacher Zhao Li is top-notch, but if black-class blacksmiths are top-notch, then what about earth-class blacksmiths? Weapon forging in Xianxia province has always been bad. Ever since the 4th-generation principal of Great Xia Civilization University passed away, weapon forging has been declining day by day. Those who are slightly capable have all gone to Dazhou Prefecture. That Dean Zhao Tianbing is a top-notch weapon forging master." Suyu did not utter a word and directly started mixing the ingredients. Bai Junxing was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Weapon forging." "You know how?" "I don't." "Then Suyu said calmly, "I've listened to a total of 3 lessons from Teacher Zhao Li. Less than 5 hours. I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that if you are not good at weapon forging, then stop talking nonsense. You are not qualified to judge a weapon forging master." Bai Junxing was speechless. After a while, he said, "Are you serious? Don't waste materials. If you think I'm wrong, I'll apologize. Master Zhao Li is very good. Cut the crap." Even if it's my first time forging, with teacher Zhao Li's guidance, I'm still better than you. Suyu snorted, a little unhappy. This guy underestimated teacher Zhao Li. In Suyu's opinion, Zhao Li was the top-notch weapon forging master. If he had not been a little reckless in the past, he would have long become an Earth-class blacksmith in the Mountain Sea realm. He might even be able to forge top-notch Earth-class Wenbing, not to mention, the spirit expansion technique was a top-notch divine skill. Extracting materials. Of the 5 elements, the fire character Shunwen melted and extracted, the water character Shunwen condensed, the wind character Shunwen quenched, and the metal character Shunwen sharpened. Gradually, some people gathered around. From the looks of it, this was Suyu's first time forging. However, he knew the process. Even though his technique was a little rusty, it was clear that he had learned it before. It should be the guidance of a weapon forging master. When he said that he had listened to Zhao Li's lessons, the crowd began to believe his words. A top-notch blacksmith was actually not weak. There were only a few Earth-class blacksmiths in the Ming constabulary. Extraction, tempering, quenching. After completing the procedures, Suyu took a deep breath. Then, he took out the spirit expansion hammer and began hammering, again and again, pung pung pung. His speed was extremely fast. Every time he hammered, a wave of air would surge. Gradually, a golden pattern appeared on the pitch-black blade. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, someone bare one's teeth thought to himself, F***ck, this endurance. For a cultivator, 20 minutes was already the limit. Most people wouldn't be able to last that long. At this moment, Suyu had already struck out 5 golden patterns. At the side, Bai Junxing bare one's teeth grinned. This? Are you cheating? You are already sore. Shut up. At the side, a teacher berated. That is Master Zhao Li's unique technique. Even if you are also a cultivator, you won't be able to last longer than him. This should be Suyu's first time forging. His technique is a little rusty and the essence of the extraction is lost. You have learned it for several years. How can you compete with someone who has only learned it for a few hours? Is this fair? Bai Junxing was speechless. At this moment, Suyu didn't utter a word and continued forging. He knew that his technique was a little rusty. He made a few mistakes and almost destroyed this Wenbing. He wasn't familiar with it for the first time, and the ratio of materials was also a little imbalanced. However, he relied on his strong willpower, the mystical spirit expansion hammer, and Shunwen to constantly adjust. Gradually, more and more golden patterns appeared on the black blade. 7, 8, 9. After forging up to 9, Bai Junxing bare one's teeth grinned and said helplessly, "Alright, you're good. I apologize, okay? Teacher Zhao Li is really good." I didn't say that he wasn't good. Didn't I say that he hasn't reached the Earth stage? This is the truth, he wasn't lying, he really hadn't reached it, so you ignored him and continued forging. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the surrounding students and teachers were already dumbfounded. F***ck, they were already convinced that he could forge for 3 hours continuously. How strong was his willpower? At this moment, there were 18 golden patterns on the Wenbing. As for Suyu, he frowned slightly and shook his head. He put away the spirit expansion hammer and threw the blade to Bai Junxing without a change in expression. He said, "My technique isn't up to par. There were some mistakes in the ratio, some problems with the materials, and the quenching. Otherwise, the same materials could be given to teacher Zhao Li to forge at least 30 golden patterns." At this moment, the surrounding people looked at him with bare one's teeth grinning. Peak of the yellow stage, intermediate stage, first time forging. There was no justice in this world. If he was proficient, this time, so you would probably be able to forge an advanced yellow stage Wenbing. Under normal circumstances, soaring sky realm veterans and blacksmiths would probably only be able to forge high-grade yellow-ranked civil weapons. As for the top ones, many of them were forged by Ling Yunjing. People like Zhao Li, who could forge advanced mystic stage Wenbing in Ling Yunjing, were actually extremely rare. The main reason was that they didn't have enough willpower and endurance to forge something with more than 64 golden patterns. Without 64 golden patterns, it wouldn't be considered advanced mystic stage Wenbing. As for Suyu, he didn't care about all this. He was thinking that his 5 elements Shunwen seemed to be good at forging weapons. Moreover, when he was forging weapons, Shunwen was also tempering and forging. He had always wanted to forge weapons, so he could learn it now. He didn't forget that he was preparing to help teacher Zhao Li forge weapons when he arrived at Ling Yunjing, that was Earth Stage Wenbing, without any foundation, with the current situation, forging an intermediate Yellow Stage Wenbing, and wanting to forge an Earth Stage Wenbing. Stop messing around, it would be good enough if he didn't cause trouble for teacher. As he was thinking about this, an old man beside him sighed. This is Zhao Li's spirit expansion art, right? The technique is also his Zhao clan's weapon forging technique. You said that you learned it for 5 hours. I think he's treating you as his last disciple. You're very talented. I'm talking about the talent in forging weapons. It's a pity, your other talents are stronger and more useful. You can't spend too much time on forging weapons. What a pity. It was really a pity. This old man was not weak. He was close to the peak of Lingyun Peak. After a while, he smiled and said, if you study hard for a few months and have a little more experience, you can probably forge a top-tier yellow-level civil weapon. If you have time, you can come here to play. My teacher also said that you have talent in this area and a good foundation. Suyu was slightly stunned. Your teacher, Teacher Hu Lao. The old man smiled and said, I'm her student. Suyu was startled, and he hurriedly said, greetings, teacher. I've embarrassed myself, I was just joking with Bai Junsheng. This fellow forged an initial yellow rank civil weapon, and he had to say that others can't do it. Bai Junsheng was extremely depressed. I'm speaking the truth, this guy even complained, the old man smiled. What does he know? This kid, just because he has some talent, he needs to be taught a lesson. Let him know that there's always someone better out there. Zhao Li is one of the most elite blacksmiths in the mystic realm. Perhaps you could even say that he is number one. He doesn't have any sovereign divine runes, but he relied on supplementary divine runes to forge a civil weapon with 72 golden patterns. This isn't something that just anyone can do. Even a beginner Earth-rank civil weapon master would find it difficult to do so. Bai Junxing didn't mind being criticized and quickly said, Teacher, is Master Zhao Li that amazing? But I know him, but I've never heard of his weapon circulating outside. This was also the reason why he felt that Zhao Li wasn't much. The most important thing for blacksmiths was to see which expert used your weapon and become famous. The old man smiled. He has an eccentric temper. He doesn't help people he doesn't like. It's normal that you don't know. Our school has a Wenbing made by him. The Wenbing that Wenzhong used was made by him. It's a top-notch level. Bai Junxing suddenly understood. That Wenbing. I know, it's really top-notch. I heard that it's not any worse than an Earth Stage Wenbing. Teacher Wen spent all his money to forge it. I thought he found Hu Lao to forge it, but it was actually Teacher Zhao Li. The old man smiled and nodded. So, next time you don't know anything, don't pretend to know everything. It's embarrassing. After lecturing Bai Junxing, he looked at Suyu again and said, let's not talk about other things. If you have time, you can come and play with it. Treat it as a seasoning. For a genius like you, you can learn anything. Just focus on one thing and know a little about other things. If you can forge a mystic stage Wenbing, you'll be popular no matter where you go. The others blushed with shame. F***K, forging a mystic stage Wenbing was just for fun. Knowing a little about it, their teacher really thought highly of Suyu and looked down on them. They were so disappointed. Was this what geniuses were like? The career you devoted your life to might be something that others played around with. Thinking about it, it made sense. Suyu had only learned for a few hours. On his first try, he had forged a mid-grade golden stage Wenbing. What else could they say? Not to mention 18 gold patterns, there were only a handful of students in the school who could forge 10 gold patterns. Disappointment, emptiness. Suyu also smiled and chatted with the old man for a while. Soon, he dragged Bai Junxing out. Bai Junxing said in fear, no, I just said one thing. Why are you so petty? Don't tell me you want to silence me. Suyu, this is the school. If you can't do it, just beat me up. Don't kill me. Damn, I just said one thing. It's fine if you want to slap my face, but you want to kill me? That's too cruel. a homicidal maniac really lived up to its name. On account of my brother, Suyu, let's talk this out. Bai Junxing struggled, but his arm was grabbed by Suyu. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Suyu did not say a word and dragged him out. When they were out of the blacksmith school, he smiled and said, "Let's go and visit my teacher's father." Visit your father, F***CKU. Bai Junxing really wanted to curse when he heard this. If you have something to say, talk it out. Why are you scaring me? I almost thought you were going to drag me into the forest and kill me. He heaved a sigh of relief and said gloomily, visit my father and my second uncle? I say, you better not go. My father and second uncle are very dissatisfied with my cousin joining the Xinwen faculty of Dixia province. If you go, you might get kicked out. Suyu smiled and said, that's not necessary. I'm a guest of the prefecture master, right? That's true. Bai Junxing nodded. If you're not afraid of being scolded, then go. It's fine. I'll be scolded. Aren't you here? Just put in a few good words for him. Why should I? He was halfway through his words when Suyu said, because my fist is bigger than yours. Help me to talk, or else, when we return to the school, I'll beat you up every day. Brother Bai, think carefully. Bai Junxing's expression changed again. Bitch, this guy actually threatened me. Shameless. My cousin is your teacher, you actually threatened me and treated me like this. You're not human. Even though he cursed countless times in his heart, the reality was that his fist was not as big as Suyu's. He helplessly drooped his head and said, alright, don't be rough. We civilizationists are all gentle people. We don't fight, then why did you hit Zhu Hongliang? He's not as big as my fist. Bai Junxing said it calmly. How simple. I'm not as big as your fist, so I admit defeat. Isn't this obvious? Suyu laughed. Your fist is big, that iron-eating beast can't be bothered with you. Otherwise, he would have killed you with one slap. Without saying anything more, Suyu quickly brought him out of the school. Bai Junxing was also talkative. It was rare for him to have such close contact with Suyu, so he kept asking questions along the way. He also asked a lot about Bai Feng. He actually didn't know much about Bai Feng. Bai Feng had left home for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, Bai Feng had only returned once. He stayed for a short time before leaving. The Bai Feng in his memory was actually very vague. Suyu, of course, picked out the good stuff. As for being beaten up by Huang Ting 3 times, he didn't say anything. If he did, Bai Feng's image would collapse. The Bai family was an old family of the Ming constabulary. Their ancestor, Bai Tianhao, had also left a deep mark in human history. Ling Yan had killed a 7th-tier mountain and sea realm cultivator. As for whether it was because of the essence spirit aperture, there was no way to confirm it. After all, he had been dead for many years, and there were no rumors about the essence spirit aperture. In fact, there were people who had looked at the information left behind by Bai Tianhao, but they did not gain much. In the end, even the Ming emperor gave up on this aspect and could only treat it as Bai Tianhao's last burst of power before his death. The Bai family was located in the eastern part of the Tiandu prefecture. There were many other old families here. The Bai family was not considered the top among them. On the way, Bai Junxing was still talking. Suyu, you came to my house to ask about the ancestor, right? Actually, there's nothing much to ask. The ancestor was talented, so he could do it, just like you. You're also strong, but that's talent, not some essence spirit aperture. Now, people in the outside world say that my ancestor might have discovered the essence spirit aperture. Nonsense, if he really did discover it, my Bai family would have become rich long ago, and I would have learned it long ago. Suyu nodded slightly. Let's see. Actually, it wasn't too much to say that he had too much hope. If Bai Tianhao had really left any information about the essence spirit aperture, it would have been taken away long ago. By residents. There were guards in front of the door. When they saw Bai Junxing, the guards hurriedly greeted him. Second young master. Second young master is back. Bai Junxing laughed and greeted him. He didn't bother with small talk and stepped into the courtyard. Suyu followed. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a whistling sound. Someone was practicing martial arts. In the courtyard, a young girl was practicing martial arts. She looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. Bai Yi, your brother is back. Come over. Bai Junxing shouted and turned his head to whisper to Suyu, this is your martial aunt, my cousin's younger sister. After my cousin left, second uncle and second aunt had no one to accompany them, so they gave birth to another child. Suyu was speechless. A 7 or 8-year-old child? Your martial aunt? We cultivators do not care about such things. Bai Feng's sister, Suyu didn't expect his teacher to have a younger sister. On the other side, the little girl turned her head, her ponytail swaying. She looked curiously at Suyu, and soon seemed to recognize Suyu. She ran over and said excitedly, you're Suyu? Are you my brother's disciple? Suyu smiled and nodded. I'm Professor Bai Feng's student. It really is you. Bai Yi might have seen Suyu before, but Suyu did not have much of an impression of him. Previously, when he had publicly cast his body, many people had gathered to watch him. Bai Yi said excitedly, when will my brother come back? I haven't seen him in years. Bai Junxing was speechless. You've only seen it once, and it was when you were very young. What do you remember? I'm your brother. That's fake. You're the fake one. The little girl looked unhappy. You're my cousin. That's my biological brother. My brother is very powerful. He's a top-notch expert, a monstrous civilization master. You're just a child. Bai Junxing was used to bickering with this little girl, so he didn't mind. He laughed and said, I'm also a soar. He's also a soar. I'm younger than him, so of course I'm more talented. Little Yi, you should worship me, understand? No way. You're always bullying me. When my brother comes back, I'll get him to beat you up. He might not be able to beat me. Impossible. Bai Yi didn't believe it. He looked at Suyu and said anxiously, Brother Suyu, don't you think so? Brother Junxing can't beat my brother, right? Suyu smiled and nodded. Of course, he can win in one move. There's no comparison. Bai Junxing was depressed. What are you saying? I'm not that weak. But when he thought about it, Bai Feng seemed to have such strength. He felt even more depressed. When Bai Yi heard this, she became very excited and started to chatter non-stop. She was not unfamiliar with Suyu and was very friendly with him. Perhaps she felt that since Suyu was her big brother's student, he was one of them, and there was no end to her questions. Suyu also smiled and answered a few questions. At this moment, he vaguely understood why Bai Feng didn't go home. His parents were still there, and he had a younger sister. And he joined the Xianxia faction in Dexia province. Even if Bai Feng didn't know about the invincible existence in the dark, he knew that he had been fighting with the Xianxia faction for many years. Sooner or later, a war would break out. In this way, it wouldn't be appropriate to involve his family. He came back once in 10 years. The Bai family might have become distant with him. Maybe in Bai Feng's eyes, this was also the result he wanted. Bai Feng's parents might not miss their son so much after they had a daughter. Suyu took a deep breath. Maybe, he shouldn't have come to visit. After this, it would be better for him to distance himself from the Bai family. After chatting for a while, Bai Junxing brought Suyu to the backyard. As they walked, he said, Second uncle seems to be on duty today. My father should be at home. I'll bring you to meet him. Bai Yi hurriedly said, My father knows that big bro Suyu is here. He will definitely come back. I'll call him, there's no need to trouble him. Suyu smiled. No need to trouble him. Little Yi, if there's a chance, I'll see General Bai again. Oh. Alright then. Bai Yi felt a little regretful. But he quickly regained his smile and said hurriedly, Big bro Suyu, did my brother find me a sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, Suyu thought for a while and shook his head. Find my ass. Bai Feng never went out. Where would he find a sister-in-law? As far as he could remember, Bai Feng had never spoken to any woman before. No, he should have talked to Wu Qi. But Bai Feng might have been beaten up before. When mentioning Wu Qi, he did not have a good tone. No? That's a pity. I still want to see my sister-in-law. Big bro Junxing is also single. What are you talking about? Bai Junxing said unhappily. I'm still young. Sooner or later, I'll find you 8 or 10 sisters-in-law. What's the hurry? As they chatted and laughed, someone had already informed the Bai family's eldest brother. So you came to visit. Soon, a guard came to report in a low voice. The Bai family's eldest brother was waiting in the guest hall. They walked towards the guest hall. In the guest hall, the Bai family's eldest brother did not look old and was slightly dignified. Ling Yun was in the 9th tier. He used to be a major in the Heavenly Law Army. He had just been transferred from the front line a few years ago and was now the deputy commander of the official army. The official army of the Great Ming Constabulary consisted of 100,000 people. They commanded the Mountain Sea Realm and Ling Yun as deputy commanders. Bai Feng's father was also in the official army. However, he was a major, which was considered a real position. The Bai family's eldest brother was just a nominal position. He spent most of his time at home. It did not matter if he went to the official army or not. At this moment, Bai Zhani looked outside. He thought of many things and fell into deep thought. After a while, he heard the sound of footsteps. He gently exhaled and returned to normal. His nephew had taken in an amazing student in Xia province. In the next moment, Suyu followed Bai Junxing into the room. The moment he saw Suyu, Bai Zhani felt as if he was looking at Bai Feng from years ago. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he always had a faint smile on his face. He was gentle and refined, which was extremely rare in the Bai family. Even though Bai Junxing liked to imitate Bai Feng, he could not imitate him. Instead, he looked like a ruffian. Suyu, on the other hand, looked like a refined person at first glance. However, Bai Zhani knew that he was not a refined scholar. He had killed many people. The hardships he had experienced along the way were no less than anyone else. Student Suyu greets General Bai. Bai Zhani came to his senses and said with a smile, "Don't stand on ceremony. Let's sit down and talk. You're Linfeng's student, so you have an inseparable relationship with the Bai family." After saying that, Bai Zhani looked at Suyu and said, "You've been busy in the Great Ming Constabulary these days, so we didn't send anyone to look for you. We didn't want to delay you." Suyu hurriedly said, "I should be the one to visit you earlier, General Bai. Don't be so polite." Bai Zhani smiled and gestured for him to sit down. Then, he said, "The Bai family is a warrior family, so we don't need to be polite." He looked at Suyu and quickly said, "I know you're studying the nascent spirit aperture. The mansion master summoned me a few days ago and mentioned it. However, the Bai family doesn't have any nascent spirit aperture. Otherwise, we would have handed it over to the mansion master. The great ancestor did leave behind some documents, but they have nothing to do with the nascent spirit aperture. He never mentioned it. Some powerhouses have also read the documents. Otherwise, the Bai family wouldn't be able to live in peace." Suyu nodded. That was inevitable. Ling Yan had killed a 7th-tier mountain and sea cultivator as a 9th-tier mountain and sea cultivator. After Bai Tianhao's death, many people had probably come to look at these documents. Suyu did not expect Boss Bai to go straight to the point. Since that was the case, he did not beat around the bush. He smiled and said, "General Bai, I'm very impressed by Senior Bai Tianhao. I've wondered if Senior Bai has mastered the nascent spirit aperture. Of course, it's possible that he didn't leave any information behind. Sometimes, he might have mastered it by accident and didn't have time to leave anything behind." Bai Zhani nodded. That was very possible. He might have learned something during a critical moment when he encountered a powerful enemy and was in a life-and-death situation. Naturally, he didn't have the chance to leave anything behind since he was already dead. Bai Zhani did not bother to exchange pleasantries with Suyu. He went straight to the point. Some of the things left behind by the great ancestor are in the library. If you want to read them, you can go there anytime. After saying that, he paused and said, "Regarding your teacher, Bai Feng, I heard that you asked Mansion Master Niu and the others to bring Bai Feng back to the Ming Mansion. You've taken this matter seriously." As he spoke, he suddenly sighed and said, "However, it's unlikely that he'll come back." Suyu was stunned. Unlikely? What does that mean? In the next second, he seemed to have thought of something. As expected, Bai Zhani sighed and said, Hong Tan has come out of isolated cultivation. It would have been fine if he hadn't, but now that he's out. Trouble. He's in trouble again. Based on Bai Feng's character, if he knows about this, he won't come back even if he was planning to return to the Ming mansion. Suyu fell silent. After a while, he said in a deep voice, Teacher can't be of much help. I think it's better for him to come to the Ming mansion. You might think that, but he might not think the same. Bai Zhani shook his head and said, although he didn't take the Bai family's warrior path, he has the character of a warrior. He won't leave Hong Tan in times of crisis, even if he knows that it's a mountain of knives and a sea of flames in front of him. Suyu fell silent again. This might indeed be Bai Feng's choice. If the Grandmaster did not come out of isolated cultivation, he might come to the Ming mansion. However, the Grandmaster had come out of isolated cultivation, and he was in even more trouble now. Based on Bai Feng's character, would he go to the Dixia province or the Ming mansion? Suyu thought about it and soon came up with an answer. Dixia province. Bai Zhani sighed and stopped talking about this. Soon, he said, let's not talk about him. He has his own mind since he was young. In the past, he wanted to go to the Dixia province and the Great Xia Civilization University to follow in the footsteps of the fifth generation. I couldn't persuade him, and now, I can't persuade him anymore. You're his student. I only hope that you can take care of him in the future. Although your teacher is your teacher, he might not be as mature as you are. He hasn't suffered much since he was young. Bai Zhani said a few words and soon said, I won't waste your time chatting. Junsheng, bring Suyu to the library. If there's any useful information, you can bring it back to read. Just leave a copy. Thank you, General Bai. Suyu thanked him. He did not expect it to be so easy. Bai Zhani did not say much, and he directly made the information public to him. Suyu wanted to say that he would exchange it for something, but he was too embarrassed to say it at the moment. Forget it. I'll give it to Bai Junsheng later. After leaving the guest hall, Suyu followed Bai Junsheng to the Bai family's library. After walking for a while, he said, why did my teacher want to go to Dixia province in the past? I don't think he admired the fifth generation that much. Bai Junsheng said with a smile, my cousin didn't admire the fifth generation. He was actually attracted by the glory, power, mystery, and downfall of Shenwen. There are some records about the story of Senior Lu Wenyan and the others in the Ming constabulary, but there are not many records in Dixia province. From the glory to the downfall, the fifth generation was invincible, and Senior Lu Wenyan was high-spirited. These are all what my cousin pursued. To put it bluntly, he's very arrogant. Maybe he thinks he can change something. Beside him, Bai Yi said angrily, don't talk about my brother like that. He's not arrogant. What do you know, little girl? Go away, don't follow us. The adults are talking, don't interrupt. Bai Junsheng grabbed her little braid and was about to push her away. Bai Yi bared his fangs and claws and said angrily, when I'm done with Kaiyuan and enter Thousand June, I'll definitely beat you up. Come on, beat me up with Thousand June? If you're Thousand June, I'm already Lingyan Mountain and Sea. Bai Junsheng laughed and said, you've only opened one chakra now. If you want to finish with Kaiyuan, wait another 5 or 6 years. Maybe you'll be a genius if you succeed in Kaiyuan when you're 15. Bai Yi was instantly dejected and said gloomily, Kaiyuan is so annoying. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Bai Junsheng, does the Bai family support Bai Ye's cultivation? Bai Junsheng was stunned, and he also sent a voice transmission, why not? We're a warrior family. Don't we cultivate? What I mean is, if I help her succeed in Kaiyuan now, will it delay the Bai family's teaching process? Bai Junsheng was stunned, and the next moment, he thought of something and said excitedly, Heaven Origin Fruit? That's right, this guy, Suyu, is highly valued by the manor head. Maybe he can ask for a Heaven Origin Fruit. As soon as he said it, Bai Yi asked curiously, Heaven Origin Fruit? Brother Junsheng, why are you saying this? You have it? Did you win it from His Highness Ninth? You've beaten him so many times, and you still haven't won it? Why don't you go and beat him again? Suyu was stunned. Bai Junxing often beat Zhu Hongliang. Could it be that this little girl instigated it, just to beat him up for a heaven origin fruit? Bai Junxing was embarrassed, and Suyu laughed. Since the Bai family supported Bai Ye's cultivation, there was nothing to think about. After thinking for a moment, he said, I have a heaven origin fruit with me. The manor head gave it to me, and I don't need it. If Bai Yi needs it, I'll have someone send it over later. At this point, Bai Yi was surprised. Big brother Suyu, really? Bai Junxing scratched his head, and laughed dryly, it's too precious. The manor head doesn't have many, right? He gave it to you, and you gave it to Bai Yi. It's a waste, this little girl's talent seems average. You're average? Bai Yi was a little excited, but also a little embarrassed, and said timidly, that's very precious, how about, we forget it. She wanted it, but she also knew that it was very precious. Suyu smiled, it's fine, I don't need it, and it's a waste to just leave it there. I'll have someone send it over later. He did not say anything else, and he did not give them a chance to reply. At this moment, they had already arrived at the library. As soon as Suyu entered the library, he saw the books. There were not many books in the Bai family's library, and there was a bookshelf with books and animal skins that had turned yellow. These were products of that era. As for things like the Rune of Will and Jade talismans, they were made by the human race later. During the Foundation era, some information was recorded in books or animal skins. Bai Junxing saw that he was staring at those things, and did not say anything. He said with a smile, then you can read here, we won't disturb you. Okay, thank you. Bai Junxing was tactful, and he dragged Bai Yi away. Soon, only Suyu was left in the library. Suyu did not waste any time. He immediately went forward, picked up a book, and began reading. At the same time, Bai Zhani walked to the door of a secret room, knocked on the door, and waited for a while. The door of the secret room opened. In the secret room, an old man was cultivating with his legs crossed. He coughed and said, what's the matter? Father. Bai Zhani said respectfully, someone's here to borrow the great ancestors' information, just let them have a look. No, that person's Lin Feng's student, and he's also a genius in research. Bai Zhani briefly explained the situation and quickly said, he's also done some research on the primordial spirit aperture. Father, do you think? The old man fell silent for a while. Primordial spirit aperture. Primordial spirit aperture. That's a scourge. You'll die if you use it. It's not as simple as they think. Unless you're at your wit's end, you'll only die if you use it. Even if you open it, you'll most likely cripple yourself, let alone use it. So you might be a little different. He's enlightened more apertures than the great ancestor. Bai Zhani said hesitantly, Father, your injury is too serious. Su. You might be able to find something. If he really has some results, he might be able to cure you. If that's the case, the Bai family will have enough confidence to deal with some crises. The old man said in a low voice, did that brat Bai Feng get into trouble again? It's not Lin Feng, it's Hong Tan. Hong Tan has come out of seclusion and entered the Sun Moon tier. He's going to reopen the Faculty of Theology. Not only that, he even invented the splitting method. I suspect it's not Hong Tan, but Lin Feng. He defeated Xia Yuan with this method. The old man fell silent again. He sighed, and said, the unfilial son of the Bai family is determined to cause trouble for us. If this continues, the Bai family will be dragged into the mire sooner or later. Lin Feng hasn't returned for many years. Bai Zhani sighed. He knows he's in trouble, so he wants to cut ties with us. However, we're from the same family, so how can we cut ties so easily? Now, the only thing the Bai family can do is stay out of it. The Bai family is too weak, and we can't afford to get involved. Father is injured, and we don't even have the Mountain Sea realm. Second brother doesn't say it, but he's depressed deep down. He's become more and more silent these years. The old man sighed. If we stay in the Ming residence, we'll be fine. However, if we leave the Ming residence and get involved, the Ming residence will no longer protect us. If we're not careful, we'll be doomed. In fact, there are many people watching the Bai family. Even if so many years have passed, not everyone has given up on the matter of the ancestors' outburst. Father, what about Suyu? The old man pondered for a moment before saying, actually, the ancestor didn't leave anything behind. He only said that the aperture acupoints had been broken in the past, and now they're reunited. The heart of the aperture acupoint needs to be broken and reconstructed again. I've tried a few times, but now my aperture acupoints are broken, and I'm heavily injured. If I try it recklessly, it'll be easy for me to die. Then should we tell Suyu? The old man fell silent for a moment. He hesitated, and said, if he tries recklessly, he'll definitely die. These young people are impatient, perhaps he's different. The old man fell silent again. After a long while, he nodded and said, then go. Don't tell him directly. Just leave some clues, and he'll discover it himself. Primordial spirit aperture, heart of aperture acupoint. What the ancestor said and what he wants might not be the same thing. I understand. Baizhani quickly said, Father, if Suyu can really discover the primordial spirit aperture that he mentioned, will it help your injury? It depends on the situation. Let's see if he can find a stable way to open it. Otherwise, it'll be useless. Understood. Baizhani said no more and quickly left the secret chamber. The secret chamber's door was closed again. At the same time, Suyu was also flipping through some manuscripts and materials. Bai Tianhao should have opened about 270 primordial apertures. Suyu saw a primordial aperture diagram. He had opened many apertures, so this diagram was relatively simple. It looked like a small dot on his finger. However, after comparing it, Suyu quickly realized that it was different. This was a primordial aperture diagram. Not only was it a primordial aperture diagram, but the more important thing was that the aperture in the diagram had actually opened a special aperture. The center of the eyebrows, this aperture was extremely special. Suyu had also opened it through the Origin Demon Clan's cultivation technique. If he tried to open it himself, it would be difficult to open it without a large number of people dying. He did not expect that Bai Tianhao could actually open it. If that's the case, it makes sense. He might have opened some special apertures and discovered something. However, Suyu had opened many apertures, so he did not discover anything. Perhaps there was something that he did not know about. Suyu continued to read. As he was reading, Bai Junxing suddenly entered, holding a book in his hand. I forgot, I took a book from the ancestor a few days ago. Take a look and see if you can use it. Suyu nodded slightly. He took a look and took the book. Bai Junxing smiled and said, then continue, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he walked away. Suyu did not ask him to stay and flipped through it. After looking through it, he was slightly stunned. Broken apertures, he saw a sentence that seemed to be someone's annotation, so he flipped through it again. This time, Suyu looked especially carefully. He frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. This record recorded that when Bai Tianhao was young, he had suffered a relatively serious injury, causing many of his apertures to be broken. His apertures were mixed together, causing him to spend 7 to 8 years recovering. Some of the powerhouses from the same period had entered the Mountain Sea Sun Moon realm. He was still Ling Yun, and this was related to this injury. Not long after his injury recovered, the battle that would go down in history erupted, and Ling Yun killed the Mountain Sea realm. Broken apertures, recovery, thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. He thought of some of the conversations he had with Hu Qiuxing in Dexia province that day. A person's aperture could originally be a complete one. Later, it was broken. Therefore, humans becoming strong, from weak to strong, was a process of opening and then closing the apertures. Finally, when it came to the Sun-Moon realm, the 100 apertures completely merged into one, becoming the Sun-Moon Divine Aperture. The Sun-Moon tier only had one aperture. This was a process of recovery, and the primordial spirit aperture might be the center of this. Broken apertures, Suyu continued to read. There were some annotations on it, and they were also quite old. They seemed to be annotated by the descendants of the Bai clan. Seeing the annotations, he was slightly stunned. Someone from the Bai clan had tried, they shattered their own apertures, wanting to walk the path of Bai Tianhao. In the end, when they shattered, they vaguely discovered something. It was that the broken apertures were difficult to recover, and they were crippled. Such great courage, to shatter their own apertures. Isn't this an idiot? Suyu muttered in his heart. Who wrote this annotation? An idiot, rashly shattering one's own apertures, and there were many of them. Wasn't this courting death? The guy who wrote the annotation probably killed himself. Doing research, but killed himself. As expected, fighters were no good. They weren't cut out for this, and in a situation where they weren't confident, they actually messed around. If they didn't die, they would be letting down the researchers. Of course, they have to try using the model first, and then it's best to find others to try it before trying it themselves. Otherwise, how many lives do they have? Suyu shook his head. This guy who wrote the annotation was an idiot. It was a pity that the Bai clan had such an ancestor. His teacher's IQ was quite high. Forget it, Bai Feng also had this habit of using himself as a test subject. He would use himself as a test subject for the Shunwen battle technique disassembly method. This was probably the Bai clan's DNA, the result was obvious. In a single outburst, he almost killed himself. This was a tradition of the Bai clan. He wondered if his teacher had read this book before. Did he know that one of his elders had also played him to death in the same way? Shatter the apertures, reconstruct them, and then use the opportunity to pull out the primordial spirit apertures? Suyu felt that he might have grasped the key point, but it was too dangerous. Anyway, he wouldn't try it himself. It was no different from courting death. There's no need to shatter them. Shattering them might be to weaken the repulsive force of the apertures, or to rearrange them so that the primordial spirit apertures will appear. That's because there aren't enough opened apertures, but I have enough. In that case, I might be able to discover some secrets if I rearrange the apertures. Unknowingly, Suyu had ignited the fire of civilization, and he was thinking quickly. At this moment, on the Bai clan side, Bai Zhani and the others looked toward the library. What was going on? Suddenly, he felt refreshed and his mind was clear. Thinking about some things that he couldn't figure out in the past, he suddenly felt enlightened. It was just a feeling. Bai Junxing, who was bickering with Bai Yi, suddenly murmured, "Strange, why do I feel that I can create when being at the peak of yellow class? Forging. My use of fire is a little off." He murmured for a while and shook his head. He suddenly felt that he had become smarter. At this moment, Suyu also thought of many things. Primordial spirit aperture, divine aperture, primordial aperture. Yin and yang, what Bai Tianhao discovered might not be the primordial spirit aperture, but the yang aperture. The primordial aperture was yang, and the divine aperture was yin. Perhaps there was one of them, corresponding, symmetrical, and combined, that was the real primordial spirit aperture, symmetry. This was what Wu Lan had told him before. Because of this, Suyu had opened 360 apertures. Was the primordial spirit aperture two apertures, one yin and one yang, opposite and opposite? Then, there might be 360 divine apertures. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, Suyu felt that he had figured out a lot of things. He looked at the book in his hand and smiled. This probably wasn't something that others could see, right? However, even if others saw it, it might not be a good thing. If anyone tried it, who knew how many people would die? Back then, Bai Tianhao was probably really lucky to discover the yang aperture that Suyu had defined. If others wanted to follow his path, they would have to pay with their lives. The Bai family's book might not have been circulated to the outside world. At this moment, Suyu had some ideas, but he still needed a lot of experiments. The humanoid puppets that Zhao Tianbing gave him could probably be put to use this time. Bai family, Suyu murmured and did not say anything else. He stuffed the book into his storage ring and brought it back. He did not know if it was given to him by Bai Zhani or by the old man who was in seclusion. Forget it, I don't care about this. I'll take it. As for whether it was a misunderstanding, it probably wasn't, right? It wasn't until late at night that Suyu bid farewell and left. Not long after he left, Bai Zhani went into the library to take a look. When he saw that the book was gone, he could not help but laugh. Aren't you afraid that the Bai family will accuse you of stealing the book? This little guy is much more cunning than Bai Feng. That's good too. Being too frank might not end well. I'm more curious about what Xinwen that kid has mastered. Why do I feel that all kinds of insights are surging in my mind today? Bai Zhani shook his head. He had been stuck at the 9th level of Ling Yun for a few years, but he felt that he had gained a lot today. It seemed that there was hope for the mountain and sea realm. This little guy is a moving treasure trove. He emits that light every day, and I will probably be able to enter the mountain and sea realm soon. No wonder the prefecture master values him so much. He could vaguely feel that when Suyu came to the Bai family, there were actually many experts secretly following him. In the same city, there were also many experts protecting him. This little guy was treated much better than the others. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Zhu Tiandao touched his chin and murmured, "Primordial spirit aperture. Can it really kill enemies of a higher level? If that's the case, I know how to kill invincible people, right? I'm really looking forward to it." He clicked his tongue. Forget it, I don't want to think about this anymore. He really wished that Suyu could research 24 hours a day. Forget about sleeping. The main constabulary needs you too much. Maybe I can send some refreshment to Suyu later. Suyu, who returned to the research institute, didn't know Zhu Tiandao's plan. At this moment, Suyu was busy testing the primordial spirit aperture and other cultivation methods. In the dead of night, he had to use a large amount of Heaven Yuan Qi to strengthen his body. In order to prevent the loss of Heaven Yuan Qi, Suyu constantly created a barrier with the shadow boundary, covering the entire secret room. He made the secret room into a small Heaven Yuan Qi holy land. Today, Suyu had several third-stage Shenwen. Blood, lightning, and Yin Shenwen were all third stage, and his willpower was at the advanced second stage. Suyu had to continue to absorb willpower to improve his willpower and expand the aperture. He had too many tasks. Not to mention 24 hours a day, he only rested for 3 to 4 hours a day. It was tiring, but very fulfilling. He did research during the day, cultivated at night, and slept in the early hours of the morning. This was Suyu's daily life. Suyu was fulfilling, and the others were also busy. There was no idle person in the research institute. In the past few days, apart from collecting materials, Wu Lan had also been helping the elders with their work. Learning knowledge by oneself was not as easy as being taught by a teacher. In the laboratory, the only female teacher, Kong Yuxian, was teaching Wu Lan how to extract willpower. Fragments of the text were extracted by her. Kong Yuxian smiled and said, "Yuan Qi can be extracted from Yuan Qi liquid, so it is much easier for a fighter to cultivate than for us, but willpower is very difficult to cultivate. A long time ago, there were people who wanted to extract the essence liquid condensed from willpower, but they never succeeded. Later, the Milky Way sand was found in the Starry Mansion, and only then did such a technique appear. But the Milky Way sand is too rare." Wu Lan nodded, "I know about this. When we were in the Great Xia Prefecture, our academy opened the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm once and used up a lot of Milky Way sand. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use it even if they had money." "Yes." Kong Yuxian nodded and smiled. "Besides Milky Way sand, is there any other method to purify willpower?" Wu Lan pondered. "Shenwen?" "That's right." Kong Yuxian smiled and said, "Many people have forgotten one thing. Be it the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm or the 100 Dao Pavilion, why can they provide such a large amount of willpower? They are all very pure, because they are all related to Shenwen. The Sea of Knowledge Secret Realm was left behind by Xia Chen, the first manor chief of the Great Xia Prefecture. It's actually a secret realm constructed from many divine characters, and it's also his divine character battle technique. What Xia Chen is most famous for is his deep willpower. He is incomparably valiant, and in the divine runic arts system, besides Suyu, everyone else consumes a great deal of willpower. Although they are strong in battle, they can't last long. As for Xia Chen, in the past he was able to fight a powerful enemy for an entire day. Kong Yuxian smiled. Xia Chen was also involved in the establishment of the 100 Paths Pavilion. He set up a set of Shenwen system in the 100 Paths Pavilion to extract and purify willpower. Kong Yuxian continued, "These days, the others have things to do, but the two of us don't have much to do. The unity aperture and the deduction of cultivation techniques are Wen Zhong's forte, but we don't have many skills in this area. I'm good at willpower extraction." Wu Lan nodded. "Teacher is also the first person in the human realm to discover the use of the Milky Way sand. Now, some families have set up laboratories to purify willpower. It's all because of teacher's ideas. Don't call me teacher, call me senior sister. Don't you call Wenzhong and the rest senior brother? Kang Yuxian smiled and quickly said, I don't think you came all the way to the Ming Constabulary to be a vase. You came here to collect some information. When the day comes when Suyu sets up a complete database, you will be useless. Wu Lan pouted but didn't say anything. Kang Yuxian smiled, we walked the path of cultivators and civilizationists. Even if we aren't strong enough, we have to let people know that our value is irreplaceable. There are so many Soar and Ling Yun in the academy. Why did Suyu only let us into the laboratory and not others? There are so many strong people in the warrior college. Why didn't he look for fighters? That's because civilizationists have their own specialties. Is combat power the only standard? If that's the case, civilizationists would have been eliminated long ago. Cultivating a civilizationist is much harder than cultivating a fighter. Wu Lan nodded. Kang Yuxian continued, since we have nothing to do, I'll talk about my main research projects in the past few decades. The extraction and purification of willpower, including the source of willpower, and the processing of the fragments of the text of will. Also, the restoration of Shenwen, and even, the destruction and simulation of the Sea of Will. Wu Lan's eyes widened. So much research? Kang Yuxian smiled, I've lived for a long time. I've done a lot of research in this area. In the past, I've also gone to the Seeker Territory, Dazhou Prefecture, and the Great Han residence for some exchanges. Today, I'll talk to you about the extraction of willpower. Kang Yuxian took a deep breath and said, it was fine before, but with the popularization of Suyu's elemental Shenwen arts, what's the biggest problem everyone is facing now? Wu Lan hurriedly said, if you don't have enough willpower, you can't open your apertures. Absorbing the text of will is too costly, and your willpower isn't pure either. She had experienced this firsthand. She was a victim, as a descendant of a great family, even she couldn't continue and could not open her apertures quickly. One could imagine that the others were also facing this problem. It was a big problem, they lacked willpower. They lacked pure willpower. To extract willpower, they needed the Milky Way sand, and the Milky Way sand was extremely rare. Kang Yuxian nodded, so, in this era, if anyone can solve this problem, it's not a problem to get rich, become famous, and become stronger. Wu Lan hurriedly nodded, I know, but... Senior sister, I haven't done much research in this area, and I don't know much about it. Do you mean that I should do this research with you? Yes. Kang Yuxian smiled, actually, I have some ideas, but I need your help. Me? Wu Lan was surprised. What can I help with? I don't know how. Look for Suyu. Kang Yuxian smiled, Suyu. There are some things that I can't look for him for. You go to him for help. I need him to provide me with a complete set of Shenwen's combat skills, a Shenwen combat skill with filtering functions. You don't have Soar yet, so I hope you can outline it. Kang Yuxian said seriously, the other academies have many Shenwen's combat skill steals, but not many Shenwen's combat skills. However, the Shenwen's combat skill steal in Dexia province has a large number of Shenwen's combat skill templates. Now, I hope you can outline this template, the template that I need. She said seriously, of course, you need to pay a price. Many civilizationists study Shenwen's combat skills in order to strengthen their combat power. They are more willing to outline the powerful Shenwen's combat skills, such as sabers, swords, and other kinds of weapons, including Suyu. However, I hope you can outline the Shenwen's combat skills with purification, extraction, and filtering properties. If you can outline the Shenwen's combat skill from Xia Chen's years ago, that would be the best. And this might cost you your future combat power. Xia Chen was the founder of Shenwen's faction. He was an expert from the same era as Daxia of Goguryeo. He also obtained the inheritance from the relic. If he didn't walk the Shenwen's faction, or if he didn't focus on improving Shenwen's sea of consciousness, perhaps he would still be invincible if he were alive, or his achievements would be even greater than the 5th generation. Xia Chen had amazing talent, but in order to join the Shenwen's faction, he also paid a great price. In the end, he died in the heavenly battlefield. And now, I want you to outline such a template, Wu Lan blinked. Shenwen's combat skills? Go learn from Suyu? Yes, the Shenwen's combat skill steal should be in his hands. Kang Yuxian smiled. Everyone has guessed it, but it's hard to say. You can try. If you can outline such a Shenwen's combat skill, in the future, your path will be more or less set. You can be considered a support type within the Shenwen's faction. The Shenwen's faction did not focus on improving combat power. Such a Shenwen's faction would not be well received within the Shenwen's faction. This was also a major event that determined the future. Senior sister, even if I outline such a Shenwen's combat skill, it won't have much of an impact on the entire human race, right? Aren't you stupid? Kong Yuxian smiled. If you can become a mobile civilizator with a sea of consciousness like the first generation, then in the future, everyone will need you because of the spread of wind formulas. The entire civilizator field will need you. Kong Yuxian's eyes were deep as she said, "Child, the future might be chaotic. In this chaotic world, if you don't have enough strength and can't protect yourself, you can only become cannon fodder and a burden. However, if you can provide enough willpower for everyone, pure willpower, you will be a valued guest of many people." Wu Lan nodded. After a while, he said, "I might also become a prisoner, taken captive, captured, and serve them." Kong Yuxian smiled. That's a possibility, but only if the situation is chaotic to a certain extent. Of course, even if that happens, you will have the ability to protect yourself. No one will dare to kill you. You are not a burden. If you are lucky, you can subdue a group of powerhouses, or get some powerhouses to be willing to protect you. That will be even better. The Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm is actually more precious than the Essence Energy Mystic Realm. You are from the Great Xia Civilization University, so you should understand that if the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm can be opened all year round, which one do you think people will be more willing to go to? The Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm. That's right. Kong Yuxian nodded. Moreover, just because there are weaker powerhouses in the Shenwen faction doesn't mean they are weak. This is also an opportunity for you. Xiachen made it to the 99th level of the 100 Dao Pavilion. Is he weak? No, but as the founder, he is not as strong as the 5th generation. In fact, he is very strong, as strong as the current Zhou Polong. If you continue like this, it will be very difficult for you to improve. You have hope of becoming Ling Yun, become Shanhai, but it will be very difficult for you to take the next step. The only way is to seize the opportunity. If you can extract the willpower of others, you will obtain a large amount of runes of will and a large amount of resources. As the extractor, you can extract 50% of the willpower, and everyone will be satisfied. What's left is to strengthen your own resources. Kong Yuxian smiled. Child, in the past, I missed such an opportunity and gradually drifted away from some people. Now, I hope you won't miss it. Even if you are not strong enough, you can still play an important role. You can make people understand that they need you, he needs you, and everyone needs you. Wu Lan fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said seriously, "I understand. Senior sister, you mean that bastard Suyu is ready to kick me away and burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Kong Yuxian was tired. "Is that what I mean? Fine, if that's what you think, then so be it. I'm just thinking about it. Did you really come all the way to the Ming Constables just for research? Didn't you come to pursue Suyu? Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? If Suyu doesn't die, he is destined to become strong. Not only will he be strong, but he will also be famous. What about you? You are a little genius in the nurturing stage. In terms of research talent, you are fine in Xia province, but in the Ming Constables, you are really mediocre. How can someone like you not be eliminated and forgotten? You can only improve yourself." His strength could not catch up to Suyu, but even if Suyu was omnipotent, could he extract willpower now? Did he have enough willpower to consume it? What did he rely on to nurture Shenwen and improve willpower? By killing Sun Moon tier elites and shattering Shenwen to cultivate, by robbing the 100 Dao Pavilion and Mystery Realms. These were not things that could be done in the long run. Once Wu Lan had the ability to extract willpower and purify it, her importance would be irreplaceable. Even if you became invincible, you would still need willpower to improve yourself. Wu Lan asked curiously, "Senior sister, can't you extract willpower?" "I can't. I need to borrow the Milky Way sand, and I don't belong to the Shenwen faction. The Shenwen faction alone cannot complete this mission," Kong Yuxian explained. Moreover, this requires Suyu's cooperation. The Shinwen battle technique stele is not something you can have as you please, especially the template. A powerful template is extremely rare. These were all copied down by some peak experts in the past. Now, I'm afraid only Suyu has this set of templates. Xiachen left them behind. Once the templates are copied, they disappear. Only the next expert who has reached a certain level of cultivation can make another copy. Only then can they be passed down. The Shinwen battle technique stele is in Suyu's hands. He may have a way to let you inherit Xiachen's template. I also know a little about Suyu's personality. If you go find him, you have a good chance of obtaining it. As for the others, they were thinking too much. Suyu had never mentioned the Shinwen battle technique stele. Clearly, Suyu was not interested in spreading the Shinwen faction. This item was a treasure, but it was also a consumable item. As the Shinwen faction's elites gradually withered and died, many people did not have the time to copy their own Shinwen battle technique stele. Now, the Shinwen battle technique stele in the various academies had a frightening number of templates. Some places were even ruined. Only the Dixia province, where the Shinwen faction originated, had too many Shinwen faction's elites. That was why there were so many Shinwen battle technique stele left behind. Without this, one could only rely on one's own talent, strength, and opportunities to copy the Shinwen battle technique stele. That was too difficult. Even people like Xia Chen had only managed to copy it because of the existence of some relics. As for the Shinwen faction's battle technique stele in the Dixia province, they had actually been obtained from the relics. Some things had originally existed. This was a treasure from the relics. As for the other academies, they had forged it themselves later on. No one had mentioned this in the competition for the curator of the Great Xia Civilization University's library. However, in reality, many people had their eyes on this. This included some elites. They might have secretly nurtured some Shinwen faction's elites. In fact, they also needed the Shinwen battle technique stele. Chen Yong had guarded the library for decades. His main purpose was to protect this item. Now, Chen Yong had left. No one would believe that this item had been lost decades ago. If it was not in Chen Yong's hands, then it was in Suyu's hands. It was most likely on Suyu's side. After Han Tan came out of seclusion and began to build the Faculty of Theology, there were rumors that Han Tan had gone to the Jiutian Academy to borrow the Shinwen battle technique stele. This made people realize that the item was really not in the Dixia province. Without the Shinwen battle technique stele, Han Tan would not have been able to build the Faculty of Theology. Kong Yuxian had also heard this news. After confirming that the item was in Suyu's hands, she had sent Wu Lan to give it a try. Mid-March. The long-awaited celestial blood essence was secretly transported to the Ming Constabulary. Yes, it was sent from the secret realm. Even if the Great Qin Constabulary was targeting the Celestials, they were doing it in secret. If this item was exposed, it would be even more troublesome than killing the neutral races. It might give the Celestials a chance to attack the humans. As the Celestials grew stronger, the gods, demons, and humans suffered heavy losses in the three-way war. The Celestials became the strongest in the All-Heavens battlefield. The gods and demons no longer attacked the humans because the Celestials grew stronger. They could not rashly kill the Celestials. Even if they did, they had to keep it a secret and not expose it. This item was personally delivered by a Sun-Moon tier elite of the Great Qin Constabulary to Zhu Tiandao. Zhu Tiandao also personally delivered it to the Academy. This item could not be passed through other people. This item could not be known by too many people. In the research institute, Suyu sent Zhu Tiandao away. He was about to try it out. Excited, he was just about to enter the secret chamber when Wu Lan came up to him and said seriously, "I want to learn the Shinwen battle technique, the one from the first academy chief." "Can I learn it?" "Shinwen battle technique?" Suyu was slightly startled. "You really want to learn the Shinwen battle technique? It's very difficult." Moreover, he had some understanding of the affairs of the first academy chief. Most of them were from the Shinwen faction. The strongest was the 5th Academy Chief, who had drawn 22 Shinwen battle techniques. Then there was the 1st Academy Chief, who had drawn 20 Shinwen battle techniques. Then there was Lu Wenyan, who had drawn 18 Shinwen battle techniques. As for the third academy chief, he had left behind the war demon arena, and he seemed to have drawn 16 Shinwen battle techniques. Otherwise, it would have been 18. The third academy chief was more low-key, and was not as ostentatious as the fifth academy chief. Why do you want to learn from the first academy chief? If you really want to learn, then choose a set that suits you. For example, draw 10 Shinwen battle techniques. Are you looking down on me? Wu Lan was displeased. Suyu thought for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, I'm looking down on you. You want to learn the first Shinwen battle technique? I'm really looking down on you. 20 Shinwen battle techniques. To be honest, if he didn't know how to split them, Wu Lan might not be able to enter SOAR for the rest of his life. Of course, even if he knew how to split them, 20 Shinwen battle techniques would take him many years to learn and draw them. By the time he finished learning the Shinwen battle techniques, he would already be old. Moreover, it wasn't something that he could learn just because he wanted to. So you didn't really study the Shinwen battle technique style. However, he had sketched it before. It was still very difficult to choose a powerful Shinwen battle technique. He had to search for the Shinwen battle technique in the void. Even if he found it, the other party might not recognize him or match him. It was extremely difficult. Wu Lan was sulking, and he felt like beating someone up. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, I want to learn it. If I learn it, I can extract willpower. At that time I will be a master respected by tens of thousands. Extract willpower. Suyu was slightly stunned. He had forgotten about this. It had to be said that extracting willpower was a difficult task. Even Suyu had given up on it. His current goal was to either go to the 100 Dao Pavilion to fleece them, or go to the Cosmic Mansion in the All Heavens battlefield to get a large amount of Milky River sand. Then, he could extract it with some rune of will fragments. Alternatively, he could go to Dixia province to borrow the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm. The Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm was a complete set of Shinwen battle techniques. It could filter, preserve, and gather willpower. Otherwise, it would be difficult to extract enough willpower to satisfy the cultivation needs of dozens of people by burning that little bit of Milky River sand. So you rubbed his chin. Why did you think of this? Senior Sister Kong said that you're going to kick me out, right? I have to learn something for myself. You can't kick me out. I haven't researched the Unity God technique yet. You promised me that you would name it after me. Are you trying to renege on your promise? Kick you out. Suyu was speechless. When did I think of that? You're just imagining it. No, it's Senior Sister Kong's imagination. Women, no matter how old they are, always imagining things. Since when did I have such an interest? He was still busy extracting the immortal blood essence. Suyu didn't have time to explain. He quickly said, how about this? I'll give it a try after I'm done with my work. But to be honest, it's very difficult. First, you might not be able to capture this Shinwen battle technique template. Second, even if you do, you'll only have a few Shinwen battle techniques compared to 20 Shinwen battle techniques. It's even more difficult. Third, I'm not sure if this Shinwen battle technique template still exists. When I was sketching it that day, I didn't find so many Shinwen battle techniques. Even with my talent, it didn't attract the opponent. It's very difficult for you. Truth, but women didn't like to hear the truth. Wu Lan's face was full of anger, her nostrils pointed at him. I'm very talented. She made a final struggle. She still felt that she was very talented. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you're very talented. To be honest, if you can really inherit the first generation of Shinwen battle techniques and complete the extraction of willpower, then you'll be amazing. This is more popular than alchemists, spell masters, beast tamers, and divine talisman masters. In my opinion, you can be called an expediting master. Expediting master? Yes, it can stimulate the growth and development of a civilization master, allowing him to grow faster. Combined with my incantation, it'll be even more amazing. You'll be able to quickly open 72 divine apertures and advance to Soar and Ling Yun. Wouldn't that be amazing? You'll need many years to open 72 divine apertures, but you'll be able to do it in a few months. Isn't that crazy? It could really be done in a few months. How many divine apertures did Suyu open in the Sea of Consciousness? What about the others? For example, Xiaohuyo had also opened many divine apertures in there. It was easier to open divine apertures by nurturing one's nature. Zhang Hao had also opened a few divine aperture opening methods that Suyu had given him. If one's willpower was strong enough, opening the divine apertures was not difficult. It was just that he had to spend a lot of money. Expediting Master? Wu Lan repeated. The name was a little strange, but Suyu was right. She knew how to do this. Unlike the Sea of Consciousness where the owner was dead, she couldn't take the initiative to extract willpower. She was alive. Didn't that mean she could become the first expediting master in the human realm? Then I still want to try, Suyu smiled. Alright, I'll look into it later and see if there's a way to solve it. But, don't have too much hope. The first generation principal died a long time ago. Otherwise, he would be a saint if he lived in this era. Countless great families came to him and begged him to produce a steady stream of Ling Yunjing civilization masters. It's a pity. But now, the Sea of Consciousness that he left behind has become a treasure. The next trip to the Starry Mansion, Dexia Province will probably spare no effort to fight for some Milky Way sand. With this thing, it would be a super accelerator. The next trip to the Starry Mansion, Dexia Province would probably send out a large number of geniuses. Geniuses like Huang Ting, Xia Yuan, Wu Qi, Lu Hong, and Hu Wenxing would probably all be sent out. Thinking of this, Suyu felt regretful. There were really many geniuses in Dexia Province. As for the Ming residents, Suyu had seen many of the so-called 8 heroes of Tiandu. Bai Junshin was one of them. Suyu felt that he could kill him with a slap. Xia Yuan and the others could also kill him without any difficulty. With this, how could they compete with Dexia Province? No wonder when the trip to the Starry Mansion was mentioned, the Ming residents was not very interested. No one in the academy mentioned it. In Dexia Province, the fight for the quota had already begun. Even if they went, they would most likely be doomed. At that time, all the geniuses in Wan would go. Wu Lan said excitedly, then I will be the next sage. You are really confident, Suyu also thought of himself. His Shinwen combat skill had 99 Shinwen beads. Did it include some filtering and extraction functions? He did not lack primordial qi or heavenly primordial qi. But willpower was the only thing he lacked. He lacked it, Little Furball lacked it, and everyone lacked it. It was really difficult to advance to the level of a civilization master. It seemed easy, as one only needed to open 72 divine apertures and nourish Shinwen beads. But a civilization master lacked these essentials for cultivation. Wu Lan's words reminded Suyu that he might be able to give it a try. He had not read the 10 manuscripts of Invincible. He would look back and see if he could sketch out some Shinwen beads that he needed. If he could complete the extraction of willpower, the sketched Shinwen beads of Invincible's manuscripts should be able to advance to the 2nd or 3rd level soon, right? Currently, he only had 17 Shinwen beads. In the path of a civilization master, if he wanted to be ahead of others and fight beyond realms, he still had to rely on the Shinwen combat skill. If he really sketched out 99 Shinwen beads, then he would be able to beat those civilization masters at the same level like beating children. Bai Feng only had a dozen Shinwen beads, and he defeated Hu Wenxing with one strike. Suyu's mind wandered for a moment, but Wu Lan did not care about that. He said excitedly, then when you are done, let me try. I think I can do it. When I succeed, you will also have to beg me to supply you willpower. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. How am I arrogant? Suyu felt incredibly depressed. I'm not arrogant at all, women, unreasonable. Ignoring Wu Lan, Suyu quickly entered the secret room. He took out a bottle. The bottle was surrounded by celestial qi, but there was also a faint aura of resentment. This time, it was not a corpse but a blood essence. If he killed a celestial, he had to destroy the corpse. If he brought the corpse and was discovered, it would be very troublesome. 10 drops of blood essence, they were all at the Soar realm, so they should have come from the same celestial. He killed a celestial? Suyu was bare one's teeth. The great Qin Palace's Lord Qinzhen seemed to like killing celestials. Suyu wondered if the one he killed this time was a celestial. The great Qin Palace's people were really ruthless. Suyu almost imagined a great show, he did not think about it anymore. It was just a Soar realm blood essence. No matter how strong it was, Suyu could absorb it. He took out a drop of blood essence and devoured it. In the next moment, the diagram in his mind flashed with light. The diagram flipped. As expected, he had been killed by a celestial before, so there was no need to pity him. A moment later, the diagram stopped at a page. Diagram opened. The celestial language was a basic language. Suyu knew this, and it did not seem difficult. Celestial Race, 9th layer of Soar Race skills, Celestial Force Possession, activated by Blood Essence, Vitality Rush, activated by Blood Essence, Flesh Rebirth, activated by Blood Essence, Basic Essence Skill, Celestial Force Possession, activated by Blood Essence, Basic Forging Skill, Celestial 36 Casts, activated by Blood Essence. This time, Suyu did not look at anything else. Instead, he was thinking about a question. Basic Essence Skill and Basic Forging Skill. He had not paid much attention to them before, but now he was thinking about it. Did this mean that they were not basic? Moreover, the Celestial Race's innate skills were quite special. Celestial Force Possession counted as an attack-type innate skill, right? The other two seemed to be life-saving. Were the Celestial Race's life-saving abilities extremely strong? Vitality Rush and Flesh Rebirth, do these two count as life-extending skills? Suyu tapped his thigh lightly. Who cares? I'll know once I try it. The regeneration of flesh and blood felt more like a healing process. As for Vitality Rush, was it life-extending? How did it activate the body's vitality? Also, the Celestial Race's Celestial Force technique. Suyu was thinking about a question. Could it open the heavenly aperture? If that was the case, when the Celestial Race fought, TSK, their buttocks would emit vitality. It couldn't be, he had never heard of it. Did they not use this aperture in battle? He could not think about it. Once he thought about it, the Celestial Race lost all mystery in his eyes. Suyu entertained himself as he began to try out his innate talent skills, forging his body, and basic essence arts. He was still pondering over a problem. The essence arts he had obtained from the major races were all basic essence arts. Apart from the 5 elemental races, he did not seem to have obtained any basic rune arts. Is it because the direction is different, so the imprints in the blood essence are different? Then how many civilization masters do I have to kill to obtain their basic essence skills? He suspected that the blood essence he had obtained might all belong to warriors. Civilization masters and the major races were mostly arranged in the rear. It was very difficult to kill. Then if he killed the civilization masters, could he change it so that what he obtained was not basic essence skills, but their basic rune skills? All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Suyu quickly suppressed them. At this moment, he activated Vitality Rush. The next moment, some acupoints connected. In the blink of an eye, these acupoints overflowed with large amounts of vitality. It was not a feeling, but he felt refreshed and full of vitality, as if he was walking on air. The Celestial Race lives up to its reputation. Suyu sighed. At this moment, he felt like he wanted to ascend to immortality, fly, comfortable, extracting the heavenly Yuan Qi in the secret chamber to provide vitality. Heavenly Yuan Qi, vitality? Suyu was slightly startled. Did the Celestial Race have to extract heavenly Yuan Qi to use this innate skill, or could it be any kind of heavenly Yuan Qi? If he used heavenly Yuan Qi to convert, then this technique would not be very universal. No, I can extract heavenly Yuan Qi. If I can only use heavenly Yuan Qi, then my control will be greater. Suyu's eyes flashed. If he could only use heavenly Yuan Qi to convert vitality, then unless those people went to a place with heavenly Yuan Qi to cultivate, they could only rely on heavenly Yuan fruits or Suyu to provide everything. This could also strengthen those people's dependence on him. This is not something I want. If vitality can only be converted through heavenly Yuan Qi, then it's also fate, he muttered. Anyway, I am not the only one with heavenly Yuan Qi. Everyone can buy more heavenly Yuan fruits, and there is no need for them to beg me, right? Thinking of this, Suyu continued to try and feel. Was this the only effect of Vitality Rush? Was there no other effect? What was the use of just Vitality Rush? Young people did not lack vitality. Gradually, Suyu felt something different. Vitality glowed, and his body seemed to have more vitality. At this moment, Suyu's heart stirred, and he began to absorb heavenly Yuan Qi to cast his body. This time, he felt different again. The speed of the casting was faster, his body seemed to return to when he was young, to when he was in his mother's womb. At this moment, it was easier to absorb heavenly yuan qi. The look in Suyu's eyes changed. This innate skill wasn't just used to stimulate vitality. This was an extremely powerful talent. It allowed people to return to when they were in a fetus, and their vitality would flourish, and they would be more compatible with heavenly yuan qi. I see. In that case, the immortals who know this talent might be able to complete body casting at a very young age, the kind that takes 36 casts. Then, the immortals might have more geniuses than the fiend gods? No, that's not right. This situation means that some of the old immortals might be able to convert heavenly yuan qi to make themselves younger, to not age, and to have more combat strength. Even if they're old, they might still have extremely powerful combat strength. Suyu's heart trembled. This implied many things. The key was that the immortals might have a group of old antiques, not just one or two, as long as there was enough heavenly yuan qi in the celestial world. Suyu licked his lips. It was very possible. Did the human experts know? Did the fiend gods know? Perhaps they did. The great Qin Emperor and the others had snuck into the celestial world to investigate a few hundred years ago. Perhaps they had discovered something, and the fiend gods did not launch a large-scale attack on the human race to guard against the immortals. Immortals, fiend gods, humans, the four great races occupied the four war zones of the All-Heavens battlefield. The human race might be the weakest, and the fiend gods were equal. The immortals might be the strongest, however, the immortals should not be a match for the fiend gods. Thus, he had to rope in the humans. If the humans and immortals worked together, they might be able to suppress the fiend gods. Suyu licked his lips. Sometimes, some cultivation techniques and innate skills could reveal a lot of things and determine a lot of things. The great Qin Emperor and the others might know some things, so they were extremely vigilant against the immortals. The great Qin Emperor and the others seized the Heaven Origin fruit tree, and the Heaven Origin fruit tree will definitely grow in the Heaven Origin Holy Land. The immortal's life force requires Heaven Origin Qi to be converted into life force. This means that the Heaven Origin Holy Land definitely has some old antiques. Seizing the Heaven Origin fruit tree is secondary. More importantly, it's probably to investigate the situation and see how many old antiques there are, and then dig up some Heaven Origin fruit trees. Suyu had previously thought that it was too much for a few experts to go deep into the celestial world just to dig up a few trees. Now that he thought about it, he instantly understood the great Qin Emperor and the others' intentions. They were probing. As expected, they know. Suyu felt a bit more at ease. Invincible was invincible. It seemed that they knew what was going on and didn't need him to remind them. The fiend gods were probably cutting their own flesh with blunt knives because they didn't want to lose too much in a war with the humans and let the immortals benefit. The more he understood and the more he knew, the more accurate Suyu's judgment of the overall situation became. At this moment, Suyu discovered something embarrassing. He knew the use of the heavenly connecting aperture. It could expel impurities, waste gas, residual blood, so that's how it's used. It's used in combination with innate skills, specifically used to eliminate some unnecessary things, to prolong one's life. No wonder it's not needed in battle. This thing is used in seclusion. The secret of the immortals' longevity had been dug out by Suyu. He imagined that in the immortals' Heaven Origin Holy Land, there were probably many old antiques exhaling impurities every day. Suyu's bare one's teeth, the Heaven Origin fruit of the immortals, it was best not to use it. It might have some smell. At this moment, he was also expelling some impurities, and his body was becoming stronger and more condensed. Suyu kept trying, but soon, he frowned. Many apertures needed to be opened. This life spurring could be considered a special martial technique. It required one to open 108 acupoints to circulate. Of course, the connecting aperture was one of them. With so many apertures, if the human cultivation technique was not compatible, it would be very difficult to open apertures when he reached the Lingyun Mountain Sea, especially after the Sun and Moon apertures merged. If there are few apertures opened, I need to replenish 50 to 60 apertures. Suyu was speechless. Sun and Moon tier cultivators like Hu Qi would be in great trouble. It would be extremely difficult to open apertures with the Sun and Moon tier. Heavenly Origin Qi is actually suitable for opening apertures. This was also the effect of the heavenly origin fruit. However, opening the sun and moon apertures would require a lot of heavenly origin chi. Moreover, this life force stimulation is mainly to perfect the physical body. If the seeable decays, would it be useful? Suyu only felt that his physical body was much younger, but the seeable didn't feel much. Those whose physical bodies were decaying could use this cultivation technique to stimulate life force. However, if the seeable decayed, this cultivation technique wouldn't be very useful. I still need a divine technique to solve it. I need to open the divine aperture, capture some civilizationists to kill, and extract their blood essence. Suyu seriously suspected that the civilizationist race and the warrior race might have different basic vital arts, including some racial skills. No matter what, at least there were some results now. Hu Qi and the other old people mainly had too many injuries and decayed bodies. As for the warriors, because their willpower was weak, it was the seeable who suffered the most injuries. As he kept trying, Suyu didn't stop. Now that he had opened 360 apertures, he could use any cultivation technique. Since activating life force could speed up the absorption of heavenly origin chi to forge his body, he obviously had to take the opportunity to do so. Suyu's progress on the civilizationist path wasn't fast. He mainly lacked a lot of willpower, but he could quickly improve on the warrior path. If he forged his body a few more times, his strength would increase extremely quickly. Inside the room, a large amount of heaven's origin chi was being consumed by him. Forging the body required consumption, and stimulating the vitality also required consumption. Strands of golden heaven yuan chi were used up by him, and his physical body became stronger. However, from time to time, there would be a puff, puff, puff sound, which made Suyu a little annoyed. This cultivation technique could not be used in front of outsiders. No, it's too embarrassing. Even if the effect was good, it was still embarrassing. There might not be anyone among the immortals who would dare to use it in front of outsiders. If they did, it would tarnish the image of the immortals. Suyu was in a good mood after finding a cultivation technique to repair his physical body. Soon, he tried the flesh rebirth talent skill. It consumed a large amount of yuan qi to reconstruct his flesh and blood. It was a pretty good talent skill. There was a big difference between flesh rebirth and body rebirth. Flesh rebirth healed injuries, while body rebirth destroyed the physical body and rebuilt it from scratch to a Kaiyuan realm physical body. Previously, during the Battle of Mount Starfall, Hu Hao, who had been secretly protecting the Dao in Xia province, had his physical body destroyed. He had no choice but to reconstruct his physical body and cultivate from scratch. If he had flesh rebirth, he could have quickly reformed his physical body and restored it to the Mountain Sea realm. He wouldn't have continued to cultivate step by step like he did now. Suyu's research continued to produce results. Just as he began to perfect the vitality stimulation technique, the primordial spirit enlightening technique, which was also known as the body strengthening technique, began to spread on a small scale. It started from the Ming constables. The Ming constables and the other major war academies directly replaced the God of War technique with the new primordial spirit enlightening technique. At this point, the Ming constables were the first to complete the conversion of the basic cultivation technique. The Civilization Academy all switched to the Shenwen technique, and the War Academy all began to switch to the primordial spirit enlightening technique. The academy was a gathering place for geniuses. For the students, switching to a more powerful cultivation technique didn't slow down. Instead, it became faster. No one was unwilling. As for the army, it wasn't so fast to switch to a cultivation technique. No matter how fast it was to open 126 acupoints, it would still take a lot of time and talent. At this time, the Primordial Spirit Research Institute once again released a cultivation technique. It was a new cultivation technique derived from the dual Wu aperture closure technique. The Primordial Spirit Foundation establishment technique had 54 opened acupoints, and it was a mystic mid-level cultivation technique. It included the 36 acupoints of the dual Wu aperture closure technique. In other words, after opening 54 acupoints, one could quickly enter Wanshi. All the acupoints of the aperture closure technique were included. This kind of cultivation technique was more suitable for ordinary people. It was also more suitable for ordinary soldiers. It was much more powerful than the previous 1,000-ton technique, with 18 more acupoints opened. Some geniuses in the army began to cultivate the primordial spirit enlightening technique. At this time, the Ming constables began to quickly switch cultivation techniques. The basic version of the primordial spirit foundation establishment technique, the genius version of the primordial spirit enlightening technique, and the primordial Shenwen technique used by the civilization masters. In an instant, the name of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute spread all over the world. A large mansion was switching cultivation techniques. This represented the trust of the Ming constables in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute and the trust of the Ming constables in Suyu, as well as their satisfaction with the cultivation techniques. Not only that, the Great Qing constables also began to switch cultivation techniques. First, the academies within the territory began to completely adopt the cultivation techniques of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Then, the army began to gradually replace the old cultivation techniques. At this time, the name of Suyu once again overshadowed everyone and became a hot topic in the human realm. The academies and the military began to change. And the people also began to open up some exchange channels. At this time, the aperture closure technique that was previously disseminated had achieved some considerable results. The first place to spread it was Xia province. According to statistics, in the past 3 months, there were nearly 10,000 more people in Wanshi. They were mainly concentrated in the prefectural army and the war academy. However, there were fewer civilizers who entered SOAR. It could not be helped. The students who cultivated their minds were all enlightened. Even if they could not open 72 divine apertures, they could open 36. Then, they would quickly enter the 9th stage of SOAR. Everyone was holding back. Naturally, there were fewer people who entered cultivation after breaking through. Unless they had no other choice and could no longer suppress their strong willpower, they would only break through. Everyone who could suppress their willpower was doing everything they could to suppress it. Warriors were strong, and civilizers were weak. Of course, this also encouraged many civilizers to spend more time on their physical bodies. Since the path of a civilizer required hard work, it was better to improve their physical bodies. It was not like before, when everyone raced against time and hoped that their willpower could quickly advance. But now, those who were unable to suppress their willpower and were able to rapidly advance and soar into the sky were the laughingstock of everyone. A certain person could not suppress his willpower after only opening 9 divine apertures. He had no other choice but to enter SOAR. Yes, he had no other choice. As a result, the atmosphere in the field of civilizers underwent a huge change. In such an environment, cultivating many Shenwen apertures seemed to be a good way to suppress willpower and advance. As a result, the Shenwen faction really began to recover. It was not caused by the division method, it was caused by the elemental Shenwen art. This was something Suyu did not expect. He had underestimated the talent of others. He also thought that everyone was like him and could suppress their willpower to advance. He had only advanced after opening 180 divine apertures, but it did not mean that others could do the same. Opening divine apertures accelerated the absorption of willpower and improved even faster. However, everyone did not want to advance and enter SOAR, which would cause the subsequent opening of divine apertures to slow down. This was different from the past. Back then, everyone was unwilling to stay in cultivation for too long. Now, they could not wait to outline more Shenwen. They just had to waste time. It was best to waste time until 72 divine apertures were opened. The extra willpower was used to open apertures or cultivate Shenwen apertures. If 1 Shenwen aperture was not enough, then they would use 2 or 3, 10 or more would not be a problem. So what if they stayed in cultivation for 7 or 8 years? They would soon be able to enter SOAR and enter Lingyun. Before that, they might not be able to step into Lingyun for 30 years. In the past, they could not enter SOAR for 7 or 8 years. If they stayed in cultivation for more than 10 years, they would not be able to bear it. Now, everyone could bear it. Moreover, the more divine apertures they opened in cultivation, the stronger their combat power would be. If they opened more apertures, they would not be weaker than some weak SOAR cultivators. Their combat power did not decrease too much, and their potential was greater. If they could learn Shenwen combat skills, their combat power would not be weaker than SOAR. Since that was the case, there was no need to advance. It was better to choose the Shinwen faction. The Shinwen faction, which was on the verge of destruction, actually began to recover under such circumstances. Suyu was not the only one who did not expect this. There were many people who did not expect this. The Shinwen faction has actually begun to recover because of a cultivation technique. Unexpected, shocking, yet, it was only natural. Many people felt that the Shinwen faction would only recover if the disassembly method was perfected. In fact, the disassembly method was perfected, and the cultivation stage above Soar was revived. Instead, it was because of the elemental Shinwen art that began to recover. Human Realm, Northern Land. Dazhou Prefecture, the Great Zhou Civilization Academy. At this moment, the Gulao conference began. A Gulao said this sentence with infinite emotion. Because of a cultivation technique, the Shinwen faction began to recover. This Gulao had a complicated look in his eyes. In the past, there was a Shinwen faction in Dazhou Prefecture. Just last year, not long after Suyu entered the school, Shan Xiong defeated several students and teaching assistants of the Shinwen faction. The only Gulao from the Shinwen faction in Dazhou Prefecture was depressed, disappointed, and powerless. He chose to announce that he would no longer enroll students. And this Gulao was the one who spoke at this moment. It was too complicated, his emotions were extremely complicated. He persisted for a full 50 years, but he did not see the dawn. He only saw decline, and continuous decline. And just when he announced that the Shinwen faction would no longer exist in Dazhou Prefecture, because of a cultivation technique, it rose, and now, many students in the Great Zhou Civilization Academy were asking if the Shinwen faction would still be open. With the Shinwen combat skill tablet, could people still learn the Shinwen faction's combat skills, because in Dazhou Prefecture, the Shinwen cultivation technique had also been introduced. According to Suyu's agreement, the Faculty of Theology would not be opened, and the cultivation technique was not allowed to be spread. In other prefectures, under the circumstances that had already begun to learn and change the cultivation technique, the students in Dazhou Prefecture were seething. When do we start to exchange for cultivation techniques? When do we start to change the cultivation technique? When will the Faculty of Theology be reopened? At the Gulao meeting, this Gulao sighed, and felt complicated. Could the Shinwen faction still rise? Could it rise because of this cultivation technique? Recently, the Shinwen faction, which had been in decline for 50 years, showed signs of recovery. Suyu of the Ming Prefecture was deriving the cultivation technique, and Han Tan of Dixia Province was reopening the academy, preparing to derive the decomposition method. All of this was good news. But what should Dazhou Prefecture do? Go with the flow, or firmly resist, or become the vanguard of the suppression of the Shinwen faction, like in the past? Now, could they still suppress it? In the past, the Shinwen faction had a lot of drawbacks. It required extremely high talent, and they needed to be on the character cultivation card for many years. These were all problems. Now, no one cared how long they were stuck. It was best if they could be stuck for 7 or 8 years and open all the divine apertures. They could not wait to be stuck for a few more years. This caused some of the drawbacks to become advantages. How ridiculous! Not long ago, he thought that some people would choose the Shinwen faction because the Shinwen faction would consume a lot of energy, and it was troublesome to nurture the Shinwen faction. They would be stuck for a long time. This was not a drawback. Now, because of a cultivation technique, it had become an advantage. This was ridiculous. The recovery of the Shinwen faction was too dramatic. After Gulao finished speaking, the meeting room was silent for a moment. Soon, someone said coldly, "Until now, no one has broken through to Soar because of the origin Shinwen skill. Can one really enter the Soar Ling Yun after opening 72 divine apertures? Without the test of time, changing cultivation techniques rashly is a joke with everyone's future. Suyu has broken through." The only person from the Shinwen faction, Gulao, said softly. The person who spoke said indifferently, "How do you know that Suyu broke through because of this cultivation technique? Who knows if he's hiding anything? The origin Shinwen skill is good, but we can't change cultivation techniques rashly. Besides, everyone is stuck on the character cultivation card. What will happen in the next few years?" The person said coldly, "Dazhou Prefecture has hundreds of civilization masters every year. But now, maybe in the next 7 or 8 years, the number of civilization masters born every year will be in the single digits. Even if the cultivation technique is good, we have to consider the reality. If everyone cultivates the Shinwen faction, what will happen in the future when the front line is not strong enough? Also, everyone is opening the divine apertures. The willpower and text of will are consumed at an astronomical figure. Including the primordial spirit enlightening skill, the vitality consumed is also an astronomical figure. As Galao spoke, he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, I don't deny that Suyu's cultivation technique is powerful, but this way, we're in big trouble. The vitality of the human realm has only been restored for a few years. In the past, everyone cultivated yellow and black level cultivation techniques. Now, everyone is cultivating heaven level cultivation techniques. The consumption is 5 or even 10 times more than before. There are also many people in the human realm. Everyone, have you considered the consequences and the outcome?" As soon as this was said, someone sighed. "What else can we consider? If this goes on, war will break out. If it's not an internal war, it will be an external war. Plundering resources, plundering vitality, occupying small realms with abundant vitality, fighting, dying, consuming a part of the population, killing, will become the mainstream." This was the truth. When the human realm could not make ends meet, when everyone was cultivating powerful cultivation techniques, what could they do? Fight against the outside world, kill, reduce their own population, and also plunder other people's resources. Because of a few cultivation techniques, the human realm might change the strategy of hundreds of years. This was the reality. It sounded funny, but it was not. It was caused by the cultivation techniques. Just like the cultivation techniques that led to the recovery of the Shinwen faction, it was the same logic. It was irreversible, because everyone was supporting it, unless it was a forbidden cultivation technique. Everyone, war, may break out because of this. Someone sighed and said, "Once war starts, blood will flow like a river. So you shouldn't have introduced these cultivation techniques." As soon as this was said, someone said in a low voice, "You can't say that. The introduction of Suyu's cultivation techniques makes the human race stronger. It's a good thing, but it also promotes war, it's a fact. In fact, it should be slower, and not spread to the human realm all at once. It should be replaced gradually." Seeing these people discussing this, Galao from the Shinwen faction sighed and said, "Everyone, now is not the time to talk about this. The Great Qin Mansion, Ming Constabulary, and Dexia Province are all changing. If we don't change, Dazhou Prefecture will soon fall behind. What we need to discuss now is whether to reopen the Faculty of Theology. If we don't reopen it, and the cultivation techniques are not replaced, then in a few months, the recruitment of new students may surprise everyone. It's not impossible that there will be no new students. So you did not set any restrictions for Dazhou Prefecture, but there must be the existence of the Shinwen faction. For Dazhou Prefecture, where the Shinwen faction had already disappeared, it was a slap in the face to suddenly reopen it. It was only last year that the existence of the polytheistic divine script was banned. This year, should they reopen it? We can't reopen it. If we don't reopen it, the new students won't come, and the old students aren't willing, then who will bear the consequences? Humph, reopen it. Let me ask you, who will bear the cost of these resources? You've been cultivating your mind for 10 years and opened 7 or 8 divine orifices. How useful are they? The students of the academy will join the heavens and fight. Nonsense. The general strategy of Dazhou Prefecture is not to start a large-scale war now. Once a large number of troops are invested, a large-scale war will soon break out. Yes, at least not now. The principal is preparing to prove his Tao. What will the principal do if a war breaks out now? One by one, the cabinet elders were arguing with each other. Should they reopen it or not, to learn or not to learn? Suyu's cultivation technique was to be a general. Soon, someone sighed and said, "Everyone, if we don't learn, the other prefectures will. What's the use of us stopping the war? Local wars will soon break out in other prefectures. If we don't learn, we will fall behind and be beaten. At that time, the gods and demons will feel that the other prefectures are hard to deal with and that Dazhou Prefecture is easier to bully. When that time comes, we will become a joke if we don't learn. Suyu will be a sinner if he's not a saint in the future." Someone said with a sigh. Perhaps a large-scale war would break out in the human realm because of Suyu. When the human realm was not strong enough, a full-scale war would break out, and the tragedy of 300 years ago might repeat itself. It might be even worse. 300 years ago, the gods and demons were not ready, and the immortals also intervened. Now, the gods and demons were ready, and the immortals were also eyeing them. If a full-scale war broke out now, the predicament of the human realm might be even greater. The key was that the current human realm was not as harmonious as it was 300 years ago. Soon, someone said, Suyu has promoted the development of Shenwen and the improvement of the human race's strength. Of course, he has only improved the foundation, and we can't see the results at this stage. I think that if Hong Tan's splitting method really does bear fruit, it will be useful to the civilizationists above Soar. That is the key. The strength of the civilizationists will increase greatly. Don't forget, the gods and demons are targeting us. So what if they are? Someone scolded, just because they are targeting us, you can drink poison to quench your thirst? Do you not care about the human race's development? It is precisely because of your misgivings that the civilizationists have the strongest combat system, and the Shenwen system is gradually declining. At most, we will pick up weapons and fight again, just like 300 years ago. All of you, shut up. An old man shouted, what are you arguing about? This matter is of great importance. Principal, please make a decision. The crowd could not come to a conclusion. The matter was very complicated. It was not good not to learn, and it might not be good even if they learned. Everyone was silent for a while. A moment later, a cold voice came from the void. Since all the major houses are learning, then the Great Zhou Civilization Academy can't be an exception. Thanks to the Shenwen system's restart. Principal, then Xianxia's challenge is a joke. Shan Tianhao died in vain. Someone was dissatisfied. Wasn't this a joke? Then let Xianxiang challenge Suyu. If Xianxiang wins, it means that even if he does not learn Suyu's technique, the Shenwen system is still strong. If Xianxiang loses, it means that Suyu's technique is indeed strong. As soon as this was said, someone frowned and said, Xianxiang is in seclusion. He will probably come out soon, and it is possible that he is at the 8th or 9th tier of Soar. As for Suyu, it is hard to determine his strength now. However, if he opens the heavenly cycle acupoints to forge his body, he will be strong on the warrior's path. I'm afraid his body will be stronger than Xianxiang's. In the darkness, Zhou Pelong's voice came again. He said coldly, then isn't it a draw? Xianxiang is older than him by a year and has also started cultivating earlier than him. Xianxiang's mortal body is inferior to Suyu's, thus he can see just how strong a divine runic master is. If one's mortal body was stronger than Suyu's, then what was the point of having a master of civilization? Principal, someone was worried. Then, if Xianxiang loses, that would be too embarrassing for Dazhou Prefecture. Xianxiang had defeated many of the Shenwen system's Soar in various prefectures. In the end, he was defeated by Suyu. He had lost once, and all his previous efforts had become a joke. To lose or not to lose? Do you have a choice now? Zhou Polong said coldly, if Xianxiang loses, it means that Suyu's technique is strong. If you don't lose and don't challenge him, then everything you have done before is still useless. You don't even dare to fight him. How can you talk about suppressing him? Didn't Suyu say that he wanted to challenge Xianxiang? Just accept the challenge. Some felt helpless, while others were worried. The battle between Xianxiang and Duo had clearly come to an end. In the blink of an eye, the situation had changed drastically, and the key to all of this was Suyu. Of course, it was Suyu now. Soon, it might be Hong Tan. When the splitting method could really allow the mountains, seas, sun, and moon to complete the reorganization of their combat techniques, then Shenwen system would lose completely. A massive number of single divine runic system powerhouses would rapidly switch to the multiple divine runic system. What Suyu affected was Yangxing, and the splitting method affected everyone above Yangxing, Dexia province. How long would it take for Hong Tan to come out, at the same time when Dazhou Prefecture made its decision? On the All Heavens battlefield. In front of the vanguard battalion. At the front line, waves of heaven-piercing pressure burst forth, surges of pressure spread in all directions. celestials, demons, humans, dragons, immortals, and demons. Experts from various races appeared at this moment. Qin Guang. How about we make a deal? There was a roar. At the front line, a middle-aged man wielding a spear said coldly, "Speak. 2 people in exchange for 100 years of peace for the human race." In the distance, an expert's voice shook the surroundings. "You know who I am talking about. Within 100 years, including Xiao Longwu and Qin Zhen, no one will stop them. Qin Guang, this deal is worth it. In 100 years, the human race might be able to prove 10 or even more Eternals. Xiao Longwu and Qin Zhen will definitely die if they prove their Dao. Who in one will agree to it? 2 bloody executioners, who will agree to let them become Eternals? Qin Guang, each take a step back. All worlds will be at peace. Hand over those 2, no, maybe 3, and our race will retreat 10,000 miles. We will not invade for 100 years. We will swear an oath to all worlds." The storm had already swept through all worlds. Handing over a few people could even let bloody executioners like Xiao Longwu prove their Dao. At the front line, the spear-wielding middle-aged man said coldly, "How dare you? You are dividing the human race." "Hee, I know you know what we mean." "Divide? Perhaps?" Qin Guang, just because you don't agree doesn't mean others won't agree. You have descendants, friends, disciples, and they will all prove their Dao. Do you really want to fight us to the end? Now, hand over a few weaklings in exchange for 100 years of peace and a chance to prove your Dao. Qin Guang, can you be the leader of the human race? This was division, using 100 years in exchange for a few people. 2 people referred to Su Yu and Hong Tan. 3 people, plus Lu Wenyan, they were all from Shenwen's faction, they were all from the 5th generation. For these 3 people, the experts of the 10,000 clans were even willing to give up on their plan to kill Xiao Longwu and Qin Zhen. You are the great Qin King. Even if you know we are dividing you, what can you do? You can't be tempted. But what about the other human experts? You are the great Qin King. You can't suppress all the invincibles. Don't think that all the invincibles of the human race are ready to die. A few small figures in exchange for many more invincible realm experts in your human clan, including people like Xiao Longwu. Are you not willing? The great Qin King held his spear and looked into the distance. He did not speak anymore and thrust his spear. Heaven and earth turned upside down. With a rumble, the world was isolated. In the distance, the voices dissipated, and figures quickly disappeared in all directions. The great Qin King turned his head and looked at the human realm war zone. Silence. Speechless. After a long time, he said coldly, "Today, if we hand over a few people in exchange for 100 years of peace, the next day, they will be greedy. They will hand over invincibles in exchange for 100 years of peace. After 100 or 1,000 years, the human race will get used to using their own people's heads in exchange for peace. At that time, the backbone of the human race will be broken. I don't care what you think. Whether you are dissatisfied or unwilling, I don't care about the chaos in the rear. At the front, there is only war, no retreat. The internal strife of the human race is the human race's matter. Voluntarily offering the heads of the human race to the alien race, they should be killed, they should be killed, they must be killed." In the void, someone said calmly, "Brother Qin, you worry too much. Everyone understands that the alien race divided us." Qin Guang said coldly, "Understanding is one thing, but some people will think that sacrificing a few people in exchange for the birth of many invincibles is not worth it. Especially Xiao Longwu and the others. Once they prove the way, the strength of the human race will greatly increase. Won't they be stronger than those illusions?" As Qin Guang spoke, he said in a low voice, "Everyone, 100 years, is not the future of the human race. The human race can have 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even a longer future. Don't break your spine just for 100 years." Silence. After a long time, someone sighed and said, "Everyone knows this, but Brother Qin, next. Xiao Longwu and the others should prove the way." What to do? There was no other way. If Xiao Longwu proved the way, there was a high probability that he would die, including the others. If they could use a few people in exchange, at this moment, this thought appeared in more than one person's mind. Suyu and the others might be able to exchange for more than 10 invincible realm experts. It was terrifying, Qin Guang said coldly. If the Wan attack, then kill. In these years, some of us have fallen. And some of the Wan have lost their lives. It's not a loss. If we ask for peace, we must let others see the strength and vigor of the human race. If we kneel to ask for peace, we will not get peace, but a butcher's knife. No one wanted to fight for their entire lives. But even if they asked for peace, they had to kill until the enemy was terrified and had no choice but to ask for peace. If they asked for peace and knelt to ask for peace, they would only get a butcher's knife. The great Qin king knew this all too well, even he didn't want to fight for his entire life and not win. The human race was not as strong as the gods and demons, nor as strong as the celestial race. In the Wan, the human race ranked 4th or 5th, and above them was the demon race. If the demon race and the dragon race were included, they would be stronger than the human race. But the dragon race was their own race and didn't think of themselves as the demon race. If they were separated, they would not be as strong as the human race. In the battle of the heavens, the best result was that the human race had the power of the realm suppression. At that time, they could attack and defend. And he understood that the Wan race would not give them this chance. At this time, the best way was to delay, but some of the turmoil in the human realm had already affected the heavens. People like Suyu and Hong Tan had begun to show their talents. The human race's strength was stronger than the Shenwen race, and this made the Wan race feel some pressure. The Shenwen race could not rise. This made the invincible realm experts feel a little complicated. The Shenwen race might really be able to activate the power of the realm suppression. However, the Wan race did not want to give the human race this chance. The rise was a great war. How should they choose? Once a great war broke out, the human race would not be able to hold on for long when the Wan race besieged them. At that time, the Shenwen race would be destroyed again, and that would be a great loss. If the Shenwen race could guarantee the activation of the realm suppression and give everyone some hope, maybe they could still hold on. However, Yi Badian was dead. The unprecedented Yi Badian had died. There were many reasons for his death, but the most important one was that he had not succeeded in proving his Tao. If he had succeeded, he would not have died. This was the key. Yi Baishan's Tao was wrong, flawed, and not perfect. Yi Baishan's death also made many invincible realm experts lose confidence in the Shenwen race. In order to support Yi Baishan's rise, many invincible realm experts had sacrificed a lot in the past. Now, these people were a little disheartened. At the front of the battlefield, the great Qin king had a complicated look in his eyes. Too fast, the Wan race's reaction was too fast. Today, they began to threaten. They did not give the human race any time to prepare. What should they do? Protect Suyu and the others, and start the battle of the 10,000 worlds, or, he did not dare to think about it. He was afraid that he would be swayed. He looked into the distance, at the human realm, at the distant future. Where should the human realm go? What should I do? Now, I don't even dare to fully trust the comrades beside me. The human realm. Dazhou Prefecture was also about to revive the Shenwen faction. This news shook the civilizationist field. Dazhou Prefecture was the lair of the Shan Shenwen faction. At this moment, even Dazhou Prefecture was about to revive the Shenwen faction. This meant that the decades of suppression had become a joke. Of course, Dazhou Prefecture's Shan Xiong coming out of seclusion was going to Ming constables to challenge Suyu. This was also big news. Who would be stronger in a battle of numbers? They were both geniuses. Suyu was a year younger than Shan Xiong and had just entered SOAR. However, Suyu was well known in the human realm. Would he be a match for Shan Xiong? The news of the All Heavens battlefield had not reached the human realm. However, the news of the revival of the Shenwen faction had caused a huge change in the entire civilizationist field. Ming constables. Suyu only received the news 3 days later that Shan Xiong might come out of seclusion and challenge him at Ming constables. Niao Baidao personally came to tell Suyu the news. In the beautiful Four Seasons pavilion, Niao Baidao drank tea and looked at the scenery outside the window. He smiled and said, "Kid, you haven't gone out these few days. You don't care about what's going on outside. Be careful that you don't know when Shan Xiong comes." Suyu also held his teacup and took a sip. He said indifferently, "So be it. Don't be careless." Niu Baidao still reminded him, if he really comes, he might be at soar 9th tier. You are not weak. You can even defeat some of Ling Yan's 4th or 5th tier, or even 5th or 6th tier experts. I know this. If Xianxia is not a concern, there is no need for me to specially remind you. Niu Baidao said seriously, do you think Bai Feng is strong? Or, do you think Xia Yuan and the others are strong? Siyu thought about it and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia might be able to skip levels and fight them. Niu Baidao explained, divine runic masters are extremely powerful. The divine runic masters of the multivariate divine runic system are said to be able to fight with primal divine demons of the same rank. As for Xianxia, he has defeated many multivariate divine runic system civilizational masters of the same rank. Siyu nodded slightly, but still said, I'm not afraid of him. If we're talking about the civilizational master realm, I can be considered a 7th or 8th tier soar. You? Niu Baidao looked at him, smiled and nodded, you can be counted as one, but only as a normal Shenwen division, not the top of the soar. Let me ask you, how many Shenwen martial techniques do you know? The Shenwen martial techniques are also divine techniques. It's not just the Shenwen martial techniques, but also the use of the divine aperture. How much do you know? Siyu thought about it and shook his head. He did not know much. If he were to talk about the real Shenwen martial techniques, he only knew one, the spirit expansion art, which was used to smash people with a small hammer. The soul expanding art was not an offensive technique. Then that's it. Niu Baidao chuckled. Divine runic masters aren't like this. Divine runes are the key, but divine openings also have an extremely important role to play. You are still a bit too naive. If you have the time, you should learn some divine runic martial skills. For better or worse, you should use your divine openings. Otherwise, all those divine openings would have been a waste. Siyu nodded slightly. That was true. He still had to learn a few. He did not know any divine techniques, mainly because the essence and blood he swallowed rarely provided him with any Shenwen martial techniques. Alright, principal. Then I'll go back and find a few divine techniques to learn. Niu Baidao did not say much and continued drinking his tea. After drinking for a while, there was some silence. Siyu was curious. Was there anything else? Niu Baidao was silent for a while again. After a long time, he said, in the next few years, the human realm may be in chaos. After the chaos, the human realm will probably be at peace and have a unified attitude, at least in general. In the next few years, you'd better be careful. Recently, there may be experts from the Wan nation sneaking into the human realm, and Wanzu may also disregard everything to deal with you. Niu Baidao took a deep breath and said, previously, after killing a few sun and moon experts, Wanzu was actually afraid and did not dare to show his face again. But now, they will receive support from the Wan nation. What do you mean, principal? Siyu frowned and said in a deep voice. Principal, what do you want to say? Niu Baidao hesitated for a while and said, there are invincible experts in the Wan nation who want your life. For this, they don't hesitate to pay a huge price and give up huge benefits, which may cause some disturbances. Niu Baidao let out a long breath. This sort of change is a bit too fast and surpasses our imaginations. The Divine Runic Department has caused the 10,000 races to feel a great deal of dread. Luckily, Hong Tan has helped you share a great deal of the pressure in the Great Xiao Mansion. Even so, you have to be careful. Next, don't introduce any powerful techniques. Even if you do, you can only spread them in a small circle. Siyu frowned. You mean, you taught me to show my value, which is more important than being invincible, but now it doesn't work. Probably. Niu Baidao sighed. Wan nation's fear of the Shenwen nation is beyond our expectation. It hasn't been long, but it has attracted the attention and even fear of those invincible experts. Niu Baidao's eyes flickered. Everybody knows what Wan nation means, and Wan nation isn't afraid of us knowing. Wan nation gave us 100 years, which means they are confident that they can suppress the human clan within 100 years without paying a big price. And the Shenwen nation might not be able to walk out of the invincible realm within 100 years. Now is the time to weigh the pros and cons. 100 years, One Nation gave humans 100 years because he thought that even if the human clan had more invincible experts, it wouldn't be useful. However, could the Xinwen Nation walk out of the invincible realm within 100 years? Who had the confidence? Who was the one closest to the invincible realm? Hong Tan. He had just entered the Sun and Moon realm. Next, he would have to face the 9 layers of the Sun and Moon realm, the invincible realm of the Civilization Master. Could Hong Tan do it? Could he finish what Yi Badian couldn't? As for Suyu, he was too young. Niao Baidao believed that Suyu's physical body could reach the invincible realm. The possibility was very high, but what about the Master of Civilization? Currently, the Xinwen Nation couldn't give people the confidence to reach the invincible realm within 100 years. In this way, it was crucial for the human clan to have more invincible experts. The future might be very chaotic. One Nation had already revealed his thoughts. He wasn't afraid of you knowing. Even if you knew, we wouldn't give you more. The Xinwen Nation would rise. In at most 100 years, they would be able to suppress the human clan. It didn't matter if they had more invincible experts. However, if they didn't suppress the Xinwen Nation, they wouldn't even give you more invincible experts. 100 years? Suyu murmured and looked at Niao Baidao. What did he mean? Niao Baidao was silent for a while and said, I also heard about it from the Mansion Master. As for the Mansion Master, it was some old friends of the Great Bright Prince who sent a letter to inform the Mansion of Great Bright Prince to be careful. Some invincible experts on the All Heavens battlefield negotiated with the Great Qin King to hand over a few people in exchange for no war for 100 years. No one would stop them from entering the invincible realm within 100 years. Suyu's heart trembled. Hand over a few people. You mean, yes. Niao Baidao nodded. Currently, this news has only spread among some of the invincible experts and their descendants. It hasn't spread, and it can't be spread. You know it. Maybe, it's my responsibility. He wanted Suyu to show his value and tell others that he was more important than the invincible experts. Suyu did it, he did it perfectly. However, Niao Baidao had underestimated One Nation's fear of the Xinwen Nation. He didn't expect that One Nation's experts would rather testify for Xiao Longwu and the others than let Suyu and Hong Tan continue. From this, it could be seen that in One Nation's eyes, the Xinwen Nation was more important than the invincible experts. The several powerful races of the divinity and demon race didn't even try to conceal this at all. They were clearly telling the humans that having more divine runic systems wouldn't allow them to rise. This also confirmed that the suppression of the mortal realm could only be opened by having more divine runic systems. Only the suppression of the human realm was more important than the invincible experts. Once the suppression of the human realm was activated, even if the gods and demons joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the human race. This was the human race's capital. Niao Baidao looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, so, what happens next will be very complicated. Because, everyone saw hope. But Yi Badian's matter made everyone despair again. Many people died for Yi Badian, including the Prince of Great Zhou's younger brother. Niao Baidao smiled bitterly. It's true that Yi Badian succeeded and failed. He was the first person to make the myriad races feel pressured. Unfortunately, he failed. If he had succeeded, the myriad races wouldn't have been able to be vigilant even if they wanted to. However, he failed and brought great trouble to the people behind him, causing the myriad races to be more vigilant. At the same time, it made the invincible experts of the human race worried and depressed. Even someone as strong as Yi Badian failed. What about you? Yi Badian couldn't do it. Can Hong Tan do it? Can Lu Wenyan do it? Can you, Suyu, do it? Suyu sucked in a deep breath. In other words, everyone knows that our divine runic arts system is the key to opening the suppression of the mortal boundary. But, no one has confidence in us. The matter of the 5th generation has left everyone in despair. The 5th generation was the one with the highest hopes of reaching the Tao, but he failed. Yes. Niao Baidao nodded, everyone knows. The attitude of the gods and demons has shown everything. They don't even mind letting the human race know. Because, can the human race produce another Yi Badian? How long will it take? How many years? But, just in case, they still have to suppress the development of the Xinwen Nation. The gods and demons are so arrogant. Su raised his eyebrows. They are stronger than the human race, but the human race is not weak either. Are they just going to admit it? Are the experts of the invincible realm just going to acquiesce? Not letting the human race activate the suppression. It's not the business of the gods and demons. Niu Baidao sighed. If it's only the gods and demons, they are stronger than us. But if we fight to the death, the two clans will also suffer heavy losses. The key is, it's not just them. The immortal clan, the demon clan, and the other invincible clans. Who is willing to let the human race activate the suppression? Niu Baidao said helplessly, once the human race activates the suppression, it's over. The human race can retreat, but do you dare to attack? Even if the human race only has 30 experts of the invincible realm, if you attack, you will have 300. Even if those great ancestors of the gods and demons are really strong, they will be suppressed when they enter the human realm. Even if you are terrifyingly strong and suppressed to the invincible realm, will the human race be afraid of you? But you, the human race, you can beat them. To be honest, Wan doesn't let us activate the suppression for self-protection. Self-protection, the myriad races were protecting themselves. This was another explanation from another angle. And it was true, you didn't have the suppression when you came to them, but they had it when they came to your house. The human race said that you loved peace. Bullshit. If the human race really activated the suppression, 20 experts of the invincible realm would stay in the human realm, and no one would be able to break in or break the human realm. If the human race sent out 10 experts of the invincible realm, they could really attack whoever they wanted. Anyway, if they couldn't attack their nest, they could do anything outside. If they couldn't beat them, they could run back and hide. What could they do? Therefore, even if Wan was not of the same mind, his attitude toward the human race was the same. Usually, you guys fought, and we watched. But once the human race activated the suppression, everyone would attack you together, regardless of whether you were a neutral race or not, because it was too terrible. Even the so-called immortal clan would make the same choice. If it were the human race, they would also have to make the same choice. One could balance, but he couldn't let anyone dominate. If the suppression of the human realm was activated, even if there was no change in combat strength, the human realm would dominate. This was much more serious than having a few more experts of the invincible realm. At this moment, Su no longer had any illusions. The gods and demons knew. They knew very well what the Shinwen system meant. It was impossible to expect them to be negligent, not care, and give you time to develop. And the human race was now about to face a major choice. Should they start the war to protect the Shinwen system and ensure that the Shinwen system would have an invincible realm expert, or abandon it? Continue to lie low. He was a little messy. If it were me, I would be invincible. What should I choose? Could Suyu become invincible? He didn't know. What about Hong Tan? What about Lu Wenyan? Who could guarantee that he would become invincible, the first expert of the invincible realm in the Shinwen system, or even in the entire human civilization? If he couldn't give this guarantee, then he couldn't blame everyone for worrying about not getting anything in return for their efforts. I understand what you mean, Mansion Master. Suyu sighed. If it really comes to that, I will leave the Ming Mansion and wander in the battlefield of heavens. I won't cause more trouble for the Ming Mansion. Niu Baidao also sighed. Boy, we're not driving you away. The Ming Mansion doesn't want to kill you after you've outlived your usefulness. We're worried about you. We're more worried that the Ming Mansion doesn't have enough strength to protect you. Right now, it's still better. You're only pushing for the revolution of the middle and lower class civilization masters. As for Han Tan, he's pushing for the revolution of the upper class civilization masters. He's going to be in big trouble soon. Once the division method is revealed, the Great Xia residence will soon become the focus of chaos. Unless it's absolutely necessary, one doesn't want a large-scale war to break out at this moment. However, one will definitely not allow Hong Tan's splitting method to spread. After he researched it, Hong Tan shouldn't have announced it. Suyu shook his head. It's the same even if Grandmaster didn't say it. After he entered the Sun and Moon system, he would be targeted by some people. Besides, my master and I have both used and spread the splitting method, especially my master. When Baifeng first researched it, he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to revive the Shinwen system. When he used it to deal with Xia Yuan, even if no one understood it at that time, everyone would gradually realize it. There were too many people watching the battle that day. It was hard to hide it from anyone. If Hong Tan hadn't announced it and taken the blame, it would have been leaked. Bai Feng would have become everyone's target. Sooner or later, it would have been leaked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the splitting method in the first place. However, at that time, Bai Feng didn't expect this result. In Bai Feng's mind, the suppression of the Xunwen system was caused by the Shan Xunwen system. He just wanted to make the Xunwen system stronger. Niao Baidao nodded. That's why Hong Tan stepped forward, to share the burden for Bai Feng. Bai Feng is being summoned back urgently. It's no longer suitable for him to stay in the All Heavens battlefield. Otherwise, Wan will soon besiege him. As for Bai Feng, if nothing unexpected happens, he will return to Dixia province. If he comes to Ming Prefecture, he will bring more attention and greater danger to Ming Prefecture. Suyu nodded. According to his thinking, Bai Feng would probably make the same choice. Dixia province would really become the source of chaos. Xiahou Ye's words echoed in his mind again. Xia Jia was already prepared for this. Suyu stopped thinking about this. He was still too weak. If he became stronger, perhaps those invincible martial artists would see the hope of the Xunwen system becoming invincible. Those invincible martial artists of the human race probably didn't want to be suppressed by one. Opening the suppression was the result that every invincible martial artist of the human race wanted. Of course, there was no need to mention the traitor. As long as there was hope, everyone would understand that within 100 years, or even shorter, someone could open the suppression. Then, the invincible martial artists of the human race would soon be able to unify their attitudes. They wouldn't fall into a struggle because they couldn't see any hope. So you didn't think about this? He quickly said, Mansion Head, let's not talk about this first. If there's really a big trouble, it'll be my grandmaster, not me. To destroy the hope of invincible martial artists, they'll have to kill my grandmaster or teacher Lu first. I'll be the last, Suyu smiled. I've calculated it myself. In terms of importance, my grandmaster is the first. He's at the Sun and Moon tier and knows the separation method. He has the highest chance of advancing to the invincible martial artist. It seems that I'm the second. But once teacher Lu becomes stronger, he'll be the second. I'll probably be the third because of my several sets of techniques. This was his own judgment, and also the order that one might want to kill. He'd first kill Hong Tan, then kill Lu Wenyan, and then kill him. He'd only lost a few Sun and Moon tiers in the Ming Constabulary, and the Ming Constabulary had put in a lot of effort. Wan's primary target was definitely not him. You have a good attitude. Niao Baidao was also surprised. He thought that Suyu would be angry this time. Suyu smiled. When my grandmaster and teacher Lu die, my attitude won't be good. Now, it's okay. Actually, Mannerhead doesn't need to say much. I understand what I need to understand. At least for now, we're still safe, and there's no large-scale despair and disappointment among the invincible martial artists. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Mannerhead coming, but people from the War God Temple or Seeker tier to escort me to the All Heavens battlefield. Niao Baidao still had the mood to remind him to be careful, which was actually a victory. It also gave Suyu some confidence. The invincible martial artists of the human race hadn't fallen into chaos, and hadn't completely lost confidence in the Xunwen faction. Otherwise, they'd just be escorted away silently, and the news wouldn't have spread. Those invincible martial artists would have blocked all the news long ago. Now, even Suyu himself knew, which was a good thing. Niao Baidao nodded with a smile, and quickly said, it's best that you can think it through, but Hong Tan will be in big trouble. Not only Hong Tan, but also Xia Jia's concession and retreat will soon be in a dilemma. Suyu thought for a while and smiled. Not necessarily. Xia Jia might not be doing it to retreat, what do you think? Niao Baidao thought for a while and nodded. Perhaps Xia Jia's saber is still very sharp, but Xia Jia's saber isn't sharp enough, it's still lacking in maturity. Suyu was silent. Probably, he wasn't thinking about Xia Jia, but Hong Tan. Grandmaster was really in big trouble. Perhaps, a crisis would break out soon. The Ming constabulary was currently replaced by Dexia province, but that didn't mean it could always be like this. Moreover, he couldn't watch his master and grandmaster die. The life-prolonging method had to be promoted as soon as possible. He needed help. Not only that, he had to speed up the forging of his body, improve his strength, and improve Shenwen and willpower. Otherwise, when the invincible martial artists couldn't see any hope, giving up would become inevitable. Manor Head, does the 100 Dao Pavilion still have a lot of willpower? I might need to break into the 100 Dao Pavilion again. Niao Baidao was helpless. Wait a while, the last time we used the 100 Dao Pavilion to kill the enemy, it consumed a lot of energy. Wait for the 100 Dao Pavilion to recover, or else the willpower won't be enough for you to absorb. Alright, I got it. Niao Baidao continued, we still need the Milky Way sand. The Xingyu mansion will open soon, and the quota will be confirmed at the end of this year. In the middle of next year, we can probably go to the Star Sea to explore the Xingyu mansion. If we can get a large amount of Milky Way sand, willpower won't be a problem. We still need the Milky Way sand, the Xingyu mansion, so you didn't say anything, and Niao Baidao continued, don't tell me you want to go. It's very dangerous for you to go, and the manor head might not agree to let you go. We'll talk about it later, it's still early. Suyu smiled, I'll see how it goes. If it's too dangerous, we'll talk about it later. But, if it's too dangerous in Dexia province, I might have to do something to share some of the pressure with the Grandmaster and the others. At this moment, Suyu was also glad that he came to the Ming Manor. Otherwise, if they were all concentrated in Dexia province, there might be a big mess soon, and there would be no one to share the pressure. After sending Niao Baidao off, Suyu thought for a while, and soon, he went out and went to the Clear Heart Hall. As for Hu Qi, I'll try to spread the life-prolonging method, and I don't know what the effect is. If the effect is good, then I can rope in some old people. On the way, Suyu thought to himself, I can't just blindly increase the so-called fame. At the current stage, fame is enough, and what I need now is strength, my own influence. It will take at least 3 days to complete the 4th forging. The amount of heavenly essence Qi is not enough, I need more heavenly essence Qi. I need essence blood, a lot of essence blood. Based on the current speed, even with the help of vitality, it would take more than 10 days to reforge the fleshly body. It was too slow, and he didn't have that much time. 2 years to complete the 72 forging. Therefore, Suyu needed more heavenly essence Qi. It would be best if he could complete 1 forging in 3 to 5 days, and within a year, he had to complete the 72 forging. I need a lot of essence blood, a lot of it. If I just rely on buying, even if I have the profits from the cultivation technique, I might not be able to sustain it. Moreover, I can't promote a large number of cultivation techniques anymore, or I might become the main target. Essence blood, all heaven battlefield, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Even the Ming Manor would find it difficult to take out a large amount of essence blood for him. After all, the Ming Manor also had 1 million soldiers. It's not good for the human race to kill a large number of one, and this will intensify the conflict. As for me, I also need to keep a low profile for a period of time. Many thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. He had many tricks up his sleeves. What if he pretended to be an ancient race expert who had just left the domain? What if he went to hunt one? My strength is too low. At the very least, I have to wait until I have strength close to that of the Mountain Sea realm. Then, I can pretend to be an ancient race expert and kill everyone to obtain essence blood. In addition, I can also see if I can distract the attention of Grandmaster and the others. Only by constantly fighting and killing can I rapidly improve myself. If I simply seclude myself in the rear, even if I have enough resources, it will be too difficult for me to become stronger. And if I go to the Starry Mansion, I will definitely attract the attention of the Wan race. At that time, it won't be a good time to reveal too much. It would be best if he could catch them off guard and quickly prove his Dao as an invincible civilization master. At this moment, Suyu once again understood a few things. Proving his Dao as an invincible civilization master, then all the troubles would no longer be troubles. Moreover, if he really had a chance of proving his Dao, it would be best not to use the identity of a human. Otherwise, it would bring him great trouble. Like the 5th generation, he could be surrounded and killed. Proving his Tao as an invincible one was safer. Even if someone tried to stop him, there wouldn't be too many invincible beings. At most, 1 or 2 would die. In that case, I need a disguise that can prove my Tao in an open and aboveboard manner. At this moment, Suyu was already thinking about proving his Tao. Prepare for a rainy day, he was not afraid of letting his imagination run wild. He was afraid that he would not have a chance to survive when it came to proving his Tao. While the Grandmaster and the others could still attract attention, he might have to quickly keep a low profile and disappear in front of people. How about preparing for the Starry Mansion? When Suyu thought of this, he smiled. Perhaps this was a good excuse. However, I have to at least wait until I pass the 60th level of the 100 Tao Pavilion. Otherwise, if I go to the All Heavens battlefield rashly, I won't be hunting, but being killed. After passing the 60th level, he would have the strength of a mountain and sea. With this strength, even if he could not do whatever he wanted in the All Heavens battlefield, he would still be considered an expert. On this day, Suyu met Hu Qi and briefly mentioned the cultivation method. In addition, he also mentioned the need to use Heavenly Essence Qi. When Hu Qi heard that she needed to use a large amount of Heavenly Essence Qi, she almost wanted to give up. However, Suyu provided her with about 30 Heavenly Essence fruits. It was not a small amount. A portion of the Heavenly Essence Qi was left over from the last time he gave it to Niu Baidao and the rest was from Suyu's own pocket. Anyway, Zhu Tiandao and the rest knew that he had obtained a large amount of Heavenly Essence Qi last time. Suyu did not use it up so quickly. After giving her the cultivation method and Heavenly Essence Qi, Suyu did not stay any longer. He quickly returned to the research institute and began to forge his body again. Not only did he forge his body, Suyu also began to study Wudi's manuscript, preparing to sketch out some of the Xinwen. It did not matter if he did not have enough willpower. When the 100 Tao Pavilion recovered, he would go in and challenge the levels. It would be best if his willpower could reach the 3rd level as soon as possible. Then, he would count himself as Ling Yun. At that time, he had to sneak back to Dixia province to help Zhao Li complete the forging of the Earth level Wenbing. Dixia province would soon become the focus of attention. Zhao Li's strength in Ling Yunjing would not be useful. It would easily cause trouble. At the same time, Suyu began to plan for the future. Dixia province. The opening of the Faculty of Theology was being planned. According to Hong Tan's plan, the Faculty of Theology would officially open next semester and recruit new students. At this moment, it was already the middle of March, and school would start in August. In less than 5 months, and this was the time that Hong Tan left for himself, and also for some people. Hong Tan, who was planning to open the Faculty of Theology, was very different from before. He was no longer low-key, in the library. Hong Tan directly chased away the new head of the library and occupied the entire library. By the time Yuan Qingdong rushed over, Hong Tan had just chased away the people. Yuan Qingdong frowned as he looked at Hong Tan. At the entrance of the library, there were quite a number of people crowding around. Hong Galao, what do you mean by this? Just earlier, Hong Tan actually chased him away, forcibly chasing away a 9th stage realm strong practitioner, Ling Yan, whom he had promoted. Hong Tan was preparing to close the door when he heard that and laughed. What do I mean? This place, I belong to the Xinwen faculty. The assets left behind by the Xinwen faculty, now that the Faculty of Theology has opened, of course we have to take it back, turning it into the private property of the Faculty of Theology. In order to prepare for the opening of the faculty. Saying that, not caring about Yuan Qingdong's changing expression, Hong Tan smiled. Not only this, very soon, I will be taking back the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm and War Devil Field, in preparation for the Faculty of Theology. Once the splitting method comes out, everyone will be a student or teacher of the Divine Rune Department. Moreover, it is best if the Yuan Spirit Rune formula comes to the Divine Rune Department to practice, otherwise it will be difficult for it to have any great use. Even the Great Zhou Institute understands this principle, so how can you, Master Yuan, not understand? Hong Tan chuckled. Not only that, next semester, 50% of the faculty's resources will be allocated to the Faculty of Theology. Other than that, I need a large amount of funds to research and develop the splitting method. Headmaster Yuan, I'll have to trouble you with this. Yuan Qingdong frowned, looking at him. Are you crazy? How is that possible? Hong Tan did not care about him. Wan Tianxing was in seclusion, and he was not afraid of this guy. He chuckled, it's settled then. It's not my idea to rebuild the Faculty of Theology. This is something that Xianxia Province, the Education and Welfare Administration, and the faculty have all agreed to. Headmaster Yuan, don't go against this. If you don't have money or resources, Headmaster Yuan, you can apply for it. But first, take back the library. From now on, this will be our Shunwen faculty's territory. Yuan Qingdong frowned and said in a low voice, Hong Galao, this is not appropriate. Moreover, the situation is complicated now. Whether or not the Faculty of Theology will be rebuilt, is still unknown. That's your problem. Xianxia Province did not say anything, so I will rebuild it. You are the one who said that it will be rebuilt, and now you're going to go back on your word? Hong Tan laughed, so be it. We'll talk about it when they say that it is not to be rebuilt. Hong Tan. Yuan Qingdong was a little angry. He frowned and said, even if it's a faculty, these things belong to the faculty, not you. If you want to take them for yourself, you have to at least get permission from the Galao Conference. There's no need to go through so much trouble. These things do belong to our faculty. You can ask the others and you'll know. It doesn't mean that if you use them for a long time, they will belong to you. Hong Tan laughed, so be it, Headmaster Yuan. I still have something to do, so I won't say much. With that, he closed the door of the library. Yuan Qingdong's expression was ugly, but he did not say anything. Now that the situation was so turbulent, he could not see things clearly. Could Hong Tan's Faculty of Theology really be established? Could the method of division really be spread? Also, what was Xianxia planning? Everything that had happened made him uncertain about the future. He was uncertain about everything. In the library, Hong Tan smiled. If he could not keep a low profile, then he would not keep a low profile anymore. He would be more ostentatious. In Xianxia Province, Hong Tan became arrogant. In the east, in the ascending sea, the mountains and seas collapsed. An expert of the 8th layer of the mountain sea realm, the expert overseeing the ascending sea, was assassinated. The ascending sea shook, he was killed in the camp. In the ascending sea camp, the sun and moon experts were urgently summoned back. Who did it? Wan Zhu, the sea demons, or someone else, in the ascending sea domain? On an island in the vast sea, Chen Yong coughed up blood, but he laughed happily. Still alive? Feng Qi lay on the ground. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, I'm fine. You're quite strong, even stronger than before. Average. Chen Yong smiled. I've finally killed that bastard. Feng Qi did not have the energy to say anything. After a while, he said, what next? Continue. Chen Yong said, recuperate. When you're healed, continue killing. There are too many dregs in the mortal realm. Since others are unwilling to clean them up, I'll do it. Up to you. Feng Qi replied briefly. Soon, he asked, can you still hold on? Chen Yong said, it's fine. I walk the defensive path. It's just a minor injury. Defensive path, Feng Qi did not say anything. You're quite fast when it comes to killing. The 8th layer of the mountain sea realm only managed to heavily injure you, and you killed him in a short while. That counts as a defensive path? What about the people from the Six-Winged Divine Sect? Chen Yong thought for a while, then said with a smile, there's no rush. Lead them in circles. If anything happens, we'll frame them. Chen Yong sneered. I'll arrange for people to spread the news. The Six-Winged Divine Sect is evil and has killed countless people. The Seeker Realm and the War God Temple are all trash. What does it have to do with us if the Six-Winged Divine Sect does whatever they want in the mortal realm? Feng Qi said nothing. If they found out about this, they would be in big trouble. Chen Yong did not have direct evidence to prove everything. So, if it was exposed, Chen Yong assassinated the commander in charge of the sea would definitely cause a huge storm. The 8th layer of the mountain sea realm was no small fry. Chen Yong didn't care. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and said with a smile, Suyu's blood-closing method is not bad, and so is the body-strengthening formula. You can practice them when you have time. Too difficult. He had already reached the mountain sea realm, but Xianxia was different. Xianxia's fleshly body hadn't even reached the mountain sea realm yet. Xianxia nodded. It was indeed a little difficult. It didn't matter. At this point, there were shortcuts to enlightening the apertures. When we can't stay in the human realm any longer, I'll take you to the heavenly battlefield and find a chance to sneak into the divine demon realm. We'll find a chance to kill some people and snatch some heaven essence fruits. That way, you can also enlighten your apertures. You feel like you're letting go of yourself? After leaving the academy, Xianxia seemed to have changed a lot. Xianxia thought otherwise. The Great Xia Civilization University and the Xia Province are all shackles. Many people are shackled. This is a huge cage. What it imprisons are not enemies or bad people, but a group of people who are aggrieved, helpless, and indignant. They want the good of the Xia Province. This huge cage imprisons me, my master, my uncle master, Da Xia of Goguryeo, mansion head Xia, Xiahou Yi, and Wanfu prefect. Because there are still hundreds of millions of people in the Xia Province. There are countless innocent people. Our spirit, our source, and our faith still exist. For 50 years, it has imprisoned a group of people, suppressed them, and kept them to themselves. But with each change, this cage is being broken. Xianxia sneered. Those who break this cage step by step will regret it sooner or later. I, Xianxia, am just an insignificant member. When they release the ferocious beasts one by one, they will regret everything today sooner or later. Fengqi was silent. After a while, he said, "What's the strength of Wanfu prefect?" "I don't know." Xianxia didn't mention this. Soon, he said, "It's time to go. Heavenly Rising Sea is only one of them. If we kill that guy, it will soon attract the attention of the Sun and Moon realm and even the Invincible realm. Fengqi, this time, I'll take you to see the magnificence of the mortal realm." Fengqi was speechless. "You're taking me to kill all the people in the mortal realm?" Without saying anything more, he quickly healed his wounds. After a few hours, Fengqi barely recovered a little. The two walked on the sea, and Xianxia disappeared again. In the sea, a big demon had just reached out its hand. Shadow covered it and instantly killed it. Nothing happened. After a while, Fengqi and Shadow disappeared at the same time. After a while, a group of people appeared. The leader's eyes were cold. At this moment, this group of people was a little embarrassed. "Damn it." In the crowd, someone cursed in a low voice. "Sect Master, do we still follow? What's going on? Was that garrison general killed by Xianxia and the others?" Damn it, in the Eastern Sea region army of the Ascending Heaven Sea, one of the garrison generals had been killed. Moreover, it was a great general at the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea tier. This caused several Sun-Moon tier elites of the Eastern Sea region army to search everywhere. This group of people was quite a target, and they just so happened to be following Xianxia. Although they escaped, a Mountain Sea realm elite had died. The Six-Winged Divine Sect had 2 Sun and Moon tier elites and 6 Mountain Sea realm elites. One of the Sun and Moon tier elites had gone to lure the people of the 8 great clans, and the remaining Sun and Moon tier elites had led 6 Mountain Sea realm elites to chase after Xianxia and Fengqi. They had thought that they would succeed, but now, 2 Mountain Sea realm elites had died, the remaining 4 Mountain Sea realm elites were also injured. Moreover, their whereabouts had been exposed in the Heavenly Rising Sea, so the general who had been killed was also blamed on them. Killing the garrison general, this was a crime punishable by death. Previously, only the 8 great clans had chased them, but now that they had attacked someone from the army, it was possible that the War God Temple and some of the garrison elites would surround and capture them, no matter how strong they were, no matter how powerful the mortal realm was. When 2 holy lands of the mortal realm were chasing them, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. "Sect Master, run to the heavens, or else, we'll definitely die." Some Mountain Sea realm elites didn't want to continue chasing. They were truly afraid of death. This time, another Mountain Sea realm elite had died. Cultivating to the Mountain Sea realm was too difficult. In a short month, 2 had died. The rest also felt that if they continued like this, they would definitely die. The Sun Moon Sect Master was silent at this moment. Should they continue chasing? If they continued, they might really die. But, could they not chase? Moreover, the garrison general had been killed by Xianxia and Feng Qi. Did they have the strength to kill him? If they did, why did they kill him? 8th tier Mountain Sea Realm elites were difficult even for him, let alone Xianxia and the others. Behind them, another Mountain Sea Realm elite said gloomily, who killed him? We're the scapegoats, and there's no way for us to get out of this mess. Right now, we're shouldering the life of an 8th layer Mountain and Sea Realm general. This is too dangerous. If we offend the military, this is no small matter. The army had countless powerhouses. If they continued like this, once the frontline military powerhouses returned to encircle them, the 8 great clans and the garrison troops of the mortal realm would not be able to compare. The army of the All Heavens had been fighting for more than 300 years. Their killing, pursuit, and encirclement techniques had all reached a peak. It would be difficult for them to escape. The key was that they were truly aggrieved. They hadn't killed him, but who would believe them if they tried to explain themselves now? If it wasn't you, could it be that Xianxia and the others you were chasing did it? What a joke. Feng Qi was at the 3rd tier of the Mountain Sea Realm, and Xianxia had just entered the Mountain Sea Realm. They killed an 8th tier Mountain Sea Realm cultivator and framed them. What nonsense. The Sun Moon sect leader didn't say anything. He stayed in place for a while. At this moment, a jade pendant in the Sea of Will vibrated. The next moment, the Sea of Will flipped, and a voice came from the jade pendant. Garrison General Lu Qi is dead? Dead, the sect leader replied. You killed him? No. The voice came from the jade pendant again. Xianxia killed him? Yes. It's most likely him. After a moment of silence, the jade pendant vibrated again. Kill him at all costs. See where he goes. I'll give you a list of places he might go. Find a way to kill him. The Sun Moon sect leader's heart trembled slightly. He quickly said, Sir, that Lu Qi is one of us? Yes. The Sun Moon sect leader understood everything. He had been caught by Xianxia. Will you be affected, sir? He asked worriedly. Don't worry. Xianxia doesn't have any evidence, and Lu Qi can't affect me. But, we can't let Xianxia continue. Otherwise, it will attract attention from others. I understand. The Sun Moon sect leader replied. Sir, I need help, someone who is good at tracking. Otherwise, Xianxia and Lu Qi will be hard to catch. The human realm is too big, and we have too many things to worry about. It's not as convenient as them. When chasing Xianxia would sometimes run to some big cities. When he ran to a big city with elites, they didn't dare to show their faces. Moreover, Xianxia was too good at hiding his tracks. Until now, they hadn't come into direct contact with Xianxia. But they did come into contact with Feng Qi once. I'll arrange it. A moment later, the jade pendant stopped vibrating. The Sun Moon sect leader also calmed down. He looked at the people behind him and said in a low voice, Continue. At this point, if we don't kill Xianxia, where can we go? Even if we go to the All Heavens battlefield, the 6-winged celestial race won't take us in. Who would want a bunch of trash like us? At worst, we'll become bandits. Someone said unhappily. There are many bandits in the All Heavens battlefield, and they come from all races. Since we can't survive, we'll go there. It's better than staying in the human realm and being chased. Kill Xianxia first. Otherwise, we won't have any capital. One has already paid the price. Su Yu, Han Tan, Xianxia, Lu Wenyan, and Bai Feng. Killing one of them is enough to fill our stomachs. Then we might as well kill Bai Feng, idiot. Bai Feng is in the All Heavens battlefield, in the Vanguard camp. You want to kill him? The Vanguard camp has invincible experts like the Great Qin King personally supervising them. You want to kill him? The mountains and seas were speechless. They didn't dare, speaking of which, Xianxia was indeed the easiest to kill. However, they didn't want to chase anymore. It was too dangerous. Let's go. They can't escape. If they kill Lu Qi, they will definitely be seriously injured. I can already smell blood. We can't waste all our previous efforts. If we go to the All Heavens battlefield now, we will have to start from scratch. Even if we go, we will not be able to move an inch. Although they were unwilling, without the sect master to lead the way, they had no way to sneak into the All-Heavens battlefield. Without the sect master, they had no way to escape the pursuit of the sun and moon of the human realm. Helpless, they could only continue to follow. After they left for a while, the void rippled, and Chief Ho quickly appeared. Not long after, General Zhao walked out with a spear in hand, frowning slightly. Chief Ho smiled and said, "Little Zhao, did you find anything?" "Nothing." General Zhao didn't say much, but his heart was filled with suspicions. The garrison's General Lu Qi had been killed, and he had gone to take a look at the scene of the battle and the corpse. He could vaguely sense that there was something strange about the scene of Lu Qi's death. Because he had gone there quickly, he had sensed a familiar aura. The so-called familiar aura was the aura of the soul-devouring art. Qin Yong had used the soul-devouring art to successfully kill the other party. General Zhao could sense it. He had come into contact with this cultivation method quite early on, and he himself had actually cultivated it before. The soul-devouring art could only be cultivated to this stage by the first batch of people who came into contact with this cultivation technique. It was not so easy to enlighten the mountain sea sun and moon aperture, so who was the first batch of people to come into contact with this cultivation technique? Qin Yong definitely counted. Impossible. Why would Qin Yong kill Lu Qi? Moreover, Qin Yong had just broken through the realm not long ago. How could he kill Lu Qi so easily? Killing the garrison general was a capital crime, even if one was from the Shunwen faction, or even Xia Jia's people, it was still a capital crime. Unless one had evidence to prove that Lu Qi was a bad person, and that he was irredeemably bad, the only outcome was death. General Zhao was puzzled, but he couldn't make a judgment. At this moment, he couldn't say anything to Chief Ho. Chief Ho didn't discover anything. At this moment, he sighed and said, "It's too hard to find, and I vaguely feel that Qin Yong might be deliberately avoiding us." He had such a feeling, otherwise, Qin Yong and Feng Qi could run to some big mansions. If they ran to the center of the mansions, with the invincible clan in charge, no matter how bold the six-winged divine sect was, they wouldn't dare to go to the invincible clan's territory to cause trouble. That was courting death. However, there was no such thing. Qin Yong and the others went to the remote places. This wasn't normal. Although the people from the six-winged divine sect were following them, they definitely didn't have the ability to block their route of seeking help. Otherwise, they would have killed Qin Yong and the others long ago. Now, he felt that Qin Yong and Feng Qi were running around with the people from the six-winged divine sect. They just didn't want to meet them. Chief Ho was helpless. He had promised Suyu to rescue his martial uncle, but in the end, these people from the Xianxia faction were more troublesome and difficult to deal with. Suyu had caused trouble in the Great Ming Constabulary, and 5 Sun-Moon sovereigns had died. Hong Tan had caused trouble in the Great Xia Constabulary, and although no one had died yet, the Great Xia Constabulary was in a mess now. Bai Feng was now retreating from the battlefield of heavens. On his way back, there would probably be some danger. There was also Lu Wenyan. In the vanguard camp, he often attracted a large number of Wan experts to kill him, causing the vanguard camp to suffer heavy losses recently. It was said that Qing Yuming and Ma Galao of the Xianxia faction were almost hacked to death by Wan because of this guy. They were all in the vanguard camp. When Lu Wenyan was unlucky, they didn't have it easy either. Troublesome, troublesome. Just a few people stirred up a storm in the major prefectures. The ability of the Xianxia faction to stir up trouble was really not just for show. Chief Ho was helpless. Continued to chase. Unfortunately, his wine was gone, and the good tea was gone. The recent days were really not for humans. At the same time, Bai Feng was indeed on the way to retreat. At this moment, he hadn't returned to the mortal realm. Instead, he was retreating from the vanguard camp. Several mountains and seas escorted him back. With the great Qin King overseeing the vanguard camp, there wasn't too much trouble. Soon, Bai Feng and the others entered the entrance. Countless troops were stationed here. This was the base camp of the mortal realm in the battlefield of heavens. As soon as Bai Feng and the others arrived near the base camp, many elites came to investigate. Soon, a Sun-Moon tier elite flew over and said in a deep voice, "Great Xia Civilization University Bai Feng?" "That's me." Bai Feng nodded. The Sun-Moon tier elite frowned slightly, and said, "My king hasn't returned to the mortal realm." I heard that Hong Tan created the Shenwen battle technique disassembly method. You used it before. Is it true? Bai Feng nodded. It's true, but only sword can be used. Moreover, it's very troublesome. In fact, it's a little useless. You need the Shenwen battle technique to disassemble it. Only the Shenwen battle technique? That's right. This Sun Moon frown, was it real or fake? If it could only be disassembled and integrated with the Shenwen battle technique, then it was meaningless. It was only effective for the Shenwen faction. Bai Feng, my king wants to recruit you into the Great Shang House and promote you to senior researcher. In addition, there are 100 drops of God and demon blood essence. You can reopen the faculty of theology in the Great Shang House. Bai Feng, are you willing? Bai Feng smiled. Forget about me. I don't have much ability. It's all up to my master. Now that he's reopening the faculty of theology in Xianxia province, I have to go back and help. The Sun Moon of the Great Shang House frowned slightly, and said, it's very dangerous for you to return to Xianxia province now. Moreover, the journey might not be peaceful. Xianxia province lacks manpower now, and there are no elites to escort you. It's very dangerous for several mountains and seas to escort you back. How can there be so many dangers in the mortal realm? Bai Feng smiled. If there really is danger, my master will come. Your master, he can't leave Xianxia province rashly now. This Sun Moon had a profound meaning. Although Hong Tan was the Sun Moon, if he were to leave Xianxia province rashly now, there would be danger everywhere. Recently, there had been some strange movements from Wanzhou again. It wasn't just Wanzhou. Recently, there were probably many elites from Wan who had infiltrated the mortal realm. Bai Feng smiled, but didn't say anything. At this moment, there was a ripple in the tunnel behind them. After a moment, one elite after another appeared. Xianxia smiled lightly, and said, Little Bai, our calculations are quite accurate. As expected, you've arrived here at this time. Xianxia, Hu Ping, and Zhao Mingyu had all arrived. When the Sun Moon of the Great Shang House saw this, he hesitated slightly, and said, Xianxia, the few of you actually came. This, to escort Bai Feng back? Along the way, be careful of the Sun Moon's attacks. Recently, Wanzhou has gone crazy, and so has Wan. Didn't your Sun Moon come to Xianxia province? Xianxia smiled, and said, no need. Besides, we can't move too many Sun Moons away, in case Wanzhou is bold enough to sneak into Xianxia province. That would be even more troublesome. As for Bai Feng, he's not an important figure. Wanzhou won't pay too much for him. As soon as he said this, Bai Feng said bitterly, Uncle Master Xia, I think I still have a lot of value. I'm my master's right-hand man. Without me, it'll be hard for my master to achieve anything by himself. Xianxia laughed, is that so? Your master said that without you, he'll be faster alone. You're just a troublemaker. Nonsense. Bai Feng was unhappy, and he suppressed his gloominess. Forget it. Although I'm the founder, I'm too weak. It's not good to expose myself. Forget it, forget it. Master will take the blame, and I'll just be an assistant. As they chatted, another mountain and sea expert approached. From a distance, he smiled and said, Bai Feng, do you still remember me? The conclave master has something to say. If you go home, the gates of the Ming conclave will always be open for you. Also, a few days ago, the Ming conclave killed 5 Sun Moons and 15 mountain and sea experts. Even if Wanzhou ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the Ming conclave. Your student Suyu is about to be promoted to a senior researcher. In fact, the Ming Civilization Institute is even proposing to make him an honorary Galao. Honorary Galao, senior researcher. As soon as he said this, Bai Feng rolled his eyes. General Huang, if you don't want to talk about this, then forget it. But if you do, I won't go back to the Ming conclave even if I die. What do you mean, I'm going to live off my disciple? Forget it. Then I might as well go to Xianxia province and live off my master. What am I thinking? Moreover, my disciple is in the Ming conclave. He's free and unfettered. If he goes there, What about the disintegration method? Should I start promoting it from the Ming Conclave? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Although he didn't plan to return to the Ming Conclave, he still felt a little jealous. He glanced at Xianxia and said, Uncle Xia, did the Xia province give me any instructions or increase my pay? Suyu, senior researcher, honorary Galao. What about me? I'm still an assistant researcher. If that's the case, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'll be 2F** king ashamed to see anyone. Xianxia smiled and said, You? What do you want? Get your master to give it to you. We're only responsible for receiving people. We won't be responsible for anything else. Baifeng felt helpless. What can my master give me? Give my ass, F***ck, he really wanted to quit. Compared to the treatment his disciple received, he thought about himself. Wasn't the disintegration method more powerful than those cultivation techniques? In the long run, those cultivation techniques were more powerful. However, in the short run, the disintegration method was definitely more powerful. If a large group of old people had the disintegration method, their strength would skyrocket. What a pity, he didn't dare to admit that he was the one who developed it. Even his own master didn't dare to say that he could use it on Ling Yun and Shanhai. If he really used it on Shanhai, it would be big trouble. Although Baifeng felt resentful, he soon chuckled and said, Forget it. As a civilization master, I don't do research for benefits or fame. That disciple of mine has somewhat fallen into the Vanity Fair. This isn't a good thing. It's a pity. If he continues to follow me, he'll make greater achievements sooner or later. Now, he can only rely on what he has. I think he probably won't have the ability to independently innovate and come up with any powerful cultivation techniques. He shook his head, sighed, and lamented. He had the attitude of a Suyu who had run out of ideas. Xianxia and the others didn't say anything. Baifeng smiled and said, Let's not talk about him. That kid, relying on his foundation, he's fooling around. Let's not talk about him. When we go back, in a few years, that kid will probably regret not learning from me and ending up in such a miserable state for the rest of his life. After saying that, he walked toward the passage. Xianxia and the others also followed. Zhao Ming ignored the others and asked, How's Lu Wenyan doing recently? Nothing serious. Baifeng smiled and said, Uncle Master is doing well. When the battle starts, I think he'll run to Qing Yuming and the others. Lao Jing is in trouble. Recently, his injuries from the enemy Fang Shanhai have been worsening. It's really tragic. The few of them were speechless. The experts behind them were also speechless. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be allowed. But Lu Wenyan was too weak. He was only in the Sore realm. Wasn't letting him fight the Shanhai realm sending him to his death? If he ran away, that was also allowed. There was no other way. He was too weak. If they really let Lu Wenyan send himself to his death, there would probably be a group of people who would oppose and rebel. They could only let him find a safe place to protect his life during the battle. Xianxia and the others also laughed. Soon, the few of them left the passage together. Outside the passage was the All-Heaven Palace. There were many troops stationed here. The All-Heaven Palace was specially set up to open up the passage. This place was the military's office. There were only troops here, no civilians. After leaving the passage, Baifeng took a breath of the air and sighed. The air in the human realm is still better, and the sunlight is brighter. Although the Yuan Qi in the All-Heaven battlefield is rich, the smell of blood is also strong. For an intellectual like me, it's too inhumane. After saying that, he sent a voice transmission. Uncle Xia, is my master okay? He's fine for now. At present, some of the Invincible Realm experts are still waiting for him to produce results before making some judgments. On Wan's side, I'm not sure how far his research has progressed. If Hong Tan makes things up and passes the information to others, it will be troublesome. Wan should also be investigating. As he said that, Xianxia sent a voice transmission. You should worry more about yourself. You are the first to use the disassembly method. Wan may be watching you now. Your return may not be smooth. Baifeng nodded and sent a voice transmission. Just the few of you coming to pick me up? This Xia province knows that I'm in danger, but they didn't send a few sun and moon experts to pick me up. There aren't enough sun and moon experts. Xianxia smiled. What are you going to do if Yuan Qingdong and the others come to pick you up? Forget it then. Baifeng was helpless. He muttered, there are many sun and moon experts in Dexia province. How can there not be enough? They still look down on me. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Beside him, Hu Ping said angrily, Kid, isn't it enough for us to pick you up? If you don't know how to talk, don't say more. If you anger us, we'll leave you to fend for yourself. Baifeng laughed. Don't, Auntie. I'm on your side. Don't treat me like this. As soon as he said that, he felt a chill behind him. He looked sideways. Zhao Ming didn't say anything. He just looked at him silently. Baifeng was embarrassed. He hurriedly said, well, you two are the same. I despise Wu Galao the most. You two are stronger than her, but she sneak attacked me and hit me. She doesn't look like an elder at all. Xianxia laughed. Alright, don't ask for a beating. If Wu Yuehua hears it, he'll deal with you. Baifeng laughed dryly. He swore in his heart that he would never look for a woman, too scary. Suyu is still the best. But I heard that the kid isn't too honest. He even created the twin Wu acupoint fusion technique. He's quite ambitious. Did he change his attitude? Laughing and swearing, Baifeng quickly sent a voice transmission. Auntie, is Suyu alright? He's fine. The Zhu family is protecting him. Now that he has passed on the cultivation method, unless another major cultivation method appears, killing him now is not worth it. The fall of 5 sun and moon cultivators is enough to dispel many people's thoughts. Zhao Ming said, he's not having a good time either. It's very likely that he has the Invincible Realms relic. Now that Xiao Long Wu is missing, some people are worried that he has entered Suyu's Invincible Realms relic to secretly prove his Dao. Sooner or later, there will be trouble on Suyu's side. Someone will definitely test him. Is it useful to test that kid? Even if he did, now Mansion Master Xia has already proved his Dao in it. Baifeng was also helpless. None of them was having a good time. The mortal realm has really become a sieve. Those Invincible Realm cultivators don't even care. He complained. Xianxia said quietly, what do they care? It's easier to lure them in and kill them in the mortal realm. Why can't the Invincible Realm cultivators sneak in? At most, only the sun and moon cultivators can sneak in. The sun and moon cultivators can be killed and controlled. Isn't it much easier to kill them in the mortal realm than in the heavenly battlefield? Baifeng was slightly startled, but soon nodded slightly. I understand. It's like catching a turtle in a jar. But, it's too chaotic. It's not necessarily a good thing. Chaos is not necessarily a bad thing. Xianxia said with a smile, it's not chaotic. The mansions are fighting among themselves. Wanzu's provocation can force the mansions to fight against outsiders. Some things may not be good, but the invincible may not think so. All these years, if there was no Wanzu, do you think the mansions would have major conflicts among themselves? Sometimes, letting things go is for a greater purpose. Baifeng nodded again. It made sense. The premise was that the Invincible Realm could really control the situation. If he couldn't, he would really be leading a wolf into the house. I know. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Baifeng said with a smile, Martial uncles, let's go back. My master still needs my help. These days, knowledge is the first productive force. Without me, the faculty of theology can't be opened. Alas, really, I should have been given the title of senior researcher. I always feel bad. As they chatted and laughed, they had already walked dozens of miles. The heavenly mansion was relatively safe. It had a large garrison. But it might not be safe outside the heavenly mansion. On the way, they had to pass through several mansions. There were many wilderness and lofty mountains. There were even some places where the demon clan gathered. As they walked, the heavenly mansion behind them gradually got further and further away. Xianxia no longer spoke. Zhao Mingyue's staff appeared and Hu Ping's sword wrapped around her body, her will spreading outwards. The 4 of them were all from the divine runic system, so their targets weren't small. These were three powerhouses that had inherited the divine runes of sun and moon from their predecessors. If they could capture them in one fell swoop, then they would be able to severely wound the divine runic system. If they killed Bai Feng, Hong Tan's research might also be in trouble. Many people were surprised that the Dixia province didn't arrange for the sun and moon to escort them. The Ming Mansion. When Bai Feng stepped into the human realm, Suyu soon received the news. His master had returned. In less than half a year, Bai Feng had returned. But the journey might not be smooth. There's no sun and moon to escort them. Was Suyu secretly escorting them in the secret chamber? Or was the situation in Dixia province so bad that they couldn't spare the sun and moon to escort them? Can Senior Xianxia and the others safely escort them all the way to Dixia province? Those few people were also in danger. Now, hunting down and killing multiple divine runic system powerhouses had become a publicly recognized goal of the 10,000 races. In this sort of situation, if several divine runic system powerhouses appeared together and there was no sun or moon yet, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill them. After pondering for a while, Suyu walked out of the secret chamber. A moment later, a man dressed in female clothes flew out of the Tiandu prefecture. The thousand-handed bandit Su Bin, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, had left. After flying out of the Tiandu prefecture, Su Bin felt depressed. He wanted to run, but where could he run to? Damn it, what the hell did those sun and moon gods do to me? Will I really die if I run away? He wasn't sure. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it. If he ran, he might die. It was better not to run. It was just a small matter. I'm finally out of the wolf's den. It's better than staying in the Ming Mansion. The Ming Mansion now is not as free as before. Su Bin sighed in his heart. The Ming Mansion now gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was as if someone was monitoring him all the time. He had no freedom at all. It was better to run some errands. At least he had more freedom. Suyu, when he thought about this guy again, he realized that the Ming constabulary really thought highly of him. No matter what, he was still a mountain sea, right? Yet, he was just casually given to Suyu to order around. When had the mountain sea realm become so worthless? Not only him, but Suyu also had three great demons of the mountain sea realm to protect him. In the dark, there was also a sun and moon protecting Suyu. This was even better than the treatment of the direct descendants of the Zhu family. Bai Feng, Su Bin curled his lips. You're really miserable. Your disciple is stronger than you. If your disciple returned to the human realm, maybe 7 or 8 sun and moon cultivators would be sent to escort him. You're really miserable. You didn't even get one. After looking down on him for a while, he felt that he was still a little stronger than Bai Feng. This time, Su Bin felt a little better. Suyu went to look for Su Bin, but he still felt that it was not enough. He was still a little worried about this troublesome master of his. He was not strong, but he still cared about his face. If he really encountered danger, he might even foolishly go up to fight. That would not be good. After sending Su Bin out, Suyu soon went to look for Hu Xianxing. You want me to protect someone? Hu Xianxing gritted his teeth and said, I'm already so old, and I might not be as strong as Xia Yunqi and the others. I'm only at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. I'm also an old man from the Shenwen system, and you want me to go? He looked at Suyu with hidden bitterness. You're not afraid of me dying, Suyu smiled and said, aren't you a space-type expert? I forgot to ask, can you take someone through space? Hu Xianxing smiled and said, well, I can actually. According to the principles of space travel, if the person I'm carrying isn't stronger than me, I can still take someone with me. But, if the person's body is weak, they might be shredded by space. Suyu bare one's teeth said, is Soar's body weak? Do you think Soar is very strong? Hu Xianxing asked in return. Strong? Strong my ass, Suyu thought for a moment and said, if it really comes to a critical moment, it's not a big deal if the body is broken. At worst, it can be reforged. It's fine as long as it can protect the Sea of Will. Is that okay? In principle, it's okay. Everything can be unexpected. Suyu looked at him eagerly. Hu Xianxing felt helpless. Kid, your master's life is a life, and so is my old man's. If someone really goes to kill by phone and can break through the defense of Xianxia and the others, it's at least sun and moon. He then added, I think you're worrying for nothing. It's impossible for Xia province not to make any preparations at all. Perhaps there are sun and moon lurking in the dark. Just to bait and kill people. If you ask me to go, it might be a waste of time. So you took a deep breath and said, it doesn't matter if it's a waste or not. There's no harm in being careful. Even if there are deployments in Xia province, it doesn't mean that there will be no problems. Sir, you're only in the mountain and sea realm, so even if you're discovered, they might not care too much. However, if you're able to save a life in a critical moment, that's enough. Xianxia stroked his beard contentedly. Of course, my escaping skills are the best in the world, alright, number 1 below the invincible realm. Forget it, number 1 in the mountain and sea realm is fine too. It was just that the phrase just the mountains and seas made people feel uncomfortable. You sound like you're stronger than Shanghai. Then, Xianxia rubbed his chin again and said, this is a matter of risking one's life. Logically speaking, helping you with a small matter is nothing, but, gambling with one's life, right? You understand? Xianxia smiled. If it was a small matter, it would be easy to talk about it. However, this was no small matter. So you also understood. He smiled and said, I really don't have any merit points on hand right now, but I have a cultivation technique that can prolong one's life. Not only can it prolong one's life, but with enough resources, it can also speed up one's cultivation and strengthen one's body. It's extremely useful. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. The cultivation technique that made Hu Qi go into seclusion? You're really well informed. Of course. Xianxia was speechless. Hu Qi was about to die of old age, yet she suddenly went into seclusion. Naturally, it was to cultivate some cultivation technique. It was very likely that it was given by this kid, even though he wasn't present. Is it really useful? Xianxia frowned and said, Kid, Hu Qi and the others don't have much lifespan left. If it's useless and you waste the last bit of their life, then you won't be a benefactor but a sinner. Everyone has some unfulfilled wishes. If they give their last years to this cultivation technique and die in seclusion, that would be the most unbearable. Siyu smiled and said, if it's a physical injury, it can more or less be of some use. In addition, I think this cultivation technique can allow people to maintain their peak state even when they're old and weak. Maintain the peak state of the body. Xianxia was slightly startled. Can it be? When people grow old, their bodies weaken. Even powerhouses are no exception. It's better if they don't rely on their bodies, but those who rely on their bodies, such as warriors, will more or less decline when they reach old age. Their combat strength will decline. If it could really restore the body to its peak state, then the significance of this cultivation technique would be very great. Siyu nodded. I think it's possible. Of course, this cultivation technique needs to be enlightened. Not to mention the number of enlightened apertures, there are also some other conditions that are more difficult. That's for sure. Xianxia chuckled. How can there be a perfect cultivation technique? A cultivation technique with heaven-defying effects must have high requirements. With that, he looked at Suyu. Since Hu Qi went into seclusion, it means that she can cultivate. Kid, give this cultivation technique to me in exchange for my help. You mean that this cultivation technique will not be taught to others in the future? Suyu nodded, yes, he did not intend to teach this cultivation technique to others. If he did, he would be in even more trouble. Moreover, this cultivation technique was not universal, so there was no need to teach it. Besides the old, no one else could use it. In addition, this cultivation technique was based on the Immortal Tribe's foundation, and there were almost no changes. It was easy to associate it with the Immortal Tribe's cultivation technique. Trouble, less trouble counted. Unless it was a specific person, he would not teach it to others. Even if he did, there would not be enough Heaven's Yuan Qi to provide, unless these people fought for it themselves. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I'm old, so it's time to prepare for a rainy day. No problem, I can go, but I won't help. Unless Bai Feng is in mortal danger, then I will escape with him. I'll say this in advance, I'm just a mountain sea. Don't use me like the sun or the moon. If the enemy is too dangerous, I will automatically retreat. No problem, you can leave at any time if you are above the 6th layer of the Sun or Moon realm. F*CKU, who Xianxia almost cursed, above the 6th layer of the Sun or Moon realm, you're not using me like the Sun or the Moon. Suyu smiled and said, Dean, I believe in your strength. There won't be a problem. Hee hee. Hu Xianxia said disdainfully. He thought for a moment and said, also, if you really want me to help, you have to promise me one thing, please speak. When you have time, see if you can study the space element. Suyu nodded. I also want to, but I don't have the Shinwen in this area, and I don't know much about it. Recently, I've been reading those invincible manuscripts. If I can outline the space element Shinwen, I promise I will study it when I have time. Actually, he could also study some space element 1. If he could learn some talent skill, he could directly travel through space. That would be amazing. If there's a chance, try it. After Hu Xianxia said this, he was silent for a moment and said, the Shinwen faction is now facing a very big difficulty. If one step is taken correctly, then it will rise and prosper for generations. If one step is taken wrongly, then it will be beyond redemption. Hongtan has stirred up a storm in Xianxia province. The method of splitting has spread like wildfire, but no one has seen any evidence. This might be a backup plan left by Hongtan. If something really happens to him one day, this thing might also come to an end with him. You and Baifeng. Baifeng, forget it. You better not have anything to do with the method of splitting. If you get involved with this thing, if Hongtan fails, you will be greatly implicated. Suyu nodded and said nothing. Hu Xianxia said softly, do you think that we are cold-blooded and heartless people? This is a matter that concerns the entire Shinwen faction, and yet we did nothing to help. Suyu laughed. Everyone has their own choices. There's no need to drag others into the mud pit. The Shinwen faction, the Shinwen faction in Xianxia province, is currently a huge quagmire. You were right not to get involved. If you did get involved, a single mountain and sea realm cultivator wouldn't be able to change anything. Why do I get the feeling that you're mocking me? Hu Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. This kid kept talking about how useless the mountain and sea realms were. Screw you. Wait until you get to the mountain and sea realms first, you sure talk big. Having finished discussing this, Hu Xianxia didn't delay any further. In that case, I'll head over there right away. One last thing to remind you. If the situation really gets out of hand, think of a way out. Right now, Hongtan's faction, including you, are all pursuing a revolution. Hongtan and the others might not have a way out, but you might not. I know. So you didn't want to say anything more. Hu Xianxia didn't try to persuade him either and quickly disappeared. He left very quickly, Suyu was also a little envious. Old Hu's space travel was still very powerful. It really was a godly life-saving skill. In the middle of March, Baifeng and the others returned. Suyu had arranged everything. This was the only thing he could do. He quickly began to forge his body. The Heaven's origin energy that he had exchanged for 200,000 merit points was also rapidly being consumed. Originally, he had only extracted about 150 portions and given some to Hu Qi. After spending some on the previous body forging and some on the Seeking Realm forging, Suyu didn't have much left. March 18th, Suyu completed his 4th body forging. It had been a total of more than 20 days since his last breakthrough. After more than 20 days, he finally completed his 4th body forging. This speed might be fast for others, but for Suyu, it was too slow. He felt that he didn't have enough time. Of course, during this period, he didn't stay idle. He looked at the manuscripts of invincibility. It was a little difficult to comprehend invincibility manuscripts, but he still comprehended something. The first one he looked at was the Great Han King's manuscript. The Great Han King's manuscript briefly introduced his cultivation philosophy. The Great Han King walked the orthodox Tao of Shinwen, not the Shinwen lineage or the Shan Shinwen lineage. In fact, it was the combined lineage of the Shan Shinwen lineage. The Great Han King walked the path of ferociousness, using strength to subdue others. He mainly used the strength character divine character. According to some of the Great Han King's opinions, he might not be walking the path of pure strength alone. Instead, he was drawing out the strength character divine characters of different races and superimposing them. Of course, these invincibility were all invincibility of the physical body. The great Han King was stronger than ordinary warriors. The main reason was that after his physical body was invincible, the Tao of strength of Shen Wen was enhanced a little. He was much more powerful than ordinary invincibility of the physical body. This was Su Yu's own judgment. As for whether it was more powerful or not, it was hard to say. As for Su Yu, through the great Han King's elaboration, he also outlined a Shen Wen, the Tao of strength of Shen Wen. This kind of Shen Wen was more common. If Su Yu remembered correctly, Lu Hong had actually outlined such a Shen Wen. The effect of the invincible manuscript was indeed extraordinary. After successfully capturing it, the Tao of strength of Shen Wen quickly entered the second stage. At this point, Su Yu Shen Wen had reached 18. Among them, the blood, lightning, yin, and tribulation had all reached the third stage, while the others were the second stage Shen Wen. If the Shen Wen was separated, it could also form an 18 Shen Wen knife. However, at this stage, Su Yu's Shen Wen was not enough. His Shen Wen, until now, was still the one that Zhao Li had forged for him. It was at the peak of the yellow stage, comparable to the mystic stage, but it was not enough. Su Yu's current willpower was at the advanced stage of the second stage. The 18 Shen Wen and 180 divine apertures were actually not weaker than when Bai Feng defeated Hu Wenxing in one blow. Of course, the Shen Wen was probably not as proficient as Bai Feng. Even so, his 18 Shen Wen combined into the Shen Wen combat technique. In terms of pure explosive power, it should be stronger than Bai Feng that day. Moreover, he still had many third-stage Shen Wen. Su Yu once again went into seclusion to forge his body. He was ready to continue to outline the Shen Wen. At the same time, in the human realm, chaos gradually became apparent. First, a general stationed in the heavenly ascending sea area was killed. Next, one of the strongest prefectures in the human realm, the Great Tang Prefecture, a civilizator was killed. He was also at the Mountain Sea realm. The Great Tang Prefecture was relatively low-key, but its strength was definitely not weak. The death of the Mountain Sea realm of the Great Tang Prefecture also caused several Sun and Moon sovereigns of the Great Tang Prefecture to be extremely angry. Within the Great Tang Prefecture, they carried out a high-intensity sweep of Wanzhou because there was evidence that his death might be related to the six-winged divine sect. The 8 great families of the Seeking realm were scolded badly, a bunch of trash. The 8 Sun and Moon sovereigns chased the six-winged divine sect, but the other party still escaped. On that day, Zhu Tiandao had asked the other party to capture and kill the guy from the six-winged divine sect within a month. In the end, there were only a few days left. The great Han King had given them 3 months, but in the end, there might not be any results even after 3 months. Of course, the 8 Sun and Moon sovereigns were not to be trifled with. They took the opportunity to destroy dozens of the strongholds of the six-winged divine sect and killed nearly 1,000 people. However, it was still difficult to kill the higher-ups, including the Sun and Moon sovereigns they had been tracking. At this moment, dozens of Sun and Moon sovereigns were rampaging in the human realm. The Sun and Moon sovereigns who were in seclusion in the past also began to appear one after another. The higher-ups could already feel the storm brewing, and all of this originated from the Dixia province, from the Shenwen faction, and from Han Tan and the others. Just as war broke out everywhere, chaos ensued. South of the Great Shang Prefecture, on the road leading to the Ming Prefecture, a thin figure was moving forward alone. He wore a green robe and had a determined look on his face. He also looked a little immature. 20 years old. 1 year older than Su Yu. Shan Xiong, he was the most outstanding Shenwen master of the younger generation of the Shan Shenwen faction. He was extremely powerful and had defeated many experts from the Shenwen faction. At this moment, he was rushing toward the Ming Prefecture. The young man continued to move forward. Behind him, the sound of hooves could be heard. The young man turned his head and looked. A moment later, a group of soldiers on horseback arrived. The leader was wearing a helmet. When she approached Shan Xiong, she took off her helmet and revealed a pretty face. "Do you really have to go?" The pretty girl jumped down from her horse and looked at Shan Xiong with worry in her eyes. "You might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, he is ruthless and kills people at every turn." The number of people who died in his hands is not just one or two. In the Xia province, almost all those who offended him are dead. Xianxia revealed a faint smile. There are many heroes in the world. I have to experience them. The battle between Xianxia and Duo has been going on for a long time. When it comes to our generation, there should be a result. If I lose, it will be the truth. If I can't defeat him, no one in the same realm as Shan Shenwen can defeat him. That will be my defeat. The girl clenched her teeth. No, you can't go. If you go to the Ming constables alone, my father will say that the lord of the Ming constables, Zhu Tiandao, is cunning. You won't be able to kill Suyu. Only Suyu can kill you. If Suyu kills you, Zhu Tiandao won't stop him. You won't succeed in killing Suyu. He will definitely come forward to stop you. Even if you really kill Suyu, it will be difficult for you to leave the Ming constables. That place was a tiger's den. In the girl's eyes, Suyu was the biggest villain, and Shan Xiong was a hero who went to battle alone. If he lost this time, he might be killed by Suyu. If he won, the Zhus might not give him the chance to leave the Ming constables. The girl clenched her teeth. I know that Grandpa Shan was killed and you are upset. I know that you want revenge, but, if you want revenge, you should look for Lu Wenyan or President Zhou to look for Lu Wenyan. You are not Lu Wenyan's match. Even if you win against Suyu, is there any use? He has countless excuses. He said that he is only a sore, that he is not good at fighting, and that he is a researcher. You are 1 year older than him. Even if you win, there is no benefit. But if you lose, everything will be ruined. Shan Xiong was silent. After a while, he said, go back. Don't implicate the Great Shang constables. The battle of numbers is mainly between Great Xia and Great Zhou. Go back. I won't go back. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. Don't go. Suyu is a narrow-minded person. Do you think he will appreciate you as a hero? You are wrong. My father said that Suyu is the most realistic and vicious person. He is a typical hypocrite. When he was weak, he was not ruthless. He was very modest and knew how to heal people. When he had a strong enough backing, he knew how to protect himself. His attacks were all for the sake of human lives. Xia province's Jiafeng and Zhou Pingxing are examples. Even after he left the Great Xia prefecture, he did not forget to take revenge on the other party. My father said that Principal Jin Yuhui and the other experts most likely did not collude with the Myriad race's sect. He was the one who deliberately baited them and killed them all. The girl looked at Shan Xiong and pleaded, don't go. You are different from him. You only cultivate for the sake of your ideals. He is different. For his goal, he will do anything, no matter the cost. He was born in the streets. My father said that when a person like him rises, he can kill anything that stands in his way. You are not as ruthless as him. Shan Xiong thought for a while and said slowly, Uncle has a high evaluation of him. A very high evaluation, as the crown prince of the Great Shang Constabulary and the grandson of the Great Shang King. The girl's father was of the same generation as Xiao Longwu. Of course, his strength was slightly lower than Xiao Longwu's. The current constabulary master was the girl's grandfather. Such an important person had used many words to evaluate Suyu. Ruthless, vicious, resourceful, talented. These weren't derogatory words. He was praising Suyu for his ability to judge the situation and protect himself. Before Xia province fell into the vortex, Suyu escaped from Xia province and killed a group of enemies. He sought refuge with the Ming constabulary and gained the Zhu family's attention. This was his ability. The girl's father did not give such an evaluation to her but to Suyu. Perhaps her father knew that the girl had chased after her. Perhaps, he had the intention not to court death. This trip to the Ming constabulary might not come back because Suyu had the intention to kill him. This could be seen from the day when he proposed to Xia province that if he wanted to enter the Great Xia Civilization University, he would have to fight to the death with him. Suyu was confident that he could kill him. At that time, Suyu had yet to enter the Soar realm. At this moment, he had entered the Soar realm. As Shan Xiong thought about this, the girl said again, don't go. Is that all right? Even if the Dazhou prefecture really wants to blame you, I will let my father and grandfather do it. Why didn't President Zhou kill Lu Wenyan himself but let you look for Suyu? Nonsense. Xianxia scolded. Don't criticize your elders behind their backs. Xianxia. The girl was anxious. Can I not go? If you want to go, then I want to go too. If you lose and die, I will challenge Suyu. Xianxia frowned slightly and looked at the soldiers behind him. He said, please bring Her Highness back to the constabulary. The girl snorted. They are my people, not yours. Xianxia, even if you win, you may not be able to leave the Ming constabulary without me. I will go. The Great Shang Constabulary and the Dazhou Prefecture are two strong constabularies. Even if Zhu Tiandao wants to harm you, he has to consider the consequences. Be careful with your words. Xianxia smiled. Just say it here. If the governor of the Ming Constabulary hears it, your grandfather and uncle may not be able to protect you. I'm not afraid. The girl said and quickly said, that's a deal. I'll go with you. Executive Zhou doesn't send anyone to protect you. What if something happens? Now that the constabularies are not peaceful, and Wanzhou is causing trouble everywhere, you are a top genius of the Shenwen faction. You must be careful. It's fine. The Sun Moon Constabulary and the Mountain Sea Constabulary have been wiped out. It's not that dangerous. That won't do. You must be careful. The girl said quickly. Get on the horse and go together. I won't stop you if you challenge Suyu, but, if you die, I will find a way to kill Suyu and then go find you. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Are you sure I am not as good as Suyu? Who didn't have the desire to win? If you were not, why go all the way to the south and challenge everyone? Originally, he was going to challenge Suyu's teacher, Baifeng. Now, Baifeng was crippled. In order to deal with Xia Yuan, his strength had been greatly reduced. Now, he was going to challenge Suyu, Baifeng's student. In the end, many people did not think he would win. Suyu had just entered Soar, and he, after finishing his seclusion, had some gains in the Great Shang Constabulary, advancing to the 9th level of Soar. His speed was extremely fast. Last year, when Baifeng told Suyu, Xianxia had just entered Soar. However, in the heavenly battlefield, he had already killed a genius at the 5th level of Soar. Now, a year had passed, and Xianxia did not disappoint. He had rapidly improved and reached the 9th level of Soar. Honestly speaking, in these years, no one's talent could be compared to him. Even Lu Wenyan in the past did not advance as fast as him. Of course, Xianxia had never killed Soar while cultivating. Because he had quickly broken through to Soar, no one knew if he could kill Soar while cultivating. At this moment, hearing the girl say that she was worried that he would die, he was helpless, a little sullen, and also a little yearning. Suyu, many top geniuses of the Shenwen faction, fighting such a person was only interesting and tasty, wasn't it? He was at the 6th level of Soar and defeated many experts at the 7th level of Soar from the Shenwen faction. Now, he was at the 9th level of Soar. What about Suyu? Even so, there were many people who felt that they were not as good as Suyu and might die. This made him look forward to it even more. The girl did not care what he thought and quickly said, get on the horse. Compared to Suyu, you lack some opportunities. If you had cultivated the origin Shenwen art earlier, you would definitely be much stronger than him. You might have even surpassed Ling Yun long ago. Suyu is definitely not as good as you in terms of talent. In terms of experience, you have been to the heavenly battlefield and killed Shenrei sword geniuses. Has Suyu done it before? For the sake of her lover, the girl constantly belittled Suyu. What was strong was not talent or experience, but his good opportunities. This could not be helped. In terms of strength and talent, it is still Huang Teng and the others. Of course, they are fighters. Among the younger generation of civilization masters, I have always felt that only Wu Qi of Dixia province can compare to you. Wu Qi, a woman. Most importantly, she was very ruthless. In the past, she cultivated her nature, killed demons Soar to forge her body, and sucked their demon blood. Just the sound of it was frightening. For the younger generation, those who had killed their way to fame in the heavenly battlefield were nothing. The likes of Baifeng and Suyu did not have much fame in the heavenly battlefield. Suyu had never been to the heavenly battlefield. Even if he had killed many people, he was not worthy of worship. Huang Teng, Qin Feng, and Wu Qi were the real targets of the younger generation, including Xia Yuan, who had been defeated by Bai Feng. Although his reputation was greatly damaged after losing to Bai Feng, Xia Yuan was still quite famous in the heavenly battlefield. Xianxia smiled and leaped onto the horse. The young girl stepped aside and crossed her arms around her waist, giggling, "When fighting with Suyu, it's best to provoke him. He doesn't need to use his corporeal body to fight you. He's strong in his corporeal body, so he'll definitely be arrogant. As long as you provoke him a little, he might give up the advantage of his corporeal body." Xianxia smiled, "Do you think he will? Moreover, my body is not weak. Now, I have completed 18 casts. He is only sore. Will his body be stronger than mine?" His body forging technique was also very powerful. Zhou Polong had personally chosen it for him. He had forged his body 36 times. Now, he had forged his body 18 times. He also had a fortuitous encounter. He had used a spot in Dazhou Prefecture to forge his body at the Seeking Realm. Not long after breaking through, he had forged his body 12 times at Sky Origin Sacred Ground and entered the 3rd level of Soar before leaving the sacred ground. He also had a fortuitous encounter. Huang Teng, Qin Feng, and the others had forged their bodies at the War God Temple. He had also gone to the Seeking Realm. He also cultivated a top-notch cultivation technique, Heaven's Returning Art from Dazhou Prefecture. Of course, it was called Black Wind Fiend before, but there was no difference. Invincible cultivation techniques were often changed. A top-notch cultivation technique with 144 enlightened apertures, Wancher, who had forged his apertures 16 times, was also a physique genius. With a body 18 casts, his explosive power exceeded 2,000 apertures. Strictly speaking, if Suyu had less than 40 closed apertures and had not forged his body many times, even if he had entered Soar, his physique might not be his match. Even if it was really like what everyone said, advancing to the next level at 40 points, opening the heavenly cycle aperture acupoints, and body forging 2 or 3 times, at most it would be about the same as him. The girl giggled, "He might not be stronger than you. I'm just saying he might be. After all, he is valued by the Ming Constabulary. Maybe they have given him many benefits. Also, he might have already advanced to Soar." The phenomenon that Zhu Tiandao mentioned was fake. Since it was fake, who knows if Suyu has already advanced? Also, he has talent blood essence. The girl gritted her teeth, "This is cheating. He has Ling Yunjing's talent blood essence. If he explodes with Ling Yun's battle strength, it will be very troublesome." Shan Xiong nodded slightly. This was true. After all, Suyu had talent blood essence. That day, he had also seen some of the videos that had circulated. When Suyu had fought with Zhou Pingxing, he had used his innate blood essence to unleash many of his innate skills and battle prowess. In the end, he had even killed Zhou Pingxing, who was at Lingyun Tier 7. It's not cheating. It's a fight and a challenge. Naturally, I went all out. He had to say that I was 1 year older than him and had a better family background. Shan Xiong smiled faintly, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Brother Shan Xiong, you are already very powerful. My father said that as long as you practice hard, you will become the sun and moon sooner or later. Even if it is the invincible realm, the chances are very high." Invincible realm? Shan Xiong did not say anything. Invincible realm. It was easy to say. How many people had the confidence to enter the invincible realm? Even the 5th generation failed. Of course, it was much easier to advance physically. However, it was still a shame for a civilizer to advance physically in the end. Those invincible realm experts in the Seeking Realm rarely mentioned this. They were called the 2 Holy Lands. In the human realm, the warrior path was still the main focus. Civilizers were not invincible, the 2 of them rode forward. Behind them, a group of armored soldiers continued to follow. They were all very powerful. Soar was the foundation, Ling Yun was the number 1, and Shanhai was also the number 1. Looking at the 2 of them, the Shanhai commander sighed inwardly. The Great Shang residence had its own geniuses, but the moment Shan Xiong arrived, the sun and moon lost their luster and instantly captured the eldest Mississippi. Now, they were escorting Xianxia to the Ming residence. It was clear that the chief and the eldest prince also had the intention of forming a marriage alliance. Xianxia's background was ordinary. His grandfather was Shanhai, but unfortunately, he had been killed. The Shan family still had Shanhai, but, compared to that, Xianxia was Zhou Pelong's student. That was the key. An expert who was about to prove the invincible realm. When a civilizer proved the invincible realm, under normal circumstances, with the superimposition of willpower, they would be slightly stronger than warriors. Unless warriors also cultivated willpower and superimposed it, most invincible warriors would not be as strong as a civilizer. Looking at the two of them, the commander could not help but think of the genius from the Ming residence. Suyu was famous because of his cultivation technique. In the process of spreading his cultivation technique, his strength had been forgotten by many. But, who dared to underestimate a fellow who could kill Zhou Pingxing while he was in the cultivation stage? Whether it was innate blood essence or not, it was still his strength. If the two of them really fought to the death, the commander would have a headache. Killing Suyu was too difficult. If Suyu killed Xianxia, it would be a huge loss. As a mountain sea cultivator, he might not be able to stop him. That was the Ming residence, not the Great Shang residence. On the 18th of March, Suyu completed his fourth body forging. On that day, Xianxia left the Great Shang residence and rushed to the Ming residence. Accompanying him was the princess of the Great Shang residence, Shang Tianjiao. In a short time, the news of Baifeng's return, Xianxia's trip to the Ming residence, Han Tan's opening of the Faculty of Theology, and the six-winged divine sect killing the Great Tang's mountain sea quickly spread. And all of this, and the core figures, were related to Xinwen. Xinwen's fusion faculty became the focus of the mortal realm. The younger generation did not pay attention to Baifeng and the others, but the battle between Suyu and Xianxia, some of the younger generation's geniuses began to gather in the Ming residence. March 19, Suyu was still cultivating when a voice rang out in the cultivation room. It was the voice calling him out. Suyu got up and walked out of the cultivation room with some doubts. The golden glow on his body gradually disappeared, and he returned to his normal appearance. He walked out of the cultivation room and entered the resting area. Wen Zhong and the others were there. Seeing Suyu come out of seclusion, Wen Zhong smiled. How was it? Not bad. Suyu smiled and quickly said, Senior brothers, what's the matter? It's not us. It's you. Wen Zhong said, Xianxia came out of seclusion from the Great Shang residence. He set off yesterday and is rushing towards us. If his speed is normal, he should arrive in 3 days. That means tomorrow or the day after. Xianxia, Suyu had known about this Dazhou prefecture prodigy a long time ago. The strongest prodigy of the Shan Xinwen system, he had defeated many Xinwen civilizationists of the same level and was known as the invincible civilizationist. This was something the Shan Xinwen system could not do in the past. Was he coming? Wen Zhong said, Xianxia is here on Zhou Pelong's orders to challenge you. The patriarch came once and said that if you are not willing to accept the challenge, there is no need to bother. After all, you have just entered Soar. It's fine. Suyu smiled. To be honest, I am looking forward to it too. Ever since I started cultivating, I've fought with experts, I've fought with weaklings, I've fought with geniuses, but I've never fought with a true top-notch monster. Unlike others who could go to the All-Heavens battlefield to test their skills against godfiends, Suyu did not. Xianxia should be the first top-notch monster that he would need to fight. Beside him, Jin Xing said, Be careful, junior brother Su. Everyone is reminding you. It's not that we have no confidence in you, but we hope you won't be too careless. Xianxia defeated many civilizationists of the Xinwen system from more than 10 prefectures. His combat power is definitely not weak. Wen Zhong also nodded and said, We've actually asked around with the people from the other large residences. Xianxia's physical body isn't weak either. He has 144 apertures opened and his physical body is probably above 15 castings. And in terms of willpower, Xinwen's willpower is at the pinnacle of the second order, while Xinwen's willpower has already reached the third order. He only has one Xinwen, but those who fight him can't be sure if he's just one Xinwen, or multiple Xinwen combined into one Xinwen. The two are different. Can't tell? Suyu was surprised. This should be very good to watch, right? Wen Zhong shook his head and said, I can't tell. His Shenwen is a little special. It seems to have a few characteristics. But if it's a combination of many Shenwen, then the characteristics would be too perfect. Apart from that, he also knows several godly skills. Without relying on Shenwen, the godly skills formed by willpower and divine apertures are also very lethal. As he said that, when Zhong continued, he has also opened many apertures. Even if the 10,000 Wen Sutra reached the 9th stage of Soar, it only opened 36 divine apertures. He should have cultivated a set of basic formulas, which might have come from King of Great Zhou. King of Great Zhou's basic formulas have a high chance of opening more than 30 divine apertures, which also means that he should have opened more than 60 divine apertures. More than 60 divine apertures opened, willpower at the pinnacle of the 2nd order, Shenwen at the 3rd order, and he also knows godly skills. In addition to the heaven-grade physical body cultivation technique, he had forged his body more than 15 times. He was still very strong. The explosive power of his physical body's apertures could exceed 2,000 apertures. As for the Shenwen, it was hard to say. Looking at the characteristics of the Shenwen, the most troublesome opponent that Suyu would have to face was probably Wan Mingze. They were all seals, a combination type seal of the Shenwen. When facing such an opponent with stronger willpower and stronger Shenwen, even if they sealed you, you wouldn't be able to break free. It would be tough to deal with. You wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Who knew what Xianxia was good at? However, Suyu wasn't afraid. So be it. This person challenged many experts from the Shenwen faction, forcing some academies to close down many Shenwen factions. Suyu didn't have a good impression of him. The key was his grandfather, Shan Tianhao. That day, he tried to sow discord and was killed by Lu Wenyan. When Suyu thought about it, there was still enmity between them. Okay, I will take note. Let's talk when he comes. Wen Zhong smiled. One more thing, I have to remind you. He came with a Shang descendant from Great Shang Manor. Shang Tianjiao, the great-granddaughter of the Great Shang King. Shan Xiong stayed in Great Shang Manor for a long time. Shang Tianjiao was convinced by him and the Shang family is interested in having a marriage alliance with him. You have to consider this. Shang family? Suyu frowned slightly and quickly smiled, so be it. On the arena, if it's a life and death battle, then life and death are up to fate. This is the rule. Will the Shang family find trouble with me because of this? If they really want to, I'm not afraid. Of course, Great Ming Manor might have more trouble. Suyu wasn't too surprised. Geniuses and proud sons were naturally sought after. When he came to Great Ming Manor, old Zhu wanted to introduce his granddaughter to him. She was the great-granddaughter of the Great Ming King and had the same status as Shang Tianjiao. Shan Xiong's talent was outstanding. This was a fact. After all, there were so many descendants of the unrivaled realm, but there weren't many who could reach Shan Xiong's level. It was normal for the Shang family to invest in him. Among the various matters, which family didn't have an investment target? Huang Teng and the others were examples, including Suyu. Wen Zhong smiled, I'm just reminding you. However, if you really want to fight, you don't have to worry about anything. If there are worries, there will be obstacles. If you really kill Shan Xiong, it won't be a big deal. This was Great Ming Manor's attitude. Of course, if Suyu was killed, well, Great Ming Manor wouldn't let this happen. This was normal. If Suyu went to Dazhou Prefecture to kill Shan Xiong, there was almost no chance of him succeeding. If it really came to a life and death situation, the powerhouses of Dazhou Prefecture might stop him. Shan Xiong had some courage to dare to come to Great Ming Manor. Suyu wasn't a novice who had never killed before. The possibility of him killing Suyu wasn't high. If Suyu defeated him, the possibility of him killing him was not low. We'll see. Suyu smiled lightly. Senior brothers, don't worry too much. If we talk about having many tricks, no matter how many tricks Shan Xiong has, he can't compare to me. He was that confident. If they really talked about tricks, could Shan Xiong compare to him? Ignoring everything else, just the celestial race's flesh rebirth art. If he were to fight with Shan Xiong and his body shattered, he could suddenly regrow his flesh and recover his body. He could also beat Shan Xiong until he couldn't find his teeth. Suyu also had a little anticipation and was eager to give it a try. Such a fellow could also test his strength. To these geniuses, was he strong? Could he fight beyond his realm among the top geniuses? Xianxia's strength was probably comparable to a godfiend's, right? A ninth firmament soar civilizator. Could Xianxia fight a top ninth firmament soar godfiend? If he could, that would be amazing. A top ninth firmament godfiend soar godfiend's physical strength was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 orifices. A civilizator's willpower was often not easy to judge. There were too many things to see, and it was too difficult to judge their overall strength. After chatting with Wen Zhong and the others for a while, Suyu sent them away. Wu Lan was just about to leave when Suyu waved his hand and said, "Stay for a while." Wu Lan looked at him curiously. "What's the matter?" "I've been studying the Xinwen combat technique steel these days," Suyu said hesitantly. "It's very difficult to inherit a certain Xinwen combat technique." He had promised Wu Qi that he wouldn't drag Wu Lan into the Great Maelstrom. But a support-type Xinwen combat technique would actually be helpful to Wu Lan. At the very least, it would be a life-saving capital. "Also, you've outlined 20 Xinwen symbols." Wu Lan didn't mind this and said happily, "That's nothing. The origin Xinwen art is used to outline Xinwen. If I don't do more, I won't be able to hold it in any longer. I need to advance to soar." If one's willpower was strong and the sea of will didn't expand, he might advance to soar on his own if he couldn't hold on any longer. This was something that couldn't be helped. This also led to countless people wanting to join the Xinwen faction. "Alright, I can give it a try." Suyu stood up and said while walking, "Follow me. That thing is very difficult to control. The only thing I can do is to go in and see if I can use my Xinwen combat technique to guide a portion of the powerful Xinwen combat technique template to a shallow area. Then, you'll go in and outline the combat technique. It's fine even if you can't outline 20 Xinwen symbols. You can replenish them when you reach soar. It's not a big deal." "Splitting method?" "Yes. You know it too?" Wu Lan was surprised. "You know this too?" "A little. It's still useful for soar. I can't do anything higher." Wu Lan said happily, "If that's the case, even if I reach soar, I can take my time to outline it. Of course, the stronger the Xinwen combat technique, the better. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to outline it. What suits you is the best." Suyu smiled and said, "Some combat techniques, no matter how powerful, might not suit you. If it doesn't suit you and you forcibly outline it, it might cause some conflicts between the Sea of Will and Xinwen combat techniques in the future. That's not worth it. There's no need to be obsessed with the first generation of Xinwen combat technique." "I know this." Wu Lan said proudly, "I'm very talented. It won't be a problem. Back then, my sister and the rest wanted me to join the Xinwen faction, but I wasn't willing. My great-aunt said that there's no need to fight with you. Why should I look for Bai Feng? Just look for Hong Tan. My great-aunt said that I should be your martial uncle. I'm just not willing. Otherwise, you'd be calling me martial uncle now." Suyu thought about it and laughed dryly. Luckily, Wu Lan was extremely arrogant and did not want to go through the back door. Otherwise, if Wu Yuehua really asked, would Hong Tan accept? Of course he would. F***ck, he almost had a martial uncle. How scary. If this woman became his martial uncle, that would be too embarrassing. Suyu chuckled and said, "Then I have to thank you." Luckily, Wu Lan did not mind and said casually, "Actually, it doesn't matter what I learn. As long as it's interesting. I used to worship my sister and felt that she was strong. Strength is the foundation. Later, when the dual Wu acupoint fusion technique was introduced, I felt that one person is not as strong as everyone. No matter how strong you are and how invincible you are, to the human race, it's just a drop in the bucket. But once you create something that can create 10 invincibles, or 100 invincibles, you'll be the savior of the world. Of course, it's even better if you're strong and can achieve great results." Saying that, she glanced at Suyu and muttered in her heart, "You're one. I'm so envious, I want to be like that too." Although she said that strength was useless, she was still envious and jealous. What was so great about Suyu? She was stronger than him in the past. During the exam, she scored much higher than him in the cultural class. How infuriating. Now, she did not even dare to talk about strength in front of Suyu. It was too embarrassing. She could only change the topic. Suyu found it funny and did not laugh. Soon, Suyu brought her to a small study on the second floor. At this moment, a huge stone tablet was already standing in the study. Suyu reminded, when you're outlining the battle technique later, pay attention to one thing. Some Shinwen battle techniques are more deceptive. They look strong but are actually fake. I almost fell for it the last time I outlined it. Wulan nodded. Then should I go in with you? Can you go in again after you've outlined it? You can. If she could not go in again, how could she leave behind her own Shinwen battle technique? Of course, if Suyu went in, it would easily disturb others. Under normal circumstances, it was best to go in alone. If an expert went in, it would easily break the Shinwen template inside. It would also easily attract too many Shinwen battle techniques, preventing others from outlining them. Or, it might even cause them to get lost in the Shinwen battle techniques deal. You don't have to go in with me. I'll go in first and guide some of the stronger Shinwen battle techniques to the entrance. You can enter after me and choose what you want. I'll try my best to guide the first generation Shinwen template over. As he spoke, Suyu had already probed deep into the Shinwen battle technique steel with his willpower. It was the same as the first time, but slightly different. When Suyu's willpower probed in again, it was still the endless starry sky and countless stars. Each star was the Shinwen template. Some were bright, some were dim. The only difference was that today, Suyu could see even further. In the boundless void, countless stars could be seen revolving around him. There were so many of them. Compared to the first time he came in, he saw more stars. And the Shinwen battle technique steel seemed to have some repulsive force on him. Suyu understood. He had already outlined the Shinwen battle techniques. If he entered again, he would still be repulsed. He wouldn't be able to last too long here. So many stars. Are there so many people from the Shinwen faculty? At this moment, Suyu was also a little surprised. He didn't feel anything the first time, but today, he realized this problem. A civilizer, especially from the Shinwen faculty, could only copy their Shinwen battle technique template once in their lifetime. The stars here felt endless. There were so many civilizers from the Shinwen faculty in the Great Xia Civilization University. If he remembered correctly, it had been more than 300 years since the first generation. Even at its peak, the Shinwen faculty would only recruit about 10 people a year. In the next few decades, there was almost no recruitment. Even if they did recruit, they might not be able to outline the Shinwen battle techniques and enter the SOAR. In more than 300 years, more than 3,000 people died at most. But this was more than 3,000 stars. It should be more than that. Some civilizers died suddenly and didn't have time to copy their Shinwen battle technique templates. Many academies were about to lose their legacy. Why were there so many here? This Shinwen battle technique tablet is a good thing. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu didn't say anything else. Instead, he unleashed a burst of willpower that spread out in all directions, drawing the attention of one of the astral bodies to him. At the same time, one divine character after another was torn apart to attract the attention of the astral bodies. Logically speaking, when he reached the SOAR, his Shinwen battle technique should be fixed. In fact, there was no way to dismantle Shinwen battle techniques. However, the dismantling method allowed Suyu to do it. In this way, it seemed like he didn't outline the Shinwen battle techniques. This time, the Shinwen battle techniques quickly corresponded with some stars. Gradually, some of the divine character templates started to move towards him. Suyu didn't linger and quickly flew into the distance. Along the way, he constantly used his Shinwen battle techniques to attract those stars. Gradually, more and more stars appeared behind him. Suyu swept his gaze over them one by one. The 10 Shinwen battle techniques were the least. There were 11, 12, and some more. However, after circling around, he didn't see any of the 18 Shinwen battle techniques or above. In the deeper regions, there were some very bright stars. However, under normal circumstances, one wouldn't be able to reach this level. If one's willpower was exhausted and he didn't outline it, it would be easy to get lost in this space. Suyu continued forward, but in his mind, a thought arose. He was thinking, if he could dismantle the Shinwen battle techniques into these Shinwen battle techniques. Hong Tan had a sword and a shield. This meant that the Shinwen battle techniques weren't limited to just one form. When he dismantled them, could he reassemble them and assemble them into the form he wanted? Assembling them into the form he wanted represented a difference in overall characteristics. For example, the Sea of Knowledge Secret Realm. For example, the War Demon Field, with different Shinwen battle techniques as the core, there might be different combinations of effects. After I leave, I can try. If I can change the form of the Shinwen battle techniques and outline the Shinwen I need. I'll become an omnipotent Shinwen system civilizator. Suyu looked at each template and memorized the basic structure. He would try it out after he left. He outlined 18 Shinwen battle techniques and found a suitable Shinwen battle technique to imitate. Perhaps he could use the complete version of the 18 Shinwen battle techniques. That might be even more powerful. Do you think my battle technique is a saber? Nonsense, mine is a shield, used for defense. Do you think mine is a shield? Wrong, mine is a spear. I'll stab you to death. This was the same as his opened origin aperture. He could switch between them and use any cultivation technique. The Shinwen battle techniques had many Shinwen battle techniques and many basic points. It seemed that he could also achieve this. Then I can copy Master's dragon slaying sword, Uncle Master's defensive cauldron, Grandmaster's sword shield. Suyu's bare one's teeth was interesting. This was fun. If he was at the same level as Hong Tan and imitated his Shinwen battle techniques, he would probably run out and kill people with his face covered. It would probably be because Hong Tan did it. He would have to take the blame even if he didn't want to. However, Suyu was not clear about his master's Shinwen base. Unless they opened it up for him to see. In this place, their Shinwen battle technique templates no longer existed. They had outlined them and they no longer existed. Unless they came back one day to make another copy. In order to remember more templates, Suyu walked, looked, and attracted more. Soon, hundreds of stars revolved around him. Right at this moment, an enormous star flew toward him. Suyu looked from afar. 18 Shinwen battle techniques. This one isn't weak. It's the same as Teacher Lu's. But this shape. It's a pot? Suyu took a look. Bare one's teeth. Was this a frying pan? Was it used to hit people or as a shield? Or was it used to refine pills? Refine pills. Suyu was slightly stunned. That's right. Why couldn't the Shinwen battle techniques be used to complete other support types? What about forging weapons? A furnace. I think it's not bad. And, a hammer. Suyu's thoughts raced. This time, he opened up a new train of thought. If he were to outline a hammer template and integrate the God-expanding hammer into it, would it make this divine skill even stronger? In the past, the hammer could only attack alone. But what if he were to outline a hammer? If he were to integrate the God-expanding hammer into it and coordinate it with Shinwen, that hammer strike. It would probably be able to smash Ling Yan's head, right? Miscalculation. He actually did not think about this in the past. He had 99 Shinwen battle points. He could outline any battle technique. Especially with the disassembly method, he could completely disassemble it and reassemble it into a Shinwen battle technique. Hammer, furnace. It's best if there's a shield. No, I need a shield. No, a shield is not good. It's best if there's a defensive battle armor. Suyu felt that his train of thought was suddenly opened. Why the F***ck do I have to use a saber? Just because I know saber techniques? Just because my Wenbing is a saber, I have to use a saber? I can totally change. Can't I use a hammer? This time, he was not in a hurry to leave. He continued to wander around and memorized the Shinwen template structure. The deeper he went, the more Shinwen base points there were. 18 Shinwen base points, 19 Shinwen base points. Gradually, Suyu was a little shocked. Could it be something left behind from the establishment era? The deeper he went, the bigger the stars he saw. Some even had 20 Shinwen base points. Could it be left behind by the ancient civilizationists? This is not made by the first generation. It might be something left behind in the ruins. Suyu was shocked. This might be a weapon left behind by a civilizationist sect or a force similar to an academy or a sacred ground in ancient times. The first generation could not make this thing. It was not that he was not capable enough, but there were no Shinwen battle technique templates to choose from. At that moment, a star, like a swordsman, suddenly turned into a sword and attacked Suyu. The next moment, a star turned into a long saber and slashed at him. Suyu and Shinwen quickly combined into a long saber and exchanged blows with the incoming saber and sword. While he was surprised, he vaguely felt something. F***ck, there's a test. Can he only draw it after defeating these battle technique templates? No, he had already drawn it. In that case, this was a test for others. If Wu Lan wanted to inherit such a powerful Shinwen battle technique template, she might have to fight them and defeat them. Could she do it? If she defeated it and did not inherit it, could she let Wu Lan inherit it? All kinds of thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. He quickly fought with the saber and sword. Soon, the saber and sword were defeated. A moment later, one saber and one sword turned into two small sabers and swords, circling around him. Did this mean that it was subdued? Suyu continued to look ahead. It was still boundless. He was even more shocked. How many Shinwen battle techniques were left behind on this tablet, and how many Shinwen battle techniques had been drawn by the elites? This thing is a treasure of inheritance. Even if the Shinwen faction is really destroyed, if this thing still exists, it can be revived sooner or later. As long as everyone still cultivates their willpower, if someone obtains this, they will definitely be able to pass on the Shinwen faction again. This is the work of the ancient civilization master. It should have been obtained by the first generation, and thus created the Shinwen faction. At this moment, Suyu already understood how the Shinwen faction came to be and how Xiaochen created the Shinwen faction. Actually, it was based on this. This stone tablet was the key to passing on the legacy. Suyu swallowed his saliva. This? Uncle Master actually gave this to him. Was he crazy? If this thing was lost, the Shinwen faction would be destroyed sooner or later. Suyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Uncle Master must be very generous to give this thing to him so casually. He wondered if the Grandmaster would curse when he found out that the stone tablet was gone. Without this thing, how could he create the Faculty of Theology? He could borrow it from the Jiutian Academy. How many Shinwen battle technique templates could there be in the Shinwen battle technique tablet in the 9 heavens? There probably weren't many, but the choices were too small. As Suyu thought about it, he realized a problem. If he took this, many people should have guessed it. And the key to the Shinwen faction was actually on this. At least the key to passing on the legacy was on this. If this Shinwen battle technique tablet was taken away, the Shinwen faction would not be able to strengthen. Even if everyone knew how to split it in the future, it would be best to have a template. It was not impossible to rely on oneself to create it, but it was too difficult. Damn, there should be people who know how many Shinwen battle technique templates there are in this thing, right? All these years, Uncle Master has been guarding the library probably for this. Now that it is in my hands, no one will come to take it away, right? Qin Yong had been guarding the library for decades, mainly for this thing. The more he thought about it, the more Suyu's head hurt. This thing, there might be people watching it. Maybe even that invincible person in the dark was watching it. It seemed that there might be some trouble in the future. In the process of thinking, Suyu once again saw stars, some of which were very bright. He saw 5 or 6 of the 20 light spots. The first generation sketched 20 Shinwen battle techniques. It was not too outstanding. In ancient times, there were many such civilization masters. Which one is the first generation? Suyu did not know. He had not seen what the Shinwen battle technique sketched by the first generation looked like. Forget it, on Wu Lan's side, it would depend on her luck. Whether or not she could sketch 20 Shinwen battle technique templates was a big problem. Of course, because Wu Lan cultivated the elemental Shinwen art, her willpower was not weak. She might be able to complete the sketch. After attracting some Shinwen battle technique templates again, Suyu felt that his willpower was being consumed faster and faster. He did not delay and quickly returned. Soon, he reached the edge of the entrance. Behind him, there were hundreds and thousands of Shinwen battle technique templates. Suyu did not care. He quickly flashed and his willpower disappeared in space. Go in. As soon as Suyu came out, he shouted and quickly said, "The entrance is full of Shinwen battle techniques. Don't let them escape. Hurry up, sketch whichever you can." Wu Lan was a little nervous. She did not say anything and quickly probed with her willpower. Suyu did not care about her anymore. It would depend on her luck. At this moment, his sea of will tumbled and the Shinwen battle technique blade began to disassemble. In the next moment, 18 base points were disassembled by Suyu. Gradually, these 18 base points formed a hammer. He really encountered a hammer with 18 base points, the Shinwen merged. In the next moment, Suyu merged the god-expanding hammer into it. At this moment, a hammer formed in his mind, a complete hammer with 18 base points, Shinwen battle technique. "Little furball, come out." Suyu's sea of will shook. In the next moment, the little furball came out in a daze. "I will give you one hammer in exchange for a trace of heaven's elemental energy. How about that?" The little furball blinked. One hammer. It was often hit by hammers, so it was not a big problem. How about two? It bargained for a while. That one was still very fragrant. Okay. Suyu was generous for once. "No problem. Let me try. I shouldn't be able to hammer you to death." The little furball was also happy. It had something to eat. Just as it was thinking about it, its fur suddenly stood up. At this moment, Suyu held the hammer and smashed down, bang, the sound wave spread out, the little furball was directly smashed away. It was dizzy and smashed into the ground, turning into a flat furball. After a long while, about tens of seconds later, the little furball gradually recovered and opened its eyes. At this moment, Suyu was happily studying his hammer. As for the little furball, it was not dead, so it was fine. The little furball struggled to return to its round form. It flew up and flew in front of Suyu. It also looked at the hammer and seemed to be drooling, so amazing. "It smells so good. It smells even better than before. Good man, can you let me eat it?" Scram. Suyu was too lazy to care about it. He said happily, "How do you feel? Is it stronger than before?" "NN." The little furball kept nodding its head. No, it nodded its entire body. The hammer is so powerful. The things that I haven't digested for a few days are almost digested by this hammer. In principle, this thing was still supportive. After one hammer strike, the sea of will didn't collapse, so it was still beneficial. The little furball was very tough and wouldn't be hammered to death so easily. But it was Ling Yun now, and it specialized in eating Shinwen. After being hammered by Suyu, it was stunned for tens of seconds. This thing was a treasure against civilization masters. One hammer strike and even Ling Yun would be stunned for tens of seconds. By then, it would have been killed countless times. Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. This time, entering Shinwen's combat skill steel had given him some unexpected gains. It allowed him to have a deeper understanding of Shinwen's combat skills. Bai Feng's splitting method was extremely useful at this moment. Splitting method. This thing probably didn't even exist in ancient times. Bai Feng. Although my teacher's strength is trash, I have to say that this unexpected discovery is really amazing. Suyu exclaimed in admiration. This splitting method was really amazing. Unfortunately, it seemed that it could only be used on Ling Yun. It wouldn't work when he reached the Mountain Sea realm. This meant that before Suyu went to the Mountain Sea realm, he had to outline the 99 Shinwen's combat skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to split them when he reached the Mountain Sea realm, and it would be troublesome to fill them up later. He turned to look at Wu Lan and saw that she was frowning as if she had encountered some trouble. Suyu sighed and casually tossed her some Heaven's Origin energy. Heaven's Origin energy was also helpful in replenishing willpower. Unfortunately, she lacked pure willpower. Otherwise, he could have let her absorb some. "If you can't hold on, just give up. I'm not counting on you to pick a weaker one," Suyu whispered. This woman was too prideful, even more so than him. She probably had her eyes on the 20 Shinwen's combat skills. Otherwise, with her current willpower, which was no weaker than an ordinary sword, how could it be so difficult? Ignoring Wu Lan, Suyu looked at the Shinwen's combat skill steel and fell into deep thought. It was best not to show this thing in order to avoid trouble. Although some people guessed that it was with him, who could be sure that it was with him? Perhaps it was with Uncle Master? Was the reason why Uncle Master was being chased until now related to this? The Shinwen's combat skill combination, Suyu continued to control the Shinwen's combat skill, changing its shape. He murmured, "Hammer, I need a tremor Shinwen." The God-expanding hammer was originally used to shake the Sea of Will, so it would be better if it was used with the tremor. I can use the Shinwen's combat skill. If it becomes a hammer, it will be tremor. If it becomes a sword, it will be kill, break, and force. If it becomes a furnace for refining weapons, it will be 5 elements. If it becomes an armor, it will be defense. If it becomes a portal, it will be Space Shinwen's combat skill steel. Thoughts appeared one by one. At this moment, Suyu had a deeper understanding of the civilizator. The benefits of walking through the Shinwen's combat skill steel were not small. At this moment, the flame of inheritance, the fire Shinwen's combat skill steel was burning. The fire Shinwen's combat skill steel, which was originally at the peak of rank 2, had failed to advance successfully. But at this moment, it began to advance. At the same time, a smile suddenly appeared on Wu Lan's face. Her previous struggling expression slowly disappeared. Flames covered her, she was about to fail. She couldn't subdue the 20 Shinwen's combat skill steel at all. But just as Suyu's fire Shinwen advanced, flames covered her. In the Shinwen's combat skill steel, the Shinwen template that had been struggling previously was suddenly covered by a beam of flames. The struggling Shinwen's combat skill steel seemed to have sensed something. A moment later, the exhausted Wu Lan brought it into her Sea of Will. The subduing was a success. Wu Lan opened her eyes. She was overjoyed. Just as she was about to report the good news, she felt the gentle flames. The next moment, she felt a sense of familiarity. Suyu, she turned her head to look at Suyu, who had his eyes closed. Her first thought was that he was quite handsome and gave off a gentle feeling. Her second thought was, so it was you. Every night, she felt like she was shrouded in flames. So it was you who did it. You made me so energetic every night and couldn't sleep at all. So it was all because of you, you bastard. When she was shrouded in flames, she would feel especially clear-headed and clear every night. How could she have the mood to sleep? I haven't slept for a few days, Suyu, this bastard. He's simply inhumane. It's fine if he doesn't sleep, but he doesn't even let me sleep. Wu Lan pouted and huffed angrily. But she felt a little jealous in her heart. This fire is so powerful. I want it too. What a powerful fire. It can allow people to cultivate and work without sleeping. It's much more efficient and conscious than before. In the past, I often feel like dozing off. Now, I don't even feel like dozing off anymore. After a while, Suyu woke up. The fire divine character had leveled up, rank 3 Shinwen. This divine character didn't have any offensive effects, but after advancing to the 3rd rank, Suyu had gained many insights. This included his understanding of divine runic combat skills, how to convert them, how to sketch them, and how to comprehend divine runes. He opened his eyes and glanced at Wu Lan. Wu Lan also looked at him with a calm face. What are you looking at? I've outlined it successfully. 20 Shinwen. Amazing, right? Suyu nodded and smiled. Amazing. Is it the Shinwen template of the 1st generation principle? I don't know. Wu Lan instantly drooped his head. Anyway, it's a combat skill with a lot of Shinwen. I don't know if it's the 1st generation principles. I have to outline some Shinwen before I look at it. I haven't figured it out yet. After saying that, he quickly said excitedly, forget it. Whether it's the 1st generation principles or not, it's amazing. 20 Shinwen, that's amazing. Okay. Suyu, how many Shinwen combat skills do you have? 2 nines. Wu Lan looked at him in surprise. Why did he say that? What did 2 nines mean? 99? 81? 18? How many exactly? Don't tell me it's only 18? That's not as good as me. Suyu smiled, don't care how many. You have to outline 20 Shinwen first. If you can't outline it, it's a useless combat skill. It can be broken up. That seemed to be true. Suyu was speechless. That was true. The current method of breaking up gave everyone a chance. Even if they could not outline it, it was not a big problem. Wu Lan said happily, Su Yu, then tell me, should I outline Shenwen after entering Soar? I'm not in a hurry anyway. It's too troublesome to outline Shenwen now. I still have to open my aperture. It's up to you if your divine aperture is opened. So you didn't want to meddle with her cultivation. How she walked on her path was her own business. It wasn't like Wu Lan didn't understand. Then you cultivate by yourself. I'll be busy with my own things. Su Yu extended his hand and waved. The Shenwen's combat skill steel shrank and entered his hand. The next moment, the Shenwen's combat skill steel disappeared and entered the Sea of Will. This thing could be stored in the Sea of Will. Only now did Su Yu realize how precious this thing was. By the way, it's best that you don't reveal your Shenwen combat technique to anyone else. Even if you do, just say that you learned it from the Ming Constabulary. All right. Wu Lan nodded. She understood. It was a small problem. After leaving the study, Su Yu once again entered the cultivation room. There was a slight sense of urgency. The forging speed was too slow. Even if he used the life force activation art, the speed was still very slow. Moreover, if he used it, the consumption would increase. There wasn't much heavenly essence chi left. At most, it could only sustain Su Yu for another 2 or 3 forging. With 200,000 merit points, Su Yu still had some mountain-breaking bull's essence blood left. However, even if he used it up, he could at most reach 6 or 7 forging. Once his body was forged, it would probably be close to 30,000 merit points. 72 forging would be at least 2 million merit points. It wasn't a lot. So you could actually afford it. However, it would be nonsense to say that it wasn't a lot. 2 million merit points could support a 10,000-strong Soar army for close to a year. If I want to speed up, I'll have to waste some more. Time is more precious than money. Back in the cultivation room, Su Yu simply unleashed all of the remaining heavenly origin energy he had. He set up a shadow aegis, and the divine character flame ignited. Using his life force magic, his fleshly body forging speed increased. Xianxia, since he was here, he wouldn't leave. He was determined to kill Xianxia. In terms of physical strength, he was stronger than Xianxia, but not by much. In terms of Shenwen, Xianxia could sweep many Shenwen of the same level, so he probably wasn't weak either. So you didn't really think that his Shenwen could crush him. There were many of them, and they had many divine apertures. However, Xianxia had been too weak to crush Su Yu. The current Su Yu was at most about the same level as Baifeng back then. Perhaps he was just slightly stronger. Could Xianxia compare to Baifeng? Although Su Yu felt that it wasn't good to say that his teacher was weak, Baifeng's martial strength was most likely inferior to Xianxia, especially when the other party was at the 9th level of Soar. In terms of willpower, they were about the same. In that case, he would have to crush his opponent with his physical body. The golden color spread throughout his body. He looked down on his opponent, but if they really fought, he had to take him seriously. Not only did he have to take him seriously, but he also had to defeat him as quickly as possible, not giving him any chance to turn the tables. Just when Su Yu was in seclusion again. The Ming Constabulary. At the city gate. Geniuses, led by powerhouses, rushed over from all directions. This is the Ming Constabulary? It doesn't feel any different from our side. Master, the Ming Constabulary's strength isn't that great, right? At this moment, an old man brought a young man and a young girl over. There were also people who brought along very young students and rushed over. The people from the Ming Constabulary, on the other hand, didn't really care. Some of them rode on their mounts and scared a few of the children before leaving happily. Who knew where these country bumpkins came from? Our Ming Constabulary killed 5 Sun Moon cultivators. It's only a few days' time, our strength isn't that great. What a joke, Xianxia versus Su Yu. This was big news. The most talented Soar geniuses of Shan and Duo were going to fight. Soar wasn't considered too weak, especially these geniuses. They attracted even more powerhouses. At this moment, Ling Yun and Shan Hai weren't a rare sight. Not only that, right at this moment, a gigantic dragon soared through the air, riding on the clouds. At the same time, on the walls of the Ming Constabulary and the Tiandu Prefecture, cannons were aimed at the sky. An expert of the mountain and sea realm shouted, "Men, land. State your name. Outsiders are forbidden from flying on mounts in the Tiandu prefecture." The huge dragon was just about to roar when a golden dragon flew out of the Tiandu prefecture. From afar, it unleashed its pressure and spat out a golden flame that burned the void. Zhu Tiandu's mount. At the same time, someone shouted, "How dare you? Want to rebel? It doesn't matter if you're from the War God Temple, the Seeker Realm, or the Invincible Family. Get down." At this moment, on the city walls, countless cannons overflowed with rich origin qi. In the sky, the foreign dragon instantly quieted down and obediently landed. On the dragon's back, an old mansour stood up and said gloomily, "We are from the Seeker Academy. According to the agreement of the past, when the Seeker Academy comes to visit, there is no need to dismount." It really was the agreement, it was the agreement, holy shit, why did they have to be so cruel and want to kill? In the city, someone shouted coldly, "That's because there is no need to dismount. This is a descending dragon. You can ride a horse, but to fly on a dragon, you're quite bold." A moment later, several mountain and sea cultivators arrived under the leadership of a Sun Moon tier cultivator. The leader, Sun Moon, was a commander of the prefecture army. He glanced at the old man, then at the dozen or so students on the dragon, and curled his lips. "The prefecture lord has ordered that the people from the 2 holy lands are to go to the Education and Welfare Administration to rest. As for this dragon, transform into a human. You are not allowed to fly in your dragon form in the city." The dragon that landed was a little dissatisfied and said, "There is also a fellow clan member on Prefecture Lord Zhu's side." As he spoke, the golden dragon in the distance opened its mouth wide, its face full of mockery. "Damn, you want to compete with me? I am the Prefecture Lord's mount, are you?" Happily, the golden dragon circled around in the air, scratching its head coquettishly, showing off for a bit before flying into the city lord's mansion. Commander Sun Moon was also speechless. After a moment, he said, "That is the Prefecture Lord's mount, patrolling the Tiandu prefecture on behalf of the Prefecture Lord." The dragon on the ground was helpless. Forget it, a dragon had to lower its head under the eaves. The title of Seeker tier cultivators didn't seem to be very useful in the Ming prefecture now. After a moment, when the students got off the dragon, it transformed into a middle-aged man, a little depressed. The Seeker tier cultivators had just arrived. On the other side, a huge beast had also arrived. It was a tiger, a member of the Flying Tiger clan. The aura of a Sun Moon tier cultivator could be felt. The Flying Tiger clan was the strongest of the Tiger clan. The Sun Moon tier was also a top-tier elite in the Flying Tiger clan. At this moment, there was also a group of young people and a few old people on the tiger's back. They had probably seen the treatment of the Seeker Academy, so they landed with a group of students some distance away. An old man laughed loudly. "The people from Ares Academy are here. Brother Jiang, long time no see." Commander Sun Moon nodded with a smile. "Indeed, long time no see. The academies from the War God and Seeker Holy Lands are here too. What a rare guest." Most of them were descendants of the Invincible Realm. The students of these 2 academies were either descendants of the Invincible Realm or descendants of the Sun Moon tier. For example, Hu Qiuxing and Wan Mingze from Dexia province actually had the chance to enter the Seeker Academy to study, but the 2 of them just didn't go. When the academies from the 2 holy lands arrived, many old people in the surroundings started to greet them. The students they had brought also looked at the students from the 2 holy lands. Although they were called students, in fact, some of them were already in the Soar tier. However, they all looked very young. Just as they were exchanging greetings, another huge dragon flew over from the sky. It was a huge white dragon. Its aura wasn't very strong. However, the moment he saw this huge white dragon, the middle-aged man in the form of the Seeker tier dragon shrunk his neck, a little afraid. The old man in the form of the Flying Tiger also frowned slightly and lowered his head. At this moment, someone whispered, "Where did this huge white dragon come from? I've never seen it before." "You don't know? This is the mount of the 2nd-generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University from Dexia province." Once these words were spoken, everyone understood. It was a top-notch elite, a huge dragon in the 7th tier of the Sun Moon tier. Someone from Dexia province actually came? Wasn't Dexia province already in chaos? Why did he still have time to come and watch the show? It was said that Bai Feng had a lot of trouble on his way back. Battles had already broken out several times. A huge dragon in the 7th tier of the Sun Moon tier didn't go to receive Bai Feng, but came to the Ming Constabulary to watch the show. Just as everyone was thinking, the huge white dragon instantly landed and turned into an old man. His back was hunched, and he was holding a walking stick in his hand. "Greetings, Senior." The Sun Moon commander of the Ming Constabulary also greeted. A top-notch elite of the 7th tier of the Sun Moon tier had to be more polite. Moreover, this huge dragon didn't come alone. At this moment, students landed one after another. The leader was an old acquaintance, Chica Lao from the Great Xia Civilization University, and Xia Huyu and a few others. The old man nodded and didn't say anything. He glanced at the middle-aged dragon in the seeking tier, smiled, and nodded slightly. However, the middle-aged dragon was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Over at the city lord's mansion, a huge golden dragon saw again. It glanced over, then quickly landed and didn't show its head again. It sensed that one of its kind had come, but when it saw the old man and realized that it was the one from Dixia province, it hid again. This huge dragon from Dixia province had joined the human race a long time ago. After the 2nd generation subdued it, it had fought for many years in the all heavens. The old man looked kind, but the person from Dixia province was murderous. In the past, he had killed many Wan elites in the all heavens battlefield. Now, the old man had been in seclusion. No one expected him to come out again. Was he trying to scare a little kid? Compared to this old man, Zhu Tiandao's golden dragon was indeed a little kid. Someone from Dixia province had come. It was unexpected, but it was also expected. As the origin of many Xinwen factions, it was understandable that the most talented Sor of the Shan and Duo factions were going to fight with someone from Dixia province. The 2nd generation mount didn't say anything. Chigala chuckled and said, "The Wanfu prefect and the others don't have time to come. Commander Jiang, I brought a few students here to broaden their horizons. Do you welcome us?" "Of course." Commander Ryu smiled and said, "Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Great Xia and Great Ming have been neighbors for so many years. We have many interactions, so it's good to visit." As they were chatting, everyone's expressions changed slightly. In the distance, a huge golden bird flew over. It was the Golden Rock race. "People from Dazhou Prefecture are here. Didn't they say that no one would come?" Xianxia came alone. "No, there's also the little princess from Great Shan Prefecture." "Why did people from Dazhou Prefecture come too? Are they afraid that Suyu will kill Xianxia?" "I don't think Suyu can defeat Xianxia." "That's hard to say." More and more people came to watch the show. People from Dazhou Prefecture also came. This made those who thought that it was just Xiong going to the meeting alone a little surprised. After a while, the golden bird landed. It instantly turned into a handsome young man dressed in a golden robe. He was more majestic than the old dragon in the 7th layer of the Sun Moon tier. He was also very powerful, in the 5th layer of the Sun Moon tier. Behind the golden bird was a middle-aged man with long hair. He wore a yellow robe and had a beard. He smiled and said, "Old Jiang, long time no see. Is that junior brother of mine here?" Whispers once again broke out in the surroundings. Zhou Pelong's eldest disciple, Jiang Tao, peak stage of the Mountain Sea tier. He's about to enter the Sun Moon tier. Shan Xiong's eldest senior brother. He's here. Dazhou Prefecture is really taking this seriously. Looks like even if Suyu wins, he may not be able to kill anyone. This person is here, and the Sun Moon tier giant bird, that Sun Moon tier commander Jiang raised his eyebrows slightly. Really taking this seriously, Jiang Tao had come personally, although he hadn't reached the Sun Moon tier, he was Zhou Pelong's eldest disciple. His arrival meant more. In terms of strength, this commander Jiang was inferior to the Sun Moon tiers. Vaguely, he felt a little uncomfortable being oppressed by the Sun Moon tiers. Just as he was thinking, the pressure on him disappeared. After a while, an old man walked out. Niao Baidao had the demeanor of an immortal, and he laughed from afar. "Little friends, you've come. What a rare guest. The manor head still has matters to attend to, so he is unable to personally welcome you. This old bag of bones has volunteered to receive you all. That fellow old ho ran off to have fun and didn't come back. No one cares about the strengthening agency anymore. This is little Jiang Tao, right? Niao Baidao glanced at Jiang Tao and laughed. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. I saw your father before, and I even peed for him when he was young. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. This is little Qi, and he's also so big. This is little Xia from Seeker Academy. You're Xie Daofu's son, right? In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. You look older than me. That's little Dai from Aries Academy? I know your grandfather. Why do you look so old? Time waits for no man. Silence. Niao Baidao had come out first. He dominated everyone. Not in terms of strength, but age. He was from the same generation as the rulers of the prefecture, and was even slightly older than some of them. It was just that his luck was bad, and he didn't manage to get one of the relics of invincibility. He was 500 years old. Now, at this age, there were probably not many people who hadn't reached invincibility and were still wandering outside. Hu Qi and the others were also from this generation, but now they didn't have much time left, and rarely showed themselves. Niao Baidao, on the other hand, had been active in the Ming prefecture for 351 years, until now, the prefecture head had not been changed, and he was still the prefecture head. Not only did he show himself frequently, but he also often drank with prostitutes and took care of young women. Many people knew about this. The older one was, the more energetic they were. At the 7th tier of Sun and Moon, he was like an old man in good health. Niao Baidao laughed heartily. Soon, he looked at the elder dragon, who was also at the 7th tier of Sun and Moon. He laughed heartily and said, "Little dragon, you've grown so old." The elder dragon of Dixia province was speechless. In the past, he was the mount of the 2nd generation, and the 2nd generation. Listen, he was born 1 generation lower than the 2nd generation. He was still the mount of the 2nd generation, and the 2nd generation had to call him martial uncle when they met. He was also 1 generation lower than the other party. Greetings, Prefecture Head Niao. The elder dragon stopped coughing. Although he was older than this person, the dragon race and the human race had different calculation methods. A 500-year-old human would be considered a 5,000-year-old super-old dragon in the dragon race. He wasn't that old. It wasn't appropriate to cough in front of this person. Even his walking stick had disappeared unknowingly. Niao Baidao looked around and laughed heartily. So many people have come. So many children. I think they're all talented and strong. As expected of the elites of our human race. It seems that everyone knows about Xianxia's challenge to Suyu. The main character hasn't come yet, but a bunch of onlookers have come. Niao Baidao laughed and said, "Everyone, let's cut to the chase." The Ming constabulary was breached by Wanzhou a few days ago, and the situation is quite tense now. We suffered heavy losses last time, and we still haven't dug out all of Wanzhou's people. So, everyone, just watch the show, but don't fight in Tiandu Prefecture. With so many sun and moons here, we're also afraid. It wouldn't be appropriate if we accidentally hurt someone. Also, it's best not to hide your strength. If we find out that you're hiding your strength in public, and you want to take the opportunity to sneak into the Ming constabulary, I'm sorry. Don't say that the Ming constabulary didn't warn you then. Niao Baidao laughed heartily and said, "The Ming constabulary is too weak. There aren't many sun and moons, and only the mansion master and I are in the late stage of the sun and moons. I feel uneasy. Everyone, don't do anything extreme. Whether you have personal grudges or not, don't settle it in the Ming constabulary. Let's talk about it outside." Speaking up to this point, Niao Baidao laughed and said, "In addition, Xianxia hasn't arrived yet, and he hasn't officially sent out the challenge letter. Even if he did, so you might not accept it. He's in seclusion recently, so don't take it too seriously. Suyu and Galao have been busy doing research and are in seclusion recently. There are too many tasks." Suyu and Galao, many people were slightly startled when they heard this. Old Man Xia from Seeker Academy was also surprised and said, "Mansion Master Niao, you mean, It's about the cabinet elders." "Oh." Niao Baidao laughed and said, hasn't the Ming constables always had this rule? Honorary Galao is just a reputation. Elemental Shunwen technique, primordial spirit awakening technique, dual Wu orifices closure technique in exchange for an honorary Galao is not a problem. Everyone fell silent, feeling a little upset. Galao, F***ck, if that was the case, if Suyu were here, his status would actually be equal to those below the sun and moon. Those below the sun and moon did not have the qualifications to act mighty in front of him. Suyu did not even need to salute. When students saw Suyu, they had to salute. The old man in the Seeker realm could not say anything. Honorary Galao was something that the Ming constables had always had. Of course, the Seeker realm did not officially recognize him, so he was not considered an official Galao. However, it was enough for the Ming constables to recognize him. At this moment, there were more and more people near the city gate. Niu Baidao laughed and said, "Then let's all enter the city. Don't be a monkey show. These Ming constables' brats have not seen much of the world. If there's a show, they will watch," someone said in a low voice. "I know. The Ming constables are the capital of gossip. If there's a show, we must watch." Someone stifled a laugh. This was indeed the style of the Ming constables, who cared if it was dangerous or not, they would watch the show first. After watching, they would disperse. After that, they would talk. After that, they would gossip. Otherwise, if it were any other constables, they would have hidden far away with their dragon, golden rock, and flying tiger. The Ming constables were different. At this moment, many people in the city ran over, afraid that the show would run away and they would not be able to watch it if they were late. Niu Baidao did not mind. He led the crowd and said, "There are so many people, let's not settle them separately. Let's all go to the academy together. There are a few empty courtyards near the 100 Dao Pavilion. Everyone can stay there for a few days. The environment is not bad." The students were curious about the 100 Dao Pavilion, but the old men knew that this was a deterrent. The 100 Dao Pavilion, the top heaven class Wenbing, it could spontaneously release the power of the sun and moon. Once someone wanted to do something, it would be a thunderous strike. In the case of a spontaneous eruption, the 100 Dao Pavilion would probably only release the power of the first or second tier of the sun-moon tier. Once it was controlled by a top-tier elite of the sun-moon tier, that elite could advance a small tier. For example, if Zhu Tiandao was in charge of the 100 Dao Pavilion, he might have the power of the peak stage of the sun-moon tier, and not the early stage of the 9th tier. In the crowd, no one refused. "Then let's go to the 100 Dao Pavilion," someone laughed and said, "It's been a long time since I entered the 100 Dao Pavilion, I can give it a try." Niu Baidao laughed and said, "Try is try, but don't fleece us. The 100 Dao Pavilion has expended a lot recently. If the juniors want to try, pay 500 merit points as a token. Those above the Mountain Sea realm, pay 1,000 merit points as a token. The expenditure is too great." Speechless, did the Ming constables lack this bit of money? Wasn't it free before? Outsiders would usually let them play for free once, but now they actually had to pay. Niu Baidao did not care what they thought. He had no choice, the expenditure was not small. After killing the sun-moon tier, he was fleeced by Suyu once, and now he was making a loss. The crowd entered the city. The Tiandu prefecture was very prosperous. At this moment, the streets were filled with people, but they made way for the main road in the middle. However, the people on both sides looked at them as if they were looking at monkeys. Look, that's the flying bird just now, it's that big bird." "Shut up, lower your voice, that's not a bird, that's a golden rock." "A golden rock isn't a bird?" "Shoo, lower your voice, lest we get heard, this kind of bird is very ferocious." "Where are those few dragons just now?" That one in the green robe, that's a dragon." Where, I want to see too." "And there's a tiger, a big tiger, so big, which one is it?" Some people could not take it anymore. That Jiang Tao coughed lightly and said, "Principal Niu, why don't we fly over?" How far would they have to go? F***ck, along the way, there was a sea of people, like they were watching a zoo. Who could stand that? The people from the Ming prefecture were so free, also, they were so bold. Were they not afraid of being killed by the onlookers? Niu Baidao smiled and said, "Are we going to the academy now?" Don't you want to see the customs of the Ming prefecture? The people from the Ming prefecture are very hospitable. Niu Baidao laughed, suppressing everyone's prestige. To prevent these people from causing trouble in the Ming prefecture, if they really caused trouble, it would be difficult to deal with, and it would be very troublesome. After all, they were all powerhouses from the big prefectures. Once the people from the Dazhou prefecture arrived, they were imposing. Now that Suyu had come to the Ming prefecture, he was under the protection of the Ming prefecture. How could they let the Dazhou prefecture have the upper hand in terms of momentum? They had to suppress them, seeing that the situation was about right. Niu Baidao smiled and said, "Then let's go to the academy, everyone. The academy has prepared good wine and food for everyone. The Ming prefecture may not have much, but they have enough. The prefecture master has been busy these few days. When he's free, he will come to meet everyone." No one said anything. Soon, the group of people sped up. They did not have soar, but their speed was much faster, and before long, they disappeared in front of everyone. The people of the Ming prefecture were a little regretful. They walked so fast, but they did not see their original forms. Really, they should have turned into their original forms for everyone to see. At the same time, not long after those people left, a small group of riders galloped toward the city gate. On the horse in the lead, there was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty, attracting attention. The guards at the gate glanced at them, and soon, they recognized their clan insignia. People from the Great Shang prefecture, looking at the two people in front of them, they quickly determined their identities. After a few more glances, they asked politely, "Are you teaching Assistant Shan of the Dazhou prefecture and the little princess of the Great Shang prefecture?" "I am Xianxia." Xianxia smiled, and the guard quickly said, "Principal Niu has instructed that teaching Assistant Shan can go to the Education and Welfare Administration to rest, or go to the Civilization Academy. Jiang Galao of the Dazhou prefecture just arrived not long ago." "Senior brother Jiang is here too?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded slightly, and just as he was about to move forward, the guard smiled and said, "Everyone, dismount." Other than the people in the Tiandu prefecture, everyone else has to dismount. Shang Tianjiao was a little dissatisfied, but Xianxia did not say anything. He dismounted, smiled, and led the horse into the city. After the group of people left, the city guard looked at his colleagues around him and said, "They are quite magnanimous. If they really fought to the death with Suyu, anyone who died would feel that it was a loss. Even people from the Dazhou prefecture came, and we are the landlords here. How can we die so easily?" The others laughed and said, "I admire this guy even more. He actually hooked up with the little princess of the Shang prefecture. Look at how obedient the little princess is to him." She probably did not want to dismount at first, but once Xianxia dismounted, she did not say anything and immediately dismounted. TSK, in this aspect, he is better than Suyu, that might not be the case. Suyu came not long ago, didn't you see? That day, the daughter of the Wu clan of the Dixia province chased after him from thousands of miles away. That's true. The few of them laughed and discussed in low voices. The Ming prefecture loved to talk about these romantic stories. As for the battle between Xianxia and Duo, it was too heavy to talk about. It was better to talk about which beauties, daughters, and princesses followed these geniuses. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. The descendants of the invincible clan would usually choose some geniuses to marry. Speaking of which, our 8th princess is not young anymore. Who has she taken a liking to? I heard that the prefecture head has the intention to betroth her to Suyu, but there seems to be no movement. Who knows? Could it be that she has taken a liking to a few of the 8 horses? Oh right, over in the Dixia province, did the princess of the Xiajia clan have any gossip with Suyu? I don't think so, did she? I heard that a merchant group from the Dixia province came to visit. You might not know, but I heard that the gossip between the two has spread throughout the Dixia province. The daughter of the Wu clan even beat up the princess of the Xiajia clan before she came. TSK, when she fought, she pulled her hair, tore her clothes, scratched her face. She almost rolled on the ground. I heard that whoever won would go and find Suyu. In the end, the second daughter of the Wu clan won. There's such a thing? The few soldiers instantly started gossiping. This was big news, they had never heard of it before. At this moment, beside the city gate, a few old men passing by laughed. Boulge asterisk T, the atmosphere of the Ming constabulary was really a headache. They didn't talk about proper business and just talked about these things. They were really too free. The soldiers ignored the few old men as they walked, as if they didn't see them. One of the old men smiled and said, "We old fellows haven't met for many years. Now that we've met again, why don't we go for a drink and call old Nyo along?" "Sure, old Nyo has a lot of good wine. Be careful, he might find you a few young women from the streets, and you'll be in trouble." "Ha ha ha, what am I afraid of? I'm alone. As for you, be careful of that shrew of yours. It's been hundreds of years, and she's still controlling you." As they chatted, at this moment, in the city lord's residence, Zhu Tiandao looked at the city gate, touched his chin, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did these old men come together? Did old Nyo call them? They were people who were about to die. Could it be that they came for the cultivation technique of Suyu? Wasn't there still no result? Teacher Hu Lao hadn't come out of seclusion yet. This group of people sure have nothing to do. They even said that the Ming constabulary has nothing to do. If they have nothing to do, why don't they go and catch Wanzhou? They insist on going to the Ming constabulary. Zhu Tiandao sighed. I hope they don't cause trouble for me. Keep a low profile in the Ming constabulary. Suyu had been keeping a low profile recently. Why did Shan Xiong have nothing better to do, so why did he have to challenge the great Ming constabulary? No, it was Zhou Polong who had nothing better to do, so why did he have to bring the spotlight to the Ming constabulary? To reduce the focus on the Dixia province? Or to plot against the Ming constabulary? Let's see what's real and what's real. This guy, he can't be coming this time, right? Zhu Tiandao curled his lips. Damn it, if he comes, I might not be his match. If they fought here, would I have to call him father? My father was not in the human realm, what a headache. Heroes gathered. Suyu didn't come out of seclusion. He didn't care about anything and continued to cultivate body forging. At the same time, Suyu was also reading. He was reading all kinds of books, not just to outline Shenwen. He would read the text of will for a period of time, rest for a period of time, and then read other books. Blacksmithing, languages, travel notes, and insights. Suyu had some comprehensions. You have little experience and little knowledge. There are many things you don't understand. You know how it is, but you don't know why. That's useless. The flame of inheritance required you to have a certain amount of knowledge in order to comprehend certain things. It wasn't something you could learn out of thin air. You had a large amount of knowledge, and when you needed it, the flame of inheritance was used to integrate the knowledge. It wasn't born knowing everything. All comprehension and enlightenment are based on the premise that you have the experience and the knowledge reserve. At this moment, Suyu was burning the flame of inheritance as he read the book he had brought from the Bai clan. In the past 2 days, what he read the most wasn't the text of will, but this and the time annotation. The time annotation that King Silkworm Annihilation had given him. Many years after creating the cultivation method, an invincible realm expert had written some annotations based on his experience. Not only that, but Suyu also realized that there were many things he hadn't comprehended. In the past 2 days, if he had time, he would take out the jade talisman that Lu Wenyan had given him before he left. That was the result of Lu Wenyan's lifetime of cultivation. Lu Wenyan wasn't strong. Even today, he was only sore. Suyu was about to catch up to him, but as a top genius in the past, an existence who had killed Sor in the tempering realm, some of Lu Wenyan's things and experiences were worth learning for the current Suyu. For example, Lu Wenyan's method of nurturing Shenwen. During the nurturing phase, he had drawn many images of Shenwen. In the early stages, he had nurtured it by absorbing willpower. However, in the later stages, he didn't have that many runes of will. He had used the power of 5 generations of Shenwen to nurture it. This was very interesting. The 5th generation of Shenwen had been at the Sun-Moon tier, and there should not have been any eternal tier cultivators. However, because of the high degree of compatibility, Lu Wenyan could accept these Shenwen. In the end, he used the 5 generations of Shenwen to nurture his own Shenwen. What about himself? Suyu also had the Sun and Moon Shenwen. Zhu Tiandao had promised to give it to him after he killed 5 sun and moon experts. Now that the Shenwen had been stripped, there were a total of 3. However, they were stored in the laboratory, and Suyu had not used them. He was prepared to use them to create a mystery realm. However, according to Lu Wenyan, when one could fuse with Shenwen, he could actively absorb the power of Shenwen to strengthen his own Shenwen. Then if I can fuse with the sun and moon Shenwen, can I absorb the power of Shenwen to strengthen my own Shenwen? As for breaking and absorbing, that was possible. However, if it was broken, the aftertaste of Shenwen would dissipate in just a short time. If one existed in the Sea of Will and used his own Shenwen to slowly absorb it, he could use the power of Shenwen with high efficiency. I can try this later. Suyu was thinking about this, and he was also looking at the atlas brought by the Bai family. First, break the origin aperture, and then look for the yang aperture that Suyu defined. Break. It doesn't have to break, right? The purpose of breaking is to gather, pull, and pull the yang aperture out. In that case, the yang aperture might not exist on the surface, but in the depths. Only with enough power can it be pulled out. Break. The purpose of breaking should be to gather energy. When the origin aperture is broken, I can use the power of breaking to pull it out. A 9th tier Ling Yin can only use the power of breaking to pull it out. In that case, I might have to reach the mountain sea level to pull it out. One idea after another flashed in his mind. At the same time, Suyu did not forget to forge his body. The 5th forging would probably take a little more time. He was not in a hurry. It did not matter whether Xianxia came or not. If he came, and Suyu happened to have comprehended something, he could not be bothered to deal with him. If he could wait, then wait. If not, then so be it. Since you challenged me, why should I be in a hurry? If you were in a hurry, you would rush forward as soon as someone challenged you. There was no need. Their status was not equal. As the honorary Galao, he had to have some dignity. An assistant teacher like Xianxia could not compare to him. The power of breaking, the power of pulling, the power of explosiveness. It's a pity. If there was a Ling Yun with 360 opened orifices, the power of the origin aperture would definitely be close to that of the mountain sea. Then, he might take the initiative to pull the yang aperture out. Vaguely, Suyu came to a conclusion. If he reached Ling Yun or the 9th tier of Soar, there might be hope to take the initiative to pull the yang aperture out. In that case, could the yin aperture he defined be found in the same way, the combination of yin and yang to form a stable origin spirit aperture? If the yang aperture and the yin aperture appeared alone, they might not be able to exist for a long time because they were incomplete. Yang aperture. As Suyu thought about this, he got up and walked out. Outside, Wu Lan was reading a book. He seemed to be waiting for him. When he saw him come out, he hurriedly said that Xianxia is here. He has already sent a letter of challenge to the academy. Do you want to accept the challenge? Besides, I have something to do. Wu Lan was a little unhappy. It was not because of Suyu, but because he was dissatisfied. He said, by the way, they came yesterday afternoon. When they came, someone said that you are powerful because you have good luck and relied on the relic. Otherwise, you are nothing. Although I think so too, but that doesn't mean that I am willing to listen to others say so. Suyu nodded. That makes sense. I relied on the relic. That can't be helped. I was lucky. Wu Lan was tired. Aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about? Suyu said as he walked, people are envious of things that they can't get. He doesn't have it, but you have it. He will be jealous of you and think that I can do it too. This is a common thought. The key is, he doesn't have it. What can I do? Suyu smiled and quickly said, did Xianxia spread it? If that's the case, this person is nothing to worry about. To belittle one's opponent and defeat one's opponent means that one is useless. I don't like this kind of person. I prefer my enemies to be strong. Even if they aren't strong enough, I want others to think that they are strong. For example, Zhai Feng. Everyone thinks that he is strong. He is number 1 in the top 100, but he was killed by me very quickly. That will show how strong I am. He shook his head and didn't care too much about this. People who belittled their opponents to show themselves were very stupid. because if you defeated a weakling, it didn't mean that you were strong. If it was spread by Xianxia, it meant that this person wasn't much. So you didn't need to care too much about him. Wu Lan thought about it and nodded. It seemed to make sense. That makes sense. Then we should proclaim how strong Xianxia is. Then you can kill him quickly. That will show that you are stronger? Suyu smiled and nodded. That's right. The best way is that Xianxia can kill Shanhai. If I kill him, it means that I am stronger than him. His fame in the early stages is all mine. I am stronger than him. This is what it means to borrow power. Everyone doesn't know how strong I, Suyu, am, but they know that Xianxia has defeated many people of the same cultivation level as him in the Shinwen faction. If I defeat him, I won't need to fight these battles. I won't need to. I can just step on him and borrow power to rise. After saying that, he continued, if you belittle Xianxia, then it would be meaningless for me to defeat him. The best way is that in the Shinwen faction, there is no one else but him. In the entire Shinwen faction, he is the number one. Even his teacher is inferior to him. In this way, if I defeat him, although Zhou Polong is much stronger than me, but Zhou Polong will still be trampled by me. Wu Lan blinked. That made sense. It was a little profound, so this was how to borrow power, defeat the enemy and show how strong the enemy was. This way, you would become even stronger, that was true. Where are you going? Wu Lan followed him. As he walked, he asked curiously, where are you going? I'm going to take a look at the basement. You don't need to follow me. Suyu smiled. You can't stand this scene, oh. Wu Lan was not too bothered. He said casually, you mean those bad guys down there? Did you do some research on them? That won't do. Why don't you kill them? Research is against the law. She was not as weak as Suyu thought she was. In Xianxia province, there were not many who were weak. She had seen Long Wu beheading people. She lived in Xianxia province. When she was young, she went to the scene to take a peek. She was almost scared to death. After that, she did not feel anything special anymore. I didn't do research. I just did some experiments. Enlightenment experiments, not evil experiments. Let them atone for their crimes. It's fine. Suyu smiled. They are all prisoners on death row. Enlightenment experiments are also their way of atoning for their lives. If they really don't die in the end, then I can spare them. Wu Lan nodded and did not ask any more. Whatever, they are all bad guys. If they die, then so be it. When Suyu entered the basement, she thought for a moment, snorted, and ran out. Suyu was right, the stronger Xianxia was, the more famous he would be for defeating Xianxia. At the same time, he could vent some anger. Soon, Wu Lan found a group of people. They were the most gossipy people in the academy, led by Zhu Hongliang and by Junxing. In a corner of the academy, Wu Lan secretly discussed with a few people. Go back and tell someone that Xianxia is very powerful. He once defeated Qin Feng and Huang Ting in the All Heavens battlefield, and beat them until they begged for mercy. Also, he could have entered Lingyan long ago, but he refused to advance. His goal was to enter the Mountain Sea realm one day. In fact, he is even stronger than some Mountain Sea realms. Also, spread the news. He is actually the last disciple of the King of Great Zhou. It is just that the King of Great Zhou did not accept disciples, so he deliberately let Zhou Polong accept him. He is the last disciple of Invincible. He is terrifyingly powerful. When he was young, he bathed in heaven origin fruits. Wu Lan whispered. Zhu Hongliang and the others were dumbfounded. What? Why was it spread like this? Wu Lan, why did you say that? They were now familiar with each other. Zhu Hongliang and Bai Junxing would sometimes look for Suyu, but Suyu spent most of his time in seclusion and could not be bothered. Wu Lan did not have much to do, but sometimes he would go out to receive them. Wu Lan snorted. Didn't they say that Suyu relied on the ruins? Is Suyu not strong enough? Then let them be. Xianxia is number one in the world. When Suyu kills him, the whole world will know that Xianxinwen's faction is finished. Zhu Hongliang whispered, then, what if he loses? Wu Lan was stunned. After a while, he said, lose? He had not considered this problem. It seemed like Suyu had never lost before. No, it seemed like he often lost. There was one time when he lost more than 8,000 times. If he lost? Wu Lan snorted. Xianxia is so strong. It is normal for Suyu to lose. It is not embarrassing. If he wins, then Xianxia will be embarrassed. You don't even understand this. How stupid. Zhu Hongliang was speechless. After thinking about it, it made sense. Alright, leave this to us. It is not a big deal. Don't worry. By tonight, the whole Tiandu prefecture will know that Xianxia is #1 in the world. He killed people like flies. He once killed mountains and seas, battled the sun and moon. Isn't that exaggerated? Bai Junxun whispered. Isn't that too exaggerated? No one will believe that he killed mountains and seas, battled the sun and moon. Then he will kill Ling Yun. Fighting mountains and seas shouldn't be a problem, right? This guy should have the ability to kill some of the weaker Ling Yun. Otherwise, the 9th tier of Soar will not be a threat. That is fine. The few of them muttered. Wu Lan quickly got up and said, alright, let's do it this way. If you guys really can't do it, I will have to come up with ideas. If it were Fatty Xia, he would have finished it himself. Fatty Zhu, you are not as strong as Fatty Xia. Zhu Hongliang was depressed. Get lost, Xia Huyu, right? This guy was here too. At least he was not as fat as him. He did not look like much. What was there to say, so you could not be bothered with Wu Lan spreading rumors outside. He wasn't worried about the Ming constables. In the basement, Suyu looked at the Ling Yun in front of him and said, try detonating your Yuan aperture. All at once. It's fine. The Sea of Will is not destroyed. If you can reforge your fleshly body, you can always start from scratch. You won't die so easily. In front of him was a Ling Yunjing expert, his face pale. Next to Suyu were 3 mountain and sea greater demons. Suyu's face was calm. You will die sooner or later. There is no way out. Detonate your Yuan aperture and let me see what happens. Perhaps you will have a chance to live. Let's gamble on the odds. The disciple of Ling Yunjing Wanzu was deathly pale. Your Excellency Su, if I detonate my Yuan aperture, will I be able to live? It's hard to say. Suyu calmly said, it depends on your luck. Of course, if there are any results, I will give you a chance to live. Your Excellency, why do you want me to detonate my Yuan aperture? To find the location of the Yuan aperture. So you didn't try to hide it. It's like this. I have a theory. When the Yuan aperture detonates, it will explode with enough force. Perhaps it will draw out a force that I call the Yang aperture. Of course, it won't be a random detonation, because that would be useless. He thought for a moment, then said, you have to detonate your Yuan aperture toward the center. It would be best to form a circle and detonate your Yuan aperture toward the center. See if you can draw it out. You've enlightened a lot of Yuan apertures. 108, you can be considered a genius. You're also Ling Yunjing. If you detonate yourself, you might be able to produce a powerful force. The disciple paled. Your Excellency, to reforge a fleshly body requires some treasures. If I detonate my body, my willpower won't last for long. Suyu nodded. That's nothing. Blood essence combined with heavenly origin energy is the best treasure for reforging a fleshly body. It's just a kiloton realm body, not a big deal. It's not like you're rebuilding Ling Yun. With that, Suyu smiled. Why don't you try it? Count it as 1 merit point. When any of you has 10 merit points, I'll let you go. I won't go back on my word. 10. In other words, they had to kill themselves almost 10 times to have a chance. But it wasn't a definite chance, because Suyu had to keep his word. Ling Yunjing's face turned paler. In the corner of the basement, Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer strolled over. Their eyes widened in sympathy. Luckily, we're weak. How terrifying. Now, Suyu had forced Ling Yun to detonate himself. He had no intention of subduing them. They had thought that Suyu was going to subdue these people, but it turned out that he was going to use them as experimental subjects. Experimenting with death row prisoners was permitted. These pitiful Wanzu's disciples, so you didn't have the mood to care about them. Those two fellows seemed to be advancing recently, so they often came to ask the three great demons about some things to take note of when advancing. They were too weak, so Suyu didn't have the energy to care about them. After a long while, Ling Yin said with a pale face, "Okay, I promise you, Lord. Either they die, or they don't." It was that simple. Suyu looked easy to talk to, but in fact, he was harder to talk to than anyone else. He didn't treat them as humans at all. He was so young, but he was extremely cold. He had killed several disobedient rebels before. The people of Xianxia province all treated Wanzu's disciples the same way. Kill them like beasts. Beasts were valuable, but Wanzu's disciples weren't. Suyu smiled. That's good. Listen to my arrangements. Detonate however I tell you to. He turned to the three great demons and said, I want to observe from a close distance. Seniors, please protect me, lest I get hurt by the explosion. Okay. The three great demons were also secretly speechless. How ruthless. This kid, at such a young age, was really ruthless. They didn't know where he got his murderous nature from. He looked like he was used to life and death. Although there were many ruthless people in Xianxia province, there were very few like Suyu. Most of those who could do this were old guys who had killed countless people in the army. Suyu didn't bother to explain anything. Soon, he gave some advice to Ling Yun. How to detonate, which acupoint to start with, and what reaction to make after the explosion. He just wanted to try and see if he could detonate the young acupoint. 108 acupoints, 3 steps to the cloud. Such a person's self-detonation was quite powerful. Soon, a loud bang came from the secret chamber. The three great demons all unleashed their pressure, suppressing the range of the self-detonation to a small area. As for Suyu, he stood in front of the indignant Ling Yun, watching indifferently. He sensed it and ignited the fire of civilization. Silently observing and carefully experiencing, Suyu frowned for a while and then relaxed his brows. Seems like it, the explosion's power isn't enough. Suyu casually made a grabbing motion, and some essence blood and heavenly yuan qi gathered. Soon, the essence blood and heavenly yuan qi began to outline a human figure. In the next moment, a person opened his eyes. His face was bloodless, and his eyes were dim. I'll remember you for a meritorious deed, Suyu said casually. He was still studying the power of the explosion, as well as the feeling that flashed by just now. It's still not enough. I need at least 144 acupoints. Such a powerful Ling Yun with 144 acupoints might draw out the young acupoint when he self-detonates. He had a feeling, but it was extremely vague and unstable. I need to explode with the power of a mountain sea, Suyu murmured. Or Ling Yun 7 with 108 acupoints or above. Unfortunately, those experts were all killed last time. It's best if it's a 9th level Ling Yun. It seems that it's best to capture some of such experts, or just capture mountain sea cultivators. The few great demons felt their teeth aching and were speechless. This kid had been crazy recently. He wanted to capture mountain sea cultivators and blow them up for fun. He was a ruthless character. When he was strong enough, those who offended this kid probably wouldn't have a good ending. Nascent spirit aperture. I'm probably still missing something. Suyu shook his head. It seemed that he could only temporarily give up on this research. He lacked research materials and enough people to self-detonate. Nearby, in the other prisons, everyone's faces were ashen. In front of Suyu, they might as well die. But death wasn't that simple. If they weren't afraid of death, they would have died long ago. Because they were afraid of death, they couldn't bear to die. Just as Suyu was about to walk out, an expert in the prison knelt and shouted, "Milord, Milord Su. This lowly one is willing to serve Milord." Suyu turned his head and smiled. You? You're weaker than Dendrolamus. Trash, why would I need you? Unless there's a need for experimentation, I'll consider you. 10 merit points, and I'll let you go. He didn't say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the prison cells were all sealed. At the door, the two great demons carefully hid themselves, afraid that Suyu would discover them and implicate them. In the end, Suyu saw them. He wasn't blind. Seeing the two demonic beasts cowering in front of him, Xianxia was speechless. If the two of you can't reach Lingyun within a month, I'll definitely send the two of you to the Pleasing Heart Island. Principal Niu has said that beef with reindeer is a famous dish. I can try it out. Definitely. The two great demons were sweating. This was too scary. He really wanted to eat them. The two of them believed in Suyu's words. This guy was a very practical person. When you were useful, you were a friend. When you weren't useful, and you didn't owe him anything, you could do whatever you wanted. As for the Waterman and Shadow, your injuries have mostly healed. Cultivate well and reach the Mountain Sea realm as soon as possible. Suyu said calmly, if you can't keep up with my improvement, it's fine if you're my friend. But if you're not, and it's just a simple cooperative relationship, you'll be eliminated sooner or later, or you'll die. That's because I might encounter some danger. If you're not strong enough and get killed, there's nothing I can do. After saying this, Suyu walked out of the basement. In the basement, the great demons were speechless. Eliminated, dead, perhaps, it really wasn't far. After leaving the basement, You entered the cultivation room to cultivate. Ling Yan's self-destruction had given him some inspiration. Power, if he didn't have enough power, could he use external power to activate it? As for Xianxia, he could hang him for a few more days. While Suyu continued his seclusion. In a courtyard near the 100 Dao Pavilion. Shang Tianjiao said excitedly, Brother Xianxia, did you know? I just went out, and everyone was talking about you. They were all praising you. I thought that because Suyu was in the Ming Constables, everyone would target you. I didn't expect that they were all praising you. Praise me? Xianxia was reading a manual related to the 100 Dao Pavilion. When he heard this, he smiled. What for? They said you defeated Huang Ting and Qin Feng. Is that true? Shang Tianjiao said excitedly, why didn't you tell me? Xianxia was slightly taken aback. There was no such thing. Who said that? Everyone said it. Shang Tianjiao said excitedly, when I went out just now, I met that Wu Lan, from the Wu family in Xia province. She had an ugly expression on her face and her nose was pointed at me. She almost hit me. She said it wasn't a big deal that you defeated Huang Ting. Huang Ting isn't a civilizer. I could smell her jealousy from afar. Wu Lan? Wu Qi's sister? Xianxia was not familiar with Wu Lan but he knew of Wu Qi. When he heard this, his heart stirred. Shang Tianjiao continued, that's right. She said that. She's from a big family in Xia province. She admitted that you defeated Huang Ting. Now, no one can deny it. Huang Ting has no choice but to admit it. Xianxia was speechless. After a while, he said, it's a misunderstanding. I've never had any dealings with Huang Ting and Qin Feng, let alone fought them. After thinking for a while, Xianxia said, it's not a good thing. I don't have many disputes with Huang Ting and Qin Feng. They're fighters, and I'm a civilizer. If this rumor spreads, Xia province and Great Qin Mansion know that there's no such thing, it won't be a good thing for me. Misinformation? Shang Tianjiao was slightly stunned. Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's all fake. After saying this, he thought for a while and said, was it Wu Lan who spread it? Or Suyu's side? I don't know, Xianxia exhaled and sighed. If I don't defeat Suyu when I fight with Suyu, Xianxinwen's faction will be a disgrace, and I'll unintentionally offend a group of people. Unless I defeat Suyu and find an opportunity to defeat Huang Ting and Qin Feng, everything will be confirmed. As for the explanation, it was not necessary. Since he did not say it, there was no need to explain anything. He looked at Shang Tianjiao. You didn't spread any rumors, right? No, I came back to tell you the moment I heard the news. Brother Xianxia, isn't this a good thing? Xianxia smiled. Not really. Of course, if I defeat Suyu, it's not a big deal. But if I lose? Forget it, let's not talk about this. You don't have to get involved in this. Everything depends on your strength. He did not mention this again, but reminded Shang Tianjiao not to spread the news. It was meaningless and would offend people. Was this Suyu's doing? Was he afraid of losing, or did he think he would win for sure? He did not think about it anymore and continued reading the manual. He wanted to try the 100 Dao Pavilion. At this moment, someone entered. Wenzhong knocked on the door and smiled. Teaching assistant Sean, junior brother Su has agreed to your challenge. 5 days later, on the 25th of March, we'll spar in the school. As for whether it's a life and death match or a normal spar, we'll talk about it after junior brother comes out of seclusion. Xianxia frowned. Senior Wen, does Suyu like life and death matches? I'm not sure about that. Wenzhong smiled. Teaching assistant Sean, prepare well these few days and familiarize yourself with the school's environment. Also, if it's a life and death match, the elders of both parties will have to sign off. I'm only responsible for informing you. Got it. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Xianxia did not say anything else. Xianxia said anxiously, it's a normal spar. Why a life and death match? Xianxia challenged experts from more than 10 prefectures. It's just a spar. He did not kill anyone. Although she said that she believed Xianxia could win, what if, he lost? Wenzhong chuckled. Princess Xiang, I'm not sure about that. Let's wait for junior brother Su to come out of seclusion. But, Wenzhong ignored her and turned to leave. Xianxia was annoyed. She looked at Xianxia. A life and death match. That's too dangerous. Why don't we? Xianxia shook his head. It's fine. A life and death match might not necessarily result in death. Don't mind it too much. This is also a battle of aura. He'll suppress you in terms of aura first. Once you reject it, it'll be a defeat in terms of aura. I'll consider it carefully. Tianjiao, don't worry about me. Don't lose your composure. I know, but I'm still worried. I'm really fine. Xianxia smiled and looked at a building in the distance. That was the famous Essence Soul Research Institute. Suyu is going into seclusion for 5 days. Is he trying to sharpen my aura or does he really need to go into seclusion for something? Xianxia took a deep breath and made use of this time to make a trip to the 100 Dao Pavilion. There might be some gains. Before the battle, he could already feel a trace of pressure. He hoped that there would be a good outcome. The news of Suyu accepting the battle spread quickly. March 25th, the battle between the two of them in the Great Ming Civilization Academy was temporarily unknown. For a moment, the Great Ming Constabulary was in an uproar as though it was the new year. There was another big show to watch. Unfortunately, it might not be open to the public this time. That was because it might only be open to students and some higher-ups in the academy. This caused many people to be disappointed and depressed. And time passed day by day. The Great Ming Civilization Academy gradually became the focus of many people. It even suppressed some major events. News of geniuses always received more attention than those who weren't too talented. For example, Bai Feng, who couldn't really be considered a genius, had been ambushed by the Myriad race's sect on his way back. Both sides had fought fiercely, and one of the mountain seas had died. Of course, that didn't attract much attention. Of course, that mountain sea had been from the Myriad race's sect. In a wasteland. Bai Feng was eating barbecued meat. It didn't taste good. *CK, I'm fighting for my life here, and my disciple is sparring with someone. Before it even started, the news of my return as a genius has been completely suppressed. Not many people are paying attention to it now. Even Wanzu's attacks have decreased. According to Xianxia, it was possible that a group of experts had run to the Great Ming Constabulary again. Of course, this time, they would definitely be much more careful. However, these experts might be lying in ambush near the Great Ming Constabulary, thinking of ways to watch the battle of geniuses. As for killing Bai Feng, killing him would not be of much use. Let's think about it later. Sun and Moon might not be able to transfer them over, so it was better to give up. Bai Feng was not feeling good. Xianxia and the others also did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, they had prepared for nothing. They might not be able to catch any big fish. There was no other reason than that Bai Feng was not important enough. If it was Suyu, he would definitely be able to catch a big fish. Of course, there might be a big fish that he could not deal with. It was fine if he could return safely. The pitiful Xianxia province had made a lot of preparations, but in the end they did not catch anything. As the news spread, in the blink of an eye, March 25th arrived. On this day, Suyu walked out of the cultivation room. He was very calm. Whether he defeated or killed Xianxia, it would not change the overall situation. However, Xianxia had crushed the confidence of many people in Shenwen. He, Suyu, had to take it back and help his teacher fulfill a wish. Weren't there two wishes? One was to deal with Xianxia, and the other was to deal with Huangting. Teacher, take it as a gift for your return. Suyu looked toward the north and smiled. It's about time for you to return, right? I've calculated it. You should be able to return to Xianxia province today. As for Huangting, if there's a chance, I'll help you beat him up. He beat you up 3 times, I'll do my best to help you beat him back. He changed his clothes, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. Suyu smiled, feeling very satisfied. Xianxia. I'll take a look then. The Great Ming Civilization Academy was huge. There were many places suitable for sparring. However, the battle atmosphere in the academy was not as intense as in Xianxia province. There were few sparring sessions, mainly between students. 100 Technique Court, the largest arena in the academy. 100 Technique 100 Arts, the place for sparring. At this moment, a huge arena had already been isolated from the surroundings. This arena was surrounded by water, and outside the arena, there was a long, circular corridor that looked like the 8 trigrams, with paths connecting to the platform where the arena was located. At this moment, the circular corridor was filled with people. I heard that Suyu is in seclusion. Is he out? Will he not come? There are many people who stand others up during sparring sessions. When some of the outsiders heard those words, they were extremely depressed. So, it was normal for people to stand others up during sparring sessions in the Ming Constabulary? Did they not have the heart of glory? I heard that Xianxia went to the 100 Dao Pavilion. He was there yesterday and reached level 50. I don't know how many levels he went, but his name appeared on the 50th floor, 50th floor. Is that true? Some people were surprised. They obviously did not know about this news. 100 Dao Pavilion, level 40 to 60. That was Ling Yun's territory. The 50th floor was usually a demarcation point, Ling Yun 7's demarcation point. Last time, Suyu reached level 49 and gave up. And the last time Wu Qi came, he also reached level 49. Wu Qi had already entered Ling Yun. The 100 Dao Pavilion's assessment was aimed at Ling Yun. It was considered an ordinary grade, not a genius grade. However, even if it was an ordinary grade, a 9th stage Sky Ascension Realm cultivator reaching the 50th level was shocking enough. He had skipped 7 small stages. So you can do it too, right? Last time, he also reached level 40 but did not break through Soar. Now that he has entered Soar, if he tries again, there is hope for him to reach level 50, right? I don't know. They are all geniuses. Sigh, geniuses are indeed strong. Compared to them, our Tiandu Mansion's 8 great generals can't compare. That's right. The Ming Constabulary doesn't seem to have any particularly powerful geniuses. Xianxia Province's Huangting, Great Qin Constabulary's Qin Feng, Dazhou Prefecture's Xianxia. Nonsense, isn't Suyu from our Ming Constabulary? Alright, you're right. Even if that's the case, it's not a big deal. The experts of our Ming Constabulary live for a long time. The students continued to discuss and discuss. Meanwhile, on the other side of the circular corridor, Zhu Hongliang, Zhu Qingyan, Shang Tianjiao, Bai Junxing, Wu Lan, these people were all in the circle. At this moment, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Shang Tianjiao glared at Wu Lan angrily. You deliberately said that Brother Xianxiong defeated Huangting, didn't you? Wu Lan ignored her. She was slightly taller than Shang Tianjiao. She raised her head and didn't look down, as if she didn't see her. As for the fact that the other party was the great Shang King's great-granddaughter, was there any difference? She had just entered the source stage, she was 1 year older than her, 1 year later. No, if it wasn't for the sake of cultivating the elemental Shenwen technique, she would have also entered the source stage. What was so great about that? She had always been like this when it came to those who were inferior to her. She didn't really care. It wasn't like she hadn't seen the descendants of the unrivaled stage before. Xiachan and Xia Huyu were the same. She didn't think too highly of them. At this moment, Xia Huyu was not far away. Xia Huyu also saw Wu Lan's reaction. He held back his laughter and didn't say anything. When Xianxia met Wu Lan, unless she beat Wu Lan up, she would be angered to death. There was more than one person in Xia province who was almost angered to death by Wu Lan. Her younger sister, Xiachan, had been depressed recently. Before Wu Lan left, he sneakily attacked her. Of course, he didn't grab her hair or tear her clothes. However, Wu Lan was ruthless. He punched Xiachan's nose and almost turned it upside down. It had been so many days. At the mention of Wu Lan, Xiachan wanted to kill someone. Fortunately, he was in seclusion this time. Otherwise, there would be a chaotic fight if he came. There were many descendants of the unrivaled stage here. The others were either elites of the academies or descendants of the Sun Moon sect. Wu Lan's identity wasn't considered noble here. However, this woman was as usual. She didn't think much of it and didn't care. When Shang Tianjiao said another sentence, Wu Lan looked down at her. After a long time, he said, "You talk too much. When I reach Soar, I'll fight with you. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I'll apologize to you." Shang Tianjiao's face turned red. "I'm asking if you did it on purpose." Wu Lan thought for a moment and nodded. On purpose? She couldn't take it anymore. "Wu Lan, don't go too far." Wu Lan continued to look down at her with his nostrils. "Are you crazy? You said that your brother Shan Xiong is powerful." "He's so powerful, but he didn't defeat Huang Ting." "Is that considered powerful?" "He's younger than Huang Ting. And Suyu is younger than him." Wu Lan curled his lips. "You're also older than me. You're already so old, but you still don't dare to accept my challenge. I'll kill you in 3 moves after entering Soar. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" The others didn't say anything and even subconsciously distanced themselves from the two of them. These two people were not on the same wavelength. They were all troublemakers. The key was that these two troublemakers were not to be trifled with. Although the Wu clan was much weaker, having only one Sun Moon tier elite, the relationship of the Wu clan was a little complicated. On one hand, they were close to Xia province, and on the other hand, the Wu clan was the descendant of the king of Great Wu. Although the king of Great Wu had died in battle, the strength of the Great Wu estate was not too weak, aside from the fact that it had lost its invincibility. Wu Lan said that the king of Great Wu was her 8th-generation ancestor. It seemed that the distance between them was very far, but when it came to the generation of Wu Lan's great-grandmother, it was not so far away. The current master of Great Wu Mansion had a relatively close relationship with the Wu clan. As the liaison, the relationship between Great Wu Mansion and Xia province was relatively close. As they spoke, Shang Tianjia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood several times. She felt that she was arrogant enough. After all, she was the descendant of Wu Di. In the end, she met someone who was even more arrogant than her. What did Wu Lan have to be arrogant about? In terms of status and strength, Wu Lan was inferior to her, so what was there to be arrogant about? In the surroundings, the prodigies ignored these two. At some point, Zhu Hongliang had moved next to Xia Huyu. They were two fatties, but in comparison, Xia Huyu was not fat. There was no harm in comparison. Zhu Hongliang was much fatter than him. "Brother Huyu, I heard that you have a good relationship with Suyu." Zhu Hongliang laughed in a low voice. This time, Brother Huyu has come. Is it Brother Huyu's own idea, or is it the idea of Xia province? Xia Huyu also smiled, and said, "Nothing. I just came to watch 2 great prodigies fight. They are both of our generation, so I can broaden my horizons." "Brother Hongliang, aren't you curious who will win?" "I am, but not that curious. It's normal for whoever wins." As they chatted, the prodigies around them also listened attentively. However, after listening for a long time, they didn't hear anything. The two fatties were talking nonsense. As they chatted, a green-robed Shan Xiong walked over from afar. Jiang Tao followed beside him and they were whispering. Soon, Jiang Tao left. Xianxia didn't stop and continued to walk toward the arena in the middle of the lake. Xianxia, dressed in a green robe, looked sunny and handsome. He stepped onto the arena and looked around. He cupped his fists, smiled, and began to wait. So handsome. He's also very powerful. Did you know that he reached the 50th floor of the 100 Dao Pavilion? This is the strength of Lingyun 7, he's too powerful. If he's not powerful, how could he defeat Huangting and Qin Feng? That's true. Around them, the Ming constabulary students were whispering, many of them were girls. In the prodigies area, Shang Tianjiao glanced at Wu Lan proudly. Wu Lan continued to ignore her. He glanced at Xianxia and muttered in his heart, I'm not as good-looking as Suyu. Shang Tianjiao must be blind. While the crowd was discussing, Suyu, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked over with a scholarly aura. From a distance, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia also looked at Suyu. The whispers around them disappeared. Suyu nodded at Xianxia with a smile on his face. Those who weren't familiar with him didn't pay attention to his smile, but those who were familiar with him, such as Xia Huyu and the rest, felt a toothache when they saw his smile. This guy, the brighter his smile, the more malicious he was. He's not a good person. On one side of the arena, there was a circular corridor that was cut off. At this moment, many experts were standing in the corridor. Niu Baidao sat by himself, holding a teacup, and said with a smile, these two kids are both geniuses. Whoever is injured or killed, it's actually a loss. What do you guys think? Jiang Tao, who had just arrived, chuckled and said, Headmaster Niu, you're right. Junior brother Shan has always been kind. When he sparred with others a few days ago, he only injured people and didn't harm them. Junior brother Shan rarely killed people. Even if he did, he would kill the enemies of Wan. As for Suyu, he didn't say anything. However, everyone knew that Suyu had killed quite a few people. Furthermore, they were all humans. Among them were some geniuses, such as Zhai Feng of Dixia province. In addition to Zhai Feng, Suyu had also killed some people, such as the students of Wan Academy, such as Zhou Pingxing and the rest. This guy was not a good person. In comparison, Shan Xiong was much kinder. Niu Baidao smiled and didn't say anything. Beside him, Wen Zhong said softly, teaching assistant Shan is indeed kind. If it was a normal challenge, it's actually a good thing that he defeated the junior brothers and sisters of Shunwen, to let them know that there's always someone better out there. However, sometimes, what's worse than killing people is destroying their hearts. He didn't say much. But Shan Xiong's challenge was not as simple as it seemed. He used the power of Dazhou Prefecture to force some of the Shunwen factions to withdraw from the competition. Wen Zhong didn't know what Shan Xiong's original intention was, but he was the blade of the Shan Shunwen faction, the blade of destroying hearts. Jiang Tao said calmly, even if junior brother Shan doesn't exist, there will still be others. Their skills are inferior, so there's no need to talk about destroying hearts. In the past, the Shunwen faction was strong, and they defeated countless experts of Shan Shunwen faction. No one talked about destroying hearts. Wen Zhong didn't say anything else. He smiled and nodded, thinking that this matter was over. Suyu, who was walking toward the arena, didn't care what the others said or what they said. He slowly walked up to the arena. When he was more than 10 meters away from Shan Xiong, he said with a smile, greetings, senior brother Shan. Junior brother Su, you're too kind. Shan Xiong returned the greeting and looked at Suyu. After a while, he said, Junior brother Su, do you have an idea about the rules for the sparring? Suyu smiled and said, what do you think, senior brother? Stop when the time is right? Shan Xiong smiled and looked at Suyu. Sparring, Suyu smiled. Stop when the time is right? Isn't that too casual? That's too boring, and I can't use my full strength. Also, how about we increase the stakes? Previously, when senior brother Shan defeated others, many Shunwen factions disbanded. How about this? If I lose this time, I will disband the Essence Soul Research Institute. How about that? Shan Xiong raised his eyebrows slightly. Junior brother, the disbandment of many Shunwen factions is not, Suyu waved his hand. Senior brother, we are all open-minded and understanding people. There's no need to explain. You're strong. If you defeat them, they will feel embarrassed and disband the Shenwen factions. That's your ability. I don't have the mood to stand up for them. However, senior brother's original intention is probably to go to Dixia province to challenge my master, by phone. Is that right? Xianxia nodded slightly. Senior brother probably wants the Shenwen factions in Dixia province to completely disappear. Since that's the case, there's no need to say those hypocritical words. Suyu smiled and said, I can't make the decision for Dixia province. I can only make my own decision. Senior brother, are you willing to make a bet? Xianxia fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Tao's voice came from afar. Suyu, since you're so confident and are willing to make a bet, why don't you increase the stakes? There's no need to disband the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. If you lose, how about taking out the Shenwen combat skill tablet? Suyu tilted his head and smiled. Senior brother Jiang, what's the Shenwen combat skill tablet? Jiang Tao said calmly, since you said it yourself, there's no need to say any hypocritical words. There's no need to deny it. Otherwise, the tablet will be with Chen Yong. Chen Yong is now outside and is in great danger. If the tablet was with Chen Yong, the person who killed Chen Yong would be even more determined. Suyu fell silent for a while. He smiled and nodded. Senior brother Jiang is right. If the tablet is with my uncle master, it will easily cause some trouble for him. Let's keep it with me. If I win, what can you give me? Jiang Tao was silent for a while and said, what do you want? Suyu smiled. I want a lot, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. However, since senior brother said it, I'll give you a price. I think senior brother should know what the Shenwen combat skill tablet means. 100 drops of Sun Moon Tier Divine Demon Blood Essence, 1,000 drops of Mountain Sea Tier Divine Demon Blood Essence, and 10,000 drops of Ling Yunjing Divine Demon Blood Essence. His words caused an uproar in the surroundings. So you really dared to say it, 10 Sun Moons, 100 Mountain Seas, and 1,000 Ling Yunjing Divine Demons, they were all divine demons, that was the price he was willing to pay. Was the Shenwen combat skill tablet so valuable? Every major academy had it. Jiang Tao frowned slightly. After a while, he said, if it's not limited to divine demons, then it's fine. His words caused another uproar. Even if it wasn't limited to divine demons, it was still extremely terrifying. It would kill many Sun, Moon and Mountain Sea Tier divine demons. Whether they were divine demons or not, it was a huge fortune. Niao Baidao and the others did not say anything. As for Suyu, he smiled. If it's not limited to divine demons, then it has to be doubled. Otherwise, it's not fair. I think senior brother Jiang knows what I mean. Jiang Tao wanted to say more, but opposite him, Xianxia sighed softly. Wouldn't sparring without stakes be more pure? Suyu smiled. Our sparring, is it pure? Senior brother Shan, are you deceiving yourself? Or do you think that since you came south, your sparring has only been for sparring? If that's the case, it's enough for you to defeat one person. Why go from prefecture to prefecture? It's not an exaggeration to call you a genius. Since that's the case, is there a need to defeat others of the same cultivation level as Shenwen after defeating one? Aren't Huang Ting, Qin Feng, and the others more interesting than others of the same cultivation level? If not, isn't Primordial Divine Demon more interesting than this? Pure, Xianxia was silent. After a while, he nodded. You're right. I'm not pure to begin with. Suyu smiled. He looked at Jiang Tao in the distance. How about it? Do you agree? Before Jiang Tao could speak, Niao Baidao coughed. Suyu, do you have it? Don't fool people. Everyone is watching. Did he? Obviously, he knew that Suyu had it. However, he still had to discuss it. What if this kid really lost if he used it as a stake? That would be troublesome. Suyu wasn't weak, but Xianxia had made it to the 50th floor. Such strength was shocking. He might not win for sure. Of course, if he really won, Jiang Tao wouldn't have dared to mention the stakes. Suyu smiled. Principal, if I say I don't have it, no one will believe me. Then I'll just say I have it. You. Niao Baidao smiled. Little Jiang, it's just a sparring between youngsters. Don't go overboard. Are you going to empty the treasury of Dazhou Prefecture? If you really lose, won't you be in big trouble? Finishing, he smiled. A little gambling is fun, but a big one is harmful. How about this, after the winner is decided, the two of you can bet 100 contribution points. Suyu broke into laughter. Xianxia also smiled. Xianxia looked at Suyu. Principal Niu is right. There's no need to go overboard. How about this, if I lose, I'll go to the All Heavens battlefield and kill 10 Ling Yunjing gods for you. If you lose, it's the same. Suyu sneered. Xianxia, is there any meaning to it? Xianxia was silent. Suyu said calmly, you can go, but can I? There are many people who want to kill me, but not many want to kill you. Xianxia fell silent again. Since you don't dare to go overboard, let's play something else. Suyu pondered. Resources? If you don't dare, let's bet on reputation. You don't need to do anything. If you lose, and you're still alive, announce it to all of the mortal realm. Go to all of the academies, stand in front of their doors, and tell everyone that it's better to have more divine characters than just one. I can't represent Shan Xinwen. Xianxia refused. He couldn't. Suyu sneered. Forget it. You can't do this, you can't do that. It seems, you can only be a fighter. You can't do anything else. What's the point of living like a puppet? You're better than me? Xianxia laughed. Suyu said indifferently, of course, I'm better than you. I'll do what I want to do. No one can force me to do what I don't want to do. Can you do it? Xianxia thought for a while and laughed. You're right. After chatting for a while, Suyu seemed to have lost interest. There's no need to talk about life and death. We'll fight until one side surrenders. If they don't, we'll fight to the death. If they surrender, we'll fight to the death. Xianxia was silent for a while before nodding. Sure. As for the stakes, since you're not willing to represent Shan Xinwen, we'll bet what you can. If you lose, I'll take away your Xinwen. If I lose, my Xinwen will belong to you. What do you think? Suyu said calmly, without Xinwen, there's no such thing as who's stronger with more people. If you lose, you'll no longer be Shan Xinwen. If I lose, I'll no longer be Xinwen. Perhaps, this is a good opportunity to get rid of this fight. Xianxia looked at him deeply. Your Xinwen combat techniques must have outlined a lot of Xinwen, right? It's alright. It's only 18. Since you've said so, I'll agree. Those experts had a complicated look on their faces when they heard this. They were betting their lives on Xinwen. Even if they did not lose their lives in Xinwen, Suyu had already lost 18 Xinwen. It would be difficult for them to outline it again. Even if they could, how long would it take for them to reach the second or third level? If they took away Xinwen, they would suffer a great loss. The Seaval would be severely injured. They might even be crippled. In the future, one of the two geniuses from Xinwen might have to walk on the path of physical cultivation. To these geniuses, this might be more unbearable than betting their lives. Jiang Tao frowned. He actually wanted to get the Xinwen combat technique steal. However, Niu Baidao interrupted. The possibility of getting the steal was not high. Moreover, if they lost, the price they had to pay would be too high. However, betting on Xianxiong Xinwen was also a huge problem. If Xianxiong really lost, even if he did not die, the special Xinwen that he had nurtured would be gone. Even if he could outline Xinwen in the future, Xinwen might be crippled. Jiang Tao thought about it and was about to speak when Xianxiong looked at him and smiled. Senior brother, can you let me make the decision for myself? Jiang Tao glanced at him and sighed softly. He did not speak again. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. Suyu and Xianxiong did not speak anymore. Niu Baidao glanced at them and said, both of you are geniuses of the human race. I hope that both of you will not go overboard. It is not shameful to admit defeat when you are no match for them. Who cannot be defeated? No one can be undefeated. Even someone as strong as the great Qin King lost before, even when he had just proven his invincible Tao. Rising in adversity and standing up again in adversity is more important than a temporary victory. 100 Daos and 100 arts, all of them can achieve Tao. I hope that both of you can listen to me. Niao Baidao could not judge who would win. At this moment, he said these words from the bottom of his heart. They were both rare geniuses of the human race. If either of them died, it would be a huge loss. At this point, Niao Baidao said, both of you are experts, so there is no need for a judge. Since both of you want to spar, let's begin. As soon as he said that, his aura was shocking. Boom, the lake water boiled and waves rose to the sky. Like two bright suns, their qi and blood burned in all directions and yuan qi swept over. There was a loud rumble. On the arena, the two of them retreated as soon as they clashed. Suyu retreated a few steps while Xianxia retreated 7 to 8 meters. His golden left hand was slightly bruised. Junior brother's body is really strong. Xianxia exclaimed, but he was alarmed and shocked. His body was really strong, at least much stronger than him. One must know that he was an expert with 144 apertures and an 18-forged body. Even among fighters, he was one of the best. In the end, when their bodies collided, he was weaker than Suyu. There were also low exclamations from all around. For the first time in a probing exchange, Xianxia was actually at a disadvantage. Suyu's body was a little too strong. Senior brother, you must be joking. Suyu smiled. In the next moment, the two of them collided again. In the air, there were continuous rumbling sounds. It was extremely fast. At this moment, most of the Soar could not see the shadow of the two of them clearly. Only some of the Lingyun and Shanghai could see it clearly. A small number of Lingyun felt their teeth ache. Damn it, why do I feel that the power of the two of them is stronger than the average Lingyun? How is this a fight between Soar? How is this a civilizator? Just their bodies alone are comparable to some Lingyun Jing. The rumbling sounds were endless. In the blink of an eye, the battle of the physical body had an outcome. With a bang, Xianxia fell from the ball of light, blood flowing from his mouth. As for Suyu, he was extremely calm, floating in the air. Senior brother, my body is not good enough. Let me see senior brother's path of Shenwen. Xianxia took a deep breath. His body was really not good enough. He felt that his body was strong enough, but reality proved that the gap was not small. His martial arts were not as strong as Suyu's. As you wish then. At this moment, a strong wave of willpower swept over. A long sword was held in Xianxia's hand, and his entire aura changed. Powerful, his fighting spirit was boiling, his eyes also revealed a golden light. His original body suddenly became a little illusory. That was the effect of Shenwen. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to not be in this world, but wandering in another world. This time, his speed was even faster. It was unbelievably fast. In a flash, he appeared in front of Suyu. He stabbed out with his sword. Suyu punched out, but he hit empty air. With a poochie sound, the longsword pierced through his fist. Blood dripped. Suyu quickly retreated. Time flowed under his feet. Time flew, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. What a strange Shenwen. At this moment, Xianxia did not seem to be in this space-time. Essence Qi is useless. The current me can only break through with my willpower. Or, your essence is several times stronger than mine. Junior brother, the current you is not enough. Suyu instantly understood. Vaguely, Xianxia actually had some characteristics of a small furball. It was like the incarnation of Shenwen. Unless one's essence Qi was very strong, it would not be able to break through the special domain he was in. In this way, Suyu's advantage in physical body was instantly gone. The surrounding onlookers were also shocked. What kind of Shenwen was this? Suyu's physical body was very strong, and everyone could see that. However, when he punched out, he hit nothing but air. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Didn't that mean that when Xianxia fought against a fighter, unless the fighter was much stronger than him, the average fighter could only be killed by him? This was too terrifying. Suyu had a physical body. If this continued, how could he deal with it? Interesting. Suyu chuckled. This was interesting. Xianxia was able to sweep more than 10 prefectures and many experts from the Shenwen faction. Indeed, he had some ability. Is it better than Shenwen? Suyu didn't waste any time. A saber appeared in his hand. Shenwen instantly merged with it. 18 Shenwen sabers fused and transformed, turning into a Shenwen combat technique saber with 18 basis points. The 5 elements characteristics erupted, water and fire filled the sky. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have entered a special domain. They instantly clashed with each other. Rumble, the shockwaves shook the lake, and the surrounding students all retreated. Some of them weren't strong enough and were directly flipped over by the shockwaves. The experts didn't make a move. There was no fatal danger, and there was no need for them to make a move. They wanted to let these students know how big the gap between them was. On the stage, the two shadows constantly clashed. The saber light and the sword shadow clashed. It was usually silent, but it was exceptionally fierce. In the void, Suyu wrapped himself in a shadow barrier. He held a long saber in his hand and constantly clashed with Xianxia's long sword. Willpower slashed, and Shenwen collided. Vaguely, Xianxia's willpower was stronger than his. It had probably reached the 3rd level of ordinary willpower. His Shenwen was also very special and had many characteristics. So you couldn't judge whether this was one Shenwen or many Shenwen. As they were exchanging blows, Suyu's long saber suddenly trembled as a vibrating force spread out. At this moment, Suyu's Sea of Will was somewhat shaken. With a low snort, he instantly disappeared into the void. The wind came, the astral wind blew past, mixed with incomparably powerful lethality. With a poochie sound, Xianxia's figure also disappeared in a flash. There were some bloodstains on his body. He was a little surprised. Martial skill? It didn't seem like a talent skill. So you didn't seem to have consumed essence blood. Then, how did he turn into wind? Special martial skill. Just as he said that, a hammer appeared in Suyu's hand. Suyu appeared again and smashed out with the hammer. Bang! There was a loud sound. The longsword in Xianxia's hand also trembled violently. His willpower was a little dazed, but he instantly woke up. The power of vibration erupted and forcibly blocked the vibration of the god-expanding hammer. The two of them exchanged blows. Waves of Shenwen and willpower spread out, stacking and shaking. The surrounding void gradually fluctuated. At this moment, Niu Baidao and the others frowned slightly. The next moment, Niu Baidao made a move. A light curtain surrounded the surrounding corridor. The two of them kept stacking and shaking. If this continued, the surrounding students would be in trouble. The students didn't understand at first. In the end, they watched helplessly as the arena under the feet of the two of them was instantly shattered by the shock waves. Without a sound, the huge arena directly disappeared from the surface of the lake. Suyu held the hammer and kept bombarding. As for Xianxia, he also held his sword and kept defending. Both sides of Shenwen were trembling. The Sea of Will was tumbling. Waves of willpower erupted. The arena had already disappeared. The next moment, in the lake, suddenly, a big turtle's shell cracked open and it broke through the air to escape. Ling Yunjing's big turtle, that wasn't all. In the blink of an eye, another huge water monster, like an octopus, broke through the water surface and quickly escaped into the distance. At this moment, those tentacles were stained with blood. The surrounding students and teachers were dumbfounded. They really didn't know that there was a big demon underwater. It wasn't just a big demon. Looking at the aura, it was Ling Yun. In the end, after being shaken by the two of them, it had no choice but to escape from its nest. Wave after wave of willpower rippled outwards. Rumble, a loud sound rang out. Suyu's shadow barrier shattered, and his body appeared in front of everyone. There were some cracks on his body, and his white robe was stained with blood. As for Xianxiang, he also fell from that special state. The clothes on his upper body were directly torn, revealing his cracked body. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Suyu retreated, and Xianxiang flew out, smashing into the water. His blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. Brother Xianxiang, Shang Tianjiao exclaimed in the surroundings. The two of them exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Xianxiang fell into the water, and his blood dyed the surface of the lake red. As for Suyu, his body seemed to only have some cracks, but he was fine. Xianxiang lost. Shang Tianjiao didn't dare to believe it. Impossible. Just as she exclaimed, a sword light broke through the air from the water, directly killing towards Suyu. Suyu snorted. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength. The hammer became incomparably huge, he erupted with all his strength, and with a bang, the hammer smashed into the water. Bang, water splashed everywhere, like the explosion of swords and sabers. The defensive barriers that Niu Baidao had set up were damaged, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Under the water, there was no sound, only the sword light flashing, incomparably powerful. Rays of sword light came one after another, one after another. As for Suyu, he hammered again and again, causing the entire lake to tremble. A moment later, a figure flickered out of the lake. Xianxia's upper body was bare, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were cold, and he ignored everything, stabbing his sword towards Suyu's head. "Get lost!" Suyu bellowed, and his essence aperture exploded. His golden body flickered, and his will erupted. Lightning and flames rose to the sky, enveloping the two of them, and the loud rumbles were endless. In less than 3 seconds, the two of them separated again. Xianxia's sword was broken, and his hands were covered in blood. But he instantly disappeared in front of everyone. In the void, Suyu held the giant hammer and said coldly, "Insignificant tricks. I thought you were strong, but it seems that you are not as strong as I thought. You just have a few more tricks up your sleeve." The surrounding Lingyuns were speechless. That was not strong enough. If it were them, they would have been killed before they reached Lingyun 7. Earlier, there was a Lingyun who sneakily extended his hand out of Niu Baidao's protective shield. In the end, the bones of his hand were shattered by the stacked will of the two. Were these two really sore? It was just the aftermath, but it instantly shattered the bones of a 3 steps to the cloud's hand. Xianxiang did not reply. At that moment, Suyu stomped down, and the void trembled. Xianxiang's figure appeared again. Retreating quickly, Xianxiang's physical body appeared, and he looked at Suyu with a complicated gaze. What keen battle instincts! His various methods were restrained against Suyu. That was because Suyu had more tricks up his sleeves. His shockwave, his will barrier, and his shadow escape were useless against Suyu. On the contrary, he had been seriously injured by Suyu. As of this moment, the sun and moon experts of the mountains and seas could sense it as well. It was an indescribable feeling. It was a good thing that these chosen were born in the same generation, but also a bad thing. Both of them had the power to kill Ling Yun, and yet here they were, and Xianxiang was clearly at a disadvantage. He was no match for Suyu. Their fleshly bodies were inferior, and the Shenwen techniques were inferior. As these people were lost in thought, Xianxiang let out a low roar. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of light that pierced through the void. With a squelch, a bloody gash appeared on Suyu's neck, blood spurted out. As for Suyu, he also struck out with a backhand hammer. One of the figures in the air froze for a moment, and Suyu struck out with a punch. With a bang, flesh and blood exploded. In the blink of an eye, Xianxiang had escaped. At this moment, his back was a bloody mess. They looked at Suyu, and in the next moment, everyone felt their teeth ache. The sword wound on Suyu's neck had been bleeding, but in the blink of an eye, Suyu had activated some of his acupoints, and the injury had healed. Flesh and blood rebirth. It wasn't just the sword wound on his neck. All of the wounds on his body were gone, and even the bloodstains on his white robe were gone. "Is that all you've got?" Suyu was calm. That sword attack just now had been too fast. If it had been an ordinary Ling Yun, he would have been decapitated in a single blow. But that wasn't enough. "Then it's my turn." At this moment, the hammer in his hand vanished, transforming into a screen of light. The 18 Shenwen seals vanished, and in the blink of an eye, the area around them had transformed into a miniature world. Shadow barrier, outsiders couldn't see through it, but they heard a few muffled grunts. It seemed to be Xianxiang's. In the shadow barrier, the acupoints on Suyu's legs erupted, and time revolved. The slow Shenwen seal slowed down, the calamity Shenwen seal deterred, and the blood illusion interfered. In terms of attributes, did Xianxiang have more than him? In terms of martial arts, did Xianxiang know more than him? Since Xianxiang didn't have as many attributes as him, what was the point of competing with him? In the barrier, Yuan Qi and willpower were sealed. Suyu raised his legs, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxiang's vision turned white. In the next moment, Suyu punched out, and another part of his body exploded. Suyu didn't let him off. His Yuan Qi was incomparably dense, and his willpower was incomparably strong. Xianxiang kept fighting back, but he was suppressed by Suyu. The rumbling sounds continued. After a long time, Xianxia roared, and his willpower completely erupted. With a loud bang, the barrier exploded. Xianxia's face was pale, and blood constantly dripped from his mouth and wounds. Suyu was still indifferent. At this moment, everyone could see the gap between them. Xianxia was inferior to Suyu. He was completely suppressed. Suyu smiled. Senior apprentice brother Shan, what other consummate skills do you have? Use them all, or else, you won't have a chance. Xianxia's face was as white as paper. He glanced at Suyu, and in the next moment, his blood vitality suddenly surged. Senior apprentice brother. On the other side, Jiang Tao shouted, this was the blood essence ignition technique. Like this, even if his strength increased, his body's yuan qi would be greatly damaged, and his body might even fall. Xianxia was going all out. Xianxia's blood vitality erupted, becoming stronger and stronger. In the next moment, he suddenly exploded, rushing towards Suyu. At this moment, his explosive strength seemed to exceed Suyu's. Exploding my blood essence? Suyu's eyes flickered, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Suyu clearly could have fought, but he didn't. At this moment, Suyu's 360 acupuncture points suddenly separated. The moment they separated, 144 of them, the heaven-splitting saber's yuan acupoints, instantly exploded, and an incomparably powerful might erupted. In the blink of an eye, Suyu exploded 144 of his yuan acupoints. Under Xianxia's shocked and disbelieving gaze, a shocking saber light flashed. Pucci, Xianxia's figure froze, and he no longer moved. Behind him, Niu Baidao's protective barrier instantly shattered, and a saber energy instantly smashed a small building thousands of meters away. Suyu's mouth was bleeding, and he no longer looked at Xianxia. He silently closed his eyes, comprehending that instant explosion of 144 acupuncture points, and that vague feeling that flashed by. Yang acupoint, I found it. As for exploding 144 yuan acupoints, it wasn't a big deal, and he only needed to rest for a month or two. He didn't lack blood essence, and he didn't lack heavenly yuan qi. Others might think that it was a serious injury, but to him, it was just a small injury. He couldn't be bothered to continue fighting with Xianxia. If he didn't finish this guy off in one go, it would be troublesome. Suyu silently comprehended for a moment, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He opened his eyes. In front of him, Xianxia still didn't move, and he looked at Suyu in disbelief. In the next moment, with a bang, his body completely exploded. A Shenwen appeared, and at this moment, Jiang Tao instantly made a move, grabbing Shenwen, and pulled Shenwen back. He looked at Suyu with an incomparably complicated expression. Defeat, crushing defeat. With his body shattered, Sievil was probably crippled, and the price that Suyu paid was 144 yuan acupoints shattered. As for Suyu, even if he didn't pay such a price, everyone could see that he would definitely win. As for why he chose to shatter his yuan acupoints, they didn't understand. In the crowd, the eldest brother of the Bai clan seemed to have realized something. He glanced at Suyu, a little surprised and shocked. This guy was really ruthless. Did he discover something, and wanted to use Xianxia as a target? Suyu smiled, and he didn't mind. He said indifferently, Senior brother Jiang, his Shenwen is mine. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, what treasure do you want? We'll give it to you, and his body will explode. If Shenwen is given to you, he will die. Shenwen is mine. Suyu was still calm. Since the bet was made, Shenwen was mine. As for whether it died or not, what did it have to do with him? At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Xianxia was crushed, and he was utterly defeated. Shenwen belonged to Suyu. If he gave it to Shenwen, Xianxia would definitely die, and he wouldn't even have the chance to recover. End of chapter 315. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.